Chapter 1 Reasonable and Sensible. What happened last night? Let's all pretend it didn't happen. Chu Fei, who had yet to wake up from his hazy slumber, shook his head that had a bit of a headache and looked at the large stack of cash on the bed before he could react. It was only when he saw Suli, who had long since changed her clothes and was wearing a famous brand, that he gradually came to his senses. Beauty, last night we were all drunk. You love me and I love you. Is there a need to insult me like this? Besides, do you see me as someone who lacks this amount of money? Chu Fei's gaze looked up and down at this beauty in front of him. It had to be said that the natural beauty, the figure was completely not comparable to ordinary women. Feeling the other party's fiery gaze, Suli's pretty face became extraordinarily red. This damned guy doesn't know how to be compassionate. Last night was so raw that even now she was still in some pain. Moreover, that was still her first time. But thinking about her next life, her face became a little cold again. Then what do you want? Name a price. Within a reasonable range, I can satisfy you. Chu Fei laughed. His own Hall of Dasha's top soldier king, honored by the world as Yin Wang, guy, and, not to mention the bank card on his body is not a limit, even if it is a limit, the bank card given by his family. The balance inside is also a wealth that countless so-called tycoons can hardly surpass. I said, it's not like I'm the type to sell my body, what you love and what I want. This if you charge money, it can become illegal. I am a good citizen who abides by the law. If you're short of money, say a number, and I'll treat it as me buying you a drink, okay? Lack of money? Suli gasped and laughed. She is the president of Jiangnan City Kuyao Group, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Would she lack money? Yes. Inviting me to drink is not cheap. Let's do it this way. $100 million. It's cheap for you. Chu Fei, who had just lifted the covers and was ready to wear pants and leave, but didn't care what Suli said. His eyes looked at a touch of falling red on the bedsheet with a face of dismay. At that moment, 10,000 wild horses raced past in his heart. Sinning this woman who came out to the bar to buy a drink, was actually still a perfect body? What's more, it seems that last night, himself did not prepare safety measures. Finished calf. Chu Fei's face all of a sudden cold sweat straight up. Suli, however, thought that Chu Fei was frightened by this price, and immediately laughed coldly. What? Can't take it out? Since you can't take it out, then don't talk big. The money will be taken for you to buy supplements. Last night's performance, I feel it was quite average. As the words fell, he turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Chu Fei quit. General, what the hell is average? Isn't this the same as saying in a roundabout way that he couldn't do it and she wasn't satisfied? Without even having time to lift his pants, he rushed forward with an arrow step and walloped Suli, who was planning to leave, against the wall. Did you just say I'm average? Suli's entire heart was in her throat. Looking at the guy in front of her who had scars all over his chest, there were more than a few moments of fear in her eyes. Looking down, she hastily inclined her head, her face reddening. Stiffly and angrily, she said, "Stinking rascal, what do you want?" No means no. What? Getting up in the morning and still planning to come once? You can. I'll accompany you to the end. Let's see if it's your legs or mine that get weak in the end. Chu Fei admitted that he conceded. However, it didn't mean that it was because he couldn't. Mainly because there were no safety measures. He was also afraid that if in the future, like some dog-blooded dramas, he held a child at his door and said that he had abandoned his wife and child, that would really be unreasonable. Okay, you say a number. Let's forget about this today and pretend nothing happened, okay? Suli laughed, with a hint of disdain on her face. What? You're wimpy at this. You still think you're so powerful. Chu Fei didn't want to talk nonsense with her and turned around to put on his clothes. His tone became calm. Seeing him like this, Suli also calmed down. Although there was still some pain, she forced herself to endure it. Do I look like someone who lacks money to you? Everyone is just a stranger. Goodbye. Just as Suli was planning to leave, Chu Fei spoke. 100 million. Is that enough? Without knowing when, Chu Fei had already sat on the sofa in the room and quietly lit a cigarette. Suli did not say anything, but the expression on her face already showed it. $100 million? There wouldn't be more than 10 people in the entire Jiangnan who could casually take out $100 million. She wouldn't believe that a man she met in a bar had such wealth. 200 million. Chu Fei saw that she didn't say anything and thought that it wasn't enough. 300 million. Another round of price increases began. At this time, Suli opened her mouth. Let's do it this way. One price. 1 billion. Chu Fei smiled, and pressed out his cigarette. Good. Seeing him agree so quickly, Suli was confused. Do you know what $1 billion is? If you can take it out, I'm your man. Suli gasped and laughed. Opening your mouth and shutting your mouth is $1 billion to start with? Do you really think you are the only son of a plutocratic family? Not treating money as waste paper. Don't. I'm only 25 now. I don't want to fall in love yet. It's too tiring. However, if you have to rely on me, it's not impossible. After all, a beautiful woman like you can't be rare. Chu Fei let out a light laugh, his gaze recklessly sweeping over her body. Suli was so angry that her shell teeth clenched and her chest rose and fell. She had never seen someone so capable of pretending. Give me the bank account number. Chu Fei reached out for her account number. Suli, moreover, did not hesitate for a second and handed over her private bank card. She just didn't believe that this man could really take out $1 billion. A few seconds later, her cell phone vibrated. Taking it out and looking at it, on it was a text message from the bank. It clearly read, your 0088 tail number bank card credited $1 billion. Balance 101-230-1435. She was confused. Looking at the series of zeros on it, she was a bit dazzled. Your card. Bye. Handing over the bank card to Suli's hand, Chu Fei turned around and walked out of the room, leaving behind Suli, who was still in a daze. It was not until after Chu Fei walked away that Suli reacted. However, where in the room was there still Chu Fei's figure? What exactly is he? Suli couldn't believe it. She merely did not want her first time to be taken away by a philandering young master who had played with women countless times, so she came to the bar to get drunk. Unexpectedly, she had given away her first time in confusion. Moreover, she also received such a large sum of money. How to think? She felt like she was out to sell. She flipped over her best friend's number and dialed it. A few seconds later, her best friend Fong Qing's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong, my big president? This early in the morning, can't you let me have a good sleep? Suli somewhat swallowed and said, Xiao Chang, I seem to have done a wrong thing. Fong Qing's somewhat lethargic voice rang out on the phone. What is it? After hesitating for a few seconds, Suli opened her mouth. I sold me my first time. Chapter 2 showing the cards. I'm her husband. In the next second, a piercing scream came from the phone. What the hell are you talking about? Her best friend seemed to be awakened by her words, not even dozing off. I said, I sold my first time to a strange man. This time, Suli seemed much calmer. You're crazy, aren't you? You're going to marry Zhao Xiao next month. If he does this to you, you won't have a good life in the future. Fong Qing's tone seemed anxious. But who knows? Suli smiled to herself. Could it be that my days will be better after I marry? To him, I might as well give it to a dog. Ever since she had met Zhaoan, Suli hadn't thought that her life would be better in the future. Because she had heard more than once that Zhaoan had brought some woman out of some hotel. Almost every day was never the same. What kind of good life could she have if she married there? Fong Qing was also frozen by her words. Only after a few seconds did she open her mouth. You're the president of Kuyao Group, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Your first time, you can't just sell it for a few tens of thousands of dollars, right? Suli hesitated. She didn't know whether to tell her bestie the price, but after thinking about it, she still said it. $1 billion. That person gave me $1 billion. In fact, until now, Suli was still confused. 1 billion couldn't even fit in a truck. She really couldn't imagine what that man's origin was. Without even blinking an eye, he transferred the account to himself. My good Mr. Su, are you drunk? $1 billion? It's enough to buy Kuyao Company. Okay. Fong Qing obviously didn't quite believe it. If this was true, then this money was too good to be true. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be able to earn this much money in a lifetime, or even 10 lifetimes. This figure was something that countless people could not even dream of. Really, all this money is now in my private account. That guy is gone. I don't know what to do. Suli was a bit overwhelmed. This much money was enough to solve all her current problems. The reason why her parents let herself marry Zhaoan was for the sake of Kuyao Company. Right now, Kuyao Company was under pressure from the market and the Zhao family. If there wasn't enough money, then the new products that Kuyao Company was still researching couldn't go online, and would even be interrupted, causing the entire company to receive the implication. Because all the manpower and material resources of the entire company had been invested in it, it couldn't fail. Once it failed, the company went bankrupt and suffered liquidation. The contracts with other companies would also naturally be terminated, compensating the other party for the breach of contract, and Zhaoan promised that as long as he married himself, he would invest $500 million in Kuyao Company to support their Kuyao Company's research. Don't panic, since the other party is willing to give you money, it means he doesn't want any trouble. This money you take with peace of mind. It's perfectly fine to use it as your own, but there is a problem. That is, the other party's origin is unknown, and I don't know what purpose the other party actually has. To be able to take out so much money in one breath is definitely not an ordinary person, so you'd better pay attention to it. Hearing her girlfriend say this, Suli was a bit flustered. If the other party really came with some purpose, then what should she do? In case, where are you? I'm coming over now. Fong Qing was clearly uneasy with her and wanted to come over personally. I'm planning to go back to the company now. You come to the company to find me. Hanging up the phone, Suli was in an extraordinarily apprehensive mood. Looking at the balance displayed on her cell phone, she was still in a bit of a trance. On the other side, Chu Fei just happened to walk to the downstairs of Kuyao Company. Looking at the note in his hand, there was only one address on it, and it was here. There was also a woman's name, Suli, although he couldn't figure out why Master, his old man, had asked him to protect this woman, but by completing this last task, he would be liberated. However, the duration of this mission was the longest among all the missions he had performed, lasting for 3 years. After 3 years, the sky was as big as the earth, and he could go anywhere he wanted. I don't know how this woman looks like. If she's an ugly, then I'll lose blood. If it's a beautiful woman, maybe something good will happen. Chu Fei revealed a hint of a bad smile, and then stepped into the lobby. Seeing someone come in, the girl at the front desk hurriedly put down her cell phone and looked at the visitor with a smile on her face. The second she saw Chu Fei, her heartbeat immediately accelerated. So handsome, this body, this appearance, simply a match made in heaven with me. The receptionist girl couldn't help but smile secretly in her heart, but she quickly collected her smile. Sir, may I ask who are you looking for? Chu Fei smiled faintly. Hello, may I ask if Suli is here? The receptionist girl froze. This person was actually looking for the president. Hello sir, may I ask if you're looking for our president? Do you have an appointment in advance? Usually when one came to look for the president, they basically made an appointment in advance. After all, not everyone could see President Su. No, however, I'm here to protect her. I'm her personal bodyguard. Where is your president's office? Just tell me, I'll go up myself. Personal bodyguard? The receptionist girl let out a light laugh. Handsome guy, have you read too many novels? After practicing a muscle, you want to be our president's personal bodyguard. Do you still want to be our president's husband? This kind of bridge is only found in novels. Don't even think about it. Chu Fei's head was filled with black lines. This little girl doesn't believe it. What should I do about this? Hey, you saw through it. Alright, I'll show my cards. I'm your president's husband. I came over to look for her for something urgent. Where is her office? Just tell me. The receptionist girl completely lost her previous feeling this time and rolled her eyes. This person was really crazy. Most people in the entire Jiangnan city knew that the president was going to get married to Zhao Group's Mr. Zhao next month. Now a husband came out of nowhere. Who would believe it? I say, pick someone to brag about. Okay, our president is getting married to Mr. Zhao next month. If Mr. Zhao hears this, you'll be careful of what you eat. Getting married next month? Chu Fei's heart muttered for a while. Getting married is a human wife. Haven't tried it yet. It's fine. Being married doesn't affect her having 2 husbands. The receptionist girl gave another blank stare. Sure enough, there are quite a lot of shameless ones in this world. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. I don't want to say one more word to a scum like you. As soon as the words fell, the receptionist girl saw the exhausted Suli slowly walking into the lobby. Hastily standing straight, she respectfully shouted, Mr. Su. Chu Fei also subconsciously turned back to look, wanting to see what this woman that Master had asked him to protect actually looked like. The moment he turned back, he was directly dumbfounded. Suli was planning to go back to the office to have a good rest. When she heard the receptionist girl greet her, she just happened to raise her head to look at Chu Fei who was standing in the lobby. For a moment, the two were wide-eyed. What are you doing here? Almost at the same moment, both of them ventured out the same words. Chapter 3, Shoot the ashtray with your bare hands, so you can grow a pair. The receptionist girl looked at the president and this strange man so taciturn, but could not help but be filled with surprise. This man is really the president's boyfriend? Or husband? Impossible. Suli took a deep breath and finally realized that the words her girlfriend said to her were definitely not nonsense. Otherwise, this guy came to the door. What the hell do you want? With a cold face, she just looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Suli. Come up with me. After saying that, she walked towards the elevator. Chu Fei shrugged and followed behind. He was also depressed. Why was this like a ghost? He could run into them everywhere he went. However, he suddenly remembered that the girl at the front desk called this woman General Manager Su. In an instant, Chu Fei was jolted. It couldn't be that this is the target of his own mission on this trip, right? If it really was, wouldn't that be bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Coming to the 16th floor, Suli brought Chu Fei into the office. She put down her bag and sat on the office chair that belonged to her. Didn't you say it's over? Why did you come to my company? What exactly is your purpose? She stared at Chu Fei with some anger. This guy, even after spending money to buy his first time, he also shamelessly came to the door. Could it be that he wanted the money back? Big deal. Can't I just return the money to you? Consider it as me suffering. I admit it. Hearing those words, Chu Fei went dark. How could he have known that the person the old man had asked him to protect was actually the woman he had gone crazy with in the hotel last night? The worst part was that this was still a perfect body. You think I want to? With your pugnacious character? Do you really think I want to have anything to do with you? If it wasn't for... Chu Fei just said 2 sentences and shut up. Stalling on such a pussy, one could only say that it was counting his bad luck. You. When Suli saw him talking about his tiger, she immediately lost her temper. She violently stood up from her position and pointed at the office door. You get out of here. I'll transfer the money back to you later. Old lady doesn't care. Chu Fei was also stubborn and got up to leave. Only, just after walking to the door, he stopped again. No way. I can't leave. I still have to follow you. If he left now, if the old man knew about it, he would designatedly have to give him a good beating. Are you a pervert? Follow me for what? Want to come again? Suli thought that this guy was a thief to himself, and was paranoid about having something more to do with himself. After all, most men would not be able to walk when they see themselves. Not to mention, last night's matter. It seems like it was still his own initiative. Cough. Chu Fei faked a cough. Suli also realized that she had lost her temper and tried to calm down. The murderous gaze just stared at Chu Fei to death, itching to eat him. Actually, I don't have any purpose in coming to find you. I just want to find a job. Let's do it this way. I'll be your personal bodyguard from now on. Wherever you go, I'll go. Wages and whatnot. It doesn't matter how much you give. You also know, I don't lack money either. Chu Fei waved his hand indifferently and turned back to sit on the sofa with a big horse. A person like you, who can't keep up with your physical strength, is still my bodyguard? Little guy, eat more wolfberries to make up for it. Suli's words directly made Chu Fei explode. It could be said that he was ugly. It could be said that he was scum. But to say that he was small, he wasn't convinced. Says who, little guy? Are you not convinced? Fine. You wait. Sooner or later, I'll catch the opportunity and let you know what it means to be a real man. As a result, just these words made the corners of Suli's mouth rise. Seemingly thinking of something, her face became a bit flushed. I also don't know who it is. Old lady doesn't even dare to move when standing in front of him. Chu Fei was exasperated. But on the contrary, what she said was still the truth. In case the whole thing came out, the old man would have to skin himself. You just said that you are now my personal bodyguard, right? Suli looked at Chu Fei with a smile on her brow. It seemed that it was plotting some small conspiracy. Looking at the other party's eyes, Chu Fei knew that this was designated to fix himself. However, one could not go against the old man's mission. Yes. Excuse me, is there any arrangement? Chu Fei could only darken his face and wait for Suli's orders. I heard that those who can do this line of work are all very good. What's your best skill? Make it out for me to see? For example, chest-breaking boulder? Split a brick with your hand. Or if you can't, do a backflip? In fact, Suli didn't really want to see Chu Fei perform the so-called chest-breaking boulder. The reason why she said that was because she wanted Chu Fei to make a fool of himself. This fellow, too shameless. If she didn't properly straighten him out, the breath in her heart wouldn't come out. You're treating me like a monkey? Still performing backflips. Stay wherever you want. Chu Fei directly refused. Really take himself as a monkey. Chest-breaking boulders, hand-splitting and moving bricks. This kind of pediatric stuff. He would have done it at the age of 5. TSK, it seems that this bodyguard of yours doesn't work. Suli sked directly to Chu Fei whole broken defense. Can't. Again. No. In the morning, he said that he was average. And just now, he said that he was a little guy. Now, you're still saying that you can't? This is intolerable. Breaking a big stone in your chest, right? Come on. I'll let you tiger open your eyes today. Chu Fei glanced around and saw the ashtray placed on the table. This was used for entertaining guests. A transparent glass ashtray with thickness and hardness comparable to a stone. When smashed on the head, it could definitely open a gash. He picked up the ashtray and slammed it with both hands. Splat! The entire ashtray was shattered by his slap, and the glass pieces fell all over the place. Suli's entire body froze in place. She didn't expect that she was just flirting with him, but she didn't expect him to come for real. Now, am I qualified enough to be your personal bodyguard? Chu Fei looked at Suli and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Little, playing with me? You're still a bit young. Suli slowed down and nodded slightly. Well, it's not bad. Go, get a broom and clean it up for me. At that moment, Chu Fei had 10,000 impulses in his heart, and that was to rub this woman hard. Let her know why the flowers were so red. In the end, he still obediently walked out of the office and went outside to get a broom to sweep the broken glass pieces on the ground clean. And right after sweeping it clean, a pretty and clean-looking girl ran into the office in a hurry. After seeing Suli, she let out a long sigh of relief. My big president, I can finally see you. Chapter 4, Where am I wrong? Can't I change? The person who came was none other than Suli's best friend. Fong Qing, seeing Chu Fei in the office, there was some doubt in his eyes. Is this your newly recruited cleaner? Quite handsome. It's a pity to be a cleaner. Chu Fei exploded on the spot. A cleaner? The world's top single soldier king was treated as a cleaner? You're the one who's a janitor. Your entire family is a janitor? Suli on the side laughed until she was in a frenzy. Cleaner. This position was quite suitable for this guy. Alright, you go out. Chu Fei held his breath and walked out of the office with a black face. And Fong Qing looked at Suli with some confusion. I say, my big president. Such a handsome little brother. Where did you find him? Name a price. I'll ask him to go to my modeling agency as a model. With this face value and this body, definitely can catch fire. Only then did Suli tighten her smile and regained her composure. With somewhat complicated eyes, she looked towards the location of the gate and took a deep breath. Remember what I told you this morning? He's that guy. At that moment, Fong Qing's eyes were on the verge of glaring out. It took a long time before she reacted and looked at her with a stunned expression. You're not joking? The person who can take out $1 billion to buy you is working for you as a cleaner? Suli was also filled with helplessness. She also did not know why Chu Fei had approached her. Moreover, to work as a personal bodyguard for himself. The other party actually didn't have any purpose for himself. As for the money he gave himself, perhaps it was just out of last night's accident, in order of making up for himself. Actually, it wasn't me who sought him out, it was him who sought me out. He offered to be my personal bodyguard, and gave me a show of splitting an ashtray with his bare hands. Nah, those glass chunks in the trash basket are the ashtrays that he smashed with a slap. Fong Qing came close to the garbage basket and took a look, a thick gossipy light flickering in her eyes. You say, could it be that he fell in love with you at first sight? TV dramas can often have this kind of plot, although it's a bit dog-blooded, but reality is not without awe. Hearing Fong Qing say this, Suli's eyes also lit up. It was not impossible. In fact, Suli was not averse to Chu Fei. On the contrary, for some reason, she liked to toss words with Chu Fei, and she felt satisfied by seeing the other party's appearance of having anger that she couldn't throw out. No way, a rich male like him would fall in love with me at first sight? Just afraid that the bell is not love. As she spoke, she also looked at her chest intentionally or unintentionally. This pair, it's just burdensome and dead heavy. What's impossible? You think which big money will give you $1 billion in one breath? And, at a time like this? Fong Qing's words were reasonable, causing even Suli to develop a trace of belief. As for Chu Fei, who was outside the door, he was completely unable to imagine that he had been taken for love at first sight. Those money, he didn't care at all. How about, you ask him to come in and ask? Fong Qing's eyes rolled and a bad smile hung on her face. Suli quickly shook her head. Forget it. Then her face became a little low again. Maybe the other party really just wants to clear the air with me, and I'm going to the Zhao family tonight to get engaged. Although I have all this money in my hands right now, even if I put it into the company, Kuyao still has no power to resist in the face of the Zhao group. Moreover, my parents won't agree with me canceling the wedding. Hearing him say this, Fong Qing also fell silent. The Zhao group was one of the top groups in the entire Jiangnan city. There were very few companies that could be on par with it. If Zhao's group were to make a move against Kuyao Company, then Kuyao Company would close down in less than 3 months. This was the strength and influence of Zhao's group, and most companies wouldn't choose to go against Zhao's group. I'll accompany you tonight? Fong Qing comforted. I'll go by myself. I don't want to drag you down. Suli politely refused. She didn't want to drag Fong Qing into this because of this matter. She had her own plans in her heart, and she still had a bottom card in her hand. She did not want to use it until the last moment. Once she used it, the entire Jiangnan would have no place for her. Alright, by the way, that big spender outside will also go with you, right? Maybe, he can help? In Fong Qing's eyes, Chu Fei was a proper big money man, the kind that casually flung away a few $100 million. No, I won't bring him. Suli shook her head. She did not intend to bring anyone there. She didn't want this matter to implicate others. Alright, your company is also quite busy. You go back first. Suli gathered her emotions and flashed a smile at Fong Qing. The latter knew that this intended to carry it alone, but she, indeed, was not qualified to meddle in this matter. Then I'll leave first, call me if anything happens. After saying that, Fong Qing walked out of the office with her bag. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Chu Fei a deep look. Feeling Fong Qing's gaze, Chu Fei was filled with doubt. He hadn't done anything bad. Why was this woman looking at herself as if she was looking at a bad person? And Suli sat on the office chair, somewhat lost in thought. What to do? The day passed in a trance, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did Suli take a deep breath, closed the computer, simply organized her makeup, and opened the office door with her bag. And Chu Fei didn't know when he had already moved 2 chairs and lay down on them to fall asleep. Suli's face darkened. Lifting her leg was a kick on the stool. Get up! Only then did Chu Fei lazily get up, stretching hard. Off duty? Let's go. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Su Li's face instantly darkened. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Chu Fei's footsteps lurched, then he stepped aside and revealed a smile. Please, my grand president. Seeing him like this, Su Li pursed her lips, wanting to laugh but unable to. When she thought about what was about to happen tonight, it was like a huge stone was weighing on her heart, weighing her down. Arriving at the parking lot, Su Li threw the keys to Chu Fei. Can drive, right? Chu Fei smiled. Of course. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Sitting in the passenger side, Su Li leaned on the seat, her eyes somewhat lost in thought, and as Chu Fei looked at her like this, he could not help but frown slightly, but he didn't say anything and drove quietly. Half an hour later, when the car arrived in front of a luxurious manor, Su Li opened her mouth. Wait! The car stopped not far from the entrance. Su Li took a deep breath. Alright, you can go back. Chu Fei froze. Where am I going? Just find a random place to stay for the night. Come and pick me up in the morning. Now Chu Fei was not happy. No, at least I am your personal bodyguard, right? Don't give me a place to stay even if it's not enough, but still let me go outside to live? What? It's delaying you from finding a man? The moment those words came out, Su Li's eyes instantly turned red. Staring back at Chu Fei, tears welled up in her eyes. You go away. Don't even look for me in the future. I know you don't want to be in charge either. This is just right. Fulfilling your wish. Chu Fei couldn't see girls crying the most. In fact, in his eyes, Su Li had always been a very strong girl. However, it was not expected that the other party would cry. This crying caused him to be somewhat caught off guard. Then what? Which I did wrong. I'll change it, okay? Chapter 5. What I said. No one can save him. Chu Fei really couldn't understand. What was this woman thinking? That night, and not his own initiative. Speaking of which, he also gave her compensation. Why is he still crying now? You can't change it. You go. Su Li cried with pear blossoms and rain, twisting her head to walk towards the manor. Chu Fei was not happy. He went forward and grabbed Su Li's arm. Can there still be something that he can't change? You stand still. Says who can't change? You say it. I'll change it. As long as you stop crying. Su Li finally stopped crying at this time, her delicate body lightly trembling. Looking back at Chu Fei, her voice was somewhat choked. Actually, I came over for the engagement. The Zhao family is not something that anyone can mess with. Although I had a relationship with you once, if Zhaoan finds out, you will be in danger. I don't want to involve outsiders in this, so go away. It was at this time that she spelled out the reason. In fact, it wasn't that Chu Fei had made him angry that caused her to cry. Rather, she thought about the rest of her life and couldn't help but feel aggrieved in her heart. When Chu Fei finished listening, he let out a long sigh of relief. Dare I say it wasn't because of himself. Scared me to death. I thought I made you cry. However, you were wrong when you said I would be in danger. I'm just a bodyguard. Why would they bother with me? Right, we said we'd keep you close, so we'll keep you close. Let's go. Let's go together. It's just an engagement. What's there to be afraid of? Great thing. In Chu Fei's opinion, Su Li's engagement was not a bad thing. Anyway, it has nothing to do with himself. Such a tiger lady, whoever encounters who is unlucky. But when Su Li heard this, she was so angry that her chest hurt. You get lost. Chu Fei shrugged his shoulders, pulled her back into the car, and with a step on the gas, drove directly into the manor. And Su Li also took the opportunity to wipe her tears and recovered her previous appearance. But with red eyes, it was still evident that she had cried. In the manor, there were countless luxury cars. In front of the luxurious villa gates, many of Jiangnan's top bigwigs had come over to congratulate the Zhao family on their engagement. Chu Fei parked his car in an empty space and opened the door for Su Li. At the same time, the gazes of those people at the entrance all looked over. Many people's gazes rested on Su Li's body, looking up and down at this being who was known as the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. And Zhaoan was at the door, and the moment he saw Su Li, his eyes were glowing. Uncles and uncles, please come inside. I'm going to pick up my wife. The moment these words came out, everyone laughed. Everyone knew in their hearts that the so-called wife was nothing more than his plaything. The women who were by Zhaoan's side basically couldn't stay for more than 3 days before they were replaced. As for Su Li, even if she was the #1 beauty in Jiangnan, in their opinion, it would be a week or half a month at most. Little Li, Zhaoan walked quickly to Su Li with a smile on his face, trying hard to maintain a gentlemanly attitude. Humph. Su Li's expression was cool, not feeling happy because she was about to get engaged. Because, before coming in, she had already made plans to fish out of water. Seeing her like this, Zhaoan's face was a bit ugly. Just when he wanted to reach out and hold Su Li, Chu Fei on the side stepped forward and clasped his wrist. Please be polite to our president, or else I'll beat you up. Su Li on the side stiffened. This guy, is he crazy? Doesn't he know that the man in front of him is Jiawen? And Jiawen also frowned as he looked at Chu Fei. Little Li, who is he? He was very upset about the Chu Fei who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He's the bodyguard I found. Chu Fei, let go of Mr. Zhao. Bodyguard? Jiawen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Fei with a hint of sneer in his gaze. Only then did Chu Fei let go of his hand. Yes, in fact, the first time he saw Jiawen, Chu Fei knew that this brat was not a good thing. With his flippant footsteps, he looked like he had overused his kidneys. He didn't know why Suli would choose such a man. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his own needs in the future? Little Li, are you planning to defend yourself against me by finding a bodyguard now? Or is it that you are afraid that I will do something to you? As he spoke, Jiawen looked at Suli. In his tone, he carried a great deal of dissatisfaction. After tonight, the two of them would be an unmarried couple. In fact, it wasn't too much to say that it was an official couple, because sooner or later, Suli would be his person. Mr. Zhao misunderstood. I just feel that there is nothing wrong with finding someone to protect myself. Suli still had that same cool demeanor. Her tone was calm. Jiawen didn't say anything more and walked side by side with Suli towards the villa hall. Just before reaching the door, Jiawen said to Chu Fei, "You can leave. Tonight, Mr. Su will not go back." Tonight, he was going to eat Suli. After waiting for so long, it was not easy to have such an opportunity. He wouldn't just let it go so easily. And hearing this, Suli's heart trembled. She knew that she couldn't escape. Her right hand tightly gripped something in her bag. She wanted to take it out and smash it in Jiawen's face right now. To tell everyone present that she, just yesterday, had gone out with another man to make merry, and had given Jiawen a big green hat. "I'm not your bodyguard. Who are you to boss me around? Did your mom give you the guts?" When these words came out, Suli was dumbfounded. Although she didn't want Chu Fei to leave, she definitely didn't want Chu Fei and Jiawen to have any conflict. One must know that this was the Zhao family's manner. Even if he had the kung fu of hand-splitting and moving bricks, there were at least 20 to 30 security guards here. Could he, alone, deal with so many people? Not to mention, this guy even cursed Jiawen. With Jiawen's temper, he definitely had to teach Chu Fei a good lesson. As expected, Jiawen's face instantly turned cold after hearing that. The gaze that he looked towards Chu Fei was like looking at a dead person. "You have a lot of guts, daring to speak to me like that. For the sake of Xiao Li's face, I'll give you a chance to get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your dog's legs." At those words, Chu Fei smiled. Most of the people who dared to talk to him like this were in hell. "Whether I'm bold or not, your mom should know. And break my legs? I have to say, you're the boldest dog I've ever seen." With these words, Jiawen was completely enraged. Originally, he was still thinking that on Su Li's face, he would spare this bodyguard who didn't know the heights of heaven and let him get lost. However, he had actually insulted himself in front of his face. "You seek death. Security guard." In an instant, several security guards dressed in suits and manly figures appeared on the side with throwing sticks in their hands. When Su Li took a look, she immediately panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Mr. Zhao, it's not necessary, right? He's just a bodyguard. Let him go." Then he rushed at Chu Fei and gave him a wink, telling him to hurry up and leave. After all, she did not want Chu Fei to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. However, Chu Fei acted as if he didn't see it, and his gaze swept casually over these few security guards. Jiawen pinched Su Li's chin with a ferocious expression. "Su Li, I'm telling you, no one dares to speak to me like this in Jiangnan. He's dead today. I'm telling you, Jesus can't even save him." Chapter 6: Killing a Dog. Not to disturb your pleasure, right? In a flash, the atmosphere became extraordinarily tense. The surrounding several security guards had already held their weapons in their hands, ready to swarm at any time. Suli's entire heart was in her throat. "Jiawen, if you dare to move him, this marriage will not be contracted." For the sake of Chu Fei's safety, she gave up her life. Even if Kuyao Company went bankrupt, she didn't want to drag Chu Fei into the water. At that moment, Jiawen's eyes went cold. The gaze that looked at Suli carried a hint of coldness, and he let out a cold smile. "Suli, I don't understand why you are so attached to a bodyguard. What, could it be that he has a leg up with you? If that's the case, then it's absolutely impossible for him to walk out alive today." Su Li's heart trembled. In fact, Jiawen's words were right, but it was impossible for her to tell the crowd in the open right now. Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei spoke. Very casually, he reached out and pulled out his ears, extending his finger to point at Jiawen. "Alas, you were right about that one. You didn't guess wrongly. Mr. Su did have an affair with me that night, drunk and in love. Mr. Su was very active. I can only tell you that the feeling was very moist. Unfortunately, you can't experience it." Chu Fei's face of enjoyment caused Jiawen to burst into a rage in an instant. Although he knew that this kid was saying it to provoke himself, However, he would not allow anyone to dare say such words to the woman he had his heart set on. As for Su Li on the side, her pretty face became incredibly red in an instant, but it quickly turned a miserable white color, because this was on the Zhao family's territory. She really couldn't figure out why this guy was so bold. He actually said what happened last night in front of Zhaoan. Very well, you successfully angered me. Today, I'll tell you what people should be messed with and what people shouldn't be messed with in this Jiangnan. Get on me and break his dog's legs. Zhaoan waved his hand, and the few security guards beside him immediately waved their sticks forward. In the next second, Su Li took a step across and took the lead to block in front of Chu Fei, and the security guard's stick landed on her forehead in the next second. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Su Li only felt that something hot slipped off her face, and her head was a little dizzy. Reaching out to wipe, her white palms were stained with bright red blood. As soon as her body went soft, she fell backward. Chu Fei's eyes were quick, and he held Su Li who was about to fall. A face became icy cold in an instant. He also did not expect that this tiger would block in front of him. The surrounding security guards saw that Su Li had her head broken, and for a moment, they didn't dare to come forward. At the same time, those business bigwigs inside heard the commotion outside and walked out. What's going on? A middle-aged man with a beard, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit walked out the door. He was Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao group and Zhaoan's father. Zhaoan's face was a bit sinister as he stared at Chu Fei with a deadly stare. It's fine, Dad. You eat with Uncle and the others. I'll come later. The surrounding people looked at the situation in front of them and also guessed what had happened. And one by one, they were silent. Everyone was well aware of the Zhao family's strength. Zhao Wei glanced fatally at the bleeding Su Li as well as Chu Fei who was holding Su Li. Take care of it as soon as possible. After saying that, he smiled and spoke to the others present. Gentlemen, I've disturbed your pleasure. Let's go back and drink. Once the crowd heard that, they walked back into the hall, closing the door in the process. At this moment, Zhaoan's gaze fell on Chu Fei. Kid, you'll pay for what you just said. Get Mr. Su for me and beat him to death. With a wave of Zhaoan's hand, several security guards were about to step forward again, and this time, Chu Fei moved. He slowly laid Su Li flat on the ground, then slowly got up, looking at the several security guards who were walking towards him. An icy cold smile appeared on his face. If someone familiar with him was here, they would definitely know that this was a precursor to his anger. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. A king's anger, a million corpses. When the king of hell was angry, if he let you die, you had to die, and the god of heaven couldn't stop him. A security guard's stick smashed down hard towards Chu Fei's head, while Chu Fei raised his hand to block. He backhanded and smashed his fist on the opponent's chest. Bang! A muffled grunt rang out. The security guard was smashed away with a punch, and his sternum was completely broken. Lying on the ground, he didn't know if he was dead or alive. The few other security guards in the surroundings saw that their brother had been beaten and immediately swarmed up. But, bang bang bang, but in just a few seconds, all the security guards were already lying on the ground. Painful screams echoed in Zhaoan's ears. It was only then that he realized that this bodyguard that Su Li had found was not an ordinary bodyguard. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Zhaoan panicked a little and backed up step by step until he was pressed against the closed door. What do you want? Chu Fei didn't say anything, and suddenly took an arrow step forward and choked Zhaoan's neck with one hand. You're full of crap. A lot. Splat. A loud slap rang out. This slap directly knocked out both of Zhaoan's teeth. Woo! Zhaoan was pinched by the neck. The knocked out teeth couldn't be spat out at all, and his eyes were glaring round. However, this was not the end. Chu Fei raised his hand and threw a punch, smashing Zhaoan's stomach. Afterward, it loosened its hand, and Zhaoan screamed miserably as the bloodied teeth in his mouth were swallowed into his stomach. Gulp! Zhaoan's entire body collapsed to the ground, his face filled with pain, and he couldn't even scream if he wanted to. Only then did Chu Fei walk to Su Li's side. Looking at this woman who had taken a stick for herself, he was somewhat helpless. Why are you such a tiger? Men fighting. What are women interfering with? A hand then picked Su Li up from the ground. Looking at Zhaoan who was lying on the ground, his eyes were once again cold. Walking up to him, looking at the closed door, his tone turned cold. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Before Zhaoan could return to his senses, he heard these words. He jerked his head up, but at some point, Chu Fei was already standing in front of him. That cold gaze was like looking at a dead person. Before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Chu Fei raised his leg and kicked. Bang! Terrifying power, like kicking a soccer ball. The kick, along with Zhaoan, crashed through the door of the villa. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes in the entire hall looked over in unison. Upon seeing Zhaoan's face covered in blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog, in a split second, the entire hall went quiet and a needle could be heard. The hearts of the crowd were incomparably horrified. This young master of the Zhao family, he was afraid that he was dead. Chu Fei swept his gaze over everyone present, his tone calm. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone's pleasure. Killing a wild dog, everyone shouldn't care, right? Chapter 7, Eat a ham sausage? Shaoan. Zhao Wei in the crowd looked at his son lying on the ground and was a bit tense. Quickly stepping forward, he helped Zhaoan, who had already had his spine shattered by the kick. The latter, however, did not respond in the slightest, not even breathing. Zhao Wei tremblingly stretched out his hand and probed his nose. It was cold. He violently raised his head to look at the door. Chu Fei was holding Su Li like this, and under the illumination of the light, it looked very touching. But compared to his already dead son, Zhao Wei instantly became furious. You deserve to die. He only had this one only son, and as the heir of the Zhao group, he was incomparably doting on Zhaoan. Therefore, even if Zhaoan had messed with those powerful families in Jiangnan, he would have stepped in to smooth things over. But now, his son was dead. Incoming. Instantly, 2 bodyguards in suits appeared beside Zhao Wei. These were the experts he had hired at a high price to protect his own safety. Catch him for me. I'm going to let him die without a burial place. The 2 bodyguards pressed on without any unnecessary words and approached towards Chu Fei step by step. The other people in the surroundings were even more silent. They didn't dare to touch the bad luck at this time, for fear of accidentally burning the fire on themselves. Looking at the 2 bodyguards who came, Chu Fei took a deep breath. After beating up the young one, the old one also wants to step in? If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. A soft shout echoed throughout the hall. The 2 bodyguards who were walking towards them stopped in their tracks for a moment. On their foreheads, a fine layer of cold sweat emerged. With just this sound, they were enough to hear that it was not this young man's opponent. To make a move with him, one would either die or be maimed. Everyone was a practitioner. Whoever was strong and had enough mid-air was enough to know everything. Old man is gone. If you want to take revenge, you'll be waiting any time. Chu Fei hugged Su Li and turned towards the outside. The 2 bodyguards, on the other hand, did not dare to move, as if they had been cast in a stasis. What are you guys freezing for? Stop him for me. Zhao Wei roared at the 2 bodyguards. He didn't understand why the 2 would let the other leave. One of them turned around and whispered, Boss, we aren't his opponent. Not only the 2 of them, in the entire Jiangnan, no one would be that man's opponent. That terrifying aura on the other party was completely something that only a strong person who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could possess. Zhao Wei's face could be described as dark to the extreme. His son had been killed, and he still didn't dare to nag. Even the 2 bodyguards who spent a high price on him didn't dare to make a move. He was furious. Hospital. Su Li woke up leisurely, with a circle of gauze wrapped around his forehead. A tingling sensation came from her head. Looking around, she realized that Chu Fei was standing right next to the window and didn't know what he was thinking. Chu Fei? Only after hearing Su Li's voice from behind him did Chu Fei turn around. Looking at Su Li, who had already awakened, he let out a slight sigh of relief. A light laugh followed. I have to say, you have a lot of guts. You dared to take that stick. Does it hurt? Su Li blankly glanced at him without any good reason. The head is broken. Do you think it hurts? By the way, how do I come back? In Su Li's eyes, the 2 were in the Zhao family's territory. Wanting to leave was basically unlikely. She didn't understand how Chu Fei had brought her back. You're still talking. I worked hard to carry you to the car and then sent you to the hospital. Say it. How can you compensate me? Saying this, Chu Fei's gaze lingered on Su Li's delicate body. The latter obviously detected his lewd gaze, and immediately her pretty face darkened. Scram! Don't even think about it. It's not because of you that I was beaten. This is my matter. I don't want you to get involved. But I came back. What about Zhaoan? Su Li was a little worried that Zhaoan would find trouble with Chu Fei. With the Zhao family's power, would it not be simple to deal with someone? She didn't want to put Chu Fei in danger because of herself. Are you worried about me or that kidney loss guy? Chu Fei crooked his head and smiled. The latter's pretty face changed slightly and burned a little. Self-indulgent. Seeing her like this, Chu Fei knew that in her heart, this was definitely worried about being retaliated against. With a light laugh, don't worry, that guy, it's estimated that he won't look for trouble from you in this lifetime, but some embarrassed is, you can't marry him. Should it be okay? When Su Li heard this, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She always felt that there was something in Chu Fei's words, but, for a while she couldn't figure out what exactly those words meant. The wedding between herself and Zhaoan had basically been determined and would almost never change, but this guy was telling himself that he couldn't marry him. This, although there was some fear of retaliation from the Zhao family, no matter what, at least for a short period of time, she wouldn't be harassed by Zhaoan. Thanks. Su Li thought about it and finally these 2 words emerged from her mouth. Don't say these empty words. I prefer practical actions. Chu Fei heatedly smiled and walked forward. Watching him slowly approach, Su Li subconsciously covered her chest. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him in death. What do you want? I'm telling you, this is a hospital. Chu Fei came forward and reached out to ruthlessly pinch on her small face. Little, you're a real tiger. Su Li's face was hot from his actions. Viciously blanked him. You're the tiger. Your whole family is a tiger. In my eyes, you are a bandit. I'll call you a bandit from now on. Chu Fei shrugged indifferently. As long as you're happy with it. Right. Are you hungry? I have ham sausage. Do you want to eat? Su Li subconsciously thought the wrong way. Bah! Nasty. You really are a bandit. Instead, Chu Fei took out 2 portions of fried rice and 2 ham sausages from the chest on the nightstand. There's something wrong with you. If you don't eat it, you don't eat it. And you're calling me nasty. Su Li only reacted at this time, and for a moment her face turned red beyond recognition. You're talking about this ham sausage, ah? Chu Fei looked at her with a puzzled expression. Or else, Su Li hurriedly shook her head. Nope, I'm also talking about this. I'm hungry. I want to eat it too. Chapter 8, Wearing Sisal and Filial Piety? The next day, Su Li was discharged from the hospital. The wound on her forehead wasn't big, and after applying medicine it wasn't a big problem. Chu Fei drove her to the company. Just after returning to the office, he received a call from his secretary. Xiao Yu. What's up, Mr. Su, you're finally back. The chairman asked you to go to the conference room for a meeting. All the major shareholders are there. The secretary on the other end of the phone came with an urgent voice. Su Li's pretty face turned white. She guessed what had happened. But now, one could only go to meet the major shareholders and her father with a stiff upper lip. What's wrong? Chu Fei looked at her pale little face and subconsciously asked. Nothing. Going to a meeting. Just wait for me here. After saying that, Su Li walked towards the conference room. Just after pushing open the door of the conference room, he heard noisy sounds coming from inside. The major shareholders were quarreling, and she even heard some shareholders intending to sell those shares in their hands and withdraw their investments. Seeing Su Li come in, the entire conference room quieted down, and sitting on the first place is Su Li's father, Su Wu. He was over 50 years old, and his hair had already turned a few shades of gray. Greetings, chairman. Shareholders. Su Li walked to a seat and sat down. Su Wu glanced at the gauze on Su Li's forehead, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Yesterday at the Zhao family, what exactly happened? You were already gone before I even went there. Originally, Su Wu had planned to go over later. After all, it was his own daughter's engagement. He definitely had to be present, but he never expected that something would happen before he even went. Upon hearing that Zhaoan had been killed by his own daughter's bodyguard, the entire person was dumbfounded. When he woke up this morning, all of the investment companies had all withdrawn their investments, and the companies that had cooperated with them preferred to terminate their contracts and refused to cooperate, even at the expense of compensating them for the breach of contract. He knew that this was the Zhao family targeting Kuyao Company. However, now that the company's latest research and development of the special effect medicine had entered the concluding stage, there was only one last investment left. Once successful, the benefits gained would be several times the investment. At this critical time, it was just short of the Zhao family's investment. However, something happened. Su Li didn't know how to explain and could only lower her head in silence. The other shareholders, seeing this, were even more aggressive and questioning. Mr. Su, as the president of Kuyao Company, you have quite a few shares in your hands. Now that Zhaoan is dead and the Zhao Group has put so much pressure on our company, what are you going to do? When she heard the first 2 sentences, Su Li still didn't have any reaction. But when she heard the third sentence, a pair of beautiful eyes stared round. She raised her head and looked at the shareholder who had just spoken, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? Zhaoan is dead? Looking at Su Li in this state, Su Wu also spoke. You as the person involved, you don't know? That bodyguard you hired. What a great guy. Not only did he beat up the Zhao family's security guards, he also killed Zhaoan, and incidentally threatened Zhao Wei, wanting to retaliate anytime he came over. Now, the Zhao family's retaliation has come. How do you plan to resolve it? Su Li's entire body froze in place. She simply did not know that after she had passed out, Chu Fei had actually done such a great thing. No wonder when he was in the hospital last night, this guy told himself that he wouldn't have to be pestered by Zhaoan in the future. It turned out that Zhaoan had been killed by him. Finished. Su Li knew that this was a completely difficult time for Kuyao Company. Within 3 months at most, it would go bankrupt. The only way now was to use the money that Chu Fei had given himself to stabilize the situation first. She took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. Chairman, shareholders, I still have some money in my hand that can support the company's operations. As soon as the words fell, they were greeted with mockery from some of the shareholders. Mr. Su, I know the company has been on the rise all these years, and you've made a lot of money. But That money of yours is at most tens of millions of dollars. Is it really enough to run the company? That's right. What can tens of millions of dollars do? I've already decided to sell off the shares in my hands. Let's see if there's anyone willing to take over. If there's no one to take it over, it can only be recovered by the company. Right, I'm planning to make a bid as well. For a while, the several shareholders present said that they wanted to sell the shares in their hands. Other than that, just the shares in their hands, together, were worth at least more than $100 million. Seeing that the situation was a bit difficult to control, Suwu also opened his mouth to persuade. Don't be anxious everyone, things will definitely have a turnaround. I think. Before the words were finished, Suli spoke. Shareholders, you want to sell off your shares, right? Good. As the president of the company, I also have the right to recall the shares. I'll recover the shares in everyone's hands at today's opening price and settle them on the spot. Are you all willing to do so? Suli knew that these people were all wallflowers. When Kuyao Company was on the rise, one by one blew it off more than anyone else. Once it slipped, they waited to sell off their shares. Mr. Su, do you have that much money? That's it. The crowd said one thing to another. After all, they all knew about the company's corporate dividends for the past 2 years. It was all clear as to how much money was in anyone's hands. Is there any you guys don't need to worry about? Just ask if you guys are selling. Suli's face was completely cold. Since they wanted to leave, then it was just right to take this opportunity to collect all the shares of the company. Nonsense. I don't care if you have so much money. All you have to do is beg the Zhao family to be gracious. And you, as Zhaoan's fiancé, go and wear mourning for Zhaoan. I'm telling you, the Zhao family is already preparing for the funeral now. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I'll personally take you to the Zhao family when it's noon. Meeting adjourned. Suwu walked out of the conference room with a cold face. And Su Li's face was also extraordinarily ugly. Her spirit was a bit dazed as she walked towards the office. Just as he entered the office, he saw Chu Fei sitting on the sofa getting high on melon seeds and crossing his legs, and immediately let out a miserable laugh. You're really good. Zhaoan was all killed by you. You still kept me in the dark. You're really good. Faced with Su Li's yin and yang, Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. Didn't I tell you last night? Su Li ignored it and just sat down limply on the office chair. You know what? My father asked me to go and wear mourning for Zhaoan. Chapter 9. I'm actually a top-ranking rich kid. Wearing hemp in mourning? Hearing that word, Chu Fei's gaze held a hint of puzzlement. He was surprised that Zhaoan was already dead. Why would Su Li's father ask her to wear mourning? It was hard to believe that he was bent on sending his daughter to a powerful family. But even if that was the case, would the Zhao family accept it? In his place, he would definitely not agree. I'm a bit puzzled as to why your father is doing this. Chu Fei spoke out his doubts. Su Li let out a miserable smile and shook her head slightly. Isn't it because the Zhao family is a big family in Jiangnan? In the entire Jiangnan, almost no one dares to go against the Zhao family. And just this morning, all those group enterprises that had cooperation with the company almost all terminated their contracts overnight, causing the company to be on edge right now. Many people are starting to want to resign. Paper couldn't wrap fire. And this wave of Zhao Group's offense had directly destroyed the hearts of Kuyao Company. No one would believe that Kuyao Company could fight Zhao Group to the end. Isn't it a good thing to terminate the contract? Getting the compensation, there's every chance to make a comeback. For some of the judgments in business, he had learned by ear when he was in the family. In his opinion, terminating the contract was not a bad thing, unless Kuyao Company had pressed all their cards in the last step. Otherwise, the moment Su Li opened her mouth, she explained the current situation of Kuyao Company. Upon hearing it, Chu Fei then shook his head. It could be said that Kuyao Company had already reached the edge of the cliff, and was only one step away from stepping into hell at the threshold. Forget it, you don't understand even if I talk to you about this. Later, at noon I will go to Zhao's house. You don't need to go with me, okay? Although the two of them hadn't been in contact for a long time, Su Li knew that once Chu Fei determined something, it was something that even 9 oxen couldn't pull back. Chu Fei following her to the Zhao family would only mess things up. She didn't want anything unexpected to happen again. No way. Chu Fei shook his head. I said I would protect you closely, so how can I follow you if I don't? Su Li pursed her lips and said nothing. The expression on her face was filled with complexity, and she didn't know what she was thinking. I said, a tiger lady like you, why do you cower when you encounter the slightest thing? Think about it. Master told you today, even if you stab through the sky, Master will give you a roof over your head. No need to doubt me. I have that ability. Hearing these words, Su Li's originally melancholic demeanor poofed into laughter, giving him a big blank stare. I really don't know where a bodyguard like you got that ability. However, I'm quite curious. Where did you get all that money from? To be able to take out so much money in one breath, are you really willing to be my bodyguard? Regarding Chu Fei's identity, Su Li had always been very strange. In fact, She had also looked for her girlfriends to investigate Chu Fei's identity. However, the result obtained was nothing. It was as if there was that information about Chu Fei that didn't exist at all. Actually, I'm a top-tier rich second generation. Just my family's manor alone has several thousand acres. A top family ranked in the top 3 globally. A single word from me can paralyze the economy of some small countries. Chu Fei crossed his legs and sat on the sofa in a dangling manner. Su Li glanced at him and said in a rather conspiratorial manner, "Top rich second generation? No wonder you can take out $1 billion in one breath. TSK. Your family's assets are afraid to be more than your inventory, right?" Chu Fei was not a little cutie. Where could he not understand the meaning of Su Li's words? You don't believe it? Actually, what he said was the truth. But Su Li didn't believe it at all. Believe? Why don't I believe it? You're a top-tier rich second generation, alright? Chu Fei's face was filled with helplessness. This dared to take herself as an ingrate, right? Just as the two were flirting with each other, a knock came from outside the door. It was at this time that Chu Fei stood up from the sofa and stood beside Su Li. Su Li also resumed her cool appearance. Please come in. The office door was pushed open. Su Wu's face was somewhat cold. Go! I've already called the Zhao family. Hearing this, Su Li's heart trembled. As for Chu Fei, he frowned and wanted to say something, but Su Li gently pulled his sleeve. This tiny movement was seen by Su Wu, but he didn't say anything. He just coldly spoke. This time, you, the bodyguard, don't need to go. He had already received wind that the Zhao family had already arranged for countless security guards to be stationed within the Zhao estate. As long as Chu Fei dared to appear, there would definitely be no return. Where I'm going, no one can stop me. Regarding Su Wu's condescending tone, Chu Fei had always been unable to give a good face. Then you can leave. My daughter doesn't need a murderer as a bodyguard. Su Wu turned back and looked at Chu Fei with a cold gaze. Dad, can you stop talking? Su Li, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. I'll wait outside for 3 minutes for you to settle it yourself. After saying that, Su Wu turned around and walked out of the office. Inside the office, only Chu Fei and Su Li were left again, with 4 eyes facing each other. It was still Su Li who took the lead to open her mouth. How about? In fact, she did not want Chu Fei to take any more risks. Even if she went to wear mourning herself, her life would not be in danger. It was thought that the Zhao family wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of so many top bigwigs in the entire Jiangnan. I said, I'll hold the sky when it collapses. What are you afraid of? The big deal is to directly lift the table. Su Li looked at him like this and knew that she had no way to persuade him. He could only say in a pleading tone, then you can't just do anything later. Look at my eyes and act. Is that okay? Chu Fei looked at her gaze and nodded slightly. Then he slowly reached out and touched towards Su Li's small face. The latter subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Chu Fei wrapped his arm around her neck. Don't move. There's I poop. Su Li pushed him away, her pretty face reddening. Bandit, no need for you to get it. He then wiped the corners of his eyes, but there was nothing there. You lied to me? Chu Fei hemmed and hawed. Actually, it's just to eat your tofu. Su Li's face darkened. Get lost. The flirting between the two made Su Wu, who was waiting outside the door, unable to watch. Was it fun? At that moment, Su Li hurriedly lowered her head and made a wink at Chu Fei. Chu Fei also shut up. What to say? This old man was also Su Li's father, so this bit of face still had to be given. After all, he was molesting his daughter. You can go, but remember, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to talk too much or make a move. I will find a way to bring you back safely. Understand? Su Wu knew that Chu Fei had to go. He didn't want to make a last stand until it was absolutely necessary. Okay, Chairman. A group of 3 people took the elevator downstairs and drove straight to the Zhao family. And at this time, the Zhao family had white lanterns hanging everywhere. Chapter 10, Your son can be fertilizer. In the Zhao family estate, there was snow white everywhere. The original villa hall had now turned into a huge spiritual hall. A coffin of golden heather was quietly placed in the center of the room. Incense candles lit up the entire room. Around it stood a group of people, draped in mourning. A woman knelt on the ground, losing her voice and crying. Zhao Wei stood to the side, his face cold and terrifying. There were also many guests around with flowers in their hands, wearing black suits silently placing the flowers aside. They then bowed to the coffin before finally walking out of the hall and chatting outside. However, the topics of conversation were all about Zhao Wen's death. Not many people were present that day, and Zhao Wei had also let slip that the cause of Zhao Wen's death would be kept absolutely secret. Therefore, the others simply didn't know how Zhao Wen died. Just as the crowd was smoking cigarettes outside and discussing, a familiar license plate came into the sight of the crowd. In fact, most people knew that yesterday was the day Zhao Wen and the Su family's daughter got engaged, and most people had received an invitation from the Zhao family to come to the engagement ceremony. But before they could arrive, they were informed that they didn't need to go over, and by the way, they went over to attend Zhao Wen's funeral the next day. It was at that time that they suddenly woke up to the fact that Zhaoan had actually died, and still died on the day of the engagement ceremony. Who had the guts to make a move on Zhaoan? The target of suspicion naturally fell on the Su family. At this moment, when they saw the Su family's car pulling into the manor, many people's gazes looked over. The next moment, they saw the driver take the initiative to get out of the car and open the door. Only when they saw the Su family father and daughter who walked out, they were all confused for a moment. Su Wu was fine, wearing a black suit with a serious expression, but Su Li was different, wearing a black skirt, draped in a black jacket, and holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Looking at this, it was coming over to offer incense to Zhaoan. At this moment, Zhao Wei in the hall naturally saw Su Wu's father and daughter outside the door. However, his gaze didn't linger on the two, but instead landed on Chu Fei who was following behind the two. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot. You still dare to come, seek death. Along with Zhao Wei's roar, everyone present was startled. Thinking that the person Zhao Wei was talking about was Su Li, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. As Zhaoan's fiancé, it seemed like it was only right for Su Li to come and offer incense, right? Why? Zhao Wei would be so angry. However, the same people who were present that day also saw Chu Fei behind Su Wu's father and daughter. At once, their hearts were shocked. The crowd had not expected that this murderer would still dare to appear. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death? Last time, he was allowed to run away. And this time, Zhao Wei had placed hundreds of security guards throughout the manor. Even if Chu Fei was more powerful, it was hard to defeat him with 2 fists. Facing 100 people, even if his kung fu was high, he would have to concede. And at this moment, Su Wu also opened his mouth. Chairman Zhao, today's day is not suitable to see blood. For yesterday's incident, I feel very sorry, and today I specially brought my daughter over to put on mourning for your son. As for the marriage contract, it will be voided, okay? Su Wu spoke like a man of letters. Chu Fei on the side listened in his ears and was somewhat surprised in his heart. It was impossible to see that Su Li's father still had such a skill. To be able to say these words, Chu Fei knew that since Su Wu dared to bring his daughter here, he definitely had a backhand. Moreover, it could guarantee that the two of them would be able to walk out of the Zhao family manor. Su Wu, I can give you your face, but that kid must be buried with my son today. Zhao Wei clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of thugs with watermelon knives surged over from the surroundings. At that instant, the hall that originally still had some empty seats became crowded in an instant, and those who were outside, each and every one of them stared wide-eyed. From Zhao Wei's mouth, it wasn't hard to guess that the murderer was the kid beside Su Wu's father and daughter. However, how in the world did this kid dare to do this? Chairman Zhao, this brat is someone beside me. Yesterday's matter, it's him who didn't take it lightly. Today he came. One of them is to offer incense to your son. The second is to break the marriage contract. As for the third, well, that's to talk about the compensation. Zhao Wei, upon hearing this, was exasperated by his words and laughed. But before he could say anything, the woman who was still kneeling on the ground and crying suddenly got up. With red eyes, she looked at Chu Fei beside Su Li. Is it him who killed little Un? Zhao Wei was cold. Yes. The woman next to him, however, angrily rebuked. Then what are you wasting your words for? Give me a go. Chop him to death. And she was Zhao En's mother, Lu Sui. She was the only female bigwig in the underground of Jiangnan City a long time ago, and only washed her hands in gold after marrying Zhao Wei. Although not as powerful as before, there are many people who remember her name. The Zhao family is relying on Zhao Wei to run their business, but when they encounter some difficult opponents, Lu Sui will step in. The two of them were one white and one black, and that's how they managed the Zhao group to this point. Now, the murderer of her son was right in front of her. How could her temper endure it? Seeing that those thugs were about to come forward, Su Wu's face sank. It seems that the two of you are planning to have to see blood? Lu Sui didn't care about Su Wu. She didn't have any interactions with him. So what? I could care less about your father and daughter. But that kid, he must be buried with my son today. Su Wu's gaze landed on Zhao Wei. Doesn't Dong Zhao intend to talk about it? Zhao Wei looked at Su Wu, his face a little dark. In fact, what he was afraid of was not Su Wu, the person behind Su Wu. Behind Su Wu stood the number 2 person in Jiangnan City, although it is not clear what relationship there is between the two. But, if something happens to Su Wu, then the person behind him will specify that he will step in, casually finding a few reasons to make a move against Zhao Group. That matter would still be quite troublesome. Although the person behind Su Wu was not involved in business struggles and would not take sides, but if someone was using tactics behind the scenes, then they wouldn't sit back and watch. Su Dong, this kind of thing, if it were you, what would you do? Su Wu took a deep breath. Then what are you going to do? Lu Sui's eyes were red. She was also clear about the figure behind Su Wu, which was why she didn't interrupt the conversation between the two sides. He Zhao Wei's words hadn't even finished yet, so Chu Fei couldn't listen to it anymore for a bit. From the beginning to the end, dare I say that I am a guy that can be pinned down at will? If a tiger doesn't show its might, does it really think that it's a kitten? He took a step forward and stood in front of Su Li. Zhao Dong, right? Originally, I was a bit heavy-handed, and wanted to apologize to your son or something. Now I see that there's no need for that. Trash like your son. Living wastes the air, dying wastes the land. Might as well be cremated. Sprinkle the ashes in the garden. It can still be used as fertilizer. Chapter 11 Compensation? Not a dime. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. The air froze. Even Su Wu looked at Chu Fei with a shocked expression. He couldn't even figure out what this kid meant when he was in the middle of negotiations and this kid suddenly came out and said something like this? Could it be that he felt that Zhao Wei's current fire wasn't big enough to add fuel to the fire? Chop him to death for me. Lu Sui completely stormed out. She couldn't care less anymore. She had to get this brat killed. Zhao Wei's breathing became a little short, and as he grabbed the watermelon knife of the nearby hitman, he intended to directly make a move. Seeing that things were out of control, Su Wu immediately cursed Chu Fei in his heart. Su Li was also filled with shock. She hadn't even thought that Chu Fei would be so raw. Just when everyone thought that this brat would be hacked to death by a random sword, a voice came from outside. What's so lively? Why are there still knives? It's not good to hurt someone. That rather intimidating voice caused everyone present to look backward, only to see a middle-aged man with glasses and wearing a suit walking towards the spiritual hall with a smile on his face. Seeing the middle-aged man, everyone present made way, not for any other reason. The person coming was none other than Zhang Ning, the number one person in Jiangnan City. All stop! Zhao Wei and Lu Sui shouted these words almost at the same time. Making a move in front of the number one figure was tantamount to looking for trouble. Moreover, this number one figure did not side with any business or individual. He would only take care of business, even if there was a heavenly enterprise in Jiangnan. As long as you dared to touch his mold, you would wait for it to close down, unless there was someone behind you who was even bigger than him. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? What a lost welcome. Zhao Wei put down the machete in his hand and signaled for all those thugs to go back. The spirit hall that was originally still a bit crowded became empty for a few more moments in a while. Su Wu walked to the front of the crowd. I didn't hear about Zhao Dong's son's unfortunate death. I came to take a look, uninvited. I hope that Chairman Zhao will bear with me. When Zhao Wei heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Didn't those words mean that he hadn't invited him? After all, there were quite a few people present who were also official figures, but he himself hadn't invited this number one figure, clearly not giving him face. What Mr. Zhang said is not true. The fact that you are able to come is really giving face to my son, and my son will be considered to have a long face if he knows it in the bottom of the spring. Zhao Wei hurriedly said respectfully. However, Lu Sui on the side took the opportunity to cry out, Mr. Jiang, you have to be the judge for my son. The murderer of my son is right at the scene. You must apprehend him. When these words came out, Zhao Wei's eyes also lit up. Right, Zhang Ning was right here. Even if Su Wu moved out the second person, it was useless. Besides, so many people had seen the situation at the time. The witnesses and material evidence were all there. And with Zhang Ning's temperament, even if this kid didn't die, he'd spend his life in the brig. Mr. Jiang, my son was beaten to death alive. You must do right by my son. Zhao Wei also had tears in his eyes and was close to kneeling down. On the other hand, Su Wu's face was a bit unsightly. Zhang Ning's appearance was truly unexpected. After all, he was aware of Zhang Ning's character. Moreover, as the number one figure, his influence was above that of the number two figure. Su Li's small face also turned a little pale as she tightly grasped Chu Fei's sleeve. Raising his head, he looked at Chu Fei's face, his heart filled with guilt. If he hadn't brought him along at that time, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, there's still such a thing. Since Dong Zhao has opened his mouth, then as an official, I naturally have to enforce the law impartially. When Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Wei heard this, their eyes lit up. Zhang Ning had opened his mouth. There was no way this could run. As long as this brat was caught in the brig, they had 10,000 ways to let this brat die in the brig. That's him, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wei raised his hand and pointed, landing on Chu Fei. And at that moment, Su Li's grip on Chu Fei's sleeve became even more tense. Fearing that Chu Fei would be taken away, Zhang Ning turned his head to look at Chu Fei, his face unusually calm, seemingly not surprised that Chu Fei was the murderer. Su Wu was a bit tense and opened his mouth to explain. Mr. Jiang, this matter is a misunderstanding. And Su Li also explained at the side. Mr. Jiang, my bodyguard was trying to protect my safety before he struck too hard, causing Zhaoan to die. And you see, it was them who made the first move to injure me that caused my bodyguard to strike. She pointed to her forehead. The gauze on it was still there. and there was a strand of crimson blood on it. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, but since the murder is true, I still need to bring him back to assist in the investigation, regardless of whether or not it was an over-defense. Hearing this, Su Li's mood sank to the bottom. Once the charge was established, then Chu Fei would probably spend the rest of his life in jail. Many thanks to Mr. Jiang for being the judge. Without saying a word, Zhao Wei immediately bowed and saluted. Jiang Ning waved his hand. It's no problem, I'll be clear on this matter. He then walked to the front of the spirit hall and lit 3 incense sticks. Su Wu knew that there was no way for him to stop Jiang Ning from taking Chu Fei away today. He could only take a deep breath, and said to Chu Fei with a somewhat ugly face, when you get to the bureau, remember, you must say that they started it first, and that you belong to passive defense, resulting in an over-defense. Even if you are sentenced, it won't be long, I will find a way to fish you out. Chu Fei shrugged. It's fine. Su Li, however, looked at him with slightly reddened eyes and did not say a word. Chu Fei smiled and reached out to rub her head, signaling for her not to worry. Panic what? Who doesn't have some connections? Maybe this Mr. Jiang is my dad's friend. Hearing this, Su Li gave her a blank look. This guy, bragging without a draft. Alright, everyone, I won't be long. Chairman Zhao, I'm sorry for your loss. I'll take the person away first. After saying that, he looked at Chu Fei. This brother, go. Chu Fei didn't hesitate and turned to follow Jiang Ning and his 2 secretaries. Watching Chu Fei being taken away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's moods instantly became much better. Right, Dong Su, you just said the matter of compensation. Why don't we go inside and have a good chat? There's also the matter of the marriage contract. I think we need to have a good chat as well. Zhao Wei was not a kind-hearted person. This matter, there was no way he could just let it go. With his son gone, someone had to pay the price. Su Wu's face was a little dark and scary, but he had no choice now. The number 1 person had made an appearance, and the number 2 person behind himself might not be able to do much to help. This was something that could only be negotiated with the other party. Before he could open his mouth, Su Li spoke. A pretty face was as cold as frost. When the person dies, the marriage contract is naturally dissolved. As for compensation, there is not a single hair. Chapter 12, Wage of 1018, Laughing Every Day. In a luxurious cafe room, Jiang Ning, a member of Jiangnan's direct lineage, meet the young master. Jiang Ning bowed deeply to Chu Fei, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Chu Fei waved his hand, signaling for him to sit down. Only then did Jiang Ning respectfully sit in the seat opposite Chu Fei. In fact, from the moment Chu Fei saw Jiang Ning, he knew that this was an internal member of the family. He also did not expect that there were actually personnel in the family who had mixed up with the number 1 person in Jiangnan. Moreover, so soon the clan had already received their news. Has there been any news from the family recently? Hearing Chu Fei's inquiry, Jiang Ning's face became somewhat less than favorable. When Chu Fei saw him look like this, he immediately frowned slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Ning was somewhat hesitant, but in the end, he still spoke. Young master, the family's current situation is quite good for the time being, and it hasn't been affected much. Immortal Bird and us are in the middle of a business war, and both sides have been in a state of scorched earth. Master asked me to convey to you that it's fine for you to stay in Jiangnan at ease. He can take care of things overseas. Hearing this, Chu Fei's frown deepened. However, he could not intervene in matters of commercial warfare. As long as the other party did not use underhanded means, he could not care. However, if the other party went out of their way to use dark methods, he would definitely not sit idly by. I know. By the way, do you know what is the origin of the Su family? The Su family? Jiang Ning thought for a few seconds before speaking. Young master, I don't know much about the Su family. However, as far as I know, the Su family was nothing more than a small family with a small company a long time ago. Under Su Wu's leadership, it gradually had the Kuyao company, and it also hooked up with the number 2 person in Jiangnan. For a family like them, I can't imagine how they hooked up with the number 2. Jiang Ning was actually curious. The Su family didn't have any origins, but why was the number 2 person willing to cooperate with the Su family? Although there wasn't any substantial support, many people knew that the Su family stood behind the number 2 figure. Oh, that's strange. Chu Fei also had some puzzles, always feeling that something was wrong. Master Elder, why would he let himself protect Su Li? A girl from a small, unheard of family was worthy of letting himself be personally protected by the King of Hell? By the way, young master, there's one more thing that master asked me to pass on to you. When he finished saying this, Jiang Ning's face was clearly a bit embarrassed. What? Chu Fei was somewhat surprised. It's that the master asked you to go on a blind date. This is the information of your blind date. Will you look at it? After saying that, From opened a piece of information on his cell phone. A photo of a beautiful woman with a high and cold look, wearing a uniform, carrying a small satchel, with a slender figure. An address and name were written under the photo. Wang Xie, chairman of the Juanhao group. Wang family? It's that Wang family? Seeing that the other party's surname was Wang, Chu Fei was immediately somewhat surprised. It should be correct. Jiang Ning nodded. The Wang family was also considered to be a relatively large family in the country, with family businesses spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. Not bad. I'll go meet it sometime. Chu Fei nodded. Seeing that the young master did not refuse, Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. It was rare for a man among men like the young master to look at an unusual girl. By the way, young master, do you want me to step in and warn the Zhao family? Jiang Ning, however, was well aware of how much strength and power the young master, the only heir in the family in front of him, had. With just a single word, he could immediately make the entire Zhao family disappear in Jiangnan. However, the young master was used to keeping a low profile, and opponents like the Zhao family were not even qualified to make the young master use his means. There's no need. It's just a small family. You do your thing properly, and I'll naturally look for you if I need to. Jiang Ning nodded and presented his business card with both hands. Young master, this has my phone number on it. If you need anything, give me a call. I will definitely do so. Chu Fei waved his hand. You go back first. I'll go back myself later. Yes, young master. Only then did Jiang Ning leave the cafe with his people. Only 10 minutes after Jiang Ning left did Chu Fei come out of the cafe. Looking at the information coming from his cell phone, he was somewhat depressed. However, he couldn't go find Su Li for now. After all, he had just been brought out by Jiang Ning, and going back again would be too much of a child's play. After glancing at the information in his hands, he thought about it and still planned to go meet this so-called blind date. Pops arranged it. Always have to give face to it. He casually stopped a cab and went straight to Juanhao Group. Coming downstairs, he made a call to this woman called Wang Xiyu. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? A woman's high and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Xiyu? So what? I'm your blind date. Do you have time? I'm downstairs in your company. Come down for a chat? In the office on the top floor of Juanhao Group. Wang Xiye's brows furrowed as she listened to the man's voice on the other end of the phone. She had also received a call from her father yesterday, saying that he had introduced her to a blind date. As for the identity of the other party, her father didn't mention a single word, but only said that she must make the other party her boyfriend. Wang Xiye was puzzled. What other family in Daxia could compare to their Wang family? The people who wanted to chase after themselves were enough to circle around the entire Jiangnan city. But thinking about her father's words, she still didn't refuse. She would like to see what this so-called blind date is all about. Hanging up the phone, she took the elevator to the downstairs. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw a man dressed in a bodyguard's clothes squatting in a flower bed not far away, smoking a cigarette. She frowned. Her blind date should not be this guy, right? By the looks of it, it's just a small security guard. Was her own father mistaken or not? And Chu Fei happened to see Wang Xiye as well and threw away the cigarette in his hand. Not to mention, this is quite pretty. Compared to Su Li, she has her own charm. Su Li belongs to the kind that is quite tigerish on the surface, but is actually quite weak on the inside. But this one, on the surface looks quite high and cold. Just don't know how it is on the inside. Hello, introduce yourself, Chu Fei. He extended his hand. Wang Xiyu forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and shook the other party's hand. Wang Xiye. After just a simple touch, she drew back her hand. Chatting? Wang Xiye didn't say anything, just nodded. The two went to the milk tea store across the street and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. Tell me about your identity. I like to be straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush. Wang Xiyu clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Chu Fei with a cold face. At the first glance, she had no good feelings for this man. Me? Just a small security guard. No 5 insurance and 1 gold. A salary of 1,800 per month. Laughing all day long. Chapter 13. I'll sleep on the bed. You hit the floor. Chu Fei shivered a mouthful of milk tea, chewing on the pearls in his mouth. On the other hand, Wang Xiye on the opposite side frowned deeper and deeper. Looking at Chu Fei's gaze, she always felt that this person in front of her was purely sick in the head. Do you think this is interesting? If you're not willing to say it, I won't force it. Wang Xiye's family concept was very deep. For the sake of her family's honor and disgrace and interests, even if she was allowed to marry a stranger she didn't know, even if the other party was ugly and fat, she didn't care. This was her mindset. What I said is true. Didn't lie to you. Chu Fei looked at the other party very seriously. Seeing this, Wang Xiye got up and was about to leave. For such a person, she had no reason to continue talking nonsense with the other party here. You really want to know? Just after taking a step, Chu Fei opened his mouth. Wang Xiyu looked back at him. What do you think? Although it was unclear what exactly this man's origins were, it was not difficult to hear from her own father's tone that the other party's family lineage was definitely not lower than the Wang family, or even higher. such a person, if she could obtain greater benefits for the family, she would be completely willing to offer herself. Chu Fei smiled indifferently. Then what benefits will I get from telling you? I'll be your girlfriend. Without any hesitation, Wang Xie directly spoke. When Chu Fei heard it, he froze. I'm afraid that there isn't something a bit wrong with her. After just meeting one side, she wants to be her girlfriend? Don't? Then I can accompany you once. Looking at Wang Xie's proud figure, Chu Fei felt that this benefit was not bad, but then again, he wasn't the type of man who was starving. No need. If you want to know my identity, you can ask the higher-ups of your family. The fact that they are not willing to tell you means that you can't know yet. A blind date. I just want to come and go through the motions. You're not the model I like. Chu Fei smiled faintly and took a sip of milk tea. To be honest, he didn't like the Wang Xie in front of him, purely because of her character. But then, the figure was another story. Instead, it was Su Li, who was quite appetizing. Although that was a bit of a tiger, she was at least much more opinionated than the woman in front of her. Yes? What type do you like? A royal sister? Lowly? Or maybe innocent? As long as you can say it, I can change it according to your requirements. Wang Xie actually knew in her heart, since her father didn't tell her the identity of this man, that meant that the other party's identity was even bigger than the Wang family's origins. If she could really be with the other party, then nothing would matter. I want the colorful saw. Can I do it? Chu Fei spoke in a shocking manner, directly causing Wang Xie to freeze in place. Only after a long time did she react. You did that on purpose? Chu Fei smiled without saying anything. Wasn't this obvious enough? Good. The next time we meet, you'll see. As the words fell, Wang Xie directly turned around and left, leaving behind a confused Chu Fei. He seemed to have broken into a big trouble. Colorful? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Chu Fei watched the other party walk out the door and shook his head slightly. It's still good to be a tiger woman. This woman, too licky, can't stand it. After settling the bill, he turned around and walked out of the milk tea store. Just after going out, he received a call from Su Li. Hesitating again and again, he still answered it. How are you? Is everything okay? Su Li's worried voice came from the other end of the phone. It's fine. That person saw that I didn't look like a bad person, and after simply educating me for a few sentences, he let me go. I'm on my way now. Hearing Chu Fei's reply, Su Li let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing happened to him. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. I'm at Prosperity Street. More than 10 minutes later, Su Li drove her car to under the street sign of Prosperity Street. Boss, you personally came to pick me up. It really flatters me. As soon as he got into the car, Chu Fei turned on that bandit mode. However, Su Li's expression wasn't too good and she didn't have the heart to joke with him. What's wrong? Su Li drove the car and talked about what happened in the Zhao family. The conditions that Su Wu said before, Su Li rejected all of them. The Zhao family was also completely enraged, and launched an all-out battle against Koyao Company. Most of the companies in the entire Jiangnan city had cut off their cooperation with Koyao. This time, Koyao Company was considered to have completely entered the dark period. If they could turn around, they wouldn't have to look at the Zhao family's face. If it couldn't turn over, then it wouldn't be able to turn over for the rest of its life. Hearing Su Li's explanation, Chu Fei didn't say anything, but his heart already had plans. This Zhao family, very bouncy. What do you say? What do I do now? Su Li opened her mouth with a face full of melancholy. Cool it. Besides, you don't lack money. Those money I gave you before are enough to support your company for several months, right? Su Li thought of all that money on her card and couldn't help but blank him. This money, but sacrificed himself to get it. By the way, can I ask, the new drug your company is researching, what exactly is it targeting? Su Li took a deep breath. This is confidential. Can't tell you. The role of the new drug was an absolute secret. Other than the researchers and her as the president, as well as the chairman of the board, none of the major shareholders knew about it. Not to mention the rest of the company. However, what I can tell you is that if this drug is successful once it is researched, at least the whole world will import this drug from our company. The value will at least be able to reach hundreds of billions or even more. It can make Koyao Company, in one fell swoop, become one of the top companies in the entire Great Summer country. Hearing Su Li's words, Chu Fei was also somewhat surprised. A new type of drug had such great benefits? If this were to spread out, it was estimated that there would be countless people who would choose to acquire Koyao Company at this time, or even buy out the researchers under them. Aren't you afraid that the researchers under your hands will be bought out by others? At those words, Su Li smiled. Buying off my people? Actually, they don't even know where my research base is. I'm not afraid to tell you. A large portion of those research members in my institute haven't returned home for a year. Even their calls to their families are under our supervision. This was Su Li's most assured point. At least she didn't have to worry that her own researchers would be bought by outsiders. Chu Fei also sort of understood that this tiger lady was very meticulous when it came to doing things, and even thought of this point. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a villa. The villa was not large, and it only covered an area of more than 200 square meters. Other than Su Li, there was no one else in the villa. After parking the car, Su Li said to Chu Fei with some fatigue, "I'll go back to my room to sleep for a while. You find yourself a room to stay in. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room, okay? You bandit." Unexpectedly, Chu Fei righteously refused, saying that I will protect you closely. Then I definitely have to fulfill this responsibility. In the future, you will sleep on the bed and I will hit the floor. Scram! Chapter 14, offering $2 billion to invest in Koyao. The next morning, Su Li had just awakened from her sleep when she smelled the fragrance. Rubbing her still somewhat hazy eyes, she opened the bedroom door. He saw that on the dining table downstairs, there were 2 bowls of steaming noodles, also covered with a poached egg. Chu Fei just happened to come out from the kitchen. Awake? Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Su Li pursed her lips. This was the first time a man cooked for himself. Good. Hurrying downstairs to wash up, came to the dining table. Looking at the steaming noodles in the bowl, she couldn't help but eat her fingers. Can't see, you can still cook? Thought, you're just a rich second generation. She let out a light laugh. I know too much, do you want to try? The corner of Chu Fei's mouth rose as he looked towards Su Li. The latter subconsciously covered her chest, and a touch of pink appeared on her face. Go to hell, bandit. Chu Fei laughed and didn't say anything. After eating breakfast and changing his clothes, Chu Fei then drove his car to send Su Li to the company. Only, just after arriving at the company, he was called to the chairman's conference room for a meeting. Before entering the conference room, he heard the voices of the major shareholders arguing. Su Li, cold face, pushed open the conference room door. All shareholders, listening to what you guys are saying, you are planning to let the company buy back the shares in your hands, right? When he was outside the door, he heard the major shareholders discussing who to find to sell the shares in their hands. Right now, the entire Jiangnan city's large and small companies, almost all of them were not cooperating with them. Zhao's group had even directly released words to target Koyao Company for suppression. The companies that have a relationship with Zhao's group, naturally, needless to say, all of them cancelled their contracts. Even if they don't have a relationship, they also chose to cancel their contracts in order to sell Zhao's group a face. Right now, Koyao Company could be said to be surrounded by enemies. Mr. Su, although I don't know how you conferred with the chairman and the Zhao family, but in this current situation, we have no choice. Unless you can tell us what kind of drug we are actually researching. Only then can we make a judgment as to whether or not we should sell our shares or make additional investments. A shareholder surnamed Wang spoke up. He was one of the older shareholders of Koyao Company, and was also the investor who had invested in Koyao Company at the very beginning. Even he was not optimistic about the future of Koyao Company, let alone the others. Yes, Mr. Su, up until now, we don't even know the direction of the company's latest research. What do you think? What should we choose? Another shareholder spoke up. Su Li laughed coldly in her heart. Amongst these shareholders, she didn't doubt that someone had already been bought by the Zhao family, because before researching the latest drug, all the shareholders had signed a contract that they were not allowed to ask about the research direction and role before the new drug was researched. And this time, with so many people opening their mouths, she didn't rule out that someone had already become a member of the Zhao group. Since it's like this, then there's no choice. Several people. Is there anyone who wants to sell their shares? I'll buy them all at today's opening price. Recently, Koyao Company's share price had plummeted downwards, and some shareholders had long since gotten wind of it and sold off. And as soon as the market opened this morning, the stock price dropped by nearly 10%. Mr. Su, your words are a bit unreasonable. The stock price has fallen so much. You don't buy at the original price even if it's not enough. And you're still asking us to sell at a loss. Capitalists aren't even like this, right? A somewhat obese shareholder, wearing glasses, was quite dissatisfied. After all, if the share price fell, they would have to lose money as well. Then what the shareholders mean is, Su Li looked at the few shareholders present, her face a little cold. Today, father didn't come. Thought he knew about the situation here. Presumably, it was to let himself handle things here. There is nothing else. We've all discussed it. The company is buying back, and we're not taking advantage of the company. Just follow yesterday's opening price. Su Li sneered. All the shareholders, it seems like they have been planning this for a long time. Since that's the case, then all the shareholders should keep it, or go outside to see if there's anyone willing to take over. As far as the current situation of Koyao Company was concerned, there was no way that someone would take over, unless that person was a little cutie. Mr. Su, you're going overboard with this. It was agreed at the beginning that the company would reclaim the shares if there was a crisis in the company. Now you're not keeping your word, but we signed a contract? Is it hard to believe that Mr. Su wants us to sue? This is not a good idea. As soon as the shareholder surnamed Wang opened his mouth, the other shareholders present immediately revealed smiles. In fact, Su Li guessed correctly. All the shareholders present had already been bought by Zhao Group. In addition to selling their shares, the reason they came over today was to lasso out Kuyao's research drugs. As long as they could lasso it out, each of them would be able to get a considerable amount of money. Moreover, Zhao Group was willing to purchase the shares in their hands at a high price. It was a pity that Su Li's mouth was too hard for them to pry out. Yes, we signed the contract in the first place, but don't forget, everyone, the original contract could have stated that it would be repurchased according to the opening price on that day. I think all the shareholders should have read the contract, right? Su Li's sentence was considered to have blocked the way back for several shareholders. The face of the shareholder surnamed Wang also became a bit ugly. Originally, he had come over to talk about conditions, but he didn't expect to be taken by the other party. All the shareholders have to be quick if they want to make a move. Otherwise by then, once the company goes bankrupt, the shares in the hands of all the shareholders will be nothing. After saying that, Su Li turned around and left the conference room, leaving several major shareholders looking at each other. Returning to the office, Su Li's face was ugly. These guys, at a glance, were bought. Surprisingly, they were delusional enough to try to get the research drugs out of their own mouths. It seemed that it was time for the company to straighten up. But, once one funded the acquisition of the shares in the hands of these shareholders, it seemed that those remaining funds wouldn't last long. Just thinking about this made her anxious. My big president. What happened? Do you need my help? Su Li shook her head. Nothing, just the company's affairs are a bit annoying. Chu Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Sitting on the seat, he took out his cell phone and simply sent a text message. The content of the text message was very simple. Contribute $2 billion and invest in Jiangnan Kuyao Company. Chapter 15. A slap in the face to sober you up. Noon. Why don't you accompany me out for a walk later? No need to drive. Su Li put down the work in her hands. The company was still able to operate as usual now, although there were quite a lot of people resigning, but it couldn't affect the company as a whole yet. Is this considered you inviting me on a date? Chu Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Li with a hanging smile. Su Li blankly glanced at him without any good humor. Whatever you think. The two left the company and walked on the busy streets. The weather in September wasn't too hot, nor was it too cold. The breeze blew by, but it made Su Li's mood much better. By the way, Bandit, do you have a girlfriend? The words just fell. The next second she regretted it. Didn't know what was going on. Such a question came to her head all of a sudden. No. What? You want to be my girlfriend? The requirements to be my girlfriend are not low. Can you do it? Forget it. Since you've asked, I can't refuse. Just reluctantly let you be my girlfriend. Chu Fei had a trace of helplessness on his face and let out a long sigh. Su Li glared at him fiercely. Do your spring dream. The people chasing me are enough to circle the entire Jiangnan for a week. You think I would look at you? Who knows? Chu Fei shrugged. Whether you're on or not, you know in your heart. Su Li, can you have some face? On the street, she was going crazy. This guy, always being immodest. Just as the two were flirting with each other, Chu Fei suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. The hairs on his body stood up at this moment. He instantly pulled Su Li into his arms and turned his head to look at the window on the third floor in the distance. But, there was no one at the window. But Su Li mistakenly thought that he just wanted to eat his tofu. For a moment, her pretty face turned red and she violently pushed him away, angrily cursing Bandit. Stop it. Chu Fei's brows were tightly locked, and his gaze was dead set on that window on the third floor across the street. If he hadn't sensed it wrongly, the wisp of crisis just now came from the location of that window. From the time he had protected Su Li in his arms, to the time he turned his head to look over, it only took a second, and the other party was able to dodge it. It was enough to prove that the other party was not an ordinary person. Being held tightly in Chu Fei's arms, Su Li's face burned, feeling the other party's powerful heartbeat. For some reason, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. It seemed that leaning in this man's arms, any danger would come closer to her. Alright, it's alright. Chu Fei slowly loosened his embrace, while Su Li felt so much loss. Returning to her senses, her face returned to normal this time. Just now, did something happen? Chu Fei shook his head and gave her a hefty smile. Nothing, just wanted to eat your tofu. Su Li gave him a blank look. Go to hell. While Chu Fei's heart was incomparably cold, he was pondering whether the other party was coming at himself or at Su Li. If it was towards himself, then the other party would definitely still show up. But if it was coming at Su Li, then it was unclear. Master had asked himself to protect Su Li, then it meant that Su Li would definitely be in danger. and now that the danger had come, it was time to see how to deal with it. Right at this moment, Su Li received a call from Feng Qing. Hello? Xiao Chang. Little Su. Where are you? I'm so annoyed. Come over and have a drink with me, okay? I'm at the Drunken Jade Clear Bar. Feng Qing's somewhat drunken voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, wait for me. And Chu Fei took the car and arrived at the Clear Bar. Just as they entered, they saw Feng Qing sitting on the sofa. Only, at this time, her condition was not that good. Drunk, there was a man next to her making a move on him. Only Feng Qing kept resisting. Su Li quickly stepped forward and ripped the man out. Who are you? What are you doing to my bosom friend? The man had obviously also drunk a lot of wine and his mouth was full of alcohol. Yo, here comes another beauty. Come on, pretty girl, have a drink with me. As he spoke, the man reached out to wrap his arms around Su Li's neck. In his hand, he even picked up a bottle of wine and made a gesture to pour it into Su Li's mouth. Chu Fei pinched the man's hand, his face cold. Scram! Being pinched by someone's wrist, the man obviously came to be in a temper. Do you know who I am? Dare to touch old me. Believe it or not, I'll make it so that you can't leave this gate today. The man drunkenly roared at Chu Fei. The bottle in his hand was even more unceremoniously smashed towards Chu Fei's head. The people in the surroundings were watching, but none of them dared to go forward to stop him. Not for anything else, just because this guy is a bureau chief's son. Su Hui. The bar regulars, in the bar to molest the salesman, do not know the beauty, that is a common thing. Move him, dare you? While Chu Fei was not accustomed to him, before the other party's bottle could fall, he raised his hand and slapped the man's face hard. Splat! The loud slap made many people present confused, and Su Hui was also awakened by the slap. Now, awake? Chu Fei let go of his hand and stared at Su Hui with a cold expression. The latter shook his still somewhat dazed head, his gaze staring at Chu Fei sinisterly. You dare to hit me? In this clear bar, no one had ever dared to call his bluff. Unexpectedly, he was actually beaten up in his own territory. How could he tolerate this? Will you roll by yourself, or will I throw you out? Chu Fei's tone was calm. Su Hui laughed. It was just a very cold smile. Fine, don't leave if you're capable. After saying that, he dragged his drunken body and left the clear bar. Only then did Su Li sit beside Feng Qing and gently patted her back. Why did you drink so much? Feng Qing cried out at once. Wow, Lin Shui that broke up with me. It's so hard in my heart. Feng Chang hugged Su Li and cried with a handful of snot and tears. And at this time, the boss of the clear bar also came out. 3 bits, hurry up and leave. That person is not someone you can mess with. That's the son of the director of the law enforcement bureau in this area. He knows a lot of gangsters. If you guys don't leave, you won't be able to leave later. The boss was also a bit worried. If these 3 didn't leave, he wouldn't have to open this bar. If there was a fight, he didn't know how much he would lose. Su Li looked at Feng Qing in this state and couldn't continue to stay. Thanks boss, we'll leave now. Afterwards, she gave Chu Fei a wink, and the two of them helped Feng Qing to leave. However, just after walking to the door, that Su Hui who had been slapped by Chu Fei returned. Only this time, he was not alone. Behind him, there were at least a dozen punks standing, with dyed hair of different colors, each holding a cigarette. That's him. Su Hui looked towards Chu Fei, his eyes filled with ferocity. Seeing this, Su Li supported Feng Qing and took a step back. Chu Fei stepped out a step forward and looked at the dozen or so punks in front of him. That slap just now didn't make you sober, right? Do you want to give 2 more slaps, so that you can properly sober up? As soon as the words fell, a punk spoke up. Grass, how do you talk to our brother Hui? Brothers, him for me. Chapter 16, you're playing pretty fancy. More than 10 gangsters immediately rushed forward to punch and kick Chu Fei. Su Hui, on the other hand, stood aside with a cold smile on his face, daring to hit himself. He was going to make him crawl out of here. However, things always went against his wishes. Those so-called brothers who rushed up were put down by Chu Fei in the blink of an eye. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, there were already more than 10 people lying on the ground. One by one, they were lying on the ground wailing in pain. Su Hui hadn't even reacted to the fact that the group of people he had found were already lying down. If not for the fact that these people had been following him for quite a long time, he was skeptical that this was not an actor hired by the other side. So not to be beaten. In this situation, what else could he do? Run. He was about to run away. However, Chu Fei had already anticipated his movements. Just as he raised his leg, a huge force came from his back, directly kicking him to the ground. What I said to you just now, you didn't hear it clearly, right? Still looking for someone to clean me up? Chu Fei walked forward and crouched on the ground, looking at Su Hui with a smile on his face. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, my father is Su Lin. If you dare to hit me, believe it or not, I'll have my dad arrest you and take you in. Up until now, Su Hui hadn't even gotten the situation right. he was still vainly trying to use his father to intimidate this fellow in front of him. It was a pity that his threats were useless as far as Chu Fei was concerned. I'm so scared. As soon as his words fell, Chu Fei was the one who slapped Su Hui's face. Splat! A resounding slap. Immediately, Su Hui's face immediately turned red, and 5 fingerprints were clearly visible. Know your wrong? Su Hui gritted his teeth and vaguely spat out a few words from his mouth. Grass you. Before the third word was finished, there was another slap. Ouch. Still cursing, right? Why so unqualified? 10,000 wild horses ran wild in Su Hui's heart. Lousy. Slap. Another slap. Young age. Not married yet, right? I'm not even an old man yet. Who are you? Chu Fei slapped left and right, snapping for a while, but in just a few minutes, Su Hui's face had already turned into a pig's head. Only when Chu Fei saw that he had been knocked out by himself did he stop, shaking off his somewhat raw palms. Next time I meet, I'll still whip you. After saying that, only then did he come to Su Li's side. Su Li looked at Su Hui, who was lying on the ground and had turned into a pig's head. His eyes were full of sympathy. Who was this fellow bad to mess with? He had to provoke Chu Fei. Let's go. The 3 of them took a cab and brought Fong Qing back to the villa. Su Li managed to put Fong Qing on the bed to sleep, and she herself was already exhausted. Chu Fei, on the contrary, had nothing to do as he wandered around the living room. Are you idle? Looking at Chu Fei's leisurely appearance, Su Li became angry. This fellow, he didn't know to help out either. Or else, as he spoke, Chu Fei walked to the position at the corner of the living room wall. Raising his finger, he pointed at the camera in the corner of the living room wall. Did you install that camera? Su Li glanced at it. Yes. Why? Chu Fei shook his head, indicating that it was fine, but he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with that camera. The wisp of crisis that he encountered on the street today was most likely not directed at himself, but rather at Su Li. As for the reason, he wasn't sure. How many cameras do you have at home? And where are they located? Chu Fei then asked again. Su Li leaned on the sofa and thought about it. 4, 2 outside, 1 in the living room, and 1 in the hallway. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? She was a bit puzzled. While Chu Fei didn't say anything, he came to the location of the cameras that Su Li had mentioned. There was nothing unusual about the 2 cameras outside. The camera in the living room looked, well, similar. However, when coming to the corridor, there was an additional small thing with a bubbling red dot on the circular camera. Finding a stool, he removed the gadget. At once, the eyes narrowed slightly. Bugger! Unexpectedly, it was really targeting Su Li. Surprisingly, he had installed a bug in his home, and it was also bumped in such a hidden place that normally no one would notice. It seems that there should be more than one in this villa. With a forceful pinch, the bug was instantly crushed. What are you holding in your hand? Chu Fei threw the crushed bug on the table. A bug? There should be more than one in this house of yours. When hearing the 3 words wiretap, Su Li only felt a chill on her back. His own home was actually installed a bug? One should know that one often checks the surveillance. One hadn't seen anyone enter one's villa from the surveillance either. You're not kidding, right? How? Possible? Su Li was a little disbelieving. Do you see me like I'm joking? Chu Fei looked at her with a serious face. The latter was silent. I'll look for it and see if there's any more. Chu Fei began to search the room for bugs. One was found in the kitchen, one behind the TV, and one under the router. Half an hour later, Chu Fei threw the crushed ones on the table. There were as many as 6 or 7 of them, and that was still if he didn't look around the room. Maybe, there were more in the room. How? So many? Su Li looked dazedly at the bugs on the table. Then I don't know. Now I'm going to your room to see if there are any others. Upon hearing that Chu Fei wanted to go to his room, Su Li was a little anxious. No way. I will go with you. Not knowing why, Su Li was a little alarmed. Chu Fei looked at this appearance of hers and let out a light laugh. What? Could it be that there is something that can't be seen? Su Li's face instantly turned red. Only no. The 2 of them walked into the room. Fong Qing was drunk and slept heavily, and had no intention of waking up. This would also be the first time Chu Fei entered a woman's boudoir. In the air, there was a faint scent. In the white patterned closet next to it, there were different styles of clothes hanging. Chu Fei opened the closet, searched a bit, and found a bug at the top of the closet. He then squatted beside the bedside cabinet and just wanted to reach out and pull open the cabinet. But Su Li exclaimed, "Don't move!" Chu Fei turned back and looked at her with some confusion. What? Su Li forced herself to endure the embarrassment and shook her head, her shell teeth biting her red lips. Nothing. You open it. After saying that, she directly turned her head. Chu Fei cut a sound, then opened the closet. It didn't matter if this didn't open. As soon as he opened it, the entire person froze in place. In the cabinet, filled with 7 or 8 sets of intimate apparel. Moreover, it was all lace. There are white, black, red, purple, even. He saw a very special set of three-pointed style, and was able to think of what effect Suli would have when she wore it on her body. Chu Fei slowed down, his face full of smiles. Can't see, you're playing quite flowery alone. Chapter 17, A Sudden Investment. In the Zhao family's garden. What did you say? You guys didn't take a criminal named Chu Fei into custody at all? Are you sure you didn't misremember? Zhao Wei's face was full of gloom as he rushed at the person on the other end of the phone in a cold voice. Originally, he thought that with Jiang Ning stepping in, Chu Fei would have to be locked up in a prison even if he didn't die. However, he hadn't expected that he had asked all the bureaus in the city, and actually didn't have such a person. Dong Zhao, I also know about your son's matter. There's no need for you to tell me about this. I'll definitely tell you. If I had, I wouldn't need you to say anything. I would have gotten someone to clean him up, but we really didn't receive this prisoner. Listening to the words on the other end of the phone, Zhao Wei's face became increasingly ugly. I know. Thanks Bureau Wang. I'll buy you dinner next time. Hanging up the phone, he kicked the stool in front of him. Damn it. Why did Jiang Ning cast a net over that kid? He couldn't figure it out. Jiang Ning was a public official in everyone's eyes, absolutely fair and impartial, yet he let Chu Fei, the murderer, go. Could it be that the other party was his illegitimate son? But on second thought, the two of them didn't even look alike, and Jiang Ning had hardly any black spots from the time he took office until now. Wouldn't leave a stain on himself just for the sake of a small security guard, right? Zhao Wei couldn't figure out why exactly. What's going on? Lu Sui walked into the room with a tired face, his dark circles under his eyes looking extra thick. He didn't close his eyes for 2 nights, and only rested for a while until his son was buried this morning. That kid was released by Jiang Ning. He blackened his face. Released? Are you sure? Lu Sui couldn't believe it either. A murderer who fell into Jiang Ning's hands would be designated to squat in jail or eat a gun directly, but unexpectedly, the other party was released unharmed. I've asked all the bureaus in the city, and several directors have told me that they didn't receive a prisoner called Chu Fei, and, even more so, they didn't receive an order from Jiang Ning. What is this if not being released? Lu Sui fell silent. Her son had been killed, and she absolutely could not tolerate the murderer going free. I want revenge. Her face was grim. Start with Su Li first. Isn't he Su Li's personal bodyguard? Then we'll move Su Li first. Use Su Li to threaten him. Zhao Wei didn't say anything after hearing this. This wasn't a bad solution, but the consequence was to do it cleanly. Once it was discovered, then the people behind Su Wu definitely wouldn't stop. Find someone. Keep your hands and feet clean. In the villa, Chu Fei and Su Li were sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the more than 10 crushed bugs on the table. Both of their faces were not very good. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have messed with? The other party was able to silently sneak into your home to install a bug for you. Chu Fei frowned slightly. Since the other party was able to dodge the surveillance and enter Su Li's room to install a wiretap, it meant that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. No, in Jiangnan, I didn't provoke anyone, except for the Zhao family, but before Zhaoan died, the Zhao family wouldn't have done such a thing. Su Li also didn't understand what kind of person would find trouble with herself, even going so far as to install so many bugs in her villa. Do you still remember when you were on the street? Chu Fei suddenly spoke. Su Li was slightly stunned, and a few more points of incomprehension appeared on her pretty face. Actually, I wasn't trying to eat your tofu. Hearing those words, she gave Chu Fei a blank stare. Then because of what? She did not understand. Since it was not for that, then what was it for? Since as your personal bodyguard, I have a strong sense of danger. When I was on the street with you, I had a feeling that someone was going to take a shot at you. It's just that, when I checked, the other party should have left, so I didn't catch him. Hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li only felt a wave of fear. Everyone was afraid of unknown dangers. What you said is true. Chu Fei nodded slightly. Why would I lie to you? Just to eat your tofu? It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Su Li kicked at Chu Fei fiercely. Bandit, go to hell. Right at this moment, Su Li received a call from the company secretary. Hey, Mr. Su, someone wants. The secretary's tone appeared to be very agitated, and her speech was a bit stuttered. Su Li heard indistinctly. What's wrong? Someone wants to invest in our company. The amount is $2 billion. Said, to ask you to meet and talk. When she heard these words, Su Li violently stood up from the sofa. On her pretty face, she was filled with incredulity. She hadn't even thought that there was actually someone who would choose to invest in her company at this time. Moreover, it was $2 billion. One must know that once this amount of money entered the company, Kuyao Company was completely sufficient to be self-sufficient. Even, it would be able to expand the original factory. In this way, even if the other companies in Jiangnan City didn't cooperate with her, she could completely look for other big companies in other urban areas to cooperate with. there was no need to save any face for the Zhao family. Now, Su Li's tone even looked a little more excited. No, he said to meet him at the company tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The secretary's words made Su Li's heart, which was still hanging in the air, fall. Although it was still unclear which company was going to invest in her company, this was tantamount to sending charcoal and snow. Right at this moment, Chu Fei poured a pot of cold water on the side. You shouldn't be too happy too early. Earlier, you did say that just these shareholders of your company are not good things. Aren't they going to offer the shares in their hands? Call them directly to a meeting tomorrow morning and see if these people are planning to sell. If they do, directly acquire all of their shares. That way, if your company has a chance to rise again, you won't have to look at their faces at all. Hearing Chu Fei's reminder, Su Li's eyes also lit up. This was an opportunity to gather shares. Once the research was successful, then Kuyao Company would be considered a complete turnaround. I understand. Thank you, Bandit. Chu Fei just smiled and didn't say anything. A $2 billion investment was nothing to him. It didn't matter if he could return his capital or not. He just didn't want to see this fretting over the company's business because that would grow wrinkles. But, who do you think would invest in my company at a time like this? Isn't the other party not very bright? Hearing this, Chu Fei's face darkened. This was a turn to scold himself for having a pit in his brain. However, of course, he would not tell this that it was himself who had called someone over to invest. Probably, the other party is a cutie. Chapter 18, Buyback of Shares. Early the next morning, Fangqing finally sobered up and bid farewell to Su Li and Chu Fei. On the other hand, Chu Fei brought Su Li to the company and held a shareholders meeting. And this time Su Wu also stepped in, because he had also heard about someone wanting to invest in the company. But apart from the secretary, this matter was only known to Su Li, Chu Fei, and Su Wu. Several major shareholders were still unaware that someone was investing in Kuyao Company, and even if they were, they wouldn't have guessed that it would be such a large amount. I don't know how well the shareholders have considered it. The shares in your hands, do you intend to keep them to have children? Or do you intend to let the company buy them back? Su Li looked at the several major shareholders present with an icy face. The several major shareholders looked at each other. They actually only had two choices right now. Either sell the shares to Zhao Group or buy them back to the company. Obviously, it was pretty much the same price for whoever they gave it to. Zhao Group wasn't stupid and wouldn't give them too much over the opening price. Mr. Su, you know the situation of the company right now. Even if we want to make an offer, do you have enough money to take it over? Chairman, what do you think? In fact, Su Wu actually said he was the chairman of the board of directors, but the truth was that the company's affairs had long been handed over to Su Li for full management. He just wanted to properly retire at home. In this matter, it depends on what you all think. I've already handed over the company's matters to Mr. Su's full authority. If all of you want to offer your shares, I naturally won't say anything more. As soon as Su Wu opened his mouth, the several major shareholders present were clear about what he meant. Obviously, Su Wu intended to be helping Su Li to get back the shares in their hands. In that case, then I wonder what the price is? Su Dong, we won't say much more. The people from Zhao Group have already contacted ours and are willing to give us a price of 10% on top of the highest price of the shares this month. The shareholder surnamed Wang didn't hide anything and said it directly. The moment these words came out, Su Wu and Su Li's faces both became a little ugly. Unexpectedly, Zhao Group had played such a hand with them. It seemed that the other party was determined to eat up Kuyao Company. We're all old friends, and we've taken a lot of the company's dividends. This black-hearted money, it's fine if we don't earn it. Shares, offered to the company at this month's highest price. I wonder what Mr. Su's opinion is? Another shareholder also spoke up. Just as Su Wu hesitated, Su Li was the first to speak. Yes, Su Wu was a little surprised in his heart. This girl, where did she get so much money? One should know that according to the highest price this month, that time happened to be the time of Su Li and Zhao An's engagement. During that period of time, Kuyao Company's stock price could be said to have risen straight up. If it was based on the highest price, then the shares of these major shareholders would add up to at least $200 million or more. Mr. Su isn't joking? Really willing? The shareholder surnamed Wang obviously didn't quite believe it. $200 million? Unless one sold half of Kuyao Company. Do you think I'm joking? Su Li's face was calm, and she didn't look like she was joking at all. Just like that, several major shareholders chose to sell their shares to the company, and they themselves got their share of the money. This time, all of the company's shares were in the hands of Su Li and Su Wu. Su Li alone took 60% alone, while Su Wu accounted for 30%. The remaining 10% was in the hands of some shareholders. In Su Li's office, Chu Fei received a phone call. Hello? Who is it? Looking at the unfamiliar number, he didn't know who would call him. Forgot about me so quickly? Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Listening to the gentle voice on the other end of the phone with a bit of flirtation, Chu Fei's expression froze. Wasn't this the blind date that old dad had arranged for him? Why would she call him? With that high and cold look on the other party. He thought that the other party would treat him as a passerby. It's you. Looking for me for something? Why don't you not come over? It's not too convenient for me here. Chu Fei looked at it and politely refused. There was absolutely nothing good about this high and cold woman coming to find herself. Don't you want to meet me? You said yourself that you want a colorful SAO, and I feel that I now have the kind of flavor you want. When these words came out, Chu Fei almost spat out a mouthful of water. What the hell is a colorful SAO now? Had he said that himself? After thinking about it, he seemed to have said it. However, he also didn't think that this would take it seriously. You wait, I'll slow down, Chu Fei hurriedly said, then hung up the phone. After taking a deep breath, he still felt that he couldn't let this come over. But without waiting for him to call, Su Li returned, looking at him with a smile on her face. It's good now. The shares of the major shareholders have all been recovered. Just waiting for that investor negotiation in the afternoon. Do you think, will the other party invest? Su Li was full of joy, and her heart was also a little nervous. What if the other party is not clear about the current company's situation and knows that they won't invest in the future? Don't worry, the other party will definitely invest. Chu Fei smiled back, then I'll borrow your good advice. Su Li's eyes carried a few points of gratitude. Right at this moment, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Hello? Where are you at? Waiting for you to call back for several minutes. Chu Fei's face instantly became somewhat embarrassed. Nah, I'm taking a call. Su Li actually heard the woman's voice on the other end of the phone, and her face that was originally covered in smiles instantly became calm. Aha! Chu Fei did not feel anything wrong and left the office to come outside. I say, what exactly do you want? He was a little depressed. It was hard to believe that this blind date really wanted to find himself as a boyfriend. I said, I've got that feeling you want. You said it yourself. Where are you? I'll come over to find you now. Looking at the other party, Chu Fei knew that this would never stop until she saw herself. I'm downstairs at Koyao Company. Come over. Hanging up the phone, this was a relief. Then he walked into the office. Boss, I'll go down to meet my friends. I'll be back soon. As you wish. Su Li didn't even raise her eyes, just coldly said. Chu Fei was muttering in his heart. He didn't provoke her. Why the cold look? While after Chu Fei went downstairs, Su Li stood in front of the office's floor-to-ceiling window and looked at Chu Fei downstairs. There was some sourness in her heart. The friend this guy was talking about was perhaps a girlfriend. The person he liked. What was it like? Just at this moment, Su Li saw a luxurious red Ferrari parked downstairs in the company. The car walked down a woman wearing bottoms and red tights, a set of clothes that wrapped that perfect body tightly, concave and convex. Chapter 19, Someone from the Family. Downstairs, when Chu Fei saw Wang Xie who walked down from the car, his eyes went wide. This has changed too much, right? Just this outfit. I don't know how many men to be mesmerized. This body, this eyes, it's a perfect creature. How is it? I dress up this body still meet your taste? Be my boyfriend, you can do whatever you want to me. Wang Xie's eyes were flirtatious as she came forward and held Chu Fei's hand. Upstairs, Su Li saw it clearly, and that sour taste in her heart could no longer be endured. Unexpectedly, this guy actually liked this kind of woman. She turned her head away, not wanting to look anymore. However, a voice in her heart kept reminding her to keep looking. She carefully turned back again and looked down. No, if you're like this, you're making it sound like I'm lusting after your beauty. I'm not that kind of person, you know. Chu Fei broke away from Wang Xiyu's hand and stood aside. His face was covered with helplessness. Why was this woman just like cowhide candy, unable to shake it off? Then what do you want? Why don't we be more direct? I brought my ID card, although it's not too good in broad daylight, but it's fine if you like it. Wang Xiyu didn't have a bit of embarrassment, but it was Chu Fei who was filled with dismay. This woman was crazy, right? Really just for the sake of the family, going to dedicate herself to a stranger she didn't know. Alright, I'm showing my cards. I'm just a small security guard, don't look for me either. We're not suitable. After saying that, Chu Fei was about to turn around and leave, but the latter, however, pulled him back. Whether it's suitable or not, that's always something you have to try before you know. For example, if Shemu is suitable, isn't that just right? These words directly gave Chu Fei a face of thunder. No, where did you learn such tiger and wolf words? A nice big girl saying such words will be misunderstood. Wang Xiyu's face darkened. What exactly do you want? I did what you said about the colorful SAO, and now you're not satisfied. You say it, I'll change it. What style do you really like? Wang Xie wasn't that kind of casual woman. Not just anyone was enough to make her like this. But, Chu Fei was truly different. Although she didn't know what exactly attracted her to this man, but she would actually do such a thing for her. She felt that she had already done enough. No, be reasonable. I didn't say I like you. Right, you go back. Mortal woman. Not suitable for me. Chu Fei shook his head slightly and turned around towards the building. Just before taking 2 steps, he turned back. Right. Any investment intentions? This company, short of money. Maybe if you invest, I'll consider it. Only after saying this did he leave. Wang Shiyu looked at the tall building in front of her, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Kuyao Company? Wasn't this the small company that was targeted by the Zhao clan? The entire Jiangnan knew that the Zhao group had launched a series of business wars against Kuyao Company. However, her Juanhao group was not among them. She didn't need to look at any company's face. However, since this guy asked himself to invest in this company, it meant that this company might have some value. Immediately, she took out her cell phone and made a call to her secretary. Xiao Gu, take out $500 million and invest in Kuyao Company. Yes, Mr. Wang. Looking at the background of Chu Fei's departure, the corners of Wang Xiye's mouth rose slightly. Since you're working as a security guard in this company, I won't have to talk to you on the phone next time. After saying that, she turned around and got into the car, and with a single step on the gas, she left in a blaze of glory. Upstairs, Su Li looked at the other party, her eyes full of complexity. Somewhat lost in thought, she sat on the office chair and didn't know what she was thinking. Boss, I'm back. Su Li did not look up, just gave a hum. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Should we go to the hospital? Looking at Su Li's listless appearance, Chu Fei said from the side, You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Scummy man. In a fit of anger, Su Li directly cursed. Chu Fei froze on the spot when he was scolded by her. No, be reasonable. I didn't mess with you. What are you scolding me for? And calling me a scum? I don't seem to have done anything either, right? Su Li directly lazily ignored him and looked at the company's big and small affairs on her own. And Chu Fei would not make a fool of himself, sitting on the sofa and playing with his cell phone by himself. It was nearing noon. Chu Fei received a text message. Young master, I have arrived in Jiangnan. Do you see? Want to meet? Looking at the text message above, Chu Fei knew that he had to go over to meet this butler of his. There were some things that the butler knew better than Jiangning. So what, boss, can I take a half day off? Whatever, go wherever you like. Better never come back. Scum. Bah. Su Li returned a sentence without a good mood. Obviously, she hadn't slowed down from what just happened. Chu Fei darkened his face. Tell me, where am I a scum? If I were a scum, would I still give you so much money? You can call me a scum if you want to. Return the money to me. I'm dying of poverty right now. I can't even afford a set of clothes. Dream on. No give. Su Li's heart did remember his words. I have something to do. I'll be back after going out for a while. Right, don't go out of the company if you're fine. Chu Fei also gave an explanation before leaving. Since someone was secretly targeting Su Li, this girl definitely could not just go out. If there was any danger and he was not by her side, it was very likely that something would happen. It's up to you. Get lost. Su Li angrily cursed. Only then did Chu Fei leave and drove Su Li's car towards the airport. And Su Li looked at the time. It was lunchtime. In the afternoon. She still had to have a meeting with the investors, so she didn't go home. After thinking about it, she decided to go to the small noodle shop downstairs to eat something randomly. He himself was just downstairs, so nothing should happen. It's so close, it's just across the street. Grabbed the satchel and went downstairs. The sun was just right, not too hot. She had just gone downstairs when she was being watched. A few gazes fell on her from a small black car on the roadside. Boss, the target has appeared. She's the only one. Do it now? A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Do it, remember, be numb. Chapter 20, 2 teams? In a luxurious hotel. Young master, haven't seen you for many years. You are still as handsome as ever. In front of Chu Fei was a man with somewhat gray hair who appeared to have reached around 50 years old. This was Chu Fei's housekeeper of the small courtyard, Chu Kai. When he was at home, young master, I have always been this handsome. However, I am curious, what has happened to the family recently? Why did you personally come over? Actually, at first, Chu Fei did not intend to have Chu Kai come over. He just wanted the family to send a random person over and invest in Su Li's company in the meantime. But he did not expect the person who came over to be Chu Kai, the butler. The family has been in a bit of trouble lately. However, the family head and several elders are making preparations. There won't be any problems in a short time. Young master, you don't have to worry about that. This time when I came over, the family head said that you might have to pay more attention recently. The immortal bird seems to have sent someone into Grand Xia. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of an icy aura erupted from him. The immortal bird was a very powerful foreign family, holding one of the strongest secret teams in the world in its hands. It specialized in targeting some rival families and carrying out dark methods. It was just that he hadn't expected that the other party would actually dare to enter Daxia. They came here for me? Or is it to target the rest of the family? Chu Kai, however, shook his head, stating that he wasn't sure. As far as the current situation was concerned, he was also unclear about the other party's purpose. Even if the family relied on the family's intelligence, they were unable to find out for the time being. I know, if there is any news, remember to inform me. I know, young master. By the way, young master, the master also asked me to ask you if you have any favorite person? Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face immediately darkened. Object, Wang Shiyu's kind? He felt horrible just thinking about it. This woman had too many ideas, and he could only stay away from this kind of person. No, old son is still young. He wants to hold grandchildren, so let's wait a few more years. Hearing Chu Fei's reply, Chu Kai could only smile and not say anything. Just at this time, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar number on it, he frowned slightly. However, he still pressed the answer button. Hello? A low man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fei, right? Listening to the unfamiliar voice on the other end, Chu Fei was still somewhat confused. Chu Fei. Next, he heard Su Li's voice with a crying tone. Chu Fei instantly stood up from his position, and his eyes instantly went cold. Did you hear me clearly? I don't think you should be a stranger, right? Your boss was kidnapped by me. Now I'll give you two choices. Either come over alone to the old factory building in the south of the city, or you call the police and I'll tear the ticket. When hearing those words, Chu Fei understood that the other party was targeting himself. Not Su Li. Don't move her, I'll come over now. Since the other party's target was not Su Li was still safe for now. I just like dealing with smart people. The phone was hung up, and a hint of killing intent clearly appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. Rushing towards himself? Was it the immortal birds people? If so, then the other party's intelligence system was too strong. It was just that he did not understand that he had just come out for less than half an hour, and something had happened. Didn't he tell her that he couldn't leave the company? Young master, what's wrong? Seeing that there was something wrong with Chu Fei's face, Chu Kai asked in a voice. Came over to have dinner with you. My protection target this time was kidnapped. Hearing this, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Chu Kai's forehead. Having a meal with yourself caused the young master's mission target to be kidnapped? Wasn't this clearly saying that it was indirectly related to himself? Young master, don't worry, I'll contact those people in Jiangnan. At all costs, your mission target must be rescued. With the Chu family's ability, trying to rescue a kidnapped person was a complete breeze. That won't be necessary. The other party's targeting goal is me. I'll just go over there myself. Chu Fei got up and left the hotel, and it was only after he left that Chu Kai let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he hastily take out his cell phone and call Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Ning was in his office, sipping tea and watching the recent news. With his current status, most of the time he was quite idle. He would only get busy unless there was some major change outside of Jiangnan. At this moment, a call came into his personal cell phone. Looking at the number on it, he hurriedly stood up from his position. Butler Kai, why do you have time to call me? Just kidding, the young master's butler personally called him. It was designated that something big had happened. You already know about young master's matter in Jiangnan. He has a protection target in Jiangnan that you know about, right? Jiang Ning's face immediately tensed up. He was aware of this matter, and he was well aware of it from the previous meeting with the young master. The protection target was the president of Koyao Company, Su Li. However, the young master had also said that he didn't need to intervene in the commercial war. I know. What's wrong, Keifu Butler? Is something wrong with the young master? His mood was instantly tense. This if something happened to the young master in Jiangnan, he would not have to be the number one person in Jiangnan. That's not true. It's that something has happened to the young master's mission target. He's been kidnapped. You now, use all the connections you can to investigate the movements of the other party for me. Chu Kai's words caused Jiang Ning to let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the heart was still quite nervous. After all, the young master's mission objective was 100 times more important than himself. Yes, I understand. I'll go investigate now. On the other hand, Chu Fei had already driven his car straight to the south of the city. The south of the city was Jiangnan City's former old factory area, and before Jiangnan City was completely developed, it was the location of many factories. But should the national requirements, not to avoid to ensure the air quality of environmental protection, see to all factories are moved to the outside of the city. So now the old city is preparing for the development stage, but for the time being no real estate company to take over. Nearby this piece became the place where many small punks and small forces gathered, and while Chu Fei was traveling to the south of the city, another group of people had also arrived at the south of the city. What is the other party's origin? On the top floor of an old building in the south of the city, 3 stocky men stood right next to the fence, their gazes looking into the distance. At their feet, there was also a black handbag that looked heavy. I don't know. Originally, this girl, Shouldn't she be our target? Can't it be that the boss's side sent someone else? One of the men with a scar on his face was full of doubts. It shouldn't be, right? However, it's a bit strange that that guy wasn't there this time. Last time, it was almost discovered by him. That kid is too terrifying. Chapter 21. Someone opened fire. Why don't you go ask what's going on? Old Black? I don't think these people are very good. It shouldn't be the people sent from the boss's side. I feel that it might be a coincidence. The one who spoke was the captain of the three, Old Wu. They had received a mission from the bigwigs above, saying that they were kidnapping Su Li, the president of Jiangnan City's Kayao company. It was best to bring it back alive and have a great use for it. But I didn't expect that the other party had an expert protecting them. The last time Lao Wu was ready to make a move, he had thought that with his own strength, he would be able to easily subdue him. But he did not expect that the other party had discovered his existence so quickly. So in the last 2 days, the three of them had been looking for an opportunity. It was not easy to wait until that guy had something to go out and Su Li went out alone. Before they could make their move, they saw the other party being kidnapped into a car. The three of them drove all the way, following this car that kidnapped Su Li all the way to the south of the city. No, why am I the one to go? Didn't you see those people across the street with knives in their hands? I can't hold back a few knives with this small body. The one who spoke was Old Black. His name was Old Black, but he wasn't black, and his somewhat thin body looked weak. However, it was the three of them who were on the battlefield of the South Tower. Not to say that they had a fierce reputation, but they were also ghosts. The number of small chiefs who died in their hands was countless. As for the big chieftains, it wasn't the turn of the three of them to take action. As far as the strength of the three of them were concerned, they wouldn't even be able to use their guns to deal with the punks below. Why don't we go and take a look together? Just these few punks, one punch at a time. It's just like beating up a chicken. Old Su, who was on the side, also spoke up. The three looked at each other and nodded. Then carrying the black handbag, they walked towards the old factory. And inside the old factory, Su Li was tied to a stool. On the table next to her, a few punks were fighting the landlord. A3, King Bomb, do you know how to play? I'm a 3 and you're a King's Bomb? I'm happy to, can't I? Several punks were having a great time. On the other side of the abandoned machine, a bald man was holding a dagger in his hand, flinging it up and down. A long scar on his head was enough to see that this was definitely a tough guy, and he was also the boss of several people, known as Scar in Jiangnan City. Often working for the Zhao family, he was also a fierce general under Lu Sui's hand. Normally, Lu Sui would not use him. All pay attention to me, counting the time. That kid should be arriving soon. It's said that the kid is a practiced fighter. Don't even be too big for your britches later. Just slash to death. The dagger fell into Scar's hand, and he spoke in a grim tone. Su Li, who was tied to the stool, was blindfolded by the rags. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. For Scar's words, she heard them clearly. For a time, the mood was incomparably tense. If Chu Fei really came, what should be done? On one hand, she hoped that Chu Fei would not come over. But on the other hand, she thought that Chu Fei would appear faster. The tangled thoughts kept circling in her mind. Right at that moment, 3 strangers appeared outside the old factory's main door. For a moment, everyone put down their hands and picked up the machetes that were placed aside. 3 of you. Excuse me, there's someone here. Change the ground? One of Scar's juniors, machete in hand, pointed straight at the 3 people coming from the opposite side. These 3 were not other people. It was precisely Old Black's trio. Several brothers, don't misunderstand. I just came over to ask about one thing. We'll leave when we ask clearly, and definitely won't linger. Old Wu hemmed and hawed, then pulled out a large stack of cash from his pocket and threw it over. Scar looked on with a slight frown. These 3 people, on the contrary, were quite uptight. Ask, hurry up and leave afterward. When the 3 heard this, they looked at each other. Are you guys sent by Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Scar frowned. No, you guys recognized the wrong person. Hurry up and leave. He waved his hand, signaling for the 3 to hurry. However, Old Wu's trio's eyes went cold. Since they weren't sent by Brother Yi, they were probably enemies who had a grudge against this woman. However, to dare to reach out and snatch the prey of one's own people and others, one would not look at the 3 of them in the eyes too much. Since it's not, then please leave. This woman is the one our boss has named and asked for. If you don't want to find trouble, I advise you all to hurry up and leave. As they spoke, Old Black's trio had already placed the handbag on the ground. Scar looked at the handbag carried in the other party's hands, and his expression instantly tensed up. He knew very well what was contained in the other party's black handbag. 3 of you, this isn't too good. As he spoke, he had already taken out a black pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Old Wu's 3 people. Originally, he hadn't planned to use this kind of thing. After all, within Daxia, It was forbidden for any ordinary people to possess weapons except for special departments, but he was also doing it just in case. Unexpectedly, it was really bumped into by him. "Brother, are you sure you want to do this?" As he spoke, Old Black put down his handbag and raised his hands high. By the looks of it, he was planning to surrender, but no one saw that there was a razor blade clutched between his fingers. "You guys leave now, and we'll pretend nothing happened. If you open fire, I guess you guys won't be able to leave." Old Black was all smiles, seemingly not caring at all about being pointed at with a gun. Old Wu and Old Su similarly held their hands high, their faces expressionless. "Scare me? I know what you guys have in that bag. Don't force me, otherwise, one of you will definitely fall." As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Black suddenly flicked his wrist. Scar was also an old man who had been in the Jianghu for a long time, and being able to survive was definitely not by luck. The moment the other party's wrist moved, he pulled the trigger. Poof! Bang! The blade pierced directly into the middle of Scar's throat. Blood kept bubbling out along that one bloodstain. With a pair of eyes, he stared at the three people in front of him with a deadly stare, and Old Black wasn't much better, desperately twisting away the moment he made his move. However, no amount of speed could compare to a bullet. The bullet directly pierced through his arm, and blood flowed out. "Do it!" As soon as Scar's minions saw that their boss had been taken out by them, they all went crazy, desperately rushing towards Old Black's three. At this time, Old Black didn't need to make a move. Just these 10 or so punks, Old Wu and Old Su were enough. And on the road not far from the factory, Chu Fei stepped on the gas and was rushing this way. When he heard that gunshot, his heart was startled. "What's going on? How did someone shoot?" Chapter 22, Sorry I'm late. A few minutes later, inside the old factory, several corpses lay strewn about, while Old Wu and Old Su both flung their wrists and threw their blood-stained machetes aside. Old Black, on the other hand, stepped forward with an aggrieved look on his face. "I've said that this small body of mine can't carry it, but you guys don't believe me. If I were to come down alone, you two would be designated to collect my corpse." Old Wu glanced at him. Not bragging is still a good friend. "Alright, Old Su, take that woman with you and go back to hand in the mission." As for Su Li, who was tied to the stool, her delicate body was trembling slightly. That gunshot just now really gave her a fright. The air was filled with that heavy bloody odor, which even made her stomach roll over. As a medical researcher, she was very sensitive to the smell of blood. "Let's go. Don't stall for time. This place should be discovered soon." Old Black also spoke up. Just as Old Su walked towards Su Li, a sharp break sounded. The three of them turned around to look towards the gate, and at some point, Chu Fei was already standing at the gate, looking at the corpse on the ground. His face sank, looking at the three people again. His heart was filled with puzzlement. What happened? What exactly happened just now? And the moment he saw Chu Fei, Old Wu's face changed. It's him! He knew very well that this man was the one who had found him last time. Unexpectedly, the other party had also come. "You guys, who are you?" As he spoke, Chu Fei approached towards the three people step by step. Old Wu also calmed down at this moment, his face somewhat gloomy as he looked at Chu Fei. "Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. Let us go, and feel free to ask for whatever conditions you want." He was very clear about the strength of the man in front of him. The other party was nothing more than a bodyguard beside this woman. As long as he was given enough conditions, he could completely make the other party turn against him. Fighting hard was not a good choice. After all, the three men combined were not necessarily his opponents. "Is that so? Do you know that she is the one I want to protect?" As for Old Su, who was beside Su Li, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother, I know that your strength is extraordinary, but I don't think you will watch this woman die in front of you, right?" At some point, Old Su had an additional dagger in his hand, which was pressed against Su Li's neck. The sharp blade cut through Su Li's snow-white neck, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out. As long as Chu Fei dared to move, he would slice open Su Li's aorta without hesitation. Chu Fei stopped his steps and looked at the three people in front of him with an icy gaze. "Whose people are you?" "These people. You guys killed them, right?" He was also very strange. It seemed that these people who were killed and these three people were not an organization at all. Moreover, the target of these three people was not themselves, but Su Li. As for these people who were killed, the target was perhaps himself. Right at this moment, his mind suddenly thought of what he and Su Li had met on the street earlier. That sudden sense of crisis might have been brought by these three people in front of him, and the other party's target was Su Li, not himself. As for the person who kidnapped Su Li, the target was himself. "Yes, but we don't know them. It's just that they kidnapped the person we wanted, and when they didn't give it, we had to do it. You're one step too late." Old Wu took a deep breath, his hand already touching the position at his waist. Although he hadn't exchanged hands, from the aura on this guy in front of him, he knew that the other party was definitely not a good person. As expected, after listening to the other party's words, Chu Fei had already guessed the outcome. Between these two parties, there should have been a mess. However, this was good. At least it helped himself to solve some troubles. It was just that. He watched as the other party reached out to touch his waist, and his face gradually became grave. In the other party's hands, there must be a gun. With such a short distance, even if he could dodge, Suli was still in their hands. Once he made a move, Suli's life would be in danger. 3 of you, let's talk. What kind of price the people behind you give you? I'll double it. The only option now was to stabilize these 3 people and look for an opportunity to make a move. Old Wu laughed, but did not dare to relax in the slightest. Brother is joking. Money is not important to us. As you know, mixing in our business, the most important thing is credibility. If there is no reputation, next time no one will find us to take orders. So, brother, you'd better go. Old Wu's words caused Chu Fei's eyes to completely chill, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. That is, there's no more to talk about. Feeling that terrifying killing intent from Chu Fei's body, Old Wu's 3 people's faces changed greatly. This fellow was extraordinary. This was definitely a strong person who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, having gone through the baptism of blood and fire. Without a decade or 8 years, absolutely can't do this. The 3 of them, they had been working together for 5 or 6 years. However, even if the 3 of them were added together, they couldn't be compared to this man in front of them. Brother, don't be like this. Do you want to watch her die? Old Su opened his mouth. The dagger in his hand moved even closer to Su Li's neck. Blood slowly flowed down the blade. Seek death. Chu Fei was completely enraged. Between raising his hand, a stone flew out from his hand. Whoosh! The stone was like a bullet as it flew towards Old Su's wrist. Old Su subconsciously had to make a move, but his speed was too slow. Poof! The stone pierced his wrist and the dagger fell to the ground with it. Lao Wu and Lao Hei's eyes were ruthless as they raised their hands and pulled out the guns on their waists to fire at Chu Fei. Bang bang bang! Several shots were fired in succession. However, they were all easily dodged by Chu Fei. With a roll, he appeared in front of Old Su. Raising his hand, he slammed his fist at Old Su, who subconsciously raised his hands to block. But, this was just a false move by Chu Fei. The fist that blasted out was suddenly withdrawn, and his elbow was pushed hard against Old Su's chest. 8 Extreme Avalanche. Bang! Old Su's entire body was like a cannonball that was instantly blasted away. The ribs in his chest were broken in an unknown number of ways. Lying on the ground, he didn't know if he was dead or alive, and Chu Fei took the opportunity to pull on the stool that was tying Suli, and violently exerted his force, directly breaking the stool. Afterwards, he carried Suli and hid behind an abandoned machine. Go! Old Wu and Old Black were well aware of Chu Fei's terror. As for Old Su, they could no longer care. With that hand just now, Old Su's life would probably be thrown away here. The 2 of them hurriedly ran wildly towards the outside, not even daring to turn back. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei let out a sigh of relief, slowly removing Su Li's blindfold. The latter's eyes were already misty with tears and her body couldn't stop trembling lightly. I'm sorry, I'm late. Chu Fei's face was filled with apologies. If it wasn't because of himself, Su Li wouldn't have been in such danger. Su Li reached out and tightly hugged Chu Fei, not daring to let go for a moment. Chapter 23 Anger from Chu Fei. 2 hours later, Chu Fei brought Su Li back to the villa. What happened today had given her quite a scare. When she returned home, she laid down on the bed and rested, while Chu Fei was in the living room. His face was full of gloom. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Chu Kai. Did you find out? Chu Kai took a deep breath. Young master, things are a bit troublesome. However, it's not impossible to resolve. Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. How? 2 groups of people, different targets. One was targeting himself, and the other was targeting Su Li. There was an ominous incident between the 2 sides, and a big fight broke out. Young master, the 2 groups of people, the one targeting you. We've already found out that it's the people under Lu Sui's hand from Zhao Clan. Probably because of the previous incident, that's why they thought of kidnapping MS. Su and threatening you. As for the other group, the identity of the other party is somewhat complicated. To put it simply, the other party is targeting Miss Su, but the other party's place of origin is not Daxia, but someone who came back from the South Tower. As for who exactly the other party's men are, we are still in the process of tracking them down. At those words, Chu Fei's brows furrowed. No wonder when he fought with these people, he felt that this was not an ordinary opponent. It was actually the guys who had returned from the South Tower. That place, the South Tower, was in a period of war all year round. Things that killed people happened almost every moment, and Chu Fei had also carried out missions over there. The missions were not very difficult, but the guys he met were all ruthless people who did not want to die. I know. Notify me when you have news. As for the Zhao family's side, you step in and settle it. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone, gently walking to the door of Su Li's room. He pushed open the door and looked at the sleeping Su Li, a wisp of tenderness flashing through his eyes. In his heart, he muttered, "Sorry, it won't happen next time." At this moment, in the Zhao family's villa, when Lu Sui received the news from his men, his face instantly turned white. "What did you say? Scar and all of them are dead. How is that possible?" Scar was the most powerful fierce general under her hand, and was also a practiced fighter. It was no problem at all for one person to fight five. A dagger could play out in his hands. Moreover, together with more than a dozen minions, he actually couldn't take down a tiny bodyguard. Big sister, this is true. This matter has also alarmed those big shots in the bureau, and they are now pursuing it. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui's face became a little ugly. "I know. I'll give you a sum of money to your account later. During this recent period of time, it's best for you guys not to show your faces. Wait for the wind to pass." Hanging up the phone, Lu Sui sat on his butt on the sofa and looked at the ceiling helplessly. Just in time, Zhao Wei came out of his room. He had just finished a phone call with someone from the company to ascertain the recent developments of the company. Seeing his wife in such a state, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Sui shook her head. "It failed, got rescued by that guy, and all my people are dead. The people above have already started tracking them down." Hearing this, Zhao Wei's face changed slightly. "How? Could it be that kid is not made of iron? I remember. Didn't that Scar under you have black flame in his hand?" The so-called Blackfire was a gun bought through special means. To have a gun in hand and still be killed by the other party, this is completely impossible. I'm not sure, but that's the way it is. I've already asked the people under my hand to hide it. It shouldn't be able to be found on us in a short period of time. Just as the two were conferring, the sound of an urgent phone call interrupted their conversation. Receiving the phone, Zhao Wei was a bit dissatisfied. "Name one reason why I'm not angry." He had only just ended the call with the company secretary, but he didn't expect this to call again. "Chairman, something big has happened. Mr. Zhang has brought people to seize our factory, and he also took away the general manager, the CEO and them, saying that he wants them to cooperate with the investigation. The reason is that our group is suspected of infringing on other people's property, using illegal means to conduct a commercial war, and the products we produce have hazardous substances." Like a bolt from the blue, it made Zhao Wei not come back to his senses for a long time. Only after a long time did he open his mouth. He didn't say how long the seizure would take. Given the current scale of the group, a one-day shutdown would result in the group losing at least tens of millions of dollars. This didn't include the cooperation with major companies, and if it went overtime, his own side would have to compensate for the breach of contract. No, it just says that it will be unsealed after it's checked out. Zhao Wei sat on his butt on the sofa, completely confused. He hadn't expected that something like this would happen. Was this a retaliation against the Zhao family? But the Su family had such a skill to be able to command Zhongning? He didn't believe it. However, this was just the beginning. Just after the phone call with the secretary ended, he received another call from the other company bosses. "Dong Zhao, sorry for the interruption. I think that the cooperation with your group may have to be terminated. Don't worry, we will pay the default payment as usual." Before Zhao Wei had a chance to speak, the other party had already hung up. One call after another caught Zhao Wei off guard. With each call, it was the news of a company terminating its contract, not even giving him any chance to ask. All the way to the last call. "Old Zhao, you've gotten into big trouble this time." AI. On the other end of the phone, it was Zhao Wei's old friend, the chairman of an group. The two sides had sort of worked together for many years and had a good personal relationship. "Olden, can you tell us more carefully? I don't know who I've messed with to bring such a big impact on my Zhao group. Even Zhang Ning has gone after me." Zhao Wei didn't understand that even a character like Zhang Ning would make a move against him, so the person he had messed with would have to have a much more powerful background. "Old Zhao, to be honest, I'm not sure, but the people above have put the word out that the entire Jiangnan city is not allowed to allow any company to cooperate with you. All companies that have cooperation with you must cancel their contracts within 3 days, or suffer the consequences. As you know, when the big shots above open their mouths, we, the little people, can only do as we're told." These words fell on Zhao Wei's ears, and his entire person was as if he had aged a few dozen years. He had worked so hard to run the Zhao group to this point, but he was still no match for the words of those big shots. Even the people he had provoked were still unclear. "Thanks a lot, I know." Only after hanging up the phone did Zhao Wei sit on the stool with a disoriented face. Zhao group, could it really be over? The heart and soul that he had built with his own hands was just gone? Just at this moment, the butler walked into the hall. "Master, a few people have come outside, and the leader says he wants to talk to you. By the looks of it, they should be officials." Chapter 24, You're not authorized to know. being an official? Zhao Wei and Lu Sui both looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao's group had only just been subjected to pressure from the officials, and now only a few short minutes later, the officials had come to the door. This speed was a little too fast. Only, it was a blessing that could not be avoided. Right now one could only pray that the other party wouldn't lay their hands on Zhao group. Otherwise they would never have the chance to turn around again. Quickly please. Zhao Wei waved his hand, signaling for the butler to hurry and pick up the people. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai brought Jiang Ning to the villa. The moment he saw Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's face became a bit ugly. So it's Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. Only, Jiang Ning didn't reply. Instead, he invited Chu Kai to sit down with both hands. It was only at this time that Zhao Wei noticed this somewhat elderly-looking old man beside Jiang Ning. Surprisingly, he was able to make Jiang Ning, the number one person in Jiangnan City, invite him to sit down with both hands. So the other party's origins were afraid to be incredibly large. Lu Sui wasn't a small person either, and when he saw this action, he was immediately filled with pallor. Mr. Jiang, this is... Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and softly inquired. It was definitely not a good thing for such a big shot to appear in his own house. Jiang Ning just gave him a faint look. You're not qualified to know. A single sentence directly caused all of Zhao Wei's prepared words of patting himself on the back to be swallowed into his stomach. Chu Kai sat on the sofa, while Jiang Ning stood on the side, completely lacking the might of a number one figure. I don't know what this gentleman has come to find me for. Where did the villain provoke the adults not? Zhao Wei's face showed nervousness, not daring to speak loudly. Chu Kai crossed his legs and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Seeing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for Chu Kai. This image, falling in Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's eyes, was simply a bolt from the blue. One person taking the initiative to light a cigarette for someone? Then the other party's origin. Mustn't it scare people to death? Zhao Wei didn't have the slightest idea of knowing where this mysterious man came from. Even if he knew, what would happen? It's hard to believe that he would still dare to make a move against this level of character. That would be a complete act of looking for death. You're the chairman of Zhao Group, Zhao Wei, right? Jiang Ning didn't sit down. So naturally, Zhao Wei didn't dare to sit down either. He could only stand aside and nodded. Yes, I am the chairman of Zhao Group. Chu Kai took a deep breath of his cigarette, the smoke slowly exhaling. Alright, where am I today? I'm here to deal with a simple little matter. Now in front of you, there are two choices. I'll give you $10 million. I want all the shares of Zhao Group, and you and the rest of the Zhao family shall never appear in Jiangnan. The second choice, squatting in jail. Time, 20 to 30 years. Not much. Choose. Two choices. Directly let Zhao Wei froze in place. $10 million? As far as the current Zhao Group was concerned, even if all the companies stopped cooperating with him, even if they were sold, the value would still be at least $3 billion or more. $10 million and you want to acquire the entire Zhao Group? What a joke. As for the second option, Zhao Wei didn't even think about it. I don't know this lord. Where have I provoked you? If there's anything that I did wrong, you tell me, and I'll definitely make amends and apologize to you. But, for you to ask the villain to sell off the entire Zhao Group's shares at a price of $10 million, isn't that a little too much? Both choices, he wasn't choosing. He had put his life on the line to manage the Zhao Group to this point. A mere $10 million, he wouldn't even look at it. Jiang Ning at the side shook his head. Dong Zhao, there are some things that are not for you to get involved in. Chu Kai raised his hand, signaling for Jiang Ning to keep quiet. Jiang Ning immediately shut up. In his own capacity, he was a bit talkative. It seems like Dong Zhao is not happy. How about this? $5 million. If you're not willing, then squat in jail. As he spoke, Chu Kai beckoned. Jiang Ning immediately understood, and from the file bag on the side, he took out a stack of information and threw it on the table. Zhao Wei hurriedly picked up the documents on the table and took a look. It didn't matter if he didn't look. After reading it, his face was filled with misery. Lu Sui on the side also couldn't help but pick up and take a look. This look, the whole person froze in place. This document, full of those bad things that the two had done. The president of a certain company, because he refused to be cooperated with Zhao Group, and then jumped to his death due to depression. The general manager of a certain company, because he had a verbal altercation with Zhao Wei at a banquet. He was later found and committed suicide at home. Things like that. More than 20 whole entries, and on the next page, it was written that the two men had instructed their men to commit the crime. It was clear as day, and not a single sentence had been left out. Zhao Wei sat on his butt on the sofa. A lot of things had already passed for more than 10 years. However, it hadn't occurred to him that the other party had such a great ability to dig it out. With this, it's enough, right? Dong Zhao, there's no time to lose. I've brought the contract. If you're willing, you can sign it now. If you're not willing, This document. I'll leave it to Xiao Jiang. Chu Kai had a smile on his face, but underneath that smile, everyone knew what it represented. Just these things on here were enough to sentence the two to death countless times. I sign. How could Zhao Wei not think that he, who was supposed to be on a green cloud, would actually end up in such a situation just because of a small matter? When the contract was signed, Zhao Wei was as if he had aged 10 years, and his entire body sat on the sofa breathlessly. This lord, can you tell me, where exactly did I provoke you guys? He was puzzled. He himself had only targeted Su Li and that tiny bodyguard beside her. Even if the Su family had heavenly abilities, they wouldn't have found such a big shot to stand up for them. As for that little bodyguard, it was even more impossible. You've messed with people you shouldn't have. Just like Su Li, you shouldn't be a stranger, right? Su Li? Zhao Wei let out a miserable laugh. He sort of understood. Just because he kidnapped Su Li, did he cause the current consequences? Little man knows. Chu Kai pressed out his cigarette before getting up. Pack up your things and get lost. From now on, there will be no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, if you dare to take half a step into Jiangnan, I'll make you eat a gun. The words fell, and only then did he leave with Jiang Ning. The husband and wife, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui, glanced at each other, both seeing the misery in the other's eyes. No one had expected that a company as powerful as the Zhao family would disappear overnight. The entire city of Jiangnan was rumored that the Zhao family had messed with an extremely terrifying big shot. Chapter 25, Zhao's group renamed Truman. Resting for a day. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Li came out of her room in a bit of a trance. Chu Fei tied his apron and made breakfast. Seeing Su Li standing in the corridor, he waved. Awake? Cooked some pumpkin porridge for you. Hurry up and go wash up and eat. Su Li obediently changed into her clothes and washed up before coming downstairs. The sweet pumpkin porridge was very warm, making her still somewhat tense heart instantly relax. A pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Chu Fei, who was drinking kanji and eating buns on the opposite side. Noticing her gaze, Chu Fei stopped the movements in his hands. What? There are flowers on my face, ah? Su Li pursed her lips and smiled lightly. No, suddenly I feel that you are quite handsome. Just now, for a moment, she felt that Chu Fei was a man worth relying on. However, as soon as she thought of seeing him walking so close to other women upstairs in the company before, this feeling disappeared all of a sudden. Could it be that I wasn't handsome before? Just kidding. The women who want to chase me are enough to go around Jiangnan, Chu Fei shamelessly boasted. In fact, with Chu Fei's identity, there were many women who wanted to marry him. However, he was not a casual person and naturally would not find a random woman to marry. Su Li blankly glanced at her, and after drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge, she suddenly opened her mouth to inquire. Last time downstairs in the company, the girl who drove the Ferrari, is your girlfriend, ah? Just after asking, she regretted it. She is not who he is. Why ask this question? No. Chu Fei shook his head very firmly. Girlfriend? Growing up until now, he hadn't talked about something like a girlfriend. A woman would only affect the speed of his own sword drawing. Really not, ah? Su Li was suddenly a bit happy, and there were a few more points of excitement in her tone. What? Is it hard to believe that you want to be my girlfriend? Chu Fei hemmed and hawed, but ushered in Su Li's blank stare. Dream on. Even if you were the only man left in the world, I wouldn't choose you. Although the words were said this way, Su Li felt that she didn't even need to wait until that time. I'm afraid that she would have already been taken down by this guy. Cut. If I am the only man left in the world, do you think I will choose you? One sentence almost made Su Li's mouthful of porridge sprayed out from her mouth. Good guy. You. Chu Fei laughed out loud. With this level of yours, you still want to talk to me? Eat your porridge. After eating breakfast, Su Li subconsciously had to go to the company to take a look. The Zhao Group's suppression is too heavy now, and since she was kidnapped yesterday, the $2 billion investor must have a belly full of fire when he saw her refusing to make an appointment. In case the other party didn't invest anymore, then Koyao Company would really be finished. But Chu Fei said on the side, today is Saturday. Not working? What are you going to the company for? Working overtime? Only then did Su Li remember that today was Saturday. There were so many annoying things during this period of time that she actually forgot that today was Saturday. Okay. Su Li had a few more points of sorrow on her face. Taking out her cell phone, she swiped through the recent news. When seeing a piece of news, the whole person froze in place. Only after a long time did she scream out, "Ah! Something big has happened." Chu Fei was cleaning dishes in the kitchen, and when he heard this scream from her, he hurriedly came out. What's crazy in the morning? But Su Li was full of surprise as she handed her cell phone over to Chu Fei. Above a piece of news clearly written, Zhao's group is fully liquidated, taken over by a mysterious big brother, renamed, out the door. The specific takeover price is not known. As far as this news is concerned, the current Zhao Group has already changed. That is to say, the current Zhao Group is not controlled by Zhao Wei at all. Koyao Company, Then, totally still had a chance. I thought it was something, just this? Wasting my time washing dishes. Really? Chu Fei returned with some disdain. Actually, yesterday afternoon, he had already received a call from Chu Kai. The Zhao Group had already been taken over by him, and Chu Fei was the new chairman of the Zhao Group with absolute control. 95% of the shares were in Chu Fei's hands, and the rest of those shares were in the hands of some retail stockholders. However, he didn't have the time to manage a company right now, so he handed it over to Chu Kai and asked him to find someone from the family to manage the Zhao Group, and renamed the Zhao Group to Chu Men. This is a great thing for our company. With the Zhao Group gone, there's no more pressure on our Kuyao company. This way, our research can continue again. Suli couldn't mention how happy she was. Her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed. Chu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. This silly. Go. Sister is happy today. I'll take you out to go shopping. You've been here for so long. Just those 2 pieces of clothes. Sister will dress you up today. Actually, Chu Fei didn't have any requirements for what he wore on his body. Simple. Fitting in was enough. As for whether it looked good or not, that was another matter. Chu Fei was 10,000 times less than happy. Shopping? How many boys like shopping? But for the sake of this pussy's safety, he still had to follow, as a bag-carrying little brother. Meanwhile, in the room of a small inn that didn't require registration, have you thought about how to explain to Brother Yi? The one who spoke was none other than Old Black. On his arm, there was a ring of bandages wrapped around it, and his face was a bit pale. This mission operation had failed, and Old Su had even died, so he was designated to be chastised by the organization. Explained truthfully, Old Wu's face was extraordinarily gloomy. In fact, he did not expect that the bodyguard beside that woman was so powerful. It was actually possible to save that woman from their hands. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two sides was completely out of the league. The other party was like a strong man with a large sword, while the 3 of them were nothing more than children who could just walk. It can only be like this. However, I'm wondering how the other party could come to protect such a woman when they are so strong. I've investigated this woman's information. It's just the president of a small company. How could there be money to hire such an expert? Old Black was filled with puzzlement. From the information they had gotten, plus the information they had investigated themselves, this woman didn't look like someone with a background in any way. How do I know? After this time, that guy definitely won't move an inch, and there's basically no chance of him wanting to act again. Moreover, the bug we installed in this woman's house should have been found by him as well. The two looked at each other and both fell silent. Only after a long time did Old Wu speak. I'll explain it to Brother Yi. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Yi? A man's somewhat hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Are things done? Old Wu suppressed his voice. The mission failed. Chapter 26, Bodyguard Model? In the middle of a busy shopping street. How about this set? Suli was picking out fitting clothes for Chu Fei. A blue suit, a white shirt, and a blue tie. Not bad. Chu Fei really didn't have the energy to accompany this in shopping. It's been a few hours, and she's still blindly strolling here. He had carried 7 or 8 sets of clothes in his own big bag, and all of them were his own. Even if they changed one set a day, it wasn't this fast. No vision. These clothes don't suit you. Suli put the clothes back to their original position again. It's almost enough, right? So many clothes, enough to wear. Chu Fei felt that even if he were to let himself go to the battlefield to fight and kill the enemy, it wouldn't be this hard. Accompanying a woman on a shopping trip was simply a torture. Choosing a set of clothes would take an hour or 2. Alright, then let's go home. Suli saw the 7 or 8 sets of clothes Chu Fei was carrying in his hand and didn't expect that she had actually bought so many for him. This was the first time she bought clothes for a man. The two had just returned to the car when they received a call from Fong Chang. My dear Mr. Su, today is Saturday. Why don't you come over to my company to have some fun? After a few days of rest, Fong Ching's mood was always a little better. Sure, Chu Fei and I are shopping. Just in time to finish shopping. Come over now. It was not easy to relax for once. Suli did not want to go home so soon. Turn around and go to the supermodel company. Chu Fei's heart was so depressed. Can't you stay at home properly? He had to go out to play. What's so fun about it? However, who let Suli be the boss? So, he drove his car to Fong Ching's company downstairs. The receptionist girl at the door was no stranger to Suli. Mr. Su. Aha! You're Mr. Fong is upstairs, right? The receptionist girl nodded. Yes, in the office. Suli brought Chu Fei straight to Fong Ching's office. At this moment, inside Fong Ching's office. What? Zhang Yu, you're resigning? Did I not give you a good enough deal? Fong Chang looked at the male model in front of her. Zhang Yu, with a face full of confusion. This was a relatively famous company in his own company, and his salary reached 6 figures a month. However, It was unexpected that he actually wanted to quit, seeing that the shooting was about to start. If he resigned now, where would she find someone to replace him? Mr. Fong, I'm really sorry. I don't want this month's salary. I'm putting down this resignation report. Actually, let me be honest with you. There are big companies that paid a high price to hire me over. As you know, when you come out to hang out, it's all about money. I'll hang out with whoever pays more. So, I'm sorry. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he turned around and was about to walk towards the outside of the office. Just in time, Su Li and Chu Fei happened to push the door in. Bang! The thick glass door slammed hard against Zhang Yu's nose. Ah! In an instant, nosebleeds flowed. There was an additional not so long and not so short wound on his nose, bubbling up a little bit of blood. Zhang Yu squatted on the ground, covering his nose with tears in his eyes. Who is it? Didn't grow eyes? Su Li and Chu Fei walked into the house and looked at Zhang Yu, who had his nose bumped. Sorry, little Zhang. Bumped into you. Are you alright? Zhang Yu only raised his head at this time, looking at the near-perfect Su Li in front of him. Rubbing his nose forcefully, he pulled off a few sheets of toilet paper from Fong Qing's table and wiped his nosebleed. So it's Mr. Su. I'm fine, so I'll leave first. Zhang Yu had never even thought of getting involved with a figure of Su Li's caliber, let alone compensating her. Even if he was a relatively famous model in Jiangnan City, the other party was the boss of a large company. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes if he wanted to get him? Zhang Yu, won't you think about it? Fong Qing rushed at Zhang Yu's departing back and said, but the latter simply ignored it and directly walked away. What's wrong? Seeing that Fong Qing's face was a bit off, Su Li walked up and wrapped her arms around Fong Qing's neck. Don't mention it. I suspect that Zhang Yu was robbed by my ex-boyfriend's company. It was only recently that I heard that he actually opened a joint modeling agency with another woman and has already poached quite a few people from me. Fong Chang was filled with depression. Forget about breaking up with her ex-boyfriend. She didn't expect that the other party would actually come to poach her. And the price offered was a lot higher than the price offered by his side. Many people couldn't resist the temptation and threw themselves into going to their ex-boyfriend's company. When Su Li heard this, she was filled with anger. Too much. Breaking up is breaking up, and digging your heels in. The next time we meet, I have to beat him up. After saying that, she also viciously raised her own small pink fist. Fong Qing was full of depression and pulled Su Li's hand. You say, I'm about to start taking pictures here. The clothes are all ready. Where to find someone? Chu Fei sat on the sofa and swiped his cell phone in boredom. Suddenly, he felt two unkind gazes fall on him. Looking up, Su Li and Fong Qing were staring straight at him. What are you looking at me like that for? Do I have flowers on my face? Fong Qing's eyes were glowing. In fact, Chu Fei was not at all inferior compared to Zhang Yu. It didn't matter if it was the figure, or the looks. With a little bit of makeup and dressing up, he was definitely a pop model. Big handsome Chu. A favor? Chu Fei was filled with doubt. What favor? The two of them, Su Li and Fong Qing, looked at each other, got up and set up Chu Fei and walked towards the dressing room. Half an hour later, when Chu Fei came out of the dressing room, he had already changed into a different person. His flowing hair, trendy clothes, and his muscles presented a perfect streamlined shape. As soon as he came out, the eyes of quite a few modeling little Hunyang outside the door went straight. Wow, is this the new model from our company? Much more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is a scumbag. Where can he compare to this new handsome guy? Even Su Li and Fong Qing's gazes towards Chu Fei had a few more points of surprise in them. Unexpectedly, when Chu Fei dressed up, he was completely a type of man. Fong Qing raised her hand and gently patted Su Li's arched buttocks. Good sister, why don't you let me have him? Anyway, he is the bodyguard beside you. Let him be my boyfriend. He definitely does not suffer. Su Li exploded upon hearing this. Who is your sister? There's no way to talk about this. It's not easy for my old lady to find such a bodyguard. I don't want to be arched by a pig. Fong Qing froze for 3 seconds before reacting. Asterisk 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 you. You're the pig. The two women were playfully fighting on the side, while Chu Fei was darkening his face on the side. He was a good king of warfighter, but he was actually treated like a model just like that? It was not easy for the two to end their banter, and Fong Chan walked forward with a smile on her face. I can't believe that Chu De handsome is really handsome. Highly handsome should be talking about people like you. Right. As she spoke, Fong Qing reached out and fiercely pinched Chu Fei's butt. Chapter 27, Targeting Su Li. Coming out of Fong Qing's modeling agency, Chu Fei's entire face was black. Don't ask. Asking means being slimed from start to finish. He didn't understand why a group of little girls cared so much about a brown man like himself. Mooching even if, but also directly on the hand. Is a person's looks so important? He admitted that he was handsome, but it wasn't his fault. What are you thinking about? Drive home. Su Li's face wasn't any better. Chu Fei was being mooched by a group of little girls. She could only watch. She couldn't keep them from doing it. helping Chu Fei change his clothes, taking the opportunity to touch this and that. Although she was the first person to eat crabs, she was drunk that night and didn't remember what she felt. If one had to say a feeling, it would be one word: pain. Yo, big bosses pissed off? Jealous? Ha? Chu Fei started the car and flirted. Not to mention, in the past 2 days, he did find that Suli always liked to be jealous. Ever since meeting Wang Xie, this girl had been watching herself very closely, and when she got too close to a girl, this girl also got angry. Even her bestie Fang Qing was the same. Who's jealous? Sick. I'm not. Suli had a hard mouth and inclined her head to ignore Chu Fei's flirting. Chu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Women were just so troublesome. Returning to the villa, it was already afternoon. After strolling around for a day, Suli had long been sleepy and returned to her room to rest, and Chu Fei sat in the living room, playing with his cell phone. It wasn't a matter of sleeping yet. He was just about to make a call to Chu Kai to ask if he had found out about that originator who was targeting Suli, but unexpectedly, Chu Kai was the first to call. Young master, rested? Chu Kai inquired in a low voice. Not yet. Any news? Chu Fei leaned on the sofa and waited for Chu Kai's reply. There is, but this matter is not good for us to intervene. At those words, Chu Kai frowned slightly. Not good to intervene? Could it be that the organization targeting Suli had a big head? It shouldn't be. His own family's forces were spread all over the country. Even if the other party's origin was big, there was a certain strength that could interfere, right? Tell me. Chu Kai took a deep breath and slowly explained. Young master, after our intelligence organization's investigation, it was discovered that the person you solved was someone from the military department, and the other party was under special orders to return to the building. The reason for targeting MS Su is most likely for that drug that Ms. Su has newly researched. Young master, I don't quite understand what exactly Miss Su's company is researching that could actually attract the attention of the military department. Chu Kai was puzzled. The medicines that the small Koyao company was researching were at most some common special effect medicines or medicines for certain special diseases, but was able to draw the attention of the Ministry of War and make a direct move. He didn't dare to guess what kind of stuff Su Li's company was actually researching. People from the military department? Impossible. I have a certain amount of intelligence in the military department. If the other party had such a big move, I would not know about it? Chu Fei was also puzzled. His own identity in the military department could be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people, although many missions did not need to go through his own consent. After all, he had also come out. But the military department had rules that prohibited anyone from targeting ordinary people or a certain company, and prohibited the abuse of private power. In the case of the current situation, someone had violated the rules. This, I wouldn't know. As you know, young master, the family rarely intervenes in the affairs of the military department. So, there's nothing I can do. There was nothing Chu Kai could do. In the family, there had long been an order prohibiting anyone from interfering or participating in any actions of the military department. The only exception was Chu Fei. It was because he was a member of the military department himself. I see. I'll make a call and ask. Hang up. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei leaned on the sofa with his brows furrowed. The action of the military department, targeting Suli? Was it just for a small drug? It couldn't be that the drug Suli was researching was some kind of biochemical drug, right? If that was the case, it would be fine for the military department to target Suli. But if this is really the case, why did the master still let himself protect Suli? He thought for a long time before taking a deep breath. Pressing a familiar number, he dialed it. After 3 rings, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Which one? Xiao Yu. It's me. Chu Fei spoke in a somewhat icy tone. Brother Fei? Why are you calling me? Don't you know that you're on a mission? Obviously. The man called Xiao Yu on the other end of the phone was a bit strange. Normally, before a mission was completed, one could not talk to others in the military department. This was for the sake of secrecy. However, this was only limited to some personnel, and Chu Fei was not among them. Something small happened. Asking you, is there any action on the side of the military department? Obviously. Xiao Yu froze. It took several seconds of thought before she came back to her senses. There's nothing. None of us have been on a mission lately. We're resting in the camp. Brother Fei, what happened that you need to personally call here to ask? Little Rain was a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei's hand, including but not limited to the military department, foreign countries, and so on. Nothing. The military department hasn't made a single move recently? He was a little less convinced. If there was no action at all, then how could the person targeting Suli be someone from the military department? Saying there's nothing, it doesn't count. Before, on Yi Ao's side, it seems like something happened, but he didn't use the people from the military department. We didn't continue tracking afterward. Brother Fei, what's going on? Chu Fei's face was ice cold. Yao. An existence on the same level as him, no matter if it was his identity aka strength. Moreover, when he himself was in the military department, this fellow's small actions were quite a lot. However, this matter, whether it had anything to do with him or not, Chu Fei was still unsure. If it had something to do with him, Chu Fei did not mind turning his back on him. I know. Recently, observe Yao's side more and see. If there is any news, contact me directly. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei frowned. It seemed that it was time to find Su Li and ask what kind of stuff this S company was actually researching. If it was a biochemical drug, then it was no wonder that Su Li would be targeted. After all, this kind of thing, without the permission of the state, private research was prohibited, and once it was discovered, it would be a big deal to lose one's head. If it wasn't, then it could only mean that someone was deliberately targeting Su Li. It was just that targeting Su Li, the owner of a small company, was a little too careful. Actually, Chu Fei also thought of a possibility. That was Su Li's identity. Other than the president of the company, nothing was known about the identity of Su Li's family. It is very likely that the other party is not targeting Su Li, but the person behind Su Li. Chapter 28, The Secrets of Kuyao Corporation. The next day. Is it done yet? Hurry up. Downstairs, Chu Fei was waiting for Su Li. Today was the weekend, and Su Li was going home for a family dinner. Just in time, Chu Fei followed her and went to meet her family. Having followed Su Li for some time, other than Su Wu's, he had yet to meet anyone else from Su Li's family. Rushing what? Don't you know that women are slow to put on makeup? Su Li came out from the dressing room, wearing a simple white knee-length skirt, with a small jacket on top. With that makeup, it was a look of a lady of the world. Let's go. The two drove and headed towards another villa area in the city. Car, ask you a question. Chu Fei drove and opened his mouth to inquire. You say. Su Li sat on the co-pilot, looking at her makeup in the makeup mirror, somewhat dissatisfied, and was tending to it. Tell me honestly, your company's latest drug research, what exactly is it? At these words, Su Li stopped her hand movements. His eyes stared at him for a long time. If you haven't been here for so long, I really suspect that you are a mole sent by someone else, specialized in spying on my company's information. For the company's latest drug, it was confidential. He had told Chu Fei himself before, and for him to ask now, it was obvious that there was something wrong. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Chu Fei spoke out of turn. Su Li's eyebrows furrowed, and there was some puzzlement in her gaze towards him. Previously, Chu Fei had told her that her kidnapping was a move by the Zhao family. The reason why they kidnapped her was probably for the company's secrets. But now, Chu Fei was talking about this topic again, causing her to feel a hint of something unusual. What does it mean? Chu Fei gazed at the red light ahead and slammed on the brakes. It doesn't mean anything. You're being targeted. Most likely for your company's secrets. The person who is targeting you is not the Zhao group. And now, Zhao's group has changed. Do you understand what I mean? At those words, Su Li was silent. Zhao's group had changed people and changed its name, which was completely unexpected. For Kuyao Company, it was a good thing. But in Chu Fei's mouth, it was clear that it was still a conspiracy against himself. Do you really want to know about the drug our company is researching? I can tell you. But, you can't tell. You swear. Su Li was well aware of the value of the company's latest research. But for Chu Fei, she did not intend to keep it either. Even if Chu Fei knew, she believed that the other party would not say anything. Wait first, let me guess. Your company, the research wouldn't be some kind of biochemical virus stuff, right? If that's the case, then I'll be interested. Actually, Chu Fei's words were completely intentional. The reason why he said that was to see how Su Li behaved. If her expression revealed anything abnormal, he himself would be able to see it. What a joke. It's not like I'm some terrorist. Why would I study that kind of thing? Su Li fiercely blanked him. Seeing her behavior, Chu Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was fortunate that this girl did not research that stuff. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to protect her. Actually, our company has been researching drugs that increase the number of telomerase splits in the human body. This kind of thing, for the entire world, is an attempt, as no company has yet been able to research this kind of thing. Chu Fei did not understand this aspect of knowledge and could only look at her with a confused face. Seeing that she did not understand, Su Li began to explain again. It's very simple. With the current lifespan of the entire population, the average has reached over 80 years old. The human body's telomerase substance, which splits up to 26 times, can reach a lifespan of over 80 years. Once I succeed in my research, if I give people an increase in the number of times telomerase splits to more than 30 times, then, people will be able to reach a lifespan of 100 years or more. Furthermore, this drug that I have researched is also able to resist certain viruses, just like cancer cells. Hearing these words, the shock in Chu Fei's heart could not even be expressed in words. Wasn't this a life extension drug? If this thing was researched, I'm afraid that the whole world would go crazy, right? One must know that people cannot control when they are born, grow old, get sick, and die. And once there was something that could change a person's lifespan, no matter who it was, they would all think about living longer, right? Now he also kind of understood why someone would target Suli, because this thing she was researching was too terrifying. Once it was controlled, it was almost like pinching the necks of all the rich people in the world. Which rich person didn't want to live longer? It wasn't hard to imagine that when this kind of thing was researched, the value of a single drug, tens of millions or even over 100 million was not a problem at all. So why did I say that this thing is confidential? Now you understand? Suli was also nervous in her heart. No one knew what changes the appearance of this kind of thing would bring to this world. The premise was that she had to be able to research it. You really are a tiger lady. You dare to research this thing. You are worthy of being a ruthless person. Chu Fei grinned, not even knowing what to say. Between the two of them talking, they had already arrived at the Tianhao Villa area. In front of a luxurious villa, Chu Fei parked his car in the parking space. Let's go. Walking to the door, he knocked on the door. The door opened, and Su Wu was standing at the door. Seeing Chu Fei behind Suli, his brows slightly frowned, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. However, it did not say much. Come in. Your mom is still cooking. Accompany your grandmother to Nag. After saying that, he let the two of them enter the house. Chu Fei followed Suli into the hall. Inside the house, besides Su Wu, there was also an old woman in her 70s. She was Suli's grandmother, Jiang Taiying, with a cane in her hand. Her hair had long been gray, some wrinkles on her face, although she appeared a little pale, but it was still evident that she was also a party of beauty in her youth. It was no wonder that Suli was so beautiful. Good granddaughter, for such a long time, you didn't come to see grandma. Suli put down her bag and sat beside Jiang Taiying, holding her arm. Grandma, didn't I come here? Jiang Taiying patted her small hand and her gaze fell on Chu Fei. Looking up and down, he was full of smiles. Is this your boyfriend? Not bad. Great physique. Grandma is also getting old and wants to hug her great-grandson as well. Suli's pretty face was suddenly flushed, and she delicately said, Grandma, what are you talking about? I'm still young and don't want to get married. Jiang Taiying smiled and touched her hair. Silly girl, which has a girl who doesn't marry? You are 24, not small. Think of the years when I was 15 years old and followed your grandpa, and in the blink of an eye more than 50 years have passed. Chapter 29 The background of the Su family. Grandma, you said that Grandpa has been missing for so many years. Where would he go? Suli was somewhat curious. In fact, since she was born, she had never seen her grandfather. Even her father, he had only seen him before he was 10 years old, and after 10 years old, he had never seen Grandpa again. Being asked about this topic, a hint of tears rose in Jiang Taiying's eyes. Probably already buried his bones in the sands. If he were still alive, he would definitely want to come and see you. His good granddaughter, buried in the sands? When he heard those words, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. It was not hard to hear that old lady John's husband was also a soldier. Grandma, are you saying that Grandpa was a soldier? Actually, I once spent some time in the military department as well. What's Grandpa's name? Maybe I've heard of it before. He made an extra remark. At once, the eyes of the family fell on him. You spent some time in the military department? Su Wu frowned slightly, and there was some change in the way he looked at Chu Fei. If it was indifference in the beginning, now there was more than a hint of goodwill. At least, it wasn't like before. Yes, I stayed in the military department for 3 years, and then because something came up, I didn't choose to continue upwards. Chu Fei nodded, only that he concealed his time. The time he had spent in the military department was far more than 3 years. He just didn't want the Su Wu few to misunderstand. Young man, what is your name? Jiang Taiying rubbed the tears in her eyes and looked at Chu Fei. Grandma, his name is Chu Fei, the bodyguard I hired. He's awesome. He can break boulders with his chest and split slate bricks with his bare hands. Suli snickered from the side. Chu Fei had a helpless face. What's all this with you, girl? People have spent 3 years in the military department. This is all child's play. Back in your grandfather's day, these have long been played out. A smile surfaced on Jiang Taiying's face, gently rubbing Suli's head. Chu Fei, right? Not a bad name. From now on I'll call you Fei. No wonder when you came in, I saw that you were very good. So you are also from the military department. Jiang Taiying waved his hand, signaling for Chu Fei to sit over. Chu Fei could hardly refuse an old man's good intentions and sat beside Jiang Taiying. Little Fei, your grandfather. Ah, his name is Su Jinhua. I don't know if you've heard of this name when you were in the military department. Hearing the nanny's reply, Chu Fei pondered for a while. From the time he had entered the military department until now, he had known all the officers, big and small. According to Nurse's words, Suli's grandfather had entered the military ministry for at least 30 years, and if he had not sacrificed, he would have at least sat in the position of a great general. However, in his own memories, there were quite a few people surnamed Su in the military, but there wasn't anyone called Su Jinghua. Grandma, among the people I know, there are quite a few people with the surname Su, but the name you mentioned, I haven't heard of it. Moreover, Grandpa should be in his 70s, right? There are only 3 people in this age group with the surname Su, if you guessed according to the age group. Among these 3 people surnamed Su, one was called Su Kaigua, one was called Su Quan. As for the last one, it was his own master, Su Nyening. The first 2 people, one was the chef of the back kitchen, and the other was the head of the literary department, both reaching the age of about 70 years old. As for his own master, he also had a head full of gray hair. Although he was old, his strength was not something to be blown away. Of the 13 members of the entire dragon team, there were no more than 5 who could walk through 3 rounds in the hands of their master. As for those who could go through the moves with master, there was only himself. Probably, he's already dead. Jiang Taiying lowered his head, a hint of tears in his cloudy eyes. Suli also grabbed her hand and softly comforted. Grandma, don't be sad. Grandpa may not be around anymore, but to see you in such good health, he must also be very happy. Jiang Taiying raised that wrinkled hand, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled. My biggest wish right now is to be able to hold a great-grandson. As soon as the words fell, Suli's face became a bit more shy. Grandma. Jiang Taiying turned her head and placed her gaze on Chu Fei again. Little Fei, you shouldn't be married yet, right? What do you think of my family, Suli? At those words, Chu Fei didn't even know how to answer. Dare I say that Grandma Jiang was giving the 2 of them a matchmaking. If she knew that he and Suli had already been married for a long time, she would probably blossom with joy. Grandma, he's a bandit, cheeky as hell, Suli said with some dissatisfaction. It's only when you have a thick skin that you can beg for food. Some people with thin skin can only go hungry. Jiang Taiying did not turn towards his granddaughter. Instead, he helped Chu Fei to speak in favor of him. Chu Fei could only sit aside with a face full of embarrassment, not even knowing how to reply. Let's eat. Suli's mother, Zhang Qinglian, carried a bowl of carp soup as snow white as milk on the table. Let's go. Grandma, let's eat. Ignore him. Suli helped Jiang Taiying walk towards the dining table. As a bodyguard, Chu Fei would not follow the boss's family to eat. But then again, in this family, old Mrs. Jiang was the one who made the decisions. Little Fei, we can't finish this table of dishes. Why don't you come over and eat with us? Jiang Taiying opened her mouth, and Su Wu didn't dare to say anything more. Although there was a little bit of rejection in her heart, the old lady had a few good feelings towards this brat. That's it. The visitor is a guest. Xiaoli, why don't you know to ask Xiao Fei to join you? So old and still doesn't know better. Zhang Qinglian laughed and scolded, untying her apron and serving dinner to a few people. The family feast ended in this laughter. It was near nightfall before Suli and Chu Fei bid farewell to old Mrs. Jiang and the others. Bandit, did you really stay in the military department for 3 years? Why don't I know? Suli looked at him with some curiosity. Previously, Chu Fei had never told her about this matter. Do I have to tell you what color underwear I wear? When these words came out, Suli glared at him fiercely. Stinking bandit, all day long, you only play the rascal. Chu Fei thought for a moment and then continued. I'll call my friends in the military department to ask them when I have time and ask them to help look into your grandfather's matter. Maybe, your grandfather is still alive. Speaking of her grandfather, Suli actually had a few more fantasies in her eyes. She who had never seen her grandfather before. When she was a child, she saw other children having their grandfathers to take them out to play, and she also longed for it. Aha! If Grandma knew, she would definitely be happy too. Thank you, Big Bandit. Chapter 30, being followed. Every Monday, it was another busy day for the hitmen. Suli was no exception, coming to the company early in the morning to start the day's work. As the president, her workload wasn't big. It was just that today, in addition to completing some of the company's affairs, she also needed to go to the research institute to check on the latest drug research. 9 o'clock in the morning. A knock came from outside the office. Enter. Suli stopped her hand movements and looked at the secretary who came in. Mr. Su, the president of the Juanhao group says he wants to talk to you about cooperation. Chu Fei, who was standing at the side, was slightly stunned. Juanhao group? Wasn't this Wang Xia's company? It couldn't be that this girl really wanted to come over for investment, right? Himself last time, he had only made one more remark. Suli, on the other hand, was full of surprise, with a few more points of incomprehension in her eyes. Juanhao Group was one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and the volume was not much smaller than the once Zhao Group. Quickly please, by the way, clean up the VIP conference room and prepare for guests. Su Li hurriedly got up. The other party took the initiative to come to the door. Face should definitely be given. But the secretary's face had a few more points of difficulty. Mr. Su, not only the Juanhao group has come over this time, even the Chu Men group has also come. This time it was Su Li's turn to be shocked. After Zhao's group turned into Chu Men, there had been little wind. This time, it actually came directly to the door. What is going on with this Chu Men? She was a little confused as to what this Truman group was doing coming to her small company. The other party said that they want to talk about cooperation. And the other party clearly stated that the investment amount will not be less than $2 billion. Now, Su Li instantly understood. This company that had acquired Zhao Group was outdoor, and the mysterious investor who wanted to invest in his own company before, saying that he was investing $2 billion, was presumably someone from the Truman Group. Quickly please, forget it, I'll personally go over. After saying that, Su Li hurriedly organized her makeup and led Chu Fei downstairs. In the hall downstairs, Chu Kai with two assistants were sitting on the sofa waiting for Chu Fei and Su Li. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Xie crossed her long legs and drank the coffee that the little girl at the front desk had just brewed. Beside her, there was also a female assistant wearing glasses. But in 2 minutes, Su Li and Chu Fei arrived late. I'm sorry for making the two old bosses wait for a long time. Why don't we go up to the VIP room? Su Li had heard of Wang Xie's name and had seen pictures. However, had not heard of Chu Kai. One could only address the two as old bosses. It's Monday, Mr. Su must be a bit busy. It's fine, let's talk in the VIP room. Chu Kai laughed and got up to straighten his suit. Wang Xiyu also got up from the sofa and nodded slightly. General Manager Su, I've heard about you for a long time, and I've seen you today and I'm really a great woman. Su Li smiled indifferently. Mr. Wang is polite. Mr. Wang is the real heroine. In front of Mr. Wang, I am just a small company owner. I don't know why. Su Li always felt that this Wang Xie in front of her was a bit familiar, but couldn't recall where she had met. This figure, this appearance. Mr. Su is polite. Let's talk in the VIP room. Between words, several people had already gone up the elevator to the VIP room on the top floor. In just half an hour, the negotiation had been completed. Truman Group invested $2 billion, accounting for 30% of Koyao Company's shares. Juanhao Group invested $800 million, accounting for 12% of the shares. Excluding the shares in the hands of the two, Koyao Company was still under Su Li's control. Wang Xie invested $800 million. This was something Chu Fei did not expect. Although last time he told her to just invest $500 million, he did not expect that this time he came over and directly invested $800 million. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chu, tonight I will be the host and feast the two honored guests. After being the president for a few years, this point of awareness still needed to be there. Not to mention, this investment was definitely the largest she had ever seen. Mr. Su is polite. But then, there is something I need to explain to Mr. Su. I'm just an agent of the company. The chairman hasn't come on board yet. Now, Su Li was all a bit stunned. Investing $2 billion and the chairman doesn't even show up? Wang Xiyu was also a bit curious. What exactly was the origin of this Truman Group? Investing $2 billion without blinking an eye. Moreover, the chairman of the board didn't show up either. He invested in Koyao Company, completely in the face of Chu Fei. However, privately, he had also understood the direction of Koyao Company as well as some of the reports, and felt that the future achievements of this company might not be low. It's just that this Truman Group had just taken over the Zhao Group within a few days and invested $2 billion. To say that the mysterious chairman was not related to Su Li, she did not believe it at all. Mr. Chu is polite. One size fits all. This time I'm just inviting Mr. Wang and Mr. Chu. When the chairman comes next time, it won't be too late for me to invite them again. Su Li smiled and shook hands with the two. Chu Kai nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. How could this little girl not guess that the chairman of Chu sect was the Chu Fei who was behind her? Before leaving, Wang Xie did not forget to throw a wink at Chu Fei. It seemed to be saying, I've already done what you said. Oh. Chu Fei blackened his face, not even knowing how to retort. After the two left, Su Li was greatly pleased. Bandit, you say, what is Juanhao Group investing in us for? The other party's volume can be fully qualified to be compared to Chu Men investing in this tiny company of mine. Isn't she afraid of losing money? In the office, Su Li was all smiles. It's probably because she sees the future direction of your company. As for Truman, perhaps he also sees this. This is good. With so much money, which will be credited tomorrow, the company is completely sufficient to start a new round of expansion. Su Li nodded. This was indeed in her consideration. Zhao's group was no more, and there was no more pressure. Expanding the company was a certainty, but the prerequisite was still the selection of a location. Right, pack up and go to the research institute. Let's see what the status of the recent research is. Suli pondered for a while and decided to bring Chu Fei along. Anyway, she had already told this guy the company's secrets, so it didn't matter at all if she brought him along. Chu Fei was also curious in his heart, wanting to see where exactly this research institute was hidden. The two of them drove the car and headed straight out of the city. Only, just after leaving the city, Chu Fei sensed that something was wrong. There was a small black car in the back that had been following them since they came out of the company. Even now that they were out of the city, it was still following them no more than 100 meters behind. At first, he thought that it might just be passing by, but from the company to out of the city, the whole more than half an hour of road, the other party took the route is completely follow their own. As long as he changed lanes, the other party followed. Interesting. I'd like to see, what exactly are you guys from? Chapter 31 Cheer or Die? On the wide street, two small black cars were chasing one after the other. Slow down. What's the hurry? Suli leaned tightly on the chair behind her, her face filled with fear. At this moment, the car's speed had come to 120 yards. This was not a highway. It was just a relatively spacious ring road. The slightest carelessness could be the end of a car crash. Did you not realize that there is a car behind us that has been following us? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned ice cold as he once again accelerated his speed. And only then did Suli realize that it wasn't that Chu Fei wanted to drive fast, but that there was a car behind them all the time. Chu Fei accelerated, and the car behind them also accelerated. Through the rearview mirror, Suli saw the other party's car. There was actually a person poking out half of his body. In the other person's hand, it seems that he is still holding something black. Fixing her eyes on it, she immediately turned pale. Bandits. They have guns. As soon as the words fell, there was a bang. The ear-piercing sound cut through the air. However, it was good that Suli's car was not an ordinary car. It was a Maybach. The glass is tougher than the glass of ordinary cars. Although the bullet made a shattered point, it did not penetrate over. Chu Fei's face was also completely cold. He did not expect that someone on the other side would actually use a firearm on the street, which was against the rules. Seek death. Chu Fei stepped on the gas and directly stepped on the bottom. The original speed of 120 yards instantly soared to 160 yards. However, the small black car behind them was able to follow them dead on. Obviously, the small car in the back was also a modified car. Otherwise, it would not be possible to pick up speed so fast. It's well prepared. I'd like to see what you guys are really about. He then drove with one hand and took out his cell phone. Seeing him like this, Suli had long been terrified. You're crazy, driving single-handedly. Do you think you're a race car driver? One should know that the speed had now come to 106, but wherever the tires skidded, the two of them could go see Hades. But Chu Fei simply ignored her. Not to mention that this was a Maybach. Even if it was a tank coming, he himself would still be able to step on the gas to the end. Hey, do you have time now? On the top floor of the Chu men group, Chu Kai had not yet returned. In the past 2 days, the family's people hadn't come over yet, so he could only temporarily take charge of the Chu men group. At this moment, when he heard Chu Fei's call, he immediately returned. Young master, I have time. What's wrong? Chu Fei's tone was icy cold as he looked at the map in the car. I'm currently on my way to Qingnan Road, and there are people behind me chasing me with guns. Now, send someone over immediately. Remember, catch them alive. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As for Chu Kai, when he heard these words, his entire body's cold sweat broke out. Someone is chasing after the young master with a gun? What kind of international joke is this? If the young master were to die, at least tens of thousands of people in this world would have to die to pay for his death. No matter what position you're in, you'll have to go down to see the king of hell. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call, directly to the Jiangnan Warzone's branch. Hello? Transfer me to Zhao Dajuan. Immediately, right away. The operator on the other end of the phone was directly taken aback when he heard this. Obviously, the other party was able to call here directly, so it was clearly not a small person. Yes. Afterwards, the call was directly transferred to Zhao Dajuan's office. Zhao Dajuan was in his office dealing with the recent small matters. Hearing the landline next to him ring, he subconsciously picked up the phone. Hello? Zhao Dajuan. Me, Chu Kai. Hearing the word Chu Kai, Zhao Dajuan's face changed, and his tone became respectful for a few moments. Butler Chu Kai. What is it? Young Master Chu Fei is currently being chased by someone with a gun on Qingnan Road. You should understand the seriousness of the matter. Send someone over immediately now. Remember, the young master said he wants to be captured alive. After the brief few words were said, it had been hung up. Zhao Dajuan froze in place. Chu Fei. Young master? Finished. Now someone had stabbed the sky. Young Master Chu Fei is not only the young master of the Chu family, he is also the leader of the Dragon Team squad. If something were to happen here, It would be a question of whether or not one's head could be saved. Chow! Which one of them dares to go after the young master? Crazy! Come on! Transfer 3 combat helicopters to me and head to Qingnan Road. I'll personally take the field. At the same time, on Qingnan Road, Chu Fei was still frantically dodging the bullets behind him. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, but the other party was actually holding submachine guns in their hands. Obviously, the other party was planning to put both of them to death. Bang bang bang! A burst of sharp gunshots echoed on this empty road. At this moment, the glass of the Maybach had already shattered long ago, and the body of the car had several more gunshot holes. Fortunately, the steel used in the body was very hard, and the bullets were temporarily unable to penetrate. If it had penetrated through, the two would have already been beaten into a sieve. Seeing that they were about to reach through the intersection and reach Qingnan Road, Chu Fei once again increased his speed. Boom! A violent roar rang out, and the body's 12-cylinder engine all trembled violently at this moment. However, the gas gauge was falling down crazily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fuel tank has been pierced. Chu Fei's face changed greatly. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw that the ground was filled with clear 98 oil. The car in the rear. Accelerate! The other party can't run away. The person driving the car was none other than Old Black. And as for the person who fired the gun, it was Old Wu. And in the back seat, there were also 2 men holding submachine guns. These 2 were sent to assist them. The purpose of this time was to take care of the woman. Suli. Chu Fei was in control of the car, but it only traveled a few hundred meters, and its speed dropped steeply. It stopped right at the road sign of Qingnan Road. Get out of the car. While the other party had not yet caught up, Chu Fei kicked Suli down from the passenger side. The 2 then directly jumped out of the car from the co-pilot and ran towards the slope on the side of the road. The 2 had just left in no more than 10 seconds. When the Old Black several people in the back had already rushed over, the 4 people got out of the car, and each person had an assault rifle in their hands. After slowly approaching, they realized that the other party had long since left the car. Old Wu looked at the clear footprints on the slope by the roadside, his eyes cold. Chase! And Chu Fei with Suli had already rushed into the paddy field next to him, not caring about the muddy soil in the paddy field. During the golden fall season, the rice had already matured, only that the harvesting hadn't begun yet, providing the 2 with the perfect hiding place. The 2 hid amongst the tall rice paddies, not daring to breathe. Phew! Chu Fei now only hoped that Chu Kai and the others would come a little faster. Otherwise, he could only fight to the death with the other party. Chapter 32, Suli's Injury. Rage. The empty fields were golden, and there were ripe rice grains everywhere. Old Black, you go over there. Little 2 and Little 3, you guys go over there. Remember, shoot straight when you see someone. That kid, very unusual. Don't be careless. On the ridge, several people separated towards different rice paddies. Old Wu was also walking towards the paddy field where Chu Fei's 2 people were, holding his submachine gun tightly in his hand. Chu Fei only felt the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer to him, while there was no weapon in his hand. His heart sank, and he could only gently pull off a section of the paddy's leaf. There were some small sharp thorns on the top of the rice blade, and it was fast enough to be able to completely cut a slit in his hand. Chu Fei raised his finger at Suli by his side, signaling for her to keep quiet. Suli could only squat nervously in the middle of the rice paddy, not daring to move even though her legs were numb. Chu Fei, on the other hand, catapulted his body and walked towards the other side. His initial thought was to go around behind the enemy who was not far in front of him, and silently kill the other party and snatch the weapon in his hand. However, his own thoughts seemed to be a bit wrong. Just walked not 2 steps. The other party directly to his position is a burst of mutiny. Bang bang! Accompanied by the sound of gunshots, Chu Fei could only lie down in the middle of the rice paddy, letting the wet soil dirty his body all over. The rice paddies tumbled and clusters of them fell on him. Chu Fei's eyes grew colder and colder as he crept forward in the middle of the paddy field. He had already sensed the other party's footsteps, which were at most 2 meters in front of him. In his mind, he precisely calculated his speed, as well as the opponent's reaction speed. Taking a deep breath, one hand grabbed a handful of dirt. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, Chu Fei rose violently. The dirt in his hand then flew towards Old Wu. Old Wu's reaction was not slow. Looking at the dirt flying over was a burst. Only, when he reacted to the fact that it was just a handful of dirt, his heart went cold. Crap! Chu Fei had already rushed in front of him at this moment. The paddy blade in his hand slashed his neck, followed by an elbow strike that ruthlessly smashed into his head. Blood gushed out from his neck as his finger unconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! Several shots rang out. However, the body had already collapsed in the middle of the rice paddy. Chu Fei crouched his body and removed the submachine gun that was held tightly in Old Wu's hand. When he opened the magazine, there were only 2 bullets left. 2 rounds. Touching Old Wu's body, there were no more extra magazines left. On the other hand, Old Black, who was searching on the other side, as well as Xiao Er and Xiao San, realized that something was wrong. The three of them were rushing towards this side, and the submachine gun in their hands was a burst at the area where Old Wu had just been. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out, pressing Chu Fei to death at Old Wu's side and not daring to get up. Once he got up, he would be a living target. Just as Chu Fei was thinking about how to finish off the other three, a boom came from the sky. Buzz! 3 combat helicopters had arrived. Zhao Dajuan was sitting beside the helicopter's Gatling, and when he saw 3 people firing at the rice paddies, he knew the young master was definitely in the middle of the rice paddy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking for death. Pulling the trigger. The Gatling spewed out a fire snake and blitzed at the 3 men. Bang bang bang. 2 of them were instantly beaten into pieces of meat, blood and flesh flying around, and the remaining one was Old Black. How is this possible? He couldn't believe how powerful the other party was. How could he mobilize a combat helicopter? This was completely different from what Yi had said. Ah, damn it! Old Black scattered his legs and ran. This time, Zhao Dajuan didn't continue shooting. Instead, he took out an M99B style sniper rifle from behind his back. Run! I'll let you run! The scope was adjusted and a shot was fired at the fleeing Old Black's knee. Boom! A huge boom sounded. The calf of Old Black's left leg from the knee downwards were all turned into minced meat under this shot. This was the power of the M99B. If it hit the head, it would make the head explode like a watermelon under one shot. Only after seeing that Old Black could no longer walk away, did Zhao Dajuan put down his sniper rifle. Go down and capture him alive for me. Afterwards, holding the rope with one hand himself, he directly slid down under the helicopter. And at this time, Chu Fei also realized that the reinforcements had arrived. With a long sigh of relief, he shouted to Suli, who was still hidden in the rice paddies, "It's okay, come out." However, a few seconds passed, and Suli still hadn't gotten up yet. At this moment, Chu Fei realized that something was wrong. He rushed over towards Suli's position. When the paddy was peeled away, Suli was lying in the middle of the paddy field, blood staining the field water beside her. At her calves, blood was still bubbling. Her entire person had already fainted from the pain. Chu Fei hurriedly reached out to hold her in his arms. "Tiger, wake up!" However, Suli did not wake up at all. At the same time, Zhao Dajuan had also rushed to his side. Team Chu. Before he could finish his words, he saw Suli, who was being held in Chu Fei's arms. Blood stained her snow-white skirt. "Medic, hurry up!" He was also trying to save Chu Fei just in case, if he was injured. The 2 paramedics carrying medical boxes rushed over at once. Chu Fei carried Suli to the empty space next to him and gently put her down. "Thanks a lot." Then as soon as he pulled out the military dagger in Zhao Dajuan's arms, he walked towards Old Black, who was not far away. At this moment, the medic was stopping Old Black's bleeding. After all, he couldn't die yet. Zhao Dajuan roared at the medic, "If you can't cure him, I'll whip you 2 to death." As the words fell, he chased after Chu Fei. At this moment, Old Black was lying on the ground with a face full of pain. His gun had been surrendered, and he was now a rabbit trapped in a cage, unable to run away. Chu Fei walked in front of him, his expression icy cold. Crouching down, the dagger in his hand slashed at Old Black's hamstring. Splat! The hand tendon was picked off by a slash, and the pain on Old Black's face became even more intense. "Stop the bleeding." The 2 medics hurriedly took out medicine and gauze to stop Old Black's bleeding. "Do you want to be in pain, or do you want to be in pain?" At this moment, Chu Fei only had ice coldness in his eyes. Next to him, Zhao Dajuan stood aside, not daring to breathe. The Chu team in an angry state. He had the honor of seeing once, but that time, he didn't even dare to recall what happened to those enemies. "Ha! Want me to open my mouth? Dreaming?" Old Black let out a fierce laugh, but Chu Fei's reply picked off the tendon of his other hand. The intense pain caused Old Black's body to tremble. His teeth clenched. "Don't want to answer? I have plenty of time to wait for you to open your mouth. Take him with you and go back to the Warzone branch. I'll interrogate him myself." Chapter 33, There's still time to try again. In the holding room of the Jiangnan Warzone branch, Chu Fei was sitting on a stool with a cigarette in his hand, smoke billowing around him. Beside him, besides Zhao Dajuan, Chu Kai had also arrived. Suli had already been sent to the Warzone hospital, and would not be in any serious trouble for the time being. The doctor had said that the bullet hadn't hurt the bones either, and wouldn't have any effect on the future. And on the opposite side of an iron bed, Old Black was lying on it. The gauze wrapped around his legs and hands had long been streaked with blood. "Young master, what to do with him?" Looking at Old Black lying on the bed, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with cold killing intent, daring to make a move against the Chu family. He didn't understand just how big the other party's guts were. "I'll just do it myself. Dejun, go fetch a basin of water and bring over a towel." Chu Fei threw away the cigarette but in his hand, his tone somewhat icy. After being held captive for a few hours, this guy didn't say a single word. It was also worthy of being an outlaw who came back from the South Tower. His bones were hard. Yes, as the chief general of the Warzone division, Zhao Dajuan, it could be said that there were not many people who could order him. However, in front of Chu Fei, he was a small person, not to mention going to fetch a pot of water. Even if he were to be asked to charge into battle right now, he would have to be at the top of the first. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan returned. In his hands was a basin of water, and on his shoulder was a white towel. Team Chu, it's here. Putting the basin of water down, he handed the towel to Chu Fei with both hands. Chu Fei received the towel and slowly got up, looking at Old Black who was resting with his eyes closed. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. You still have a chance to speak now. Wait a while, I won't give you the chance to open your mouth. Only, the Old Black with closed eyes seemed to have not heard as if he hadn't heard, completely ignoring it. Chu Kai looked in his eyes and couldn't wait to go up and just kick this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven. However, with the young master at the side, he didn't dare to make a move. I like people with hard bones like you. Back when I was in the dragon group, there were quite a few people with hard bones. However, none of them could last either. I hope you are an exception. When Old Black heard the words dragon team, his body visibly trembled. He snapped his eyes open and his gaze was deadpan as he stared at Chu Fei. You, someone from the dragon team? He couldn't believe that this fellow in front of him was a member of the dragon group. If that was the case, it was no wonder ye could not find out anything about this guy's identity. This was because the identity information of everyone in the dragon group was an absolutely confidential existence. Other than the highest level commander-in-chief, very few people were able to check the information of the members of the dragon group. You're wrong. The one in front of you is not an ordinary member of the dragon group. He's... Zhao Dajuan was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Chu Fei. He's a person who's about to die. It's the same whether he says it or not. Only then did Zhao Dajuan shut up, but his gaze toward Old Black was filled with pity. This fellow, who he messed with, was not sure, but he had chosen to mess with a mission like Team Chu's. When I thought about the time when I was in the dragon team, I was a small miscellaneous member. At that time, Team Chu was already the captain. A few years had passed, and Team Chu's strength had long since changed. Who the hell are you? Old Black tried to get up, but with his hands tied to the iron bed, he was unable to move at all. Coupled with the fact that his hand tendons had been picked off, he was now a complete invalid. Want to know? I won't tell you. As he spoke, Chu Fei threw the towel into the water basin filled with water. Old Black watched as Chu Fei soaked the towel in the water, and a touch of disdain appeared in his eyes. Water torture? Not a bad method, but it's useless to me. Chu Fei didn't say anything and just shook his head. If it was just simple water torture, it would indeed be useless to many outlaws. However, water torture had long been changed by him. Dejun, go find a straw or a small bamboo tube will do. Zhao Dajuan was a bit surprised, not quite understanding what he meant, but since it was Chu Fei's request, he hurriedly walked out of the holding room. Old Black, on the other hand, closed his eyes and quietly waited for his punishment. Chu Fei walked forward and directly placed the water-soaked towel over Old Black's body. At that moment, Old Black immediately felt difficulty breathing. On the other hand, Chu Fei sat aside and lit a cigarette once again. As Chu Kai looked on, he was also filled with confusion. Young master, what are you doing? He didn't understand that this would be suffocation at most. Once a certain amount of time was reached, this guy would be dead. Watch well, when you have time, go home and talk to the old man. If you catch some guy who refuses to talk, use this method. It works 100 times. 2 minutes was not the slightest bit stressful for someone like Old Black. After all, they were all specially trained. All of them had reached at least 5 minutes or so of closed air time. Just after 3 minutes of time, Zhao Dajuan returned. Team Chu, the straws have been found. After saying that, he reached out his hand and handed over a handful of straws that had just been removed from the milk carton. Chu Fei's face darkened as he looked at the straw that was handed over. It was still the bent kind. Seeing Chu Fei's expression was not right, Zhao Dajuan was filled with doubt. Team Chu, won't this work? Chu Fei looked up at him. What do you think? After saying that, he looked around. He then pulled out a pen from the barrel, took out the quill, and removed the cap. A pen became hollow, looking similar to a milk tea straw. Seeing that a little bit of time passed, Old Black's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and his body was starting to struggle hard. Chu Fei didn't say anything. Instead he continued to sprinkle a little bit of water on the towel. This time, it made Old Black even more desperate. Suffocation made his brain start to go out of control, and his heartbeat was accelerating violently. Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai were both puzzled. If this continued, this guy would be dead. After 6 minutes, Old Black's body had stopped struggling, but Chu Fei moved, walking up. His eyes were cold. As soon as he ripped off the towel, the hollow pencil in his hand jabbed at the old black's breathing tube, then clenching his fist, he slammed it down at the old black's heart. Old Black, who had originally lost his heartbeat, recovered again at this moment, and air began to rush into his lungs from the hollow pen barrel. Phew! Phew! Old Black snapped his eyes open and breathed heavily. At that moment just now, he felt the fear of death. Even, he had felt that he had already died. But, however, he was pulled back by Chu Fei. At this moment, the eyes he looked at Chu Fei were filled with fear. That fear of death was simply deep into his bones. Can you say it now? If you don't say it, you can still try again. This feeling, I think it's still wonderful. Chapter 34, Identity Upgrade. Having just experienced the fear of death, Old Black had been completely convinced. He never wanted to experience that fear again. I say, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Old Black's trembling body slowly opened his mouth. Only then did Chu Fei sit on the stool and quietly looked at him. Who sent you guys? Why are you targeting Su Li? What is your purpose? 3 consecutive questions made Old Black think for a long time. Only after a long time did he explain. I don't know the name of the one who sent us here. I only know that we all call him Brother Yi. We are responsible for receiving money for our work. As for what purpose we have, we are not sure. For the sake of this operation, that person called Brother Yi specially called us back from the South Tower and gave each of us a reward of $10 million to catch them alive. But after we were stopped by you last time, he said it was okay to bring back the bodies. That's all I know. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. Obviously, these 3 people were just hired assassins. The name of the instructor behind them was also unknown. Then have you guys seen him? This time, Old Black nodded. Seen him once, but that guy kept his back to us. Couldn't see his appearance clearly, only know that the guy had a long scar on his neck. Old Black had already said everything he said, whether he was dead or alive. He knew in his heart. Do you know anything else? Facing Chu Fei's inquiry, Old Black shook his head. It was Chu Fei's turn to be in trouble. Without knowing the name, there was only one characteristic, and with so many people in Daxia, hell if he could find it. Chu Fei got up and left the holding room, saying to Zhao Dajuan before leaving, deal with it cleanly. Outside the holding room, young master, do you want me to have the clanspeople check? Chu Kai carefully inquired. It could be seen that the young master was indeed very angry this time. If something really happened to the young master, once the master knew, the sky would change. Forget it, not for now. I'll find someone to look into it myself. Chu Fei did not want to rely on the family's connections to investigate for the time being. After all, right now he had not returned home, and there were only so many people who knew his identity. Many of the truly high-ranking personnel only knew that they were members of the Dragon Team and did not know their true identities. Then young master, the person sent by the family to manage the company will arrive tomorrow. See if there's anything you want me to bring to the words of the old master. I'll bring them over to you. Chu Fei waved his hand. Nothing to say. However, when you go back, remember to look for those lapdogs of the immortal bird family for me, and find an opportunity for me to do them. As he spoke, Chu Fei's gaze carried a hint of ice-coldness. Yes, I know. Then, young master, I'll leave first. It's not very convenient for me to be here. This was a war zone branch after all. For him to appear here as a family member, if he was seen by some people, it might be a bit troublesome. You go back. Chu Fei took a deep breath and nodded. Only after Chu Kai left did Zhao Dajuan come out of the holding room. Team Chu, it's done. Chu Fei turned around and patted Zhao Dajuan's shoulder. The news of my appearance. You'd better have the people under your hand keep their mouths shut. There are some things that are not too convenient for me to show up, okay? Right now, they were being targeted, and they didn't even know about the enemy. Although this was a war zone branch, no one would dare to rush in with weapons. However, in case that shadowy enemy was a high-ranking person, that would not be good. This I understand, Teen Chu. It's good that you don't worry. Only after hearing those words did Chu Fei nod his head. Alright, find someone to send me to the Warzone Hospital. At the same time, in the specialized ward of the Warzone Hospital, Su Li, with a thick layer of gauze wrapped around her calf, was leaning on the bed, drinking white porridge, looking at the sun gradually setting outside the window. Her eyes were filled with complexity. She didn't understand. Why was there always someone targeting her behind her back? This time, almost she and Chu Fei were going to be killed on the road. If it wasn't for Chu Fei, she really didn't know what would happen to her. It was also fortunate that she hadn't refused this fellow as her personal bodyguard in the first place, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just when she was in a whirlwind of thoughts, the door of the hospital room pushed open. Chu Fei walked into the ward and looked at Su Li, who had already awakened, and grinned. Does it still hurt? Walking forward, he sat on the edge of the bed. Su Li's eyes instantly turned red. She had passed out at that time, and didn't know what happened behind her at all. When she wanted to come, she was already in the hospital. After asking the nurse who bandaged her wounds, the nurse only said that he was sent here by 2 paramedics and didn't know anything else. She subconsciously assumed that something had happened to Chu Fei. Stinking bandit. She reached out her hand and hugged Chu Fei. Tears kept falling down. In her heart, she had long since taken Chu Fei as her own. Why are you crying? Aren't I fine? Chu Fei was a bit at a loss for words, not knowing whether to hold her or let her hold her. You! Su Li cursed angrily under her breath, and her soft body was trembling slightly. Alright, don't cry. These 2 piles of meat of yours are pressing me a bit out of breath. Chu Fei's words caused Su Li to be startled violently. She then loosened her hands, and her pretty face that was originally covered in tear stains immediately turned red at this moment. Only then did Chu Fei raise his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Joking with you. Feeling the warmth of Chu Fei's fingertips, Su Li's mood only then slowed down. After all, these 2 piles of meat of yours are just that much. The next sentence almost made Su Li not slap her across the face. You dirty bastard. Calling you a bandit is really right. This guy could always say the kind of words that made one's blood turn over without even realizing it. Although he had been familiar with this guy for about 10 days, sometimes the words he said could really exasperate people. It's not like what I said was right. Chu Fei laughed. Just as the 2 of them were fooling around, a nurse walked into the ward with a piece of paper. Miss Su Li Su, right? The female nurse had a smile on her face, looking like she had something good to tell the 2. It's me. Excuse me. What's the matter? The nurse looked at the list in her hand. Congratulations to the 2 of you. Congratulations? 2 people? Chu Fei and Su Li were both stunned. Congratulations for what? Congratulations on Su Li's injury? It couldn't be that. Can you make it clearer? Su Li was filled with confusion. She didn't understand what exactly this nurse wanted to say. Chu Fei was also in a daze. What is all this? Congratulations to the 2 of you who have been upgraded. In the future you will be father and mother? Chapter 35, Accident at the Research Institute. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt that landed hard on the 2 men's heads. Dad! Mom! The 2 looked at each other and spoke almost simultaneously. Impossible. Just kidding. That night, Su Li was just the first time. Although there were no safety measures, it wasn't as if the pregnancy was so good. 2. Our Warzone Hospital's examination will not show any problems. This is for your blood lab sheet. After saying that, he walked up and handed over the lab sheet to Su Li's hands. Su Li looked at the lab sheet that was handed over, and didn't even dare to reach out to receive it. Instead, it was Chu Fei who took over and took a look. But, he also couldn't read too much so, took out his cell phone and began to search for the value of the above laboratory tests. This search came out a whole bunch of results. After turning over a few pages, he was finally convinced that Su Li was really pregnant. He turned back somewhat stiffly and looked at Su Li, who was full of lost concentration. Both of you, if it's okay, I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, the nurse turned around and left the ward, leaving space for the 2. It was not known how long the 2 had been silent, and in the end, it was Chu Fei who broke the tranquility. The seed that he had laid himself, he had to be responsible for it. So what do you have in mind? Only then did Su Li turn back and look at him. I want to strangle you. Is that okay? Chu Fei was embarrassed. This was good now. Pop's request was met. Find a wife, plus a grandson. It was still a case of getting on the bus first and making up the ticket later. The air once again fell into silence. The 2 men looked at each other, neither of them knowing that such good fortune would happen to them. So what? Do you think I can do it? To be honest, this was the first time Chu Fei intended to walk into old age with a woman. It might be because of Su Li's pregnancy, or it might be because after being in contact for a while, he found that this was quite appetizing. However, Su Li looked at him and pursed her lips without saying a word. Seemingly, it was considering something. I am now. Still, before she could finish her words, she was covered by Chu Fei. I understand what you mean, but I'm telling you very clearly, give birth. I'll raise it. This was the first time Chu Fei was so firm. Su Li did not say anything, just quietly leaned on Chu Fei's shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Right, I didn't make it to the institute today. Should it be alright? Chu Fei remembered that the 2 of them had originally aimed to go to Kuyao Company's research institute. However, these things happened midway, causing things to be delayed. Su Li suddenly woke up. Yes, I forgot if you didn't say it. You go to my bag and get my cell phone. I'll give the administrator of the institute, Xiao Bei, a call to ask about the situation. With this accident today, there was no way she could go. If something went wrong with the research and she, the director of the institute, wasn't there, what would the people below do? Chu Fei handed the cell phone in his bag to Su Li, and Su Li hurriedly dialed the number of the institute's administrator. Beep. After ringing for more than 10 seconds, a woman's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Su, why aren't you coming yet? If you don't come over, something big is going to happen. Hearing Xiao Bei's anxious voice like this, Suli knew that something was definitely wrong with the institute. What has gone wrong? You slowly tell me. Only then did Xiao Bei open her mouth to explain. It turned out that after Suli left the institute last time, close to half a month had gone by, coupled with the fact that a lot of people had heard about the Zhao group targeting Kuyao Company. So many people felt a crisis. This had also disguisedly led to a change in the mindset of some of the researchers within the institute, with several employees planning to resign from their jobs. Resign? We all signed a confidentiality agreement with each other. Once they resign, they can't look for research work on medicine within 3 years. If they breach the contract, they have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. Suli was puzzled. When everyone signed a confidentiality contract with her, it was clearly written on the contract that after breaching the contract, they could not look for a job for 3 years. If they breached the contract, they needed to compensate for the honorarium she had paid and the principal of the cost of the research project. For ordinary researchers, that was a huge astronomical sum. How would they have the guts to breach the contract? I've told them about this too, but it's like they're determined to quit. Which also includes Professor Yang. Hearing Professor Yang, Suli's face all changed slightly. Professor Yang was the main figure of this research. If he resigned, their research would not be able to continue for at least a long time. Even, it was very likely that it would be scrapped halfway. How come? Professor Yang is going to resign as well? She all felt a hint of incredulity. Yes, so, everyone is about to fall out if you didn't come today. Hearing this, Suli's face was ugly. I know, let me see if I can come over tomorrow. First, after hanging up the phone, Suli leaned back on her pillow, some incredulity evident in her eyes. When she and Professor Yang negotiated this project, the other party told her very clearly that she would definitely not take half a step out of the institute until this project was completed. However, it was only after a year's time that he was about to resign, which made Suli very puzzled. Something happened? Chu Fei saw that her face was not right and asked out loud. Many people at the institute are resigning, including a professor that I hired with a high salary. If this project doesn't have him, even if it's me personally on it, it will take a long time to resume progress. Hearing this, Chu Fei did not say anything. However, he had some thoughts in his heart. People in general wouldn't resign for no reason. It wasn't like they were fresh out of school and would resign at the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Regarding the remuneration, he also believed that Suli was not a stingy person, at least, not in this regard. If it wasn't because of the honorarium, he had a feeling that someone should have secretly cut a corner. However, the nature of this matter could not be determined for now. No way. I still have to go to the research institute tomorrow. This project cannot be cut off. Suli felt that even if she was on crutches, she still had to go to the research institute to see what was going on. Come on, the way you are now, you will not be discharged from the hospital for at least 2 more days. Moreover, you can't walk around freely after being discharged from the hospital. It will all take at least half a month before you can walk. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow I will go to the institute for you. Suli was also clear about her condition. She couldn't get out of bed and walk around at all. However, it was also impossible for her to leave things at the research institute unattended. As soon as she heard that Chu Fei wanted to go for her, she immediately froze. Can you do it? Chu Fei grinned. Can you? Don't you know? Chapter 36 Reasons for Resignation. The following day at noon, Chu Fei found Zhao Dajuan and asked him to arrange a car for himself. He himself drove the car, following the address Suli gave him, and arrived at the research institute. How could he not have thought that this girl had done such a good job of concealing herself that she had placed the research institute in the countryside, in the place of a normal person? It would have never occurred to him. The place where he was now was a very, very small village. The entire village only had a dozen or so families living halfway up the mountain. In order to buy this place, Suli spent close to tens of millions of dollars before sending all of these 10 or so families to the city. Then, on top of the original foundation, all the old houses underwent a huge remodeling, and a basement was also constructed. Arriving at the location of the village entrance, he saw a girl with glasses waiting anxiously right there. Upon seeing Chu Fei, she hastily waved. Secretary Chu. This was Xiao Bei, the administrator of the institute and one of the people in charge of the research. You are Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei pushed his glasses. Yes, what exactly is the reason for MS? So this time that she's not coming over? On the phone, Suli did not tell Xiao Bei the reason why she was not coming over. Instead, she said that Chu Fei, the new secretary by her side, would go over to solve the problem. General Manager Su has been a little unwell recently and is hospitalized, so there is no way for her to come over for the time being. I've already understood the problems here. Those who are planning to resign now haven't moved, right? All waiting for me? Hearing Chu Fei say that, Xiao Bei nodded. Yes, in fact, Xiao Bei was also a bit guilty of muttering in his heart. This new secretary looked to be in his early 20s. very young. Could he really solve things here? Actually, she didn't believe it in her heart. Let's go then. Chu Fei had a hint of a smile on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Bei could only follow him. This way. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a reception room that was transformed from a residential house. Inside the reception room sat a few young men who looked to be in their 30s, and in the center sat a middle-aged man who looked to have passed 40. Secretary Chu, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yang. Xiao Bei went forward and introduced Chu Fei. Yang Chenghua looked at Chu Fei with some disdain in his eyes. Mr. Su didn't come and sent a brat over? Isn't it too much of a disregard for everyone? When these words came out, they immediately ushered in the others to agree. That's right, Mr. Su didn't even come over. What does it mean to have a secretary like you come over? Looking down on us? You said one thing and I said another, making the atmosphere all a bit awkward. But, the people all knew in their hearts. It was because the group of them who had resigned had all followed Yang Chenghua. Xiao Bei just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Chu Fei waved his hand. Gentlemen, are you determined to resign? I don't know. Has the content of the contract been given for to see clearly? All of the funds for this project need to be compensated by you. I wonder if you have the money to resign. If there is, then all of you please go ahead. Chu Fei came up with a sentence that directly blocked all their paths, because they thought very clearly. If Su Li insisted on them compensating, then there would only be a lawsuit. However, a lawsuit would take a long time. With their standard and the current research progress, it was enough for them to research out the drug. Once the drug is researched, the patent is theirs, and Su Li's company can't continue the research. The money earned was completely enough to compensate. However, their intention was to give them a raise. After all, this project had cost them too much effort. They also didn't want to spend so much time again to redevelop the project. According to Secretary Chu's meaning, we can't even resign if we want to? We still have to compensate the company's losses, right? Yang Chenghua picked up the cigarette on the table and was about to light it when he was slapped away by Chu Fei. Sorry, this was bought with the company's money. Since you're quitting, you don't have to smoke it. Chu Fei's action startled Xiao Bei, who was at the side. At the institute, no one dared to be so unreasonable to Professor Yang. This new secretary had too much guts. She wondered how Mr. Su could find such a man as a secretary. Kid, you're just a tiny secretary. I'm the professor of this institute. This institute won't turn without me. If you do this, does Mr. Su know? Yang Chenghua's eyes were somewhat cold as he stared at Chu Fei. In his opinion, this was all Chu Fei's personal behavior. As for Su Li, he did not dare to treat him like this yet. It doesn't matter if Mr. Su knows about it. Before I came, Mr. Su had already told me that I'm solely responsible for this place. You guys can certainly resign if you want to, provided that you compensate the money you need to pay out. I can let you leave from here with peace of mind. Until the money is in place, all of you can stay here properly. Hearing these words, the faces of those present changed, because this was equivalent to imprisoning their personal freedom in disguise. Not being able to leave this place, even if someone outside offered them a higher price, they wouldn't be able to get it. Secretary Chu, you're breaking the law. Imprisoning us, do you have this right? Yang Chenghua's face was filled with ice coldness as he violently stood up from the sofa. However, Chu Fei only raised the corners of his mouth slightly and gave a cold smile. The confidentiality contract I believe everyone has already signed. I don't think I need to say more about the reasons why you all want to resign. Now I'll give you two choices. Either stay and work here obediently, or lose the money and I'll let you go. I think back, the person who dug you guys up afterward should not have transferred the money to you guys yet. This sentence of Chu Fei's was basically equal to having opened the sky window with the crowd. The crowd understood the meaning of this sentence in their hearts, and no one took the lead in opening their mouths. Even Yang Chenghua had fallen into silence. But Xiao Bei was after all just a young person. When she heard Chu Fei say that, she immediately understood. She appeared a little angry, and she just cursed angrily at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you should have a number in your heart as to how Mr. Su is treating us. Back then when your wife was seriously ill and lacked money, Mr. Su took $2 million to you without saying a word to go to your wife's doctor. Now you're actually planning to give up this project for the sake of money. What a scumbag! Being scolded by Xiao Bei like this, Yang Chenghua's face was a bit ugly. Secretary Chu, although I don't know where you heard the rumor that someone had gouged us, I can tell you that I didn't do it for money. Chapter 37, Someone is a mole? At those words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If it wasn't because of money, then why would so many of them resign en masse? Could it be that? He thought of a very bad outcome, and that was that the identities of these researchers in the institute had already been hollowed out by someone. That person hiding behind the scenes might have used the families of these researchers to threaten them to leave the institute, and promised them a generous reward. Although he didn't know if his guess was correct, he still planned to talk to Yang Chenghua alone. Professor Yang, right? Why don't the two of us talk alone? Yang Chengguo listened and nodded. Chu Fei picked up the cigarettes on the table and came outside the room with him. I'm a little embarrassed just now, Professor Yang. As he spoke, he had already taken out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Chengguo, and even helped him light it up with his hand. Yang Chengguo didn't say anything, and his brows kept knitting together. Seeing that he didn't open his mouth, Chu Fei didn't pursue the matter. The two of them just stood quietly in the doorway for a full 10 minutes before Yang Chengguo opened his mouth. Resignation is inevitable. As for the reason, it's because of my family. I'm not at liberty to say more about the specifics. I only hope that Mr. Su will look at the fact that I've done my best and let me off the hook. Other than me, those researchers actually did not intend to resign. They just wanted to increase their remuneration a little more. There is no fault, after all, no matter who it is. After staying in this place for more than a year without going out, they will all panic. Hearing these words, Chu Fei also sort of understood. There wasn't much difference from his own guess. What if I have a way to leave your family unharmed? Chu Fei threw away the cigarette in his hand and quietly looked at Yang Chengguo. The latter obviously didn't quite believe him, and there were more than a few moments of surprise in his eyes. This brat seemed to understand his own words, but he shook his head. Since they already know my identity, they will definitely keep staring. Even if you have a way to keep them safe for a while, it won't necessarily be the case down the road. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew there was a chance. Don't worry, I can guarantee that your family will not be in any danger until this project is completed. Only then did Yang Chengguo seriously look at Chu Fei in front of him. He didn't know where Chu Fei got the backbone to say such words. How can I trust you? These words made it somewhat difficult for Chu Fei. The hardest thing in this world was to make a stranger believe in himself. You can bet on it. If you lose the bet, I'll be buried with you. Win. Everyone will be happy. Chu Fei looked at him with a face full of seriousness. Yang Chengguo's heart was shocked, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. This brat, it seemed that he was not quite the same as the ones he had seen. Since you said so, then fine. I'll make a bet with you. Tomorrow is the day that the institute will speak to the family, and that person will contact me. I want the person I'm talking to be my family, not them. It's the only way I can trust you. Chu Fei nodded. Good. When the two of them re-entered the reception room, Yang Chengguo's somewhat melancholic face was all cheerful. Everyone, after the discussion between Professor Yang and I, on top of everyone's original base, we will give everyone a $5,000 increase in salary. And, after the success of the project, everyone's bonus will not be less than $500,000. This condition was proposed by Chu Fei himself. As for Su Li's side, just say something. After all, the relationship between the two was already obvious now. Hearing him say this, everyone present except for Professor Yang had excitement in their eyes. This was a considerable amount of money now. Alright, the conditions have been negotiated. Should they go back and continue working? Chu Fei faintly smiled and looked at the crowd. Only then did Professor Yang speak. Let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days, so hurry up and study it out so everyone can get their bonuses. As soon as he spoke, the crowd immediately got up and headed towards the research institute. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, looked at Chu Fei with a surprised expression. This was done? She was still somewhat in disbelief. In her perception, even if Mr. Su came, it was impossible to negotiate a deal without an hour or two. Secretary Chu, this condition, was it something that Mr. Su had agreed with you long ago? Chu Fei shook his head. No, this is what I said myself. Ah, Xiao Bei was shocked. Then on General Manager Su's side, how do you explain? This was promising such a big cake without going through General Manager Su's consent. If Mr. Su rejected it, the entire institute would have to blow up. Explain? I don't need to explain. Chu Fei smiled mysteriously at Xiao Bei. The latter's face was filled with incomprehension. Alright, you get busy. I'll leave first. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bei, Chu Fei left the institute. Returning to the Warzone hospital, Su Li was still lying on the hospital bed. Seeing Chu Fei come in, he hurriedly inquired about the situation. How's it going? You wouldn't have agreed to their resignation, right? Chu Fei gave her a blank look. Do you think your husband I'm that stupid? Hearing the word husband, Su Li glared at him viciously. No talking about this. I'm not married to you right now. Don't think about it. Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold, his eyes staring fiercely at her. Bitch, I'm telling you, if you dare to marry someone else, your legs will be broken for you. Seeing this pretentious face of his, Su Li snorted a laugh. Scare me, ha, and break my legs. You try? Believe it or not, I'll beat your son. Chu Fei was immediately filled with embarrassment. Still thinking of giving Su Li a downward spiral, he didn't expect to be taken down by her. Come to think of it, the first time he met her, he was taken to death by her. Alright, getting down to business. How did it go? Chu Fei collected his smile and talked to Su Li about the whole thing. There's no problem with the conditions. It's what they should take. It's just that, on the side of Professor Yang's family, do you have a way? Suli also didn't think that it was Professor Yang's family side that was in trouble. It was also her own fault for not thinking it through and miscalculating. You don't have to worry about this, I have my own way. However, I'm wondering who on earth can actually know Professor Yang's identity information. Moreover, it's also known that he works at your institute. Hearing this, Suli was also full of doubts. However, there were many people who knew Professor Yang, but not many people who had actually come into contact with him. And working at his own institute, it was only that very few people knew about it. What do you think? Suli thought for half a day, but didn't come up with a clue. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I feel that there might be someone who was a mole. Already sold the list of the institute's personnel. Within the company, besides you and your father, who else knows the list of institute personnel? Chapter 38, open the door, check the water meter. A mole? No way? Suli was obviously a little less convinced. Those who could know the list of researchers were all the company's senior personnel. The lowest were at the level of general manager. If it was true that there was a mole, then the company might be in for a big trouble. If there is no mole, who do you think would know what researchers your company has? There shouldn't be any, right? Chu Fei thought very clearly. Without a mole, it was impossible for something like this to happen. Hearing this explanation, Suli also fell silent. For something like a mole to appear in the company, if there really was one, it would be a dereliction of duty on her part. It was just that it was not possible to determine exactly who it was right now, only after she with the company, in convening a meeting with the senior staff. Then what are you going to do next? Suli had no way to go to the company and could only recuperate from her injuries now. A lot of things, she could only hand over to her secretary, or directly use her cell phone to butt in. I might not accompany you tonight. I have to go to Professor Yang's home to take a look. Tomorrow is the day when the researcher will speak to his family. I need to ensure the safety of his family. Hearing this, Suli had a few more moments of worry in her eyes. Why don't we just call the police? Chu Fei shook his head. No, calling the police now would be tantamount to alerting the snakes. No one knew if there were other people behind those people. If there were, for them to call the police would be the same as alerting the other party first, and perhaps the other party would directly transfer. It would be difficult to find them at that time. But, Suli still wanted to say something, but as soon as Chu Fei cupped her pretty face, he printed on her red lips. Woo! She subconsciously tried to struggle, but then her body went soft. After kissing deeply for a moment, Chu Fei wiped the corners of his mouth. Not bad, quite sweet. Suli's face was red and she stared at him viciously. You stinking bandit, believe it or not, I'll beat your son. Chu Fei got up and smiled. You hit. Suli raised her hand, but quickly put it down, her eyes looking at him with some concern. Be sure to be safe. Husband's ability you still don't know? Don't worry, I'll leave first. Remember to send me Professor Yang's address. After bidding farewell to Suli, Chu Fei then left the ward. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Zhao Dajun. Hello, Dajun, are there any good men around? Team Chu, why are you asking this? Zhao Dajun was a bit puzzled. With Team Chu's strength, going there would be nearly horizontal. Cut the crap. I'll wait at the entrance of the Warzone hospital. Call 2 people over. Something's up. After saying that, he hung up the phone. But in 10 minutes, a black jeep stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Looking at the 2 people in civilian clothes who came down, the corner of Chu Fei's mouth revealed a smile. It seemed that Zhao Dajun, this brat, understood things and knew that he was going to do something, making these 2 people change into civilian clothes. Team Chu? The 2 people who came down from the car didn't recognize Chu Fei, but even General Zhao addressed this young man as Team Chu, so he knew how strong this young man's skills were. Get in the car and go to Chenghuayuan. On the way, Chu Fei also knew the names of the 2 men, Yang Zhenghong and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, it was already nearing evening. The 3 of them drove into Chenghuayuan. According to the address Suli gave himself, a building 1608. Let's go. The 3 of them did not take the elevator. Instead, they took the stairs and arrived all the way to the 16th floor. On this way, Chu Fei also deliberately changed into a set of electrician's clothes. You 2 will stand guard at the stairway. If anyone goes through the stairs, stop him for me. Xiao Long and Xiao Hong nodded. Since they had followed Chu Fei over, there was naturally something for them to do. Chu Fei arrived at the door of room 1608 and took a deep breath, gently knocked on the door. Once, no one responded. The second time, still no one responded. After knocking 3 times, the door of the room was slowly opened. A man with a somewhat fierce face revealed half of his face. Who are you looking for? Sorry for being late. I'm checking the water meter and electricity meter. Chu Fei's face was full of apologies, but his gaze looked inside the room, because he knew very well that this guy with a fierce face was not Professor Yang's relative. Prof, Yang's son was attending school at Beijing University, and besides his parents, there was only his wife left at home, and this man's age was just around 30 years old. It was obviously unlikely to be Professor Yang's father. So, wasn't it just checked yesterday? There was a hint of ferocity in the man's eyes. In fact, no one came to check the water meter yesterday at all. But, he felt that the man in front of him, who was checking the water meter, didn't look like he had come to check the water meter. It can't be. Yesterday, we checked the next door Qingjianjuan neighborhood. Chu Fei's face was full of doubts because he didn't know if this guy was scaring himself or not, so he still said such a sentence stiffly. When the man heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that this man wasn't here to find trouble, but was simply checking a water meter. Come in. Remember, don't wander off. As he spoke, the man had already opened the door. When Chu Fei walked inside, he found that there was no one in the living room, but in the room, there was clearly someone walking around. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was impossible for Chu Fei to make a move without alerting the other party. Coming to the bathroom, he briefly looked at the water meter. Only then did he come to the corridor and check the electricity meter. The man, on the other hand, just kept following him, came to the balcony, wanted to look through the curtains to see what was going on in the room, but the curtains were drawn, and only through a gap could he see that there were people inside. 3 people were sitting on the bed, and one of them was a man who was walking around the room. This was what Chu Fei could see, and where he couldn't see he didn't know if there was one yet either. Don't look around. The man's somewhat icy voice came from behind him, seemingly quite dissatisfied. Hey, fine. Chu Fei could only reply in a low voice, pretending to glance at the meter. He then turned around and was about to leave. The man followed behind him, not saying a word. Just as the two were about to walk to the door, Chu Fei made his move. Turning around violently, he slammed his fist at the man's throat. A single blow killed the man, not giving him any chance to resist. The man could only watch as Chu Fei made his move, not even having a chance to react. Chu Fei slowly supported the man's body and placed him on the ground, trying not to make a sound. Then he opened the door and closed it again. Snapped. Along with the door being closed, a voice finally came from the room. Old Melon, order takeout for dinner. All hungry. The person in the room didn't seem to have realized that his teammate had already been taken out by Chu Fei. Chu Fei did not reply. Instead, he walked outside the door of the room and stood quietly, waiting for the other party to come out. The person in the room heard no response from outside and spoke again. Old Melon, where are you TM people? Chapter 39, Failed Mission. Kill the whole family. Several minutes passed. The people in the room still hadn't come out, but they had all realized that something was wrong. No one could guarantee what was going on outside. In the room, Professor Yang's parents as well as his wife were tied to the bed with their back hands, unable to move. Neither did they dare to speak, because there were 2 other strong men in the room. They were both holding knives in their hands, and they were afraid that they would accidentally be attacked by the other party. They had been living like this for a whole week. Every day, they were in a state of fear, and they had also expected that someone would also find out what was going on here. But, after a week, no one had called the police, and their hearts were filled with despair. But the important thing is that these 3 people who kidnapped them do not seem to be rushing to ask for money. Not only do they give them some food every day, but also occasionally give them some fruit. Other than not being able to leave the house, it was fine. But now, what was happening in the living room? They didn't know. The one who had gone out earlier to open the door for the water meter check hadn't responded until now. You, go out and look. The man with the knife pointed at Professor Yang's wife Ding Lei and said. After saying that, the rope had already been untied by them. Ding Lei's eyes were filled with fear. She didn't want to go out. But, if she didn't go out, she would be beaten. She could only harden her head and come to the door of the room, gently pulling the handle. Outside the door, Chu Fei's body was close to the wall, and when he heard the sound of the handle twisting, his face gradually turned cold. His fists were clenched, already ready to strike. When the door opened completely, Chu Fei was already planning to make his move. However, that faint scent that filled the air caused him to stop his hands. A man would not have this kind of smell. Sure enough, when Ding Lei came out of the room, the first thing she saw was the thug lying on the ground. Subconsciously, she was about to cover her mouth and scream, but soon discovered Chu Fei standing at the side. Her pupils dilated at this moment, but Chu Fei put up a finger to his mouth, signaling her not to speak. Ding Lei was not stupid and naturally understood that this young man in front of her was probably here to save her. Immediately shivering, she opened her mouth to the people inside the room. He's dead. The living room is empty. When hearing these words, the 2 thugs in the room looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. Old Melon is dead? How long had it been since that water meter checking officer came in, and he was dead? And not a single sound came out. Go out and take a look. After making eye contact, the The two nodded to each other and headed out of the room. Ding Lei, on the other hand, walked to the other side, leaving enough space for Chu Fei to exert himself. Chu Fei's eyes were ice cold, and he was already prepared for battle. The moment the two thugs walked out of the room's door with knives, he did not hesitate for a second. Raising his leg, he kicked the thug who came out first and sent him flying. The guide who came out after him saw that his companion had been beaten and slashed at Chu Fei with his knife. The two men were not ordinary thugs. Their reflexes were naturally very fast. But the person they were facing was also not an ordinary person. Chu Fei sidestepped and dodged, dodging the knife. With his backhand, he slammed his fist on the man's jaw, directly dislocating his jaw and falling to the ground. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Chu Fei raised his leg and wasted the man's hands. That crisp bone-cracking sound caused goosebumps to rise all over Ding Lei's body. One did not dare to imagine what this man who had come to their rescue was. The two men did not die. They were only deprived of their mobility by Chu Fei. Only after doing this did Chu Fei explain to Ding Lei, "Hello, you are Professor Yang's wife, right? I was found here by Professor Yang. He knows that something has happened at home. Don't worry guys, we'll take care of things here." Only after hearing this did Ding Lei let out a long sigh of relief. Her eyes reddening, with a choked voice, she shouted into the room, "Dad, Mom, you guys come out. It's okay." When the two old men tremblingly walked out from the room and saw the person on the ground, their eyes were still filled with awe. It was at this time that Chu Fei opened the door and shouted at the hallway, "Little dragon, you guys come up." The two who were guarding the stairway, Xiaolong and Xiao Hung, looked at each other and quickly came to the door. Looking at the three people lying down inside, the two knew what had happened. Team Chu, take them back to the living rooms around the division for a while. Ensure their safety. Remember, send someone to guard them. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you to account. The words fell, and only then did he turn his head to look at Ding Lei and Professor Yang's parents. "Mrs. Yang, you guys follow them back first. Leave this place to me." Ding Lei nodded with a palpitating heart, before she simply packed up and helped Professor Yang's parents follow Xiaolong and Xiaohong to leave. Only after several people had left did Chu Fei sit on the sofa. Looking at the two men lying on the ground who were still wailing, he slowly spoke, "Don't play dead." Hearing those words, the two men climbed up and sat on the ground with pale faces. Both of their hands had been broken by Chu Fei, and they had now lost the ability to resist. "Who are you? Do you know what kind of consequences there will be for stopping our plans?" Without waiting for Chu Fei to speak, one of them took the lead in questioning him. Chu Fei smiled indifferently. "I don't know what kind of consequences there will be, but you too. If you don't say anything, the consequences might not be too favorable." The two men's faces changed, and a trace of scorn flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chu Fei. The strength of the other party was completely enough to be the head honcho amongst their organization. They couldn't figure out how a mere professor could find such a person to come to their door. However, the consequences of betraying the organization were clear to them. It wasn't just them who would die, including the family. "You do it. We won't say anything." In the eyes of the two men, there was a deadly intent. Failure of the mission would only lead to death. This was the organization's rule. Even if they returned alive, they would be dealt with cleanly to ensure safety. "The mouth is quite tough. I think that the person behind you guys is also the person called Brother Yi, right?" Chu Fei calmly looked at the two. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the two men changed a few more points. The gazes that looked at him carried a hint of shock. They did not understand why this fellow would know about Brother Ye's existence. Could it be that they thought of that previous mission where the mission failed and all 5 people sent out died, and one was captured alive by the people from the war zone? It seemed that it should be that person who exposed Ye's existence. Unluckily, the matter of being captured alive by the war zone was known by Brother Yi, and the families of those people had been buried alive. "I said it, do it, we won't say anything. It's better for one person to die than for the entire family to die." Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this person called Brother Yi was doing things very desperately, to fail a mission, to kill the entire family. Chapter 40, Unable to Intervene. "Hello, Zhang Ning?" Zhang Ning, who was sitting in his office, heard the familiar voice and immediately stood up from his position. He had almost messed up the last time. This time, the young master personally called him over, specifying that there was something for him to do. "Young master, it's me. Do you have any orders?" Chu Fei looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground and slowly spoke. "I killed 3 thugs at 1608. Building 1, Qinghua Yuan. You know how to do it, right? 3 thugs?" Upon hearing those words, Zhang Ning subconsciously thought of Chu Fei's current situation. "Yes, I understand. I'll have someone go over and deal with it now. Don't worry." After receiving Zhang Ning's reply, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Leaving Professor Yang's home, he frowned slightly. These two fellows' bones were really hard, and they hadn't even revealed who the person behind them was until they died. However, judging from their previous behavior, This person who had been targeting Su Li behind his back was the one called Brother Yi. He didn't quite understand what kind of identity could foster such an organization. Just after leaving Chunhua Yuan, he received a phone call. Looking at the phone number on it, he was a little surprised that it was Xiao Yu. Brother Fei? Xiao Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. What's wrong? Chu Fei walked to the side of the bus stop and lit a cigarette. Didn't you ask me to observe Yi Ao's side more before? I did receive a message on my side. Oh, hearing Xiao Yu's words, Chu Fei was a bit surprised. You say. Xiao Yu was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Recently, Yi Ao seems to be very close to some people from the business world, and since he is often absent from the military department, the people under his hand have not moved. But from the news we have gotten, we know that he seems to be cultivating a group of people behind his back, and we are not sure where exactly. This news caused Chu Fei to frown. Cultivating an organization privately? This was something that was expressly forbidden by the team. If one was found out, not only would they be removed from all their current positions, they would also be caught in a large prison for the rest of their lives. Is the information reliable? Reliable. Our own people found it out. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face became a little ugly. If that was the case, there might be some trouble. I see. That's right. Use some of your permissions to help me look up a person called Su Jinghua. He should be from the military department. Find out if there is any information about his identity. If there is, remember to get back to me. I still have things to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. If there had been a person like Su Jinghua inside the military department, then it would definitely be possible to find out information about him, regardless of whether he was alive or dead. Previously, he had promised Su Li that he would help her look into it, and it was also a fulfillment of his promise. But, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Recently, there were things that were a bit much. He looked at the number on his cell phone and still dialed it. There were some things that he wanted to find Master to prove. Soon, a pale and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brat, how come you have time to call me? Is there something begging me? The bright laughter was full of vigor, not at all like an old man in his 70s. Master, have you made a decision about your abdication? What did those people say? Or did they vote on it? In fact, Sun Yanning was over 70 years old and was no longer suitable to be the leader of the Dragon Group, and the leader of the Dragon Group was the one that existed second only to the highest position. However, there were only 2 candidates who were the most suitable and young for the Dragon Group leader. One was Chu Fei, and the other was Yi Ao. Not only did one have to have outstanding strength, but more importantly, one had to be able to handle emergency matters. When listening to Chu Fei's words, Sun Yanning was silent for a few seconds. Vote on it. On Yi Ao's side, he's already pulling people together. On your side, I can't do much to help. I can only rely on yourself. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face was a little cold. He did not want to be this group leader, but because Yi Ao was not suitable, for the sake of one's own selfish interests, in order to complete the mission, he even went as far as sacrificing his teammates to ensure that the mission was completed. For such a person to become the leader of the Dragon team, Chu Fei was the first to disagree. Could it be that, Master, you don't have any methods? Chu Fei was puzzled. Logically, Master had been in the Dragon Group for so many years, and the connections around him would definitely not be bad. But right now, there were surprisingly not many people who were willing to step forward and speak for Master, which was very strange. Let's put it this way, I agree to you becoming the Dragon Group's patriarch. However, you still need 11% of the people to choose you. My choice is only 40% of the total. As things stand now, even if I don't agree with him and the rest of the people support him, then the position is still his. Do you understand? Sun Yanying's explanation made Chu Fei's heart clear. It was no wonder that Xiaoyu would tell himself that Yi Ao was dealing with some people from the business world. It seemed that it was in preparation for Master's abdication. What if he has privately cultivated an organization? Chu Fei spoke the news that Xiaoyu had said. Originally, he had thought that Master would be furious, or even directly seek a meeting with the senior personnel of the military department. However, Master's behavior surprised Chu Fei even more. This matter, I know. However, there are still people behind him. This matter, I cannot interfere. Behind Yi Ao, there are still people? Even Master couldn't intervene? How is this possible? If the person behind Yi Ao was the one sitting at the top, then Chu Fei wouldn't say much. But obviously, the person that Master was talking about was definitely not the highest one. Little Fei, this is a game. It depends on whether you are willing to be a pawn or a chess player. The person behind Yi Ao is not weaker than your Chu family. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Fei's face went completely cold. Master was clear about his own identity. Since Master had said that, it proved that the person behind Yi Ao was enough to compete with the Chu family. It was no wonder that Master was unable to intervene. Master, If the other party does this, isn't he afraid of causing the one at the highest position to get angry? Sun Yanning sniffed and let out a long sigh. That one doesn't know for now, but I can tell you very clearly that even if that one knows, they can only turn a blind eye. The purpose of the other party is not to target the country. Just with that, it's enough. Chapter 41, Vacation? After talking to Master on the phone, Chu Fei's face wasn't very pretty. From his master's mouth he knew some news about Yao. This fellow was once an orphan. He was single-handedly nurtured by someone and sent into the dragon team, and he was still after him, counting himself as his senior brother. But this guy's character and temperament, in Chu Fei's opinion, it was only 2 words: desperate. In order to achieve his goal, he would do whatever it takes. As for the person who sent him in, even the master was not clear about the identity of the other party. It was only known that when Yao was alone, he defeated 5 members of the team at that time. Those members, but all of them were personally trained by the master, and their strength was definitely not bad. But the fact that Yao could defeat 5 by himself and win was enough to know his strength. Moreover, Yao also had a letter of introduction. The content of the letter was very simple. That is, for the master to accept Yao, there was no signature at the end, only a dragon-like pattern. Even though the master had been in the sand for many years, he had never seen such a pattern, and had sent people to probe for news about that pattern. But without exception, all the people who poked around failed to find out, and there were even some who disappeared inexplicably. From this alone, it was enough to see that the person who sent Yao to the dragon group was not ordinary. For the next few days, Chu Fei accompanied Suli in the war zone hospital. In the middle of the day, Suli's father had also called over to inquire, but Suli was vague and confused. She also did not want her family to worry about her safety. Until Friday, the two were discharged from the hospital. Returning to the villa, Suli was only able to lie on the sofa as if she was relieved. Staying in the hospital for a week. I'm going crazy. After not taking a shower for a week, I feel like my body is already moldy. Although it wasn't summer, the weather was hotter in the fall. If you don't wash once a day, you feel uncomfortable all over. Not to mention a week in the hospital. The feeling of being covered in goo almost didn't make Suli go crazy. Your legs can't get wet right now, otherwise it will easily become inflamed, Chu Fei coldly said from the side. Suli fiercely blanked him. I don't care. I have to take a bath today. The Heavenly King can't stop me even if he comes. After saying that, she got up and was about to walk towards the bathroom. However, Chu Fei picked her up by the waist. Isn't it simple to take a bath? I'll help you. When Suli heard that, her pretty face instantly turned red. Go to hell. Don't. However, Chu Fei didn't care about her resistance and directly carried her to the bathroom. People say that when a girl says don't, it means yes. It was close to an hour before Chu Fei helped Suli out of the bathroom. It wasn't known if it was because of the weather, but her entire face was red. Chu Fei, on the contrary, had a bashful face. Bah, you are a bandit, Suli scolded fiercely. Perhaps, after the two of them stabbed through that piece of window paper, the two of them were much closer compared to even before. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him, a truth that has remained unchanged since ancient times. On the sofa in the living room, Chu Fei just wanted to light a cigarette, but Suli on the side had a cold face. Smoking? When the latter heard this, he hastily stuffed the cigarette in his hand back into the cigarette case. Now Suli was not alone, there was still a little one in her stomach. Chu Fei could only smile awkwardly. No smoking, no smoking, I'll quit in the future. You go change your clothes, later we will go to the company. The company's mole can't be found. I'm not too comfortable in my heart. Suli's face gradually turned cold. With what happened last time, the safety of the family members of the institute's personnel could no longer be guaranteed. No one dared to be sure that the other members of the institute would not be threatened. Humph. Chu Fei nodded and turned around to return to his room to change into a set of clothes. Only then did the two of them take a taxi to the downstairs of Kuyao Company. After the Maybach was damaged, Suli was also without a car, and in the general manager's office of Kuyao Company, Li Fei, who was the general manager, was leisurely reclining on the boss chair, drinking coffee and squinting his eyes to rest. His fingers gently tapped the desktop, and it seemed like everything was so casual. However, a knock came from outside the door. Enter. The female assistant came in through the door. Mr. Li, the president is back. Call all the executives above the supervisor to the conference room for a meeting. Hearing the words of the female assistant, Li Fei then stopped his hand movements. The president is back? I know. You go and get busy. Li Fei waved his hand, then frowned. The president hadn't come to the company this week, saying that he had some personal matters to deal with. Recently, the company was all run by the president, but the president only came to inspect occasionally, and nothing happened. But this time when the president came back, he had to call all the top management for a meeting in a hurry. Could it be that he had found something? Thinking of this, Li Fei's face became a bit tense, but it quickly regained its calmness. He wouldn't believe that the president knew that he had checked the list of researchers. After all, there were quite a few people in the company who could view the list of researchers. With some apprehension, he arrived at the conference room. Su Li was sitting on the first place, and Chu Fei was standing on the side. However, in 10 minutes, everyone had already come to the conference room. Su Li's gaze swept over the crowd and smiled lightly. Everyone, I've worked hard for you all in the past few days while I was away from the company. Coming up was a greeting that warmed the hearts of many people present. Mr. Su is polite. This is what we should do. That's right. The company is growing by leaps and bounds right now. We must also work hard to contribute to the company. Hearing everyone say this, Su Li nodded with satisfaction. Given that everyone has been working so hard for some time, I've decided to take a 3-day vacation starting from the general manager to the position of manager, so everyone can rest. When the general manager comes back, the level of director to supervisor, also take a vacation for 3 days. Upon hearing that there was going to be a vacation, the conference room was filled with a happy atmosphere. President atmosphere. Good. During this period of time, many people were working overtime. The company's business was also increasing, and the more bonuses they could get were also increasing. It was naturally great to have a 3-day vacation to rest now. However, Li Fei's face was a bit ugly. It was because he had just received the news that he had to keep a good eye on Kuyao Company in this recent period. Once the company had any decisions or changes, they would be notified immediately. However, with this vacation, he wouldn't be able to receive any news. President, I don't think this is proper. It's a good time for the company to develop. We can't delay the company's development because of the vacation. Li Fei was the first to jump out and speak against it, and Chu Fei's gaze fell on him. It's not good to take a vacation? Really treating the company as his own home, isn't it? Is that possible? Chapter 42, Making a Name for Yourself. Oh, Mr. Li's attitude of sacrificing himself for the public sector really makes me appreciate it. How about this? Mr. Li alone takes a week's vacation with pay. What do you all think? Su Li's gaze looked at the others. In the eyes of everyone, the position of general manager was not just an important position in the company. There were more things to deal with. Giving Li Fei a week's vacation, and a paid vacation, they felt it was nothing. Yes, Mr. Li has been exhausted in recent times. Look at his black eyes. They're so heavy. It's time to take a good rest. The crowd said one thing to another, directly dumbfounding Li Fei. Originally, Li Fei thought that his words would make the president agree to let himself work well in the company. Unexpectedly, she let herself take a week's paid vacation. If that person hadn't offered himself such a high price, Li Fei himself would have felt that it was definitely a blessing to be able to work at Kuyao Company. President, that's not what I meant. I just want to contribute to the company properly. So vacation or whatever. I don't need it. Li Fei's righteous look made the other executives present couldn't help but clap their hands. People like Mr. Li are an example for us to follow. Everyone in the future, we must learn from Mr. Li, okay? The vice general manager couldn't help but speak to everyone from the side, and the others couldn't stop nodding their heads, praising Mr. Li for being a role model for them to learn from. I've seen how hard Mr. Li has worked. So, don't be polite to me, Mr. Li. Su Li wasn't stupid. She knew exactly what Li Fei wanted. In the workplace, everyone was out to work. Other than a small number of people who were willing to contribute to the company for the sake of promotion and for the sake of money, who would refuse a paid vacation? And Li Fei was not willing to take a vacation, and was even willing to stay at the company to work overtime, which was problematic. President, Before Li Fei could finish his words, Su Li waved her hand. Alright, it's decided. President Li is on vacation for a week, and the others for 3 days. Dismissed. As the words fell, Su Li turned around and left the conference room. When returning to the office, Su Li sat on the chair with a somewhat pained face, strongly bracing herself to appear fine in front of the crowd. She almost let her wound fall apart. What's wrong? The wound collapsed? Seeing that she was in pain, Chu Fei hurriedly went forward and squatted down, lifting a corner of her skirt to check the gauze tied above. The snow-white gauze had long since penetrated except for a trace of blood. Good thing it wasn't too serious. It's fine. It should be a little blood spilling from the wound. Just rest properly for a few days. As soon as Chu Fei's words fell, the office door was pushed open. As soon as Fang Qing opened the door, she saw Chu Fei squatting under Su Li's skirt, his head tilted back, her entire body froze in place, her small mouth slightly open. You guys, what are doing? She even had images in her head already. If she hadn't barged in right out of the blue, I'm afraid the two of them would have already started. Fang Qing was somewhat regretting why she had to come in at this time. If she had come in 2 minutes later, maybe. Chu Fei put down Su Li's skirt with a calm face. Didn't do anything. And Su Li, a face has long been red. You come and also do not knock on the door? Fong Qing heatedly smiled at her, her eyes full of "I understand" meaning. I can't imagine that the Grand President will also have a day when he can't hold back. In the office, TSK. When Su Li heard this, she immediately exploded. Shut up, it's not what you think. Fong Qing laughed and walked up to pat Chu Fei's shoulder. Bodyguard Chu, the president's flavor. Is it salty? Is it the flavor of the sea, you know? Chu Fei licked his lips. Do you want to taste it? Fong Qing looked at him with a disgusted face. Die aside. Only then did he walk to Su Li's side. Feeling better? In fact, she was aware that Su Li was injured. Those words just now were just a deliberate attempt to flirt with the two. Much better. Barely able to walk. Right. Why did you come over? Su Li was a little curious. Hadn't Fong Qing been busy with the modeling agency recently? During the time she was hospitalized, the two of them often made phone kanji. From Fong Qing's mouth, she knew that her ex-boyfriend's company had started to frantically poach her company's corners. Many good models were poached at high prices. Now her modeling agency was in crisis. There were few advertisements working with her anymore. I came over just to tell you a good thing. Afterwards, he came to Su Li's ear and quietly said a few words. Upon hearing this, Su Li's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly. You're not kidding, right? Really? Fong Chang nodded. Of course it's true. Afterward, both women's gazes fell on Chu Fei's body. At that moment, Chu Fei only felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Li smiled lightly. Chu Big Handsome, do you know that the last time you took that set of modeling photos at Xiao Qing's company, it brought about how big of an impact? Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. Isn't it just a set of photos? What impact could it have? Besides, his body was covered in scars everywhere. Would anyone really like a photo taken like that? What impact? He asked with a hint of curiosity. Fong Qing slowly spoke. The sets of clothes you wore in the beginning. The sales are now skyrocketing. The merchants we worked with before are planning to rush them in bulk. And they've recently sent over a few new styles. So, hearing this, Chu Fei's face fell. Dare Fong Qing come over this time just to let herself go and be a model? Not going. It's not like you're giving me money. Is it fun to whore me out for nothing every day? When Fong Qing heard this, her eyes went wide. You still want money? Do you lack that little bit of money? In her opinion, Chu Fei was a top-tier rich second generation. Lacking. I do the work of 3 people by myself. Another bodyguard, another secretary, and a nanny. And from time to time, I have to warm the bed. There's still no money. Is it easy for me? Chu Fei's sentence almost didn't make Su Li jump up. What are you saying? When did I ask you to warm the bed? Don't talk nonsense. However, Fong Chang went off on a tangent of laughter. There's still this kind of treatment. Ha, why don't you follow me? Not only do I give money, I also give a lot. Chu Fei, however, firmly shook his head. I won't do anything illegal. I'm a good people who knows the law and understands it. Fong Qing glared at him fiercely. You're such a person. Good sister. Let's go. Ignore him. Isn't your car broken? Let's go buy a car. Chapter 43 Teasing Fong Qing's ex-boyfriend. Buying a car was not much of an attraction for Su Li, but not having a car was inconvenient, and directly called the manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4 store to make a phone call. Let him prepare a new top-of-the-line Maybach for himself. As for why this brand, Su Li can only say that this brand of car can resist a beating. The 3 of them, on the other hand, came to Fong Qing's modeling agency. In order to do so, they wanted Chu Fei to take a few more sets of modeling photos. Only, it seemed that the 3 people came at a bad time. In the hall of the company, a man and a woman were sitting on the sofa. The man looked quite good, like a white boy, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette, and the woman sitting beside the man looked already old, at least 40-something. Her face was covered with foundation, as if she had brushed a layer of white ash, white and scary, very bored playing with her cell phone on the side. In front of the two, there were also several good-looking female models. Say yes, come work in my company and double your salary for a month, and I can tell you that my company has received quite a few orders. As long as you guys are willing to jump ship, I guarantee that your development will be 100 times better than you are in this small company. The somewhat harsh words made Fong Qing's face turn blue. She never dreamed that her ex-boyfriend Lin Shui would still dare to come to the company. Even if he came, he was still poaching people in her company? Wasn't this the same as riding on the head and ting on it? Lin Shui. Fong Chang rushed into the hall, her face full of anger. Su Li and Chu Fei were right behind her, quietly watching. Only when he heard someone call out to him did Lin Shui turn around to look. When he saw that Fong Chang had returned, his face was instantly covered in smiles. Little Chang, you're back. Ha, just in time. There's something I want to talk to you about today. While the woman next to her saw Fong Chang, she put down her cell phone. This is Mr. Fong, right? Not so good looking. I don't know how my family Xiao Lin could have taken a liking to you in the first place. The two of them sang in unison, causing one of Fong Qing's pretty face to change color. She held back the anger in her heart. You are not welcome here. Please leave. However, Lin Shuwei seemed to have no intention of leaving. Instead, he laughed. Xiao Chang, you're not making any sense, are you? Anyways, this place is also something that I fought together with you. Although I've broken up with you now, I still have you in my heart. Today I came over. In fact, I just want to talk to you about the conditions of acquiring your company. Suli on the side listened to the conversation between the two. Her brows locked. Such a scummy man was simply unheard of. She couldn't help but interject from the side. People want face, trees want skin. If people don't want face, the world is invincible. If trees don't want skin, they will die. These words were clearly directed at Lin Shuwei. Lin Shuwei turned around and spotted Suli and Chu Fei standing not far away. He immediately let out a cold smile. So it's General Manager Su. Disrespectful. I don't know if General Manager Su came over. Was he looking for Xiao Qing to take pictures? Actually, it's fine to look for me. I can take pictures for you for free. The meaning of these words was understood by all individuals. Scram. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll call security. Fong Qing didn't want to see Suli suffer, and immediately became angry. As for Lin Shuwei, he just sneered. In his opinion, now Fong Qing's company didn't have any more models that could hold their own. The owners of those branded clothes naturally wouldn't choose a modeling agency with no power to hire them to shoot clothes. Although his own company had been established late, he had still gotten quite a few orders thanks to his current girlfriend's tireless efforts. Fong Qing, those few headliners of your company have all been scooped up by me. What are you going to fight me with? Now I'll give you two choices. Either sell the company to me, and for the sake of previous love, I'll give you a general manager's position to sit on, or else, you'll have to watch your company disappear. At those words, Fong Qing couldn't even find anything to say to refute the other party for a moment. Several of the company's headliners had been scooped up by Lin Shuwei, and these few remaining models were still willing to stay only by relying on high wages. Otherwise, they would have been scooped up long ago. Where did the fleas come from? Jumping so much. Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. Originally he was too lazy to mind his own business. However, Fong Qing was at least Suli's bosom friend, and this fellow had just spoken out of turn to vilify Suli. If he didn't speak up again, he would be thought to be a soft eater by others, and it was at this time that Lin Shuwei's gaze landed on Chu Fei. At that instant, he frowned. It always felt like this fellow in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Then, as if he remembered something, he looked at Chu Fei with some surprise. You are the new model that Fong Qing hired? Not bad. Last week's Fashion Week, this guy was chosen as the cover of the boys' issue. With that styling and that body, he had simply become the male god in the hearts of many girls. And he also knew that this model was from Fong Qing's company. Brother, make a price. Come work in my company. I guarantee that the treatment will be twice as good as what you get here. Lin Shuwei looked like I'm rich and I'm the boss. In his opinion, these models were all about money. As long as they had money, what couldn't be done? As for those words that Chu Fei had just said, he completely treated them as if he hadn't heard them. You want to dig me? When Chu Fei heard that, he laughed, and Fong Qing and Suli were both silent. Comparing being rich with this top-tier rich second generation? Fearfully, there weren't many people who could compare. Yes, you name a price. When Lin Shuwei heard him say this, he knew there was a deal. His company's best model right now had a salary of $200,000 a month. Even if it was Chu Fei, as long as it didn't exceed $300,000 he could accept it. In that case, that's fine. The price as well. I'm also just a newcomer. I don't know much about it. It's fine if you say so. Chu Fei had a face of a budding newcomer. Fong Qing and Suli both froze. This guy is a newcomer? A newcomer? Lin Shuwei all froze. He had thought that Chu Fei was a model who came from out of town. Unexpectedly, it was a newcomer. Then wouldn't he have made a huge profit by digging him up? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. 50,000. This is not a low price. As long as you come, I guarantee that your salary will reach at least 100,000 after 3 months. For a newcomer, this price was definitely top-notch. No modeling agency would offer such a price to find a newcomer. However, Chu Fei was different. He was a newcomer who made it to Model Weekly on his first appearance. This potential was absolutely huge. 50,000? A bit less. 100,000. Chu Fei opened his price after thinking for a few seconds. Lin Shuwei agreed after just a little thought. 100,000 a month. Row, I promise you. But Chu Fei looked at him, somewhat surprised. You seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I'm not talking about a month. I'm talking about a minute's salary. Chapter 44, Familiar Groups. 1 minute? When they heard this, several people froze. It took several seconds before Lin Shuwei reacted, his face darkening. You tricked me? $100,000 a minute. Was it possible? At this price, looking at the entire world, how many people could do it? You guessed right. It's a pity that there's no reward. Chu Fei smiled indifferently. For someone like Lin Shuwei, if he wasn't in public, he wouldn't mind severely beating him up. Not for any other reason. Simply looking at him was unpleasant. Kid, you have a lot of guts. Lin Shuwei's face was extraordinarily ugly, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chu Fei. Teasing himself in front of so many people, his face was lost. I'll give you a chance to apologize. Apologize. Otherwise, I'll let you not even have time to kneel. Chu Fei's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Suli to feel a hint of nervousness. The two of them had been in contact for such a long time, and she understood Chu Fei's character very well. Speaking like this meant that he was already angry. What? Do you still want to hit me? I'll just stand here and let you fight. I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Shuwei was full of disdain. Although he didn't have much ability in Jiangnan, but at least he had the backing of his current girlfriend as a big mountain. With his current girlfriend backing him up, that powerful background is not enough to walk horizontally in Jiangnan. But the general company bosses see their own not to say hello? At this moment, the woman standing beside Lin Shuwei also slowly got up, ruffling the hair between her forehead. A haughty look hung on her foundation-covered face. Alright, I'm not going to nag you guys today. Fong Chang, right? In my name as the general manager of the Juanhao Group, I want to talk to you about the acquisition. If you're willing, we'll talk it over. If you're not willing, then the next days of your company will not be easy. Before Fong Chang could say anything, Chu Fei had already taken 2 steps forward and stood beside Lin Shuwei. The moment the woman's words fell, he slapped Lin Shuwei's beaten face. Slap! The loud slap caused many people present to jump. One had to know that there were still those models next to them who hadn't left. These little girls had all seen Chu Fei's perfect body last time. In their opinion, Chu Fei was a man full of stories, but this changed their view of Chu Fei. Not only was this a man with a story, but he was also a man of action. When he said he would fight, there was no ambiguity. This slap almost sent Lin Shuwei tumbling to the ground, his entire head spinning. The hot sensation on his face was telling him that it wasn't fake. You dare to hit my man? Looking for death. When the woman saw Lin Shuwei being beaten, she hurriedly stepped forward to protect Lin Shuwei behind her. Chu Fei, on the other hand, shook off his palm. A bit thick-skinned. Hitting my hand hurts a bit. Next to him, Suli and Fong Chang both snorted with laughter. Watching Lin Shuwei get beaten, they couldn't help but feel much more comfortable in their hearts. A beating is a beating. I didn't say I don't beat women. Some people are too criminal to not beat, but for a woman like you, beating you is afraid of dirtying my hands. After all, the foundation is too thick. When these words came out, everyone present laughed. These words were indeed too much, but it also seemed to be the truth. It was already a big mom look, and with such thick foundation, that look couldn't even be tolerated. I say, this big mom, why don't you take this little white boy of yours away? Fong Chang added a stab from the side. This time, the woman's face was completely taut. Trembling with anger, she held Lin Shuwei up and walked towards the outside of the company. Okay. Fong Chang, right? I remember. I'll let you know that I, Zhu Yin, am not so easy to mess with. Watching the two walk out of the hall, Fong Chang let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes fell on the other models, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Since all of you are here, I won't say anything more. If you guys want to leave, I won't stop you. We all get what we want. Other companies pay high wages that I can't afford. You guys can also choose to leave. Her words made several female models look at each other, and they all lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. It was only after half a minute that a female model spoke up. I'm sorry, Sister Chang. My father's health has always been bad, and he has to spend a lot of money on treatment every month. So, she didn't finish, but Fong Chang already understood what she meant. Go on. This month's salary. I will call your cards on time. With the first, there would naturally be a second. 6 models, only 2 remained. Are you guys not leaving? The 2 female models looked at each other. In fact, they wanted to leave in their hearts. However, the reasons were all used up by the previous few. Sister Chang, Fong Chang waved her hand. Leave if you want to. The 2 of them glanced at each other and also left the company in quick steps. Now, the entire company was without a single model other than the staff in charge of the daily routine, as well as those in charge of filming. Now, Fong Ching could only find new people, and within this period of time, the company could not start work. Fong Ching's face was very dark, sitting on the sofa to the side, her brows furrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. It's fine, don't worry. If it's not possible, I'll help you find some models over. By the way, what exactly is the origin of that Juanhao group? Listening to them, it feels as if they are targeting you a bit. For what that woman called Zhuing just said. Su Li listened in. This Juanhao group's general manager. She wasn't interested in paying attention to, but this Juanhao group, among the Jiangnan city, was not obvious. She clearly remembered that among the investors last time, there was the president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie. The Juanhao Group, in fact, doesn't belong to our downtown company. Speaking of which, the Juanhao Group is much more powerful than the Zhao Group back then. This group is a provincial group that involves a lot of companies under its umbrella and has a large volume. This group in Jiangnan City is just a branch of theirs. This modeling agency, it's completely just a random investment this woman made for Lin Shuai. It doesn't have much of an impact on their main body. Hearing this, a few moments of shock appeared in Su Li's eyes. Originally thinking that the Juanhao Group was just a local enterprise, she didn't realize that it was actually a provincial enterprise, and that it possessed a great deal of volume. According to this, then isn't your company going to be targeted by them? Fang Qing gave a bitter smile and nodded. Indeed. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chu Fei also spoke at the side. Juanhao Group. Why does it sound somewhat familiar to me? Chapter 45 Meet the Parents? Juanhao Group. Chu Fei always felt like he had heard it somewhere, but he could not recall it for a while. At this time, Su Li reminded from the side. Among the investors who came to our company last time, wasn't there the president of Juanhao Group, Mr. Wang? Hearing Su Li say that, Chu Fei immediately reacted. No wonder it sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Wang Shiyu's company. Then this matter would be good. When the time came, it would be fine to speak with this woman Wang Shiyu. As for this so-called general manager, in his opinion, it's just a small person. Just a word from Wang Shiyu would be enough to get her laid off. The premise is, how to get Wang Shiyu to help. What? Could it be that you know someone from their company? Looking at Chu Fei's appearance, Su Li couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. Sort of know them. It's just that the position is a bit lower. Chu Fei smiled and did not say anything further. Hearing this, the two of them then cut a sigh. Actually, big handsome Chu, I'm really curious about your identity. Can you tell us what your identity is? The so-called top-tier rich second generation. It shouldn't be that simple. Last time when Su Li was injured, the two had talked about this topic. However, the two had been unable to guess why Chu Fei had come to Su Li's side. If it was just for a girl like Su Li, there would be no need for that. Someone as rich as him, why would he need to come here for a woman? As I said, my true identity is that of a top-tier rich second generation, and my family doesn't have much to do with it. To put it bluntly, it's a thug. The family demolished the house and divided a few tens of billions only. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but give him a blank stare. Such words were also said to deceive people. Forget it if you don't say it. We're not interested in knowing anyway. The two then started chatting idly in the middle of the hall, and Chu Fei was just about to sit down and take a rest when he received a call. Looking at the familiar number, he turned to Su Li and said, I'll go out to receive a call. You guys chat first. Seeing that the two of them didn't pay any attention to him, he then walked out of the hall. Coming outside, he pressed the answer button. Xiao Yu. What's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Xiao Yu. Brother Fei, there's a little bit of news about the person you asked me to check last time. It's just that, with my authority, I can't view all of the other parties' news. I can only know that this person called Su Jinghua is still alive and still in our military department. But specifically which position? This I do not know. Hearing this, Chu Fei was somewhat surprised. Su Jinghua was still alive? That didn't mean that Su Li's grandfather was most likely some big shot within the military department. After all, with an age of over 70 years old, plus having stayed in the military department for so many years, it's all at least a major general level. If it was even higher, it would be an even higher level. However, among Chu Fei's memories, down to a small soldier and up to a great general, he remembered that there wasn't a man named Su Jinghua. That's right, Brother Fei. Su Jinghua seems to have changed his name. The information I saw was before he changed his name. I can't check his identity after changing his name. Perhaps, the only way to view his profile is to use your authority. Hearing this, Chu Fei was more than a little depressed. Changed his name? That would be difficult to do. After all, there were so many people amongst the military department. In case the other party was assigned to a certain war zone, or if he was stationed at the border, he wouldn't be able to find the other party. Alright, I know this news. Is there anything else? Chu Fei casually asked. This question, sure enough, Xiao Yu had other things to tell him. Brother Fei, actually, what I'm going to say isn't this. What I want to say is the movement on Yi Ao's side. Recently, on the side of the war zone headquarters, a small meeting has been held. Apart from you, many people attended, including Luo. All of them went. The main content was the matter of the group leader's retirement. His position, who should it be given to? Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows frowned slightly. Starting to discuss this matter so soon? It seemed that he still had to find a time to make a trip back to the capital. One could not let the other party keep leading him by the nose. I know, he hasn't made any other moves, has he? Xiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds before slowly speaking. There is. I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Chu Fei frowned. What is it? I heard that the people under Yi Ao's hand seem to be making a move against a small company. I'm not sure exactly which company it is. A small company? Chu Fei subconsciously thought of Su Li's Kuyao company, but on second thought, it wasn't quite right. With Yi Ao's identity, dealing with a small company like Su Li would be a matter of words. Moreover, if he really wanted to deal with Su Li's company, he would definitely be able to find some traces of it himself. Caught by himself, he definitely wouldn't be that good. Well, I know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Back in the hall, Feng Cheng and Su Li were still chatting. Seeing him come in, Su Li waved at him. Come over here for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. In fact, the two of them chatted about the pregnancy during the time Chu Fei was out. It was a shock when they didn't talk about it. When Feng Cheng heard Su Li say that she was pregnant, her entire body was confused. It took a long time to react. Go ahead. When are we going to meet the parents? Actually, Su Li hadn't thought about going to meet Chu Fei's parents so soon. But right now, her stomach was getting bigger day by day. One couldn't wait for their own after a few months. Big belly to meet the other party's parents. This would not only be a bad impression, but the reputation of one's own family might be too that. Hearing Su Li ask this, Chu Fei stayed in place on the spot. Meeting parents, Chu Fei was also a first-time this matter, he also knew that he couldn't drag it out. As the saying goes, if you've never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? It was true that he had never gotten married, but he had always seen people get married on TV. The process that should go is still to go. Chu Fei didn't even know what to say for a moment. Hey, I say, Chu de handsome, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. I can tell you that if you dare to abandon my sisters, I'll find someone to cut you off and throw that thing of yours down the drain. Seeing that Chu Fei did not speak, Feng Cheng immediately opened her mouth. Chu Fei was embarrassed. It's definitely not. It's just that I don't know what to say to my family. You also know that my identity is that little bit special. So, actually, it wasn't that Chu Fei didn't want to bring her home. Right now, the situation at home wasn't so clear, and it was the time to go to war with the immortal bird family. If the other party knew Su Li's identity, it was likely that they would selectively target Su Li. It didn't matter if he targeted himself, but targeting Su Li, if something went wrong with her, it would be a big deal. Chu Fei, I'm telling you, my sisters now have big bellies and children. This parent, you have to see it even if you don't see it. Just tell me when you can go and meet. Chapter 46, You're injured. Don't move around. Feng Cheng's words made Chu Fei a little difficult. Right now, there was really no way for him to guarantee that he would bring Su Li back, and once he went back, he could guarantee that trouble would definitely ensue. Will it be okay to wait for some more time? I promise, as long as we wait for this extraordinary period, I will definitely bring you home. These words were not addressed to Feng Cheng, but to Su Li, but he didn't know that his words made Su Li feel so much disappointment in her heart. Every girl wants to marry a good family. She might not have thought about this matter before, but now, she already had a baby in her belly. This kind of thing could not be delayed. But from Chu Fei's mouth, hearing such words, it would be a lie to say that she was not disappointed. It's fine after a while. Su Li reluctantly smiled, the disappointment in her eyes not hidden in the slightest. Chu Fei also knew that Su Li was having a hard time in his heart, but right now he was also unable to do anything about it. Chu Fei, but I'm telling you, if you dare to be like those scumbags and abandon my good sister, I will catch you and break your dog's legs even if I have to dump my family's money. Feng Cheng's face was filled with anger, and it was clear that she was not very agreeable to Chu Fei's words. Chu Fei nodded heavily and raised 3 fingers. I swear, I will definitely not abandon you, and I will give you the most perfect wedding in the world. I, Chu Fei, will do what I say. If I break it, the heavens will strike me down. He never swore to anyone, nor did he promise a future. But for Su Li, he was willing to change, though not now. Alright, it's enough that you have this heart. Su Li couldn't bear to hear Chu Fei say such words and couldn't help but speak out to stop him. However, Feng Cheng was beside you to make up for it. I'm just afraid that one day you'll be walking down the road and suddenly have a bolt from the blue and scare you to death. Although the words were said this way, Feng Cheng's face still had a few more smiles on it. Being able to see her good best friend have a good homecoming was the best outcome. Let's go. I'm so looking forward to it. Those next outfit photos of yours. If you're still in next week's Modeling Weekly, you'll be really famous. Feng Cheng looked at Chu Fei with a face full of bad jokes. The latter's face was a bit ugly, but for Su Li, he had to go on stage. He was considered to have fallen into the hands of these two women. When he returned to the villa from Feng Cheng's modeling agency, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As for dinner, Fang Chung had already treated herself to a meal at the restaurant, saying that this meal would be considered as a payment to Chu Fei. After all, in her current modeling agency, the models were all gone. Chu Fei was the only foreign aide in her company. It was also because of Chu Fei that her company was barely able to last for a while. On the bed in the room, Suli was sitting on the edge of the bed. Chu Fei was squatting beside her with brand new gauze, alcohol and medicinal powder. The long skirt was slightly lifted, and a circle of gauze was wrapped around her snow-white calf, and the blood on it seemed to have dried up. It might hurt slightly. Bear with it, I'll get it done soon. Simple nursing. Chu Fei still knew how to do it. In the past, when he was on a mission, he hadn't been injured too often. In order to stop the bleeding, there was no shortage of earthly methods, using tobacco and cauterizing with gunpowder. Because he didn't have the means to carry gauze and hemostatic medicine with him, he could only barely stop the bleeding. After the mission, the wound had to be treated as soon as possible. The longer it took, the greater the chance of inflammation and infection. Humph. Suli gently nodded, her gaze always falling on his angular face. Chu Fei did not notice Suli's gaze, and only slowly removed her gauze, until the time when it was about to be uncovered. Suli did not make any sound. However, a small face had long since become somewhat pale due to the pain, until the time when Chu Fei removed the gauze and sterilized her with alcohol. Suli could not help but stifle a grunt. That feeling of pain, she was somewhat unable to endure it. It was as if there were countless needles sticking in the wound. It hurts? Chu Fei raised his head, and only then did he realize that Suli's small face already had an extra layer of fine cold sweat. It's fine, you continue. Suli pursed her lips, not allowing herself to make a sound. Looking at her stubborn appearance, Chu Fei felt some heartache in his heart. I'm sorry, I won't let you get hurt in the future. He swore silently in his heart. Afterwards, he quickly helped her apply medicine and then wrapped her in gauze. There, rest well, and in a few days, when the wound scars, you'll be fine. Good night. Chu Fei raised his hand to help her wipe off the beads of sweat on her forehead, and lowered his head to place a kiss on her red lips, but Suli wrapped her hands around his neck. I want you to accompany me. A pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Chu Fei with such affection. Chu Fei was not stupid and knew what Suli meant. Aha! But, say it in advance. You can't move around. There are still injuries on your feet. Before the words were finished, he was already pounced on by Suli. At the same time, on a card seat in the magnificent court bar, Brother Chu Wei, what's wrong with you? A sad face. Tell me if there's anything. I'll fix it for you. If Chu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the kid who was speaking was Su Hui, who he had slapped a few times in the Qing bar last time. Don't mention it. I was slapped today, and I still don't dare to fight back. Holding a breath in my heart, Lin Shui drank a large mouthful of wine with a face full of depression. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he was actually slapped by a small model, and was also taunted by him so much, he was holding that anger in his heart that he just couldn't get out. This is not. Found Su Hui to come to the bar to drink. Grass. Dare to hit my brother Chu Wei. Are you tired of living? Brother Chu Wei, tell me who he is. I'll help you find someone to clean him up a bit and take it out on you. Su Hui violently stood up from his position, looking like he wanted to give Lin Shui a head start. Lin Shui shook his head and patted his shoulder. Forget it. He's someone from Kuyao Company. Kuyao Company was indeed a big company in Lin Shui's eyes. At least it was much bigger than his modeling agency. So what? It's not like I'm targeting his company. I'm simply looking at him and beating him up. This matter is simple. Brother Chu Wei, do you have a picture of that person? I'll wait for them to go to work. Then I'll go downstairs to their company and beat him up. Hearing Su Hui say this, Lin Shui also used the strength of alcohol to say, okay, little Hui, you're a brother for nothing. As for the photos, I have them. After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened a picture. It was the cover picture of this week's Model Weekly. Only, when Su Hui saw the man on it, his entire body froze in place. Brother Hui, that person you're talking about, it can't be him, right? At Su Hui's reaction, Lin Shui was a little puzzled. What? Could it be that you know him? Asking this question, Su Hui was filled with embarrassment. It seemed that the events of that day were all still fresh in his mind now. The fiery pain on his face was something he had never dared to forget. In his opinion, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. Would there be good fruit to eat if one provoked such a person? It was clearly impossible. However, in front of Lin Shui, he naturally wouldn't show fear. Brother Shui, it's not that I'm saying, I've seen this kid before. Last time, I even fought with him in a clear bar and directly subdued him. Although I also received a considerable amount of injuries, that kid definitely didn't fare well either. Su Hui looked as if I had done away with him in the first place. Lin Shui, however, wasn't aware of this with a face full of surprise. Really? Now I'm relieved. Little Hui, come, drink. I have to find you some sisters to keep you company properly tonight, but you remember to call me when you do it. I'll go watch the show. I'm going to make this brat kneel on the ground and apologize. Hearing these words, cold sweat broke out on Su Hui's forehead. Make that guy kneel? Unless one was impatient with life. However, the other party wasn't present anyway. That's for sure. The next time I meet him, I'll make sure to make him kneel down and apologize to you. Come on, drink. Chapter 47, The Four Great Families. Early the next morning, when Chu Fei woke up from his sleep, Su Li was still sleeping, and a hand was wrapped around his arm. Gently withdrawing his arm, he simply washed up before coming to the kitchen to cook a sumptuous breakfast for Su Li. After all, now is not Su Li eating alone. There is still a little one in her stomach. After making breakfast, he then carried the plate to the room. The sun is on your butt, get up and eat breakfast, he softly shouted. Su Li murmured somewhat hazily, don't, I still want to sleep a little longer. Seeing that she didn't want to wake up, Chu Fei didn't continue to call her, and just gently closed the door. Coming into the courtyard, he took out his cell phone and looked at the phone number on it. After thinking for a long time, he pressed the dial button. Soon, a man's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brat, giving up to call me? What's the matter? Say it. I'm still busy over here right now. I don't have time to take care of you. Chu Fei's face darkened as he listened to his father, Chu Tianhao's words. It's not easy to give you a call, talking as if I have to call you. Chu Tianhao laughed out loud. Alright, as soon as your kid's ass puckers, I know what kind of fart you're about to let out. What trouble did you get into? Say it. In his opinion, Chu Fei would rarely call him in general, only when he had gotten into some trouble, or trouble that he could not rely on his personal strength to solve. Would he call him? Pops, I want to ask, is there really no one in our family in the military department? Hearing this question, Chu Tianhao was silent for a few seconds. Only after that did he slowly speak. As you know, ancestral rules cannot be broken. Although our family has no direct lineage in the military department, there were quite a few people who were favored by us in the beginning, and looking for help from those people is not considered no one. Why are you suddenly asking this? The Chu family's rule was that any direct family member was prohibited from entering the country's military department. If they violated it, the family law would be served. As for Chu Fei, when he joined the dragon group, it was only to follow his master and learn his skills. When he had finished learning, he would still quit. It's nothing. Among our dragon group, there is a fellow called Yi Ao, whose background seems to be extraordinary. The family behind him seems to be able to call the shots with our family. So I wanted to ask the other party what their origin is. Hearing these words, Chu Tianjing's tone of voice all changed slightly. There aren't many clans that are able to call our bluff. The four great families of Grand Xia, the Wind, Dragon, Cloud, and Han families, they're the only ones who have this ability. You mean that someone is supporting this kid called Yi Ao behind the scenes? Chu Fei did not deny it and answered, alright, I'll go ask about it then. They, the four great families, are barely enough to be rivals. If they have to fight, they're still a bit short as well. Since his son had asked for help, of course Chu Tianhao would not refuse. When the time came, it would be fine to find someone to investigate privately. By the way, Pops, what is the situation over at the Immortal Bird Clan? Chu Fei asked once again. The Immortal Bird Clan and his own family had fought for so many years, and they had not been able to share a result. Although most of them were commercial wars, the two families hadn't sacrificed some good men. The opposite side has sent out quite a few people, intending to clean up our top echelons in the country one by one. I have also sent out quite a few people to give them a will-o'-the-wisp. You don't need to pay attention to this matter. Complete your mission properly. Laozi is still waiting for you to come back to take over. Right, the little girl from the Wang family that I found for you last time. How is it? Still looking good, right? Collected yet? Chu Tianhao laughed and cursed. His son had grown up now, and many things needed to be understood. The sooner he returned, the more he would understand. In case something happened to himself one day, this kid would be able to stay calm in a crisis. I'm still young, not interested in that family stuff. As for that Wang clan girl, it's just like that, didn't get to know her deeply. However, I don't intend to have anything to do with her either. Speaking of Wang Xie, Chu Fei had almost forgotten about yesterday's matter. He still had to look for Wang Xiyu's help. You brat! I can tell you that several of my old friends' grandchildren are holding on. If you let me drag my feet, I'll break your legs. Chu Fei didn't even know how to speak for a moment. Right now, telling old dad that he already had a girlfriend and had a grandson, he was truly afraid that with that temperament of Pop's, he would fly back from overseas not far away to see this future daughter-in-law. Then what? I still have things to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Chu Fei was about to hang up the phone. However, as a father, how could Chu Heavenly Madness not hear that this kid still had things to hide from himself? Speak! I know that your brat still has things he hasn't said. Listening to the roaring voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei could only explain stiffly. Say it beforehand. I can tell you, but you absolutely cannot let Mom and Grandpa and the others know. Otherwise, I won't say anything. Chu Tianhao was a little confused when he heard this. When did this kid become so abrasive? Covering up, could it be something bad? You say it. Chu Tianjing thought it was this kid who did something big. His tone became a few points more grave. Actually, I have a girlfriend. In another 9 months or so, you should be able to hold a grandchild. That's it. Hang up. Without giving his old dad a chance to open his mouth, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Only after hanging up did he let out a long sigh of relief. And on an island tens of thousands of miles away from Jiangnan, in a luxurious courtyard, Chu Tian maniac looked at the phone in his hand, somewhat confused. The words that Chu Fei had just said still echoed in his mind. It was only after several seconds of separation that he let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, old me is really happy this day. Really happy. Deafening laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. The two guards who were guarding the entrance of the courtyard could not help but froze a little when they heard this ear-shattering laughter. Hey, you say, how long has it been since the master has laughed like this? Counting the time, it should have been 7 or 8 years. Ever since young master went out, old master has rarely smiled. I guess it's the young master's call to the old master. And it's definitely something good. Chapter 48, Serious Consequences. When Chu Fei returned to the villa, Su Li had already gotten up. It was walking slowly towards the stairs with a dinner plate. Each step seemed to be a pain, and a fine layer of cold sweat covered her pretty face. Don't move. I'll do it. Chu Fei hurriedly stepped forward to support Su Li and took the dinner plate in her hands. Who did you just call with? Su Li was somewhat curious. This early in the morning, who would Chu Fei call? Who else could there be? Of course it was with the family. Chu Fei was filled with helplessness. He also had no choice but to talk to old dad about this matter. With that mouth of old dad's, it was estimated that the entire family was already in an uproar right now. He was able to imagine Mom and Grandma and Grandpa, who were all happy at home. Even, maybe they would show up in Jiangnan at some point. You talked to your family? Su Li was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. After all, one was not even ready. On her lips, she said that she was going to meet Chu Fei's parents, but when it really came to that day, she was still a little timid. Said, but don't worry, I told them that they won't be coming over for a while. They should only come over after they settle things at home. Right, isn't today Saturday? You should be going home for the family banquet, right? Every Saturday was the day of Su Li's family's family banquet. Today was no exception. The main thing was, how to explain the matter of Su Li's injury to his family at that time. Aha, pack up, we should also go over. The two of them simply packed up and drove to the Su family villa. When Su Li's grandmother saw Chu Fei, she was very enthusiastic and invited him to sit down, chatting about family matters. She even had the intention to introduce Su Li to Chu Fei. Little Fei, you see that you are not small anymore. My family's little Li, she's also not small anymore. I see that the two of you are very married. Or else, you guys just try it? Jiang Taiying's wrinkled face was filled with a kind smile. Su Li sat on the side, her face slightly flushed, pouting. Grandma. Jiang Taiying smiled and gently patted her hand. When you meet such a good boy, you should be content. Your foot was injured. People have been following you around to take care of you. Where to find such a boy? The reason why Su Li's foot was injured, the two of them told a small lie, saying that it was accidentally cut by a knife. Seeing that he couldn't get around this topic, Chu Fei had to open his mouth. Grandma, last time you asked me to help look for news about Grandpa, I had my friend ask around a little bit, and Grandpa Su Jinghua should still be alive. But Grandma, did Grandpa change his name? When she heard the first two sentences, Jiang Taiying's cloudy eyes suddenly looked at Chu Fei. The eyes were filled with incredulity. Even the way Su Li looked at Chu Fei changed. Su Wu, who was watching the news from the side, also rose with a huff and stared at him. What did you say? The old man is still alive? Jiang Taiying still seemed to be in a bit of disbelief, but his eyes had already reddened. The muddy eyes carried the slightest hint of tears. Raising that pale hand, he wiped the teardrops that flowed on his cheeks. Bandit, what you said is true. Su Li was all a bit disbelieving. After all, Grandpa had disappeared for decades. Until now, there wasn't a single piece of news. She couldn't even believe that Grandpa was still alive. Chu Fei, are you sure you're not joking? Su Wu's face was a bit icy. He felt that it was this brat who was trying to please the old man, presumably saying it to make the old man happy. Chu Fei nodded, his face full of seriousness. Grandma, I really looked for a friend to ask. The military department really had a person called Su Jinghua who had existed and was still alive. It's just that the name was changed later on. And if I wanted to look at more comprehensive information, that friend of mine didn't have the authority to do so. As you know, there are some things that not ordinary people can look at. This was not something that Chu Fei was saying was false, but it was indeed true. With Xiao Yu's permissions, there was no way to check the true information of Su Li's grandfather. All that could be seen was the expired information from before. For himself, this information could only determine that Su Li's grandfather was still alive, but he did not know anything else. Only when he had the time to return to the capital, then he would use his authority to view more information. It's good that he's alive. It's good that he's alive. Jiang Taiying was in tears, as if she had been waiting for this sentence for many years. Seeing her grandmother in tears, Su Li also felt the tip of her nose sour and her eyes red. Su Wu, on the other hand, sat in silence, and could hear that Chu Fei was not lying. At least, father, his old man was still alive, but exactly what he was doing in the military department was unknown. Perhaps it was a very high position, or perhaps it was a worker who worked in the shadows and could not reveal his identity, not coming back for so many years, and not giving them a phone call, maybe for fear of affecting the lives of themselves and others. Today's family dinner was a little more heavy and a little less joyful. After dinner, in the courtyard, Fei, can I ask you for a favor? If it's possible, can you find Grandpa Shaoli's contact information? Or if your friend meets him, can you ask him to send a letter to the family? Looking at the old lady's eager eyes, Chu Fei didn't know how to refuse. Yes, if it's possible, I'll definitely have his old man bring you a letter. He could only agree with a stiff upper lip as well. As for whether or not he could find or meet Su Li's grandfather, that was another matter. By the way, Grandma, did Grandpa really not change his name? Or, does he have any nicknames? If there is, you can tell me so that my chances of finding him should be a bit higher. Kang Taeyong pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. No. Hearing this answer, Chu Fei could only sigh in his heart. This kind of difficulty was not ordinary. With so many war zones and so many people in the country, trying to find one that had changed its name was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. However, his own authority was here. There's time to take a look again. Grandma, don't be too sad. I believe that Grandpa will definitely come back to see you. Su Li pulled Jiang Taiying's hand and softly comforted. Jiang Taiying didn't say anything, just nodded, but there were still tears hanging in those cloudy eyes. After sitting in the courtyard for more than 10 minutes, Su Li and the two of them drove back. On the road, you say, since my grandfather is still alive, why didn't he come back to see Grandma? Su Li didn't understand. Since Grandpa was still alive and still working in the military department, then why didn't he make a single phone call or leave a single letter? You don't understand. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. Once their identities are exposed, they will most likely be targeted, threatening the safety of their families. That's why they don't dare to contact their families. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. Working in some special departments of the military ministry, it was normal to not see the sunlight for a few years, not to mention a phone call. This was not only for their own safety, but also for the safety of their families. The identities of those who worked in special departments were even more top secret. In addition to a few people who can view, once the level is not enough to view, will be arrested and questioned. Perhaps, Su Li's grandfather was someone who worked in the special department, but he was also a bit incomprehensible. Over 70 years old, even if his health was good, he should have reached his retirement days. How? Is he still able to work in the military department? But, could it be that the family is so nostalgic that he can't bear it in his heart? Su Li wasn't able to understand that because of a single phone call would threaten the safety of his family? If you can bear it, it's fine. There are only two consequences of not being able to hold back. One is death, the other is treason. Which one, do you think, will you choose? Chapter 49, She's messing with my wife, okay? Death? Treason? Su Li was silent for a moment. She hadn't thought that just a phone call would bring about such serious consequences. Either way, it wasn't an option. The only thing that could be done was to cut off contact with her family. Until, that is, returning after retirement. By that time, I'm afraid everything has changed. I understand. Su Li could only nod helplessly. Chu Fei was silent, and there was actually another option. That was, to have a powerful family as a background. The kind that no one would dare to move easily. Obviously the Su family was not like that. Perhaps this was also the reason why Su Li's grandfather was unwilling to give her family contact. The next day at noon, Chu Fei happened to have had lunch with Su Li when he received a call from Wang Xie. My handsome boyfriend, where are you? I'm trying to find you for a date. Listening to the ambiguous voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei's face darkened. This phone call came at too inopportune a time. After all, Su Li was sitting right next to him. Who is it? Calling you out for a date. Su Li had a cold smile on her face, and a small hand had already pinched Chu Fei's ear. The relationship between the two of them had already been made clear now. But Chu Fei unexpectedly had another girlfriend. Wasn't this stepping on two boats? For any woman, this kind of thing was unacceptable. You wait, I'll call you back later. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up. Then with a helpless face, he looked at Su Li's cold and icy pretty face. Then what? Actually, she is a blind date arranged by my family, and I didn't like her in the first place. It's just that she had to pester me. Moreover, you're no stranger. Hearing the first few words, Su Li felt that it was still acceptable. After all, Chu Fei's family was so rich that arranging blind dates and whatnot could be understood. Only, this last sentence made Su Li somewhat surprised. I also know? Who? There weren't many people he knew. The president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie. Chu Fei spread his hands out, expressing his helplessness. Only, Su Li looked at him with a stunned expression. President Wang? Are you joking with me? What is Mr. Wang's status that he would go on a blind date with you and pester you? It was only last time that Fang Cheng had told herself that the Juanhao Group was a provincial conglomerate, and its identity was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary company. This Juanhao Group in Jiangnan was just a branch. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, why don't you go with me? Seeing that Su Li didn't believe it, Chu Fei planned to bring her along to meet Wang Xie. By the way, he would say to that he had a girlfriend. Let her not pester herself. After all, it was fruitless. He himself was not a philanderer and would not step on two boats. Su Li looked at him with suspicion filling his gaze, but in the end, he waved his hand. Trust was built on both sides. Since Chu Fei had said that, it would look like he was jealous if he followed him. Go by yourself. I won't follow. Although she is the president of Juanhao Group, there can't be anything with her. Otherwise I'll let Xiaoqing find someone to castrate you. Looking at Su Li's silly appearance, Chu Fei laughed. Don't worry. Actually, she and I are just working together. She has some things she wants to find me to help, and I also have some things I need her help with. That's why there's a connection. Only after hearing Chu Fei's explanation did Su Li nod. You go. Come back early. Only after bidding farewell to Su Li did Chu Fei drive out. In the car, he made a call to Wang Xiyu and arranged a meeting place. It was only half an hour later that he arrived at a luxurious Western restaurant. Looking at Wang Xiyu who was sitting on the sofa, Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. Walking up and sitting down on his butt, you can't really be planning to call me out on a date, right? On the dining table, besides a bottle of red wine and 2 freshly baked 3/4 cooked top quality steaks, there were also 2 bunches of roses. Looking at this, it was alive with the scene of a date. Or else, Wang Xie revealed a flirtatious smile, and her feet under the table were gently touching Chu Fei's calves. Come on, everyone is an understanding person. If there's something, just say it. This woman was not stupid. If it was just a date, there was no need to get all these fancy things. She wasn't a woman who valued material things because she had everything she should have. It's worthy of you, young master of the Chu family. Men like you always give me an urge to conquer you. It's just a pity that a mortal woman like me can't fit into your eyes. These words caused Chu Fei to smile slightly. It seemed that Wang Xie already knew his identity. However, he was not surprised. After all, with the Wang family's identity, it wasn't difficult to know his own identity. The Wang family, overseas, also had quite a few businesses. With his own family, he was also considered to have economic dealings. Recently, I do have something I would like to ask for your help. It's just that this matter may require you to use your identity. Wang Xie's words caused Chu Fei to frown. Use your own identity? Then this matter, it was not small. Moreover, it was impossible to expose one's own identity. Sorry, this matter, it cannot be done. He just pondered for less than 2 seconds before politely refusing. Wang Xie blankly glanced at him without any good humor. It's not your identity as the young master of the Chu family. It's your identity as the chairman of the Chu Gate Group. If I let you use the identity of the Chu family's young master anymore, the Chu family would not kill me alive. Hearing this, Chu Fei then let out a sigh of relief. Scared me. The matter of the Chu clan being under one's name was definitely something that could not be hidden from Wang Xie. Tell me more carefully. As he spoke, he instead waved his knife and fork to himself, cutting the steak and savoring it. A few big businessmen have come down from the capital. They should be under the 4 great families. They intend to develop some business in Jiangnan and have organized a large business gathering. Quite a few companies have been invited. It's just that I feel that their purpose isn't simple. The business they want to meddle in includes a lot, including the Kuyao company that you are a part of is on their list of plans. At those words, Chu Fei put down the knife and fork in his hands. Kuyao company was also among the other parties' list? One must know that Kuyao company was, at most, a third-rate company in Jiangnan. Before that drug was even researched, it definitely could not be ranked. But Wang Xie said that Kuyao company was on the other party's list of plans. He felt that the other party's purpose was definitely not a simple development business. What about your thoughts? Chu Fei's gaze fell on Wang Xiyu. Very simple. If they want to meddle in Jiangnan, the plans I've laid out for so long are going to be disrupted. That's why I want to cooperate with you and make them return empty-handed. Wang Shiyu took a sip of red wine and said faintly. The family had been laying out in Jiangnan for 2 years, and now the plan was halfway through. Many enterprises throughout Jiangnan had shares held by the Junhao Group. Although the amount was not large, it was definitely a shareholder. If the 4 great families wanted to intervene, it would be stealing the rice bowl from her hands. This kind of thing, she would not agree to, because the family's plan was to take all the businesses in Jiangnan. Yes, what about my benefits? Chu Fei slowly raised his head and lit a cigarette. What benefits do you want? How about I accompany you for a night? After saying that, Wang Xie deliberately came forward, and the flash of Snow White under her collar was clearly seen by Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, staring unseeingly. It was only after a few seconds that he withdrew his gaze. The clothes are quite big and white. Not bad. As for the conditions, let's wait until I think of it. This is promised for now. By the way, the general manager of your company, open it. I see that she is very upset and angered my wife. Understand? Chapter 50, if you want to touch my wife, ask me. Wife? Wang Shiyu looked at Chu Fei's departing back with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The wife he was talking about. Couldn't it be Su Li, the president of Ku Yao Company? If that was really the case, would his family agree? The president of a small company in the district could marry into the Chu family? Wang Xie somewhat did not quite dare to believe it. After all, a president of a small company with no identity and little status, wanting to marry into a powerful family like the Chu family was really a bit of a whimsical idea. However, it could not be ruled out that Chu Fei just liked Su Li. Wang Xie looked down at her own proud figure. Compared to Su Li, her own figure was more materialized than hers, right? Why did Chu Fei not like it? She did not understand. However, thinking of Chu Fei's instructions before she left, she still took out her cell phone and made a call to her secretary. President. The gentle voice of the secretary came from the other end of the phone. Notify that the company's general manager has been replaced. Just replace the vice president. The general manager stepped down. Hearing Wang Xie's words, the secretary didn't even inquire about any reason. Because the president's words were the most correct, there was no need for any reason to fire someone. Yes, I'll notify her by phone right now and email her afterward. At the same time, in a large, finely decorated flat room in a certain neighborhood, Lin Shui was holding onto the wall as he came out of the room. The sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom. His face was pale, and he seemed a little unable to hold on. It could be so crazy in the middle of the day, and he just couldn't hold on any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that Juyin was still able to help himself get his modeling agency up and running, he wouldn't want to stay for even a single day. As the saying goes, women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Juyin was over 40 and approaching 50 soon. Isn't that just sitting on the ground and sucking up dirt? Who can stand it? Day in and day out. Nothing to do but have a strenuous exercise. Iron men have to be softened, let alone their own human body. Just ready to light a cigarette. Take a good rest. The cell phone placed on the table rang. However, it wasn't Lin Shui's cell phone, but Zhu Yin's. Honey, someone is calling you. The note is the president's secretary. Do you need me to help you answer it? Lin Shui saw the docket on it, and a few more moments of envy grew in her eyes. Juinhao Group's president's secretary. This position could be a lot stronger than the general manager, and every day with the president around. Although the power is not great, but actually slightly in the president's ear blowing a breeze, the company general people really do not dare to mess with. Ah, the president's secretary? I'm coming out now. Juin unapologetically opened the bathroom door and just came out. Lin Shui subconsciously lowered his head, unwilling to look directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but he really couldn't. The sagging place had long since sagged, and the skin had long since lost the smoothness that a woman should have, just like a piece of brown cloth. Juin didn't pay attention to his change either. The president's secretary personally called her. There must be something important to inform her. Hello, Secretary Zhang? This is Juin. Secretary Zhang's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Juin, right? The president's office notified you that you're fired. Come to work tomorrow. Please come and organize your personal belongings and do a proper handover. Hearing these words, Zhu Yin's entire body froze on the spot. In her eyes, she was filled with a strong sense of doubt and shock. She still seemed to be in disbelief and smiled sarcastically. Secretary Zhang, could it be a mistake? I was fired. I'm Zhu Yin, the general manager of the company. However, Secretary Zhang's reply was that decisive. Yes, that's right. It's General Manager Zhu Yin. The email will be sent to your mailbox later. Please pay attention to check it. When the words fell, the phone had been hung up. Zhu Yin's entire body sat on his butt on the sofa, the wet water stains soaking the sofa. Lin Shui beside her was looking at her with a stunned expression. Honey, did you just say that you were fired? It can't be true, right? Juinhao Group's general manager. This position, it wasn't something that could be opened just by saying so. However, from the conversation just now, it definitely didn't seem like a prank. It seems like it is. Juyin was still in a state of disorientation. She wasn't even sure why she had been fired, and she didn't seem to have done anything against the company. Everything she had done was for the benefit of the company. Drip, accompanied by a ring on her cell phone before she opened it. Above it was an email from her cell phone's mailbox, and when she opened it, above it was a notice of dismissal, with the company's steel seal underneath. Seeing this, she realized that it was true. However, she was still unwilling to believe it. Hurriedly, she picked up her cell phone and made a call to the president. At this moment, Wang Shiyu was on her way back to the villa by car. When she heard the phone ring, she pressed the car's Bluetooth. President, this is General Manager Zhu Yin. May I ask the president, why was I fired? Did I do something wrong? Hearing Zhu Yin's words, Wang Siye just said indifferently, you just messed with someone you shouldn't have, so you're fired. After saying one sentence, the phone had already been hung up. Zhu Yin looked at the hung-up call on her cell phone and sat on the sofa a little lost in thought. Lin Shui looked at her like this and tentatively asked, is this true? Zhu Yin backhanded him and slapped him across the face. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, causing me to be expelled. Although she didn't know who she had provoked, now that she had no place to take her anger, she could only take it out on Lin Shui. Wasn't this little white boy that she spent money and connections to raise just to take out her anger? Lin Shui was dumbfounded by the slap, but what greeted him were more slaps. Slap! Loud slaps echoed in the living room. At the same time, Chu Fei had already returned to the villa. Just after entering the villa, Suli happened to hang up the phone. Seeing Chu Fei come in, she was instantly filled with smiles. Guess what call I just received? Seeing her so happy, Chu Fei shook his head. What good thing happened? Just now, I received a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, saying that there is a business banquet next Saturday, inviting me to go together. I'm telling you, this banquet is not something that ordinary companies can go to. At such a banquet, meeting and befriending a few more company bosses will be beneficial to the company's development. It seems that Koyao Company will be standing up soon. Looking at Su Li this happy, Chu Fei was somewhat unable to bear to burst her fantasies. It was only feared that the purpose of this business banquet was directed towards Su Li's company. Only before, his father had told himself that behind EAO was most likely one of the four great families. It hadn't been long before the other party came to Jiangnan to organize a business banquet. Such a purpose was too direct. If he was not there, Su Li, this idiot, would have been dug into a hole by the other party. However, a trace of ice coldness crossed the depths of Chu Fei's eyes. Want to move my wife? Have to ask me first. Chapter 51, just pretend later. Don't play for real. After this period of rest, Su Li's injuries had almost recovered. The wound had also scarred and was able to move freely. The two came to the company in the morning, but just as they arrived at the company, the secretary came to report. President, the general manager has come to work. Going to work? When Su Li heard this, her face was obviously a little cold. He himself had given him a week's vacation, and now he came to work? It's only been 2 days now, and there are still 5 more days until it's time to go to work. Together with Saturday and the weekend, he still had a week's rest. I see. Notify him and come to my office. Only after the secretary left did Chu Fei speak. Unsurprisingly, the company's list of researchers should be what he got out. The last time he called a meeting of the senior staff and gave all the senior staff a vacation, it was because he wanted to see if there was anyone among these senior staff who had betrayed the company or not. Now, the most suspected person was Li Fei, the general manager. Not to enjoy a good vacation, but to come back to work. It's strange if there are no ghosts. What are you going to do? Is it to fire him or say? Chu Fei wanted to ask Su Li how she would deal with this traitor. Firing him won't do any good for the company's loss. I want to collect evidence and send him in. And catch the one behind it. Su Li was also bold, although it wasn't clear who exactly was behind targeting her company. But the other party had bullied their way to their head, so they couldn't hold back. Catching the person behind this, don't think about it for now. Since the other party was able to buy off your company's general manager, they must have thought of a backdoor. Chu Fei was very clear that this mysterious person who was targeting Su Li's company, wanting to dig into his identity was definitely not that simple. Even if it was himself, he only knew a little bit of the clues. Digging deeper was impossible. While speaking, a knock came from outside the door. President, it's me. Hearing this voice, the two men stopped talking. Come in. Su Li looked towards the doorway. Only then did Li Fei walk into the office with a sarcastic smile on his face. President, is there anything you're looking for me for? Su Li smiled faintly. President Li is really a nobleman who forgets many things. When we had a meeting before, I had released President Li for a week's vacation. It's only been 2 days. Why did President Li come back? Li Fei was first stunned before he laughed. President, look at my memory. I forgot. I didn't even know I was still on vacation today. However, there are still a lot of things I need to deal with in the company. For the sake of the company, I'm willing to bow and scrape. The matter of vacation. President, you see, forget about it. Su Li just quietly looked at Li Fei and didn't say anything. Feeling the gaze from Su Li, Li Fei didn't even know what to say for a moment. On his forehead, a layer of cold sweat emerged. President, if it's alright, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave the office. But Chu Fei took the first step and blocked the position of the doorway. President Li, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The president still has things he wants to have a good chat with you. Please sit down. Li Fei was very clear that Chu Fei was Su Li's bodyguard and secretary. With his own body, as long as Chu Fei did not allow himself to go out, he designated that he would not be able to go out. Oh, good. It was only when he spoke that Li Fei raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Su Li slowly got up and walked back and forth in the office. Mr. Li, from the time you entered the company until now, I shouldn't have treated you badly, right? Whether it's performance dividends, or bonuses, or commission, it's all the same. The salary is also high compared to general managers of the same type of company. Do you know that's selling company secrets? After reaching a certain amount of money, how many years of jail time one would get? Chu Fei, answer him. Su Li turned her back to Li Fei and stood right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, while Chu Fei slowly spoke. After the amount reaches 1 million, the maximum prison sentence is 7 years. The latter was startled by Chu Fei's words and hurriedly got up. President, are you suspecting me of betraying the company with these words? Only then did Su Li turn back to look at Li Fei and let out a light laugh. What kind of words are these from President Li? How could I suspect you? It's just that the company hasn't been peaceful lately, and someone is secretly betraying the company. So, I want to conduct a strict investigation. You executives are my most trusted people, and I also believe that you won't sell out the company because of a little bit of small interests. Hearing these words, Li Fei let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, there was no suspicion on his own head. Otherwise, once it was found out that he had viewed the list of researchers, there would really be no defense. But Su Li's words were not finished. The words turned, and her tone steeply turned cold. Mr. Li, I want to ask you, why did you check the list of researchers? I remember that I informed all of your executives before that you had to go through my consent if you wanted to view the list of researchers, right? You privately viewed the list. What is the so-called matter? When these words came out, Li Fei's originally relaxed emotions instantly tensed up, hastily explaining, President, I was just casually looking at it. I definitely did not want to betray the company. You must not listen to the slanderous words of some villain. Unexpectedly, Su Li actually checked the records. The matter of checking the list of researchers by himself was definitely something that could not be hidden. However, it was thought that Su Li did not have any evidence to say that she had betrayed the company. Mr. Li, I know you won't betray the company. I just said that, but only for the company's consideration. You go back first and take a good rest for a while. Come back to work after the vacation. Su Li revealed a smile, completely unable to tell that those were the words she had just said. Okay, I'll go back to rest. Li Fei rolled and ran out of the office, leaving the company without looking back. And after he left, Su Li and Chu Fei looked at each other. Basically, they could conclude that it was Li Fei who had betrayed the list of researchers. The most important thing now was how to find out the evidence that he had betrayed the company. It seems that we can only ask our friends at the bank to help. Su Li took a deep breath. Since Li Fei had sold the secrets, he must have received a large sum of money. This money was the evidence, but unusual people were not qualified to inquire about other people's running water. Right now, she could only look for help from someone who worked at the bank. Right, Bandit? Go downstairs to the mini-mart and buy some cigarettes, fruits. We also have to go to the research institute today. Bring some things over to Professor Yang and the others. And by the way, see how the research progress is going. Su Li rubbed some of her eyebrows, a little annoyed. Good. Chu Fei came downstairs and prepared to go to the small supermarket across the street to buy some small things. While in a 7-seat commercial vehicle by the street, Su Hui was filled with cold sweat. Brother Xu Wei, do we really have to do it now? It's not too good in the middle of the day. Looking at Lin Shuwei, who was swollen like a pig's head, he was somewhat puzzled. What on earth had this gone through to be beaten like this by his wife? A face that was swollen. Lin Shuwei's face was filled with viciousness. His gaze dead set on Chu Fei, who had come out of the Kuya mansion, itching to go up and give him 2 punches right now. The fiery sensation on his face still could not be eliminated. Chuyin had been expelled and had spread all his anger on himself. A whole 100 slaps almost didn't turn him into a little cutie. But who made that rich? Right now his own company still needed her support to operate. If she didn't support herself, the company was bound to collapse. He couldn't find anyone to vent to, so he could only involve his anger on Chu Fei. Without cleaning up Chu Fei for a while, it would be difficult for him to resolve his heart's hatred. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. There are $2 million in here. Consider it as a tea fee for the brothers. Looking at the bank card handed over, Su Hui was really afraid to accept it, because he didn't dare to make a move. And that guy, isn't this asking for trouble? But, at the beginning of his own words have been put out. If you don't do it, how can you lose face? Big deal. Just get beaten up again. Okay, Brother Chu Fei has said so. If I don't make a move, it will look like I'm not righteous. Brothers, get off. Chu Fei, who was preparing to cross the street, was still waiting for the traffic light. He saw that the door of a commercial vehicle parked on the opposite side of the parking space opened, and Su Hui was slowly walking down from the vehicle with a few juniors. Each one of them was staring at him with a fierce look, as if he had killed their family members. He was somewhat stunned. This kid, doesn't he still have a long memory? How dare he still come to trouble himself? But soon, he saw Lin Shuwei walking at the back of the crowd. If he didn't have a better memory, he almost didn't recognize this guy. What had happened here? A face swollen like a pig's head. That slap of his own didn't seem to have this much power. The green light came on. Chu Fei didn't move, quietly standing in place waiting for Su Hui and the others to come over. A few seconds later, Su Hui and the others walked over to Chu Fei. Lin Shuwei squeezed to the very front of the crowd, his fierce eyes just staring at Chu Fei. Kid, if you have the guts, let's try entering the alley? After saying that, he even pointed at the alley not far away. Chu Fei didn't bother to pay attention to him. Instead, he placed his gaze on Su Hui. He was a little surprised, not expecting Lin Shuwei to actually know this kid. It looked like Su Hui was the one Lin Shuwei had found to deal with himself. Su Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So what? If you have the guts, let's try entering the alley? As he spoke, his gaze did not even dare to look directly at Chu Fei. Chu Fei laughed. Good. After saying that, in Lin Shuwei's shocked gaze, he took the lead and walked towards the alley. Go! Lin Shuwei was infuriated. This brat's guts were really big. If he didn't properly clean him up today, he wouldn't be considered a man. Watching Lin Shuwei follow behind Chu Fei, Su Hui's heart was in his throat. This fool! Next time, he would never play with him again. Who wouldn't it be good to mess with? But to mess with this bogeyman, was that something they could mess with? Glancing at Lin Shuwei who was walking a few meters in front of them, Su Hui spoke in a low voice. Brothers, it's fine to pretend later. Don't play for real. Chapter 52. Don't forget, I'm a top-rich second generation. Inside the alleyway by the street, Chu Fei slowly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath. Phew! The thick smoke drifted away with the wind. Lin Shuwei walked up and faced Chu Fei directly, a sinister smile on his somewhat puffy face. Kid, kneel down and beg for forgiveness now. Maybe I'll be kind and let you go. Otherwise, later on, I'll let you have no chance to kneel down. The same words were coming out of Lin Shuwei's mouth at this moment. Chu Fei shook his head and laughed, his gaze resting on Su Hui in the crowd. Did he give you the guts to talk to me like that? You come out. As he spoke, he extended his hand and hooked his finger at Su Hui. Su Hui stiffly stepped forward with a fierce look. It's me, and, I'm telling you, this is Brother Shuwei. The wife is the general manager of Juanhao Group. Messing with Brother Shuwei? No good fruit to eat. I advise you that it is best to admit your mistake now, and we don't want to get rough. So, I don't know why. Su Hui's voice was a little trembling when he spoke. The events of last time were all still fresh in his mind now, and his cheeks seemed to still be a little raw and painful. Before Chu Fei could open his mouth, Lin Shuwei, however, had long been unable to hold back. With one hand, he grabbed the iron rod in the hands of the junior brother beside him and pointed at Chu Fei. Little Hui, what are you wasting words with him? Just directly beat him into submission. Brothers, give it to me. Lin Shuwei gave an order and was about to let a few of Su Hui's brothers make their move. However, no one dared to make a move when Su Hui didn't say anything. You looked at me, I looked at you, all standing still. Only Lin Shuwei foolishly rushed forward, about to make a move with Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly threw away the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Looking at Lin Shuwei who rushed forward, he raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. I said, how did you dare to find trouble with me when you're like this? Is it because the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough? Lin Shuwei was kicked to the ground, originally thinking that Su Hui and the others would swarm up and beat Chu Fei up, but now he realized that Su Hui and the others were standing right where they had just been, not moving a muscle. Little Hui, he didn't understand, saying that they would do it together. How come they rushed over to get beaten up all by themselves? Su Hui only at this time hardened his head and went forward, looking at Chu Fei with a sardonic smile on his face. That what? Big brother, can you lighten your hand? I still have a drinking game at night? Lin Shuwei saw Su Hui in such a manner. The whole person was dumbfounded. Was this still that arrogant and domineering prince? How come he was so respectful to a tiny model? Chu Fei didn't intend to make a move with Su Hui either. This brat still knew his place and didn't make a move with Lin Shui. Otherwise, he would have just cleaned him up. Reaching out his hand, he gently patted Su Hui's face, still understanding. In the future, you will be my little brother. When Su Hui heard this, he felt somewhat flattered. This trip, it wasn't in vain. Not only did he recognize a big brother, but also a big brother who knows kung fu. Next time, if there was something he couldn't handle, letting his big brother take action would definitely be a handful. Yes, big brother. Seeing Su Hui being so complimentary, Lin Shui felt like he was still dreaming. This wasn't real. Little Hui, you. His gaze was filled with incomprehension as he looked at Su Hui. But who knew? Su Hui simply ignored him and instead said to Chu Fei, "Big brother, do you want to clean him up a bit? He's the one who compelled us, saying that he's coming to clean you up." Chu Fei glanced at Lin Shui lying on the ground. That face was just too pitiful. Forget it, he's already pitiful enough. Every day he has to drink goji berries to replenish his body, and he still has to be beaten. Hey, I'm leaving first. By the way, my phone number is 13. Something to give me a call. Chu Fei just walked away. Big brother, go slowly. Only after Su Hui watched Chu Fei walk out of the alley and disappear from sight did he let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Shui, it really isn't that brother isn't helping you. It's this person that is not someone I can mess with. As he spoke, he reached out to help Lin Shui up, but the latter violently slapped his hand away, staring at him with eyes full of resentment. Su Hui, I'll remember this today. In the future, just pretend I don't know you. After saying that, he limped towards the other exit of the alley. Watching Lin Shui walk away, Su Hui snorted. A little white boy, tough as nails. If it wasn't for my recent lack of money, I wouldn't bother to give a damn about you. Brothers, let's go. Drink. On the other hand, Chu Fei had already bought things and put them all in the trunk of the car. Suli also happened to come out from the company, and the two drove straight to the institute. Nearly an hour later, the two finally arrived at the research institute. Inside the reception room, Yang Chenghua and Xiao Bei, as well as several important researchers were there. Professor Yang, how is the research progressing? This was what Suli was most concerned about. It had been more than a year, and now the funding was available. It was thought that the speed should be a lot faster than before. The progress should be up to 90% now, but the only thing we're lacking is the experimental body. Without an experimental body, this research can only be said to be hardly successful. Yang Chenghua's words made Suli also in a difficult situation. The appearance of a new drug would inevitably require many experimental subjects, and this time, the drug could not act on small animals, so it needed to be experimented on by living people. However, this was forbidden within Dasha. Even if it was not life-threatening, living human experiments were not allowed. Now that it had reached this stage, Suli didn't know what to do. I'll try to think of a way. After all, this thing requires very strict scrutiny. Suli's face was not so good-looking, her head lowered and her brows locked. Chu Fei on the other hand was a little surprised. Is the progress now to the point of experimenting on living people? Upon hearing this, everyone present was silent. As researchers, they deeply knew the seriousness of this kind of thing. The slightest carelessness would lead to a huge disaster. Therefore, a very, very strict scrutiny would be conducted. Professor Yang, I'm curious. This experiment, is it life-threatening to humans? Hearing Chu Fei ask this, Yang Chenghua shook his head. To be honest, the new drug is only beneficial to the human body. There is no harm, but as you know, a medicine is 3 times poisonous. It's impossible to have no bad effects at all. And what are the side effects we are not clear. We can only guarantee that there will be no life-threatening, but the other, we dare not guarantee. As Yang Chenghua said, once the drug enters the body, other than not being life-threatening, the rest are unpredictable things. Maybe, it will make people paralyzed, or become deaf and dumb. Little cute. Wait, the result is the unknown. That's right, Secretary Chu. I still have to thank you for what happened last time. When Chu Fei came over last time, he had assured him of his family's safety. Sure enough, the next day when he called his family over, it was his wife who answered. This meant that his family was already safe, and he was able to research with peace of mind. No need to be polite. It should be. Chu Fei smiled, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether to ask his family to find a few dead soldiers, or directly find a few death row inmates to come over as experimental subjects. Once it was successful, the first batch of people to profit would definitely be his own family. After all, Suli was already a de facto wife, and wasn't considered an outsider. Why don't I try? Chu Fei suddenly came out with this sentence. The moment these words came out, it startled everyone present. What kind of international joke was this? No way. This is absolutely not possible. Suli refused without even thinking about it, letting Chu Fei risk his life. She couldn't do it. She would rather have this experiment end there and then than have any accidents happen to Chu Fei. Didn't Professor Yang say that it's not life-threatening? It's not like I'll die if I try. Chu Fei hemmed and hawed. He didn't know how many times he had crawled back from the gates of hell. What could one experiment in the district do? Secretary Chu, this won't work. Although according to our maximum side effects, at most it would only be a half-body paralysis. But in case of an accident, it would not be easy for us to explain to your family. Yang Changhua also rejected Chu Fei's proposal. Don't even think about it. Su Li suddenly got up. Professor Yang, I will think of a way for the experimental body. We'll leave first. We'll trouble you all here. After saying that, grabbing Chu Fei, he arrived at the parking place. Are you sick? You went to be an experiment. If something goes wrong, have you thought about it? Do you want the child to be born without a father? Su Li rushed at Chu Fei with a furious scolding, her eyes red. Chu Fei fell silent. He indeed did not consider this aspect, and also forgot about Su Li's feelings. In the past, he was all alone. Life and death had long since been put aside, but now it's different. Not only do you have a wife, but you also have a child. One's shoulders seem to have, well, one more responsibility. I'm sorry, it's me who neglected your feelings. It won't happen next time. As soon as the words fell, Su Li jumped into his arms, sobbing in a low voice. Chu Fei gently patted her back. Alright, it's alright, I was wrong. Su Li hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. Only after a moment did Chu Fei then open his mouth. Can you stop squeezing me? I'm a little out of breath. It's too big. Upon hearing this, Su Li hastily loosened her hand, her small face having long since turned red, glaring viciously at him. Bah! Stinking bandit! All you know is to be a hooligan all day long. Chu Fei laughed, looking at her silly appearance. His heart was very relaxed. Being together with Su Li always released that wave of pressure in his heart. Right, you don't have to worry about the matter of the experimental body. I'll figure it out. Su Li frowned slightly. What method do you have? Do you want to risk your life? I'll tell you. If you dare to secretly experiment, I'll beat up your child. Chu Fei laughed and pinched her smooth little face. Why are you so stupid? Don't you forget, I'm a top-tier rich second generation In this world, how many things can't be solved with money? Chapter 53, Congratulations. You're fired. It was already 6 in the afternoon when they returned to the city from the institute. In the car, Su Li suddenly turned her head to look at Chu Fei, a pair of beautiful eyes with a small hint of anticipation. Why don't we go eat Western food? Think of it as a date for me and you. You know, there's no process when we're together. As a woman, she also wanted to be able to have a sweet relationship herself, so that she could experience the sweet and sour of it. However, her current self had skipped the relationship stage and directly turned into premarital cohabitation. And with Chu Fei's child already in their stomachs, it was unlikely that the two would fall in love. However, it also did not prevent them from taking a walk of the process that should be taken. Good, promise you. In the face of Su Li's request, Chu Fei did not have any reason to refuse. It was probably also to make up for the time when she didn't experience a relationship with herself. The two of them drove to Jiangnan City's more famous Western restaurant, the Dragon Phoenix Western Restaurant. Those who could come here to eat were all rich people. The average person couldn't afford to spend money. A random meal would cost thousands of dollars, which was a month's salary for an ordinary person. The waiter at the entrance of the restaurant looked at the two of them with a smile on his face as they walked into the restaurant hand in hand. May I ask you too, do you need a hall or a private room? We have one VIP private room left, for Su Li and Chu Fei. Naturally the private room was better. Before the two could open their mouths, a sneer came from behind them. Trouble make way. Good dogs don't get in the way. The arrogant voice caused Chu Fei to frown slightly. Turning back to look, a bald man with a big belly walked head-on with a young girl in her 20s on his arm. What are you looking at? Never seen a rich man before? Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block the way at the entrance. Noticing Chu Fei's gaze, the man spoke again. The gaze that looked at the two men was filled with mockery. Didn't brush your teeth after eating? Why is your mouth full of? Chu Fei nonchalantly disliked back. The man let out a cold laugh and looked Chu Fei up and down. A person like you is also worthy of coming here to eat? Blanking such a good-looking beauty. A meal is less than a month's salary for you, right? Afterwards, the man even spoke directly to Su Li. Beauty, are you interested in having dinner together? I'm a VIP private room. Unceremoniously, he dug in Chu Fei's face. Any other man would not be able to stand it. After saying that, the man took out a restaurant's membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Once he saw that the man had a membership card, the waiter's attitude became 3 times more respectful. Sir, inside please. You've come at the right time. We still have the last remaining VIP private room. After saying that, he looked at Chu Fei and Su Li. Both of you, let me arrange the hall for you, and please don't stand at the door. Hearing this, Suli gasped and laughed. It wasn't that she didn't have a membership card for this restaurant. In the past, she often came with Fangqing to eat steak, so she made a membership card for the sake of convenience. What? Could it be that your restaurant can just cut in line? VIP room, right? I'll take it. After saying that, he took out the membership card from his bag and handed it over. The waiter looked at the two membership cards in his hands and was filled with embarrassment. This was good. Both members wanted the private room, but there was only one private room left. Whoever he gave it to would be bad for the other one. Just then, the restaurant manager seemed to have realized what was going on here. Upon seeing the bald man with a big belly, he rushed forward. Ouch! Isn't this Mr. Lu? Quickly, please come in. Little Lee, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you arrange a private room for Mr. Lu? The manager saw that the waiter Shaoli was still a bit hesitant, and immediately gave an angry rebuke. Suli, on the other hand, frowned. This manager he had never seen before. He should be new. The previous manager, perhaps, had already resigned. But manager, both of you have membership cards. After saying that, with a face full of complexity, he handed over all the membership cards in his hands. The manager then realized that both of them wanted the private room. However, he had a good idea in his heart who this private room would be given to. Both of you, really sorry. This private room, in fact, Mr. Lu has already booked it before. Why don't I arrange a windowed hall seat for the two of you? Do you think it's okay? And give the two of you a bottle of red wine for free. The manager looked at Chu Fei and Suli with a smile on his face. Normally, when an unusual person heard this, they would know that this so-called general manager Lu should be a high-ranking person from some large company. One might choose to retreat or just take their place in the hall. Excuse me, we came here first, so this private room, I'll take it. Chu Fei's tone was calm, and he only spoke faintly, while the bald man on the side snorted. First come first served? Kid, do you think that just because you have a membership card, you're able to have a private room? I'm telling you, identity and status are king. I'm Lu Kai, the manager of the Truman Group. If you're sensible, you should obediently go to the lobby and sit for me. This meal is on me. If you're not sensible, Lu Kai didn't continue. Instead, he looked at Chu Fei with a cold smile on his face. Suli, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Manager of Chu Men Group? This position was not low. Moreover, there was cooperation between Chu Men and his own company. It was not good to have a stalemate because of such a small matter. Thus, gently pulled Chu Fei's sleeve. Why don't we just forget about it in the hall? But Chu Fei was unmoved. Since it was the manager of his own group, it would be much better. The manager of Chu Men Group? How impressive. Hearing this, the manager thought that Chu Fei had conceded. Only then did he invite Lu Kai to head to the private room with a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Lu, please. However, Chu Fei spoke again. I said, I'll take this private room. Manager, are you unable to understand human language? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned cold. Suli, however, pulled his hand from the side, signaling with her eyes that Chu Fei should not make trouble. Once Lu Kai heard that, a few more points of anger grew in his eyes. Kid, do you know what the consequences of messing with me are? If you have the ability to name the company you're in, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Jiangnan City. With the Chu Men Group's current development, it wouldn't be long before many companies would choose to cooperate with Chu Men. All major companies had to look at the Chu Men Group's face to act, and as the manager of Chu Men Group, the right to speak was not generally heavy. Generally, company owners had to look at the Chu Men Group's face. In his opinion, Chu Fei was only a company supervisor. As for this woman, perhaps she was a small employee. With such an identity, how could she be on par with him? With a single word from him, he could make Chu Fei's supervisor or boss fire him. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to make it impossible for me to mix in Jiangnan. Manager of the Chu Men Group. Lu Kai, right? Congratulations, you're fired. A sentence that made Suli freeze for a moment. The restaurant manager and Lu Kai who were at the side also had a daze. Then they laughed out loud. Firing a manager had to be agreed upon at least at the highest level, unless it was the president or the chairman personally speaking. As for anyone else, none of them had this right. Kid, scared me to death. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Chu Men? Firing me when you say so? Chu Fei didn't say anything. He just silently took out his cell phone and made a call. Suli just quietly looked at Chu Fei. Silent. Chu Fei was not someone who spoke big words. Since he had said that he would fire this person, he would definitely do it. A few seconds later, the call was connected. There's a manager in the company called Lu Kai, right? Now, fire him. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Lu Kai just quietly watched from the side, that look of wanting to laugh but not laughing out, as if he had been holding it in for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't help but laugh out. Kid, there are some pussies that you can't just pretend. I'll quietly watch you pretend to be a pussy. If you expel me today, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Chu Fei looked at him with a bland expression. Sorry, I don't have an unfilial grandson like you. When these words came out, Lu Kai was so angry that his face was covered in iron. This brat, a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Fine, kid, today. Before the words were finished, Lu Kai's phone rang. Looking at the caller number on it, his face changed. Raising his head, he looked at Chu Fei. In his eyes, there was a hint of incomprehension and doubt. It was hard to believe that this kid could really fire himself. It couldn't be possible. As for Su Li, she was also looking at Chu Fei with some doubt, although she did not know who Chu Fei had called, but from the tone of Chu Fei's voice just now, it was as if he had called a subordinate. What? Don't dare to answer it? Chu Fei smiled faintly and just looked at Lu Kai. Lu Kai frowned and pressed the answer button. The sound of the cell phone was not loud, but it allowed the few people present to hear it clearly. Manager Lu Kai, right? You've been fired. Please you understand to come to the company to pack up your personal belongings and do a good handover. Hearing the call from the president's secretary on the other end of the phone, Lu Kai's entire body froze in place. The restaurant manager at the side was even more frightened and pale. One sentence and let a manager be fired? Then what exactly was the identity of this young man? And Su Li's eyes that looked at Chu Fei were filled with disbelief and shock. This fellow, in the end, how many other things was he hiding from himself? A single sentence allowed someone to fire one of Chu Men's managers. Then wouldn't his identity be on the same level as the president? Or even higher? Who are you? In Lu Kai's gaze towards Chu Fei, far from the arrogance he had before, he was instead filled with fear. I'm just a small person, Manager Lu. Take your time and don't see me off. After saying that, Chu Fei looked up at the restaurant manager. Now, can I have the private room? At this time, where would the restaurant manager dare to offend Chu Fei? He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, but he did not want to be fired because of a private room. Yes. Sir, this way please. Chapter 54, Actions Against a Family. In the private room of the Western restaurant, the steak and red wine had already come up, possibly because of the red wine. Su Li's small face had a bit more redness. What just happened? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Regarding the matter just now, Su Li was very curious. What exactly was Chu Fei's status to be able to fire a manager of the Chu Men group? Hey, I've told you, I'm a top-tier rich second generation. It's not too much to ask to know some people with status, right? The president of the Truman Group is actually one of my former follower boys. I made a phone call, and he obediently fired the person. Chu Fei pretended to spread his hands with a face full of helplessness. A look of I didn't want this. Su Li's beautiful eyes fiercely blanked him. This excuse, don't even know how many times he had used it. However, this excuse seemed to work quite well. After all, Chu Fei's strength was there, casually able to take out $1 billion. It was not too much to say that he was a top-tier rich second generation. But Su Li still felt strange. She always felt that something was wrong, but she just couldn't say it. Alright, let's eat. I'm but hungry. After saying that, he nonchalantly cut off a large piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. To be honest, for Western food, Chu Fei was really not used to eating it. This thing, even if it couldn't fill up his stomach, it was still very expensive. Even if you just fry 2 small dishes on the side of the road, it would be better than this. Seeing him like this, Su Li did not say anything more. Chu Fei's unwillingness to speak naturally had his reasoning. As a wife, she needed to understand. There were things that would naturally be known. When the two of them finished eating and walked out of the restaurant, Chu Fei slapped his head. It's over. We've both been drinking and can't drive. Driving is not drinking. Drinking is not driving. This is simple. Just call a chauffeur. Next to the Western restaurant, there were indeed quite a few chauffeurs. After all, there weren't many people who came to eat at the Western restaurant who didn't drink anymore. Although it wasn't white wine, red wine was also wine. Chauffeur. Su Li shouted at the chauffeurs not far away. Immediately, 3 chauffeurs immediately came over. Only, when seeing the brand new Maybach parked next to it, 2 people gave up on the spot. If a little careless, hanging to rub to, the money to repair the paint is their month's salary. And the last remaining chauffeur is silent. Master, can you chauffeur? It's not far. Just go to Huarong Villa area. The chauffeur master just nodded gently, then packed up the folding bike and put it into the trunk. Only then did he sit on the co-driver, while Chu Fei and Su Li sat on the back seat. However, Chu Fei's gaze stayed on the body of the valet master. It was not because of how the chauffeur looked, but because he felt a faint killing intent on his body. Moreover, this valet master's eyes were different from ordinary people. It was like an ordinary person who met a general who had been fighting in the sand for years. Just a look was enough to make one feel awe. Bandit. I'm a little sleepy. I'll rest for a while. Call me when you arrive. A small amount of red wine did no harm to the body, and it was also possible that Su Li was often prone to sleepiness because she was pregnant. Sitting on the seat, She began to squint for a while. Chu Fei's breathing was calm, and was not affected by the reason he drank wine. That little bit of red wine, for him, was similar to drinking water. He was casually leaning on the position, but at any time, he was able to kill this chauffeur master with a single blow. On the way, it was all very calm, until he arrived at the entrance of the villa. Suli had already fallen asleep, letting out light snores. The chauffeur master got out of the car, and when Chu Fei saw this, he also followed along and got out of the car. Just as he got out of the car, a stern killing chance came towards him. He subconsciously inclined his head, and the sharp blade cut through the air next to his neck. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately after that, the other party was kicking hard at Chu Fei's stomach. Chu Fei crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Chu Fei retreated 2 steps back and slowly stood up straight, his gaze somewhat cold as he looked at the valet master in front of him. Good strength. The valet master, on the other hand, only smiled icily. Killing you is enough. As he spoke, he once again stepped forward. The dagger in his hand flew towards Chu Fei's fatal spot. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow was not an ordinary person. The dagger wanted to kill him. It was clear that he had come to kill himself. Since that was the case, there was no need for himself to be polite. With a jolt, he forcibly avoided the other party's fatal slash, and raised his hand to fiercely smash his fist on the other party's chest. Bang! The opponent's entire body fell back 7 or 8 steps, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there were a few more points of shock in his gaze as he looked at Chu Fei. It seemed that he had not expected Chu Fei's strength to be so strong. It seems like, and the report to himself from above, there is that little bit of a gap. Raising his hand, he gently patted the dust on his chest. The strength isn't bad, but wanting to kill me, it's still unlikely. The man moved his feet and quickly stepped forward. Chu Fei, on the other hand, stood still, not moving at all, but his gaze was dead on the man's movements. Seeing that the opponent's dagger was about to stab his chest, Chu Fei moved, suddenly taking a step backwards. He pointed his toes and raised his leg. Only then did the man realize that he had been fooled. However, it was already a little too late to react. He violently raised his arm to block at his neck. However, Chu Fei's amazing strength exceeded his imagination. Bang! The heavy kick directly smashed him onto the ground. His eyes went black for a split second, and he almost fainted. Before his could get up, Chu Fei had already rushed to his front, crouched down, and pressed one leg onto the man's neck. His fist was clenched tightly, his middle finger's bony knuckle exceeding the fist portion, aiming at his solar plexus. The man had no doubt that as long as he dared to move, Chu Fei would send himself to Hades with one punch. You're strong. Do it. The man gave up struggling. Failure in the mission was death. Before coming, he had already predicted all the endings. It's that so-called brother Yi again, isn't it? The man's body trembled slightly, but he didn't speak. It seems that you guys don't die. As soon as Chu Fei's words fell, he smashed his fist at the man's neck. This punch directly knocked the man unconscious. Afterwards, he turned the man over, and with a gentle movement of his hands, he directly removed the man's arms. Then the man was thrown into the trunk of the car. Only after doing all this did he gently open the car door. Carrying Suli, he returned to the room and covered her with a quilt before returning to the garage. Opening the trunk, the man was still in an unconscious state. Taking out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator in the back seat of the car, he poured it on the man's head. The man violently opened his eyes, and subconsciously wanted to move, but he realized that apart from his feet, his hands had already been unloaded by the other party. Chu Fei single-handedly pulled the man out of the trunk and threw him on the ground. He then lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Did you open your own mouth, or did you let me help you? The man looked at Chu Fei and did not speak. Torture tactics, for him, had no effect. Since he dared to come, he was already prepared to die. Not speaking? Quite well. Chu Fei did not choose to torture him either. It just quietly said, since you came, then surely you know that Kuyao Company is researching some new medicines. And just in time, there is a lack of some living people to experiment on right now. Unluckily, you've come to seek death. Hearing this, a few more points of fear were evident in the man's eyes. He had been fortunate enough to visit some country's special laboratories, which contained many death row inmates who were injected with various drugs. In the end, they turned into inhuman guys. He had once seen with his own eyes, a guy who, after being injected with some special drugs, had his skin ripped off hard and was covered in blood. The most important thing was that the guy was still alive and could only howl madly in the middle of the cage. That image, he didn't dare to forget until now. You, who the hell is it? He did not understand why someone like Chu Fei would come to protect such a woman. I'll ask you to answer, and after you finish, I'll give you a pain in the ass, if you don't want to be used as a test subject. The man was silent for a few seconds before nodding slowly. The person behind you, Is ye right? Is he Yi Ao? The man shook his head slightly, indicating that he wasn't. He knew who Yi Ao was, but it really wasn't Yi Ao. No? Chu Fei's brows furrowed. Since it wasn't Yi Ao, who else could it be? Your organization. How many other people like you have come to Jiangnan? Asking this, the man first fell silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. There are at least a dozen. More than 10? Chu Fei's face changed slightly. It seemed that he could only follow this girl Su Li closely. Other than targeting Su Li, do you have any other mission targets? The man nodded. Besides Su Li, there are also her parents. The moment these words came out, Chu Fei's face completely changed. Also targeting Su Li's parents? Su Li's parents did not have their own protection. Although the Su family villa also had quite a bit of security, but for someone with the strength of this man in front of him, it would be like an illusion. If this is really the case, when will you act? The man raised his head and revealed a smile at Chu Fei. Tonight. The moment these words came out, Chu Fei was completely nonplussed. Acting tonight? Wouldn't that be? And at this moment, in the Su family villa, four masked men easily scaled over the high wall and cut the wires of the camera. One of the masked men waved his hand at the other three people around him and raised his hands, pointing in different directions. The other three nodded and headed towards different locations. And in the security room at the entrance of the villa, one of the security personnel was a bit strange. How did the cameras break down two at once? Opening the door, he took a flashlight and was about to check, but just as the door opened, he felt a coldness in his neck. In front of him stood a man with a mask, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, stabbing into his neck. Blood, like a spring sprayed out. There is one more chapter. All readers greatly don't worry, is desperately Yard's word in the middle. Chapter 55 Your wife. Death. In the villa's garage, Chu Fei looked at the man's corpse lying on the ground, his eyes a little cold. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. If it was really a move tonight, it was estimated that it had already started. It was also impossible for himself to leave Su Li alone here now. In case he went over and Su Li's side was in danger, it would really be a headache. After thinking about it, he still made a call to Zhang Dajun. Hello? Dajun. Still not resting, right? Hearing Chu Fei's voice, Zhang Dajun was reading a book on his bed and immediately sat up. Team Chu, what's wrong? Chu Fei took a deep breath. Bring a few good men, including yourself, with weapons, go to XX Villa Area 6. Something has happened there. It must be quick. Hearing this, Zhang Dajun realized the seriousness of the matter. The fact that Team Chu had personally called him could only mean that the person living there was not an ordinary person. I know. I will act now. Hanging up the phone, without saying a word, Zhang Dajun brought along a few good men from his side and drove a jeep straight to that villa area that Chu Fei had mentioned. On the other hand, Chu Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and made a call to Jiang Ning, asking him to call the people from the bureau to come over and settle the matter. More than 10 minutes later, the people from the bureau came. At the head was none other than Su Lin, the chief of the nearby precinct. Seeing Chu Fei, the chief respectfully asked, Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the precinct chief Su Lin. Chu Fei nodded. Well, clean up a bit. Looking at the body on the ground, Su Lin's eyebrows jumped. There weren't any exposed injuries on the body, and only the bones in the back heart area were slightly protruding. He could tell at a glance that this person had been killed by a single punch. How much strength did this need to be done? One must know that the strength of an ordinary person's punch was no more than 100 kilograms at the most. A professional boxer's strength could reach over 300 to 400. The power of this punch was at least 500 kilograms, no less than being hit by a 60-yard car. Moreover, the power of the impact was concentrated to one point. Terrifying, that was all Su Lin had in his mind. He then beckoned, and two officers immediately came forward to carry the body into the trunk of their car. Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After saying that, they were about to leave. Chu Fei thought for a moment and called out to Su Lin, who was about to leave. By the way, you should send someone to guard the entrance of the XX Villa area. If there are any people who act strangely or whose identities are unknown, directly arrest them. Su Lin sniffed and was a bit puzzled. That was one of the more luxurious villa areas in Jiangnan City, and security was generally better. They also generally did not go to that place to patrol because the level of security personnel there was higher. However, this was what Chu Fei had specifically requested, so they could only do as they were told. After all, it was the one person in Jiangnan who took the initiative to call them, so one could imagine how high this Mr. Chu's status was. Yes, I will send someone over right now. Chu Fei nodded and watched Su Lin leave before returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chu Fei was frowning as he waited for Zhang Dajun and the others to reply. Close to an hour later, Chu Fei received a reply from Zhang Dajun. Team Chu, something has happened. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face changed. Continue. Zhang Dajuan was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The 6 security personnel of this villa, all of them were killed by a single stab. When Chu Fei heard this, he knew that Su Li's parents had most likely been in trouble. Chu team, how many people are there inside this villa? Zhang Dajuan tentatively asked. 3, a couple and an old man. What's wrong? A bad premonition bubbled up in Chu Fei's heart. When we arrived, the other party had already left. Looking at the time, it should have left not long ago. But if you say the number of people according to Team Chu, the villa has people dying. Hearing this, Chu Fei's heart thumped. Who is it? He had already thought about how Su Li would feel after receiving this news. Even now, his mood was heavy. It's the old man. Chu Fei's fists clenched instantly, and his eyes were covered in blood in an instant. Damn it, I know. Now, you move all the people in the city. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that group of people for me. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei never dreamed that these people would actually move against Su Li's family. Moreover, it was still Su Li's grandmother. Such a kind old man. How could these mongrels lay their hands on her? After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and made another call to Jiang Ning. Young master, what's wrong? Jiang Ning was a bit strange. Hadn't the young master just called himself not long ago? How? Mobilize the entire city's police force. All vehicles coming out of the XX Villa area. I want to find their traces within an hour. Is that clear? That icy tone caused Jiang Ning to shiver. It was over. Young master was fuming. What kind of person had gone wrong that would cause the young master to be so furious? Yes, I know. I'll go do it now. Jiang Ning didn't even dare to sleep anymore. Directly getting up from the bed and taking out his cell phone to call the chiefs of the various precincts as well as the chief of the main office, asking them to mobilize the entire city's police force to search for clues. As for Chu Fei, he arrived at Su Li's room. He just gently opened the door, but found Su Li sitting on the bed with red eyes. Seeing her like this, Chu Fei went forward. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Fei come in, Su Li hugged him. Bandit, I had a nightmare. I just dreamed that something happened to Grandma. Oh, Su Li leaned in his arms and sobbed in a low voice. Chu Fei, on the other hand, trembled violently in his heart. Was this a blood connection? Something had just happened over there, and Su Li woke up. I happen to also have something to tell you. Chu Fei tightly hugged her and spoke in a low voice. What is it? Su Li hugged him, unwilling to let go, and Chu Fei gritted his teeth, not knowing how to speak. In the end, he still slowly said, I'll tell you. You must be calm. Can you? At this time, Su Li had already stopped crying, because in her opinion, just now that was a nightmare. But, right now, Chu Fei's words caused her heart to inexplicably feel nervous. You, what exactly are going to say? Chu Fei's fists were clenched, his head lowered and his fists clenched. I'm sorry, I just received news that something has happened to your family. Boom, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it fell on Su Li's head. You are joking with me again, right? How could something happen to my family? She forced out a smile, but couldn't believe it. Chu Fei reached out and held her tightly in his arms. I just received a call from a friend. Something did happen to your house. Grandma may not be around. With a single word, Su Li violently broke away from his embrace. A pair of beautiful eyes reddened as she looked at him, tears swirling in her eyes. You're lying to me, right? This is just a dream, right? Wake up, wake up. Su Li even raised her hand and gave herself a slap, as if she wanted to wake up. Chu Fei's eyes were quick and grabbed her hand. Su Li, Su Li completely couldn't hold it in and jumped into Chu Fei's arms. Why? You told me that it's not true. Chu Fei didn't know what to say and could only hold her tightly. Several minutes later, Su Li looked at him with red eyes. I want to go to meet Grandma. Chu Fei nodded and drove the car straight to the Su family villa. More than half an hour later, the two arrived at the neighborhood where the Su family villa was located. Only now, the entire neighborhood had been wrapped in flashing blue and red lights. Countless people were outside the blockade line, talking about it. On the other hand, Chu Fei was leading Su Li towards the inside of the blockade line. Knowing that Chu Fei was definitely going to come over, Zhao Dajuan stood guard at the entrance. Seeing Chu Fei, he hurriedly signaled the guards to release him. Team Chu, Zhao Dajuan gave a greeting, his gaze resting on Su Li. If there was no mistake, this villa where the accident happened was this girl's family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa, Su Li's body trembled when she saw the residual bloodstains on the ground, as well as the 7 corpses covered with white cloths placed next to them. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation in her entire life. A situation that probably an ordinary person, in their entire life, would never encounter. Chu Fei raised his head to look at Zhao Dajuan, and the latter's eyes told Chu Fei that old man's corpse was the last one. Little Li. Su Li's lips were tightly bitten, and her teeth had bitten through her lips without even realizing it in the slightest. Fresh blood slowly fell down his chin, mixed with tears on his cheeks. Which one is it? Her voice was trembling. Chu Fei brought her to the first one on the left. Holding her tightly, he slowly squatted down. Can you stop looking? He softly inquired. But Su Li stubbornly shook her head. I want to see my grandmother one last time. After saying that, with a trembling hand, she went to lift the white cloth that was covering her. The moment she saw her grandmother's peaceful face, Su Li could no longer hold herself together. All of a sudden, she paralyzed on the ground, tears coming out of her eyes. She grasped Chu Fei's arm to death, and even her nails sunk into Chu Fei's flesh. Chu Fei did not feel the slightest bit of pain because this girl was now in more pain than himself. At the same time, far away in the middle of the war zone headquarters in the capital, inside a room in the dragon group's living area, Su Nianying was sitting on a stool, holding a picture of a young woman in her hands. If Su Li was present, he would definitely be able to tell that the woman in the photo was his grandmother from his youth. On his face, there was a smile. Xiaoying, in a short while, I will be able to come back. I wonder, how have you been doing all these years? He muttered under his breath. But soon, a knock came from outside the door. Su Nianying collected his smile and put the photo in his pocket. Enter. Only, upon seeing the person who came in, Su Nianying's face changed. Something has happened at home. Your wife died. Chapter 56. I want to go on a killing spree. When Su Nianying heard the last two words, she violently stood up from her position. A pair of icy cold gazes just stared at the man in front of her dead on. In the Su family, one had specialized people to keep an eye on that side. As long as something happened over there, someone would immediately report it. Who did this? Terrifying killing intent erupted from him. That feeling made the man standing in front of Su Nianying fall into an ice cellar. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying side of the group leader. It's still under investigation. On Team Chu's side, they have also mobilized most of the personnel from the Jiangnan Warzone division to thoroughly investigate the murderer. There's no news coming back for now. Hearing his explanation, Su Nianying completely couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. I don't care who is behind these people. Find out and I will make them pay in blood. Su Nianying's ice-cold voice echoed in the room. The man stood aside, not daring to speak. No one would have thought that someone would actually dare to touch the group leader's family. It was fine if they weren't found out. If they were found out, no matter who the person behind the other party was, they would definitely pay the price in blood. You go out. The aura on Su Nianying's body gradually eased. The man left the room warily this time, carefully closing the door. And after the man left, Su Nianying took out the photo in his pocket. After looking at the familiar person on it, his eyes moistened a little. I'm sorry, it's me who caused you harm. This time, I won't choose to back down. I will let those people bury you with them. He muttered two sentences under his breath, then took out a lighter from his pocket and completely burned the photo. This was the person he missed the most in his heart, but now the other party had already gone before him. Then, it was time for him to step forward as well. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Chu Fei who was in Jiangnan. At this moment, Chu Fei and Su Li were in the car. Su Li's pair of beautiful eyes had already cried red, and her body was constantly fighting a cold war. Chu Fei looked in his eyes and felt pain in his heart. The moment his cell phone rang, he thought that there was some news, and took it out to take a look, only to find that it was actually a call from his old man. Master. After looking at it for 3 seconds, he then said to Su Li, I'll take a call. After saying that, he opened the car door, and stood beside the car to pick up the phone. Master. Chu Fei's tone was somewhat heavy. Similarly, Su Nianying's tone was also somewhat icy. I know about this matter. I might come down to Jiangnan for a trip. When he heard those words, Chu Fei's heart was incomparably shocked. Master actually wanted to come to Jiangnan? For Su Li's grandmother? No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was unlikely. After all, there didn't seem to be such a great relationship between the two. Master, he asked with some confusion. Know why I asked you to protect Su Li? Know why my name is Su Nianying? What is the name of Su Li's grandmother? Are you clear about that? 3 consecutive questions exploded in Chu Fei's mind. When after thinking carefully for half a minute, Chu Fei did not speak. Su Nianying? Jiang Taiying? Wasn't that what pining for Su Li's grandmother meant? How could he not have thought that Su Li's grandfather was actually his own master? No wonder the master would let himself come over to protect Su Li. Originally, that is the master's own granddaughter. Master, I know. Chu Fei finally understood at this time why Su Li was always targeted 3 times. The person that the other party wanted to target was not Su Li, but to target Master. This time, making a move against Master's family. Perhaps it was to use the opportunity to threaten Master. Little Fei, before I return to Jiangnan, there is one more thing I need to go do. Before I come back, I want you to protect this girl Xiaoli. On his parents' side, just do your best. Su Nianying was very clear that her son and daughter-in-law were taken away, and the other party's purpose was definitely to use the opportunity to threaten herself. A very important point was that the other party's purpose was most likely to make himself give way to Yao. However, he could not do so, nor could he do so. Hearing the tone of generosity to death in his master's mouth, Chu Fei's heart thumped. Master, where are you going? Why don't you bring the others with you? Chu Fei knew very well that Master normally would not say such words easily. The place that Master was going to this time, I'm afraid that it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, it seemed that Master did not intend to bring anyone with him. That won't be necessary. I'll just go by myself. Take good care of my granddaughter. If I'm not back after 3 days, my granddaughter, I'll leave it to you. When the words fell, the phone had been hung up. When Chu Fei called again, it was no longer connectable. He hurriedly dialed Xiao Yu's number. Xiao Yu, quickly go see if the group leader is still in the dormitory. Hearing Chu Fei's urgent voice, Xiao Yu immediately jumped up from the bed and went straight to the group leader's residence. When he arrived here, the building was long gone. Brother Fei, the group leader has disappeared. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew what Master his old man had in mind. As long as Master wanted to hide, basically no one could find him. I see, you go back and rest. And, keep an eye on Yao for me. Once there is any movement, immediately talk to me. If he tries to take advantage of the group leader's absence during this period of time to take over Dragon Group, I'll be the first to kill him. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei's face had long been as cold as frost. All of this had made sense. The fact that the other party's methods were so underhanded proved everything. Returning to the car, Chu Fei looked at Su Li, who was still frozen and lost in thought, and went forward to gently hold her in his arms. It's alright, I believe that uncle and auntie's good fortune will come through. Su Li was silent, only hiding in Chu Fei's arms and sobbing in a low voice. The night was sleepless. Chu Fei had long accompanied Su Li back to the villa. This girl had already cried, her eyes red and swollen, and several times she almost cried until she fainted. Now that the Su Wu couple was also nowhere to be found, the entire city was searching for clues to those murderers. However, one night passed, the other party was like disappeared without any trace. Looking at the red-eyed Su Li, Chu Fei was somewhat unable to bear it. You take a rest. Once there are any clues, I'll call you. Su Li lay on the bed, one hand gripping the quilt with a death grip. That kind of pain of losing a loved one could never be felt by those who hadn't experienced it. It's fine. I just want to wait for news from Mom and Dad. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Chu Fei could only comfort her with a few words. Right now, the main thing was to find the group's trail first. Just when Chu Fei was planning to give Dejun a call to ask about the situation, Su Li's cell phone rang. Su Li anxiously picked up her cell phone and took a look. She thought that it was a call from her parents, but the number displayed on it was a stranger's call. Who is it? Su Li shook her head, then pressed the answer button. Immediately afterward an icy voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this MS? Su, hello, your parents are now in our hands. Why don't we have a good talk? When hearing these words, the face of Chu Fei on the side gradually turned cold. So many people had no trace of these people. The other party definitely hadn't left Jiangnan yet. Moreover, the fact that he still dared to call Su Li over meant that the other party had the certainty of avoiding the tracking of the others. Who are you? How are my parents? Su Li eagerly wanted to know how her parents were doing now. Only, the man on the other side only smiled faintly. Ha, MS. Su, your parents are not in danger for the time being, but we don't know behind them. If you cooperate, your parents will meet you unharmed. If you're not willing to cooperate, then I'm sorry. The meaning of the threat was self-evident. Chu Fei just took out his cell phone, glanced at the number on it, and sent a text message to Zhao Dajuan. The content of the text message was to locate the position of this number. Zhao Dajuan, who was checking the surveillance at the Warzone branch, hadn't closed his eyes for the night. However, he didn't dare to doze off now. The sound of his cell phone dropping made him tremble. Hurriedly took it out to take a look. It was a simple content. Check the location of the number 158. For me, hurry. Zhao Dajuan hurriedly had his men use satellite positioning to start tracking the location of this number. And in the villa, what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Su Li had already messed up. As long as the other party was willing to spare her parents, as long as she was willing to hand over. Is Miss Su so cooperative? Then, please come to the South Enterprise Industrial Zone alone. Remember, it's one person coming. If there's an extra person, or that bodyguard beside you, then don't blame us for being unmerciful. After saying that, the man's phone had hung up. On Chu Fei's side, he had also received Zhao Dajuan's location information. The other party's location was in the South Enterprise Industrial Zone, but they were unable to find out exactly where it was for the time being. Seeing this message, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You be good at home. I'll go bring uncle and auntie back. As soon as Chu Fei's words fell, Su Li refused. No way. I'll go by myself. If they know that you're going to, they'll definitely hurt mom and dad. Su Li's current thought in her heart that was to see her parents as soon as possible. Only after seeing them would she be at ease. Su Li, what's the use of you going? You are not alone now, you know? Chu Fei was very clear that the other party's purpose was to use Su Li's parents to force Su Li to compromise. Once Su Li went, it would become the other party's bargaining chip to threaten Master. Master had only told last night to allow himself to take care of Su Li. There was absolutely no way he would let Su Li go and take the risk. Not to mention that in Su Li's stomach, there was still his own child. I want to go. Su Li reddened her eyes and was about to push Chu Fei away. However, Chu Fei reached out and lightly punched her on the neck. The force was just right, knocking her out. I'm sorry, silly girl, I won't let you take the risk. He then took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhao Dajuan. Send someone over to guard Ms. Su's villa area. If you find any suspicious people, arrest them directly, and once they resist, shoot them on the spot. You bring heavy weaponry and equipment. Bring 3 people with you. Come and get me. I want to go on a killing spree. Chapter 57, Captain of the First Team, Yan Wang. 40 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan arrived at the villa area with a bunch of people. With a command, the entire villa was surrounded tightly. The people from the other villas were all filled with horror. The person living in this villa they all knew was the president of Kuyao Company, Su Li. However, no one had thought that Su Li would have such an identity. So many people from the military department were guarding the villa. What kind of big deal was going on here? Many people still didn't know what happened last night and were still in a state of confusion. Team Chu, Zhao Dajuan saluted at Chu Fei. The few small warriors beside him even stood straight. At this moment, Chu Fei had already changed into a black outfit. Let's set off. Chu Fei sat in the backseat of the army green jeep, and his cold eyes made Zhao Dajuan, who was sitting next to him, and the warriors who were driving and sitting in the co-pilot's seat, feel that the temperature inside the car was a little cold, and inside a damp factory in the South Enterprise Industrial Zone. This factory had long been abandoned and no one would come here in a short period of time. Mr. and Mrs. Su Wu were tied to a huge stone pillar. The 2 of them had been injected with sleeping pills and had not awakened yet. 4 men with masks and weapons in hand were sitting on the instruments on the side. What do you guys say? Will that woman come alone? A man with a monkey mask suddenly spoke up. Do you think it's possible? That bodyguard beside him is no ordinary person. Someone who can mobilize a warzone division definitely doesn't have a low status. Another man wearing a pig head mask sneered. They had already figured out the situation over here before coming. If the organization hadn't given an order for this mission that had to be completed, there would be no need for them to step in. Then we're still standing guard here? Why don't we just kill them? At this moment, the man wearing a tiger mask gazed at the unconscious Su Wu couple. In their eyes, these 2 were dispensable. After all, the person requested from above was just Su Li, a woman. These 2 people were only used to threaten each other. It's not impossible to kill them, but the above said that it's best not to kill them, and it's not too late to kill them if there's really no other way. The man in the lion mask snorted, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, while the man with the monkey mask looked at the watch on his hand. It's almost time. Let's go. As he spoke, several people untied the ropes that Su Wu and his wife were tied up with. Afterwards, they took the 2 of them towards the back door of the factory. They were now planning to shift their position. When they made that call, they knew that their position would be determined by the other party. Seeing that it was almost time, after shifting their position, they would then use another cell phone to call Su Li, informing her to go to another place. As for himself and the others, they would intercept Su Li in the middle of her journey to another place, and in this way, their mission would be accomplished. And right after the other party left, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan several people had already arrived at the industrial area. The empty industrial area had long been deserted, but Chu Fei was not in the least bit anxious. Looking at Su Li's phone in his hand, he knew that the other party would definitely call Su Li. Pay attention to the surrounding. Once you find suspicious people, do it directly. The warriors driving the car and the co-pilot directly got out of the car and began to observe the surrounding situation. As for Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan, they sat in the car and waited for the moment when the phone rang. But 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. And this time, the note displayed on it was Su Li's father. Zhao Dajuan on the side immediately understood, and hurriedly took out his computer and started to track the location of this number. But in just a few seconds, the location was already determined. The other party was long gone from here, but had gone to the mountain path behind the industrial area. On the mountain road behind the industrial area, about 90 degrees south by west. After receiving Zhao Dajuan's reply, Chu Fei took a deep breath. He pressed the answer button. Hello? You're the bodyguard beside Miss Su, right? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the other party knew very well that he would not let Su Li come alone. I'm curious as to who exactly you are working for. Ever thought about the consequences? Chu Fei's tone was calm, but he opened the car door, shouldered an M99 type sniper rifle from the car, and walked towards the nearby one-movement civilian abandoned building. Ha! Since we dared to come, we are ready to die. However, whether you can find us or not is still one thing. Are you sure you want to take a gamble? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei's face gradually turned cold. Obviously, there were 4 people on the other side that were definitely not gathered together. Even if he killed this person who called him, the location of the other 3 people could not be found by himself. Moreover, Su Li's parents were also in danger. You guys are indeed a bit out of my expectation. It's just that, I don't quite understand. Going against me, have you guys really thought about the end? Chu Fei had not met such a difficult opponent in a long time. It seemed that this time, the other party had made full intentions to entangle with himself to the end. Actually, I am also curious about your identity. Let's put it this way, might as well tell me your identity. If your origin scares me, I can choose to release that woman's parents. On the mountain path at the back of the industrial area, the monkey-masked man sat on a rock and conversed with Chu Fei in a calm tone. From the information given to them from above, the bodyguard by that woman's side was a high-ranking figure and was of notable strength. The real identity, they were also unclear for the time being. Even the organization behind them could not find out, and Chu Fei just quietly smiled. Want to know my identity? Might as well meet? Wouldn't it be better to meet and talk? As he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already sped off with his men towards the distant mountain path. Chu Fei, on the other hand, had already arrived at the location on the roof of the building and set up his M99 type sniper rifle. This was a heavy sniper rifle, and its power was not inferior to the heavy sniper rifle Barrett that the whole world was famous for, and even far superior to Barrett in certain areas. Within the range of 1,000 meters, under a single shot, no one is perfect. This weapon, within the range of 1,000 meters, is enough to penetrate the steel plate of a tank, so it can be seen how horrible its power is. Ha, I guess, while you're talking, your people have already come over with their weapons to arrest me, right? But I'm sorry, I'm just one person, and that woman's parents, they're in danger. Chu Fei's face became completely ugly. It seemed like all of his plans had been seen through by the other party. Moreover, the other few thugs were nowhere to be found. Most notably, Su Li's parents were still in the other party's hands. Very good, you guys have really thought it through. Since you want to know my identity so much, you might as well tell you too. Captain of the Dragon Group's first team, Chu Fei, nicknamed King of Hell. This time, Chu Fei did not hide anything and told the other party his identity in the military department. And the other party fell silent after hearing those words. Monkey would never have dreamed that the other party was actually Chu Fei, the captain of the Dragon Group's first team. This guy who was known as the King of Hell all over the world was terrifying, and his history was enough to know that. He had killed his way through the Nanta military zone alone, killed the other party's top commander, and retreated in one piece. A person into the death zone of Yama, blew up an enemy country's biochemical research institute, killed 72 enemy soldiers, the highest leader of 3 people, returned wounded. One appalling battle record was enough to shock the whole world. Those who were targeted by him were all scared. Satisfied? Seeing that the other party was silent, Chu Fei then spoke. Yan Wang, you are indeed very strong. If it's not non-essential, I don't want to make an enemy of you, but I have reasons that I have to do. After the other party finished saying those words, the phone was hung up. Chu Fei looked at the hung-up cell phone and slammed his fist on the wall. The wall was instantly punched out with a deep crater, and debris flew. Damn it! Obviously, the fact that the other party knew his identity and still chose to make an enemy of himself meant that the other party's organization had grabbed these people's handles and made them have to sell their lives for the organization. Monkey, on the other hand, had already left his original spot, and in the bushes, he saw a jeep coming at a rapid pace. After circling around for a few minutes, it met up with Tiger and the others. Well, the didn't come, did she? As Tiger spoke, he had already aimed the submachine gun in his hand at Su Wu's head. At this moment, Su Wu had already come to his senses. Looking at the 4 men with masks in front of him, his face full of ice, he knew that he could not escape. Didn't come. Monkey shook his head. Tiger subconsciously was about to pull the trigger and send Su Wu and his wife on their way, but Monkey stopped him with one hand. Know who our opponent is? Monkey took off his mask and looked at the 4 people with a calm gaze. The others were shocked when they saw Monkey take off his mask. They knew that they should never take off their masks unless it was necessary, because taking off the mask meant that for this mission, they would definitely die. Seeing Monkey take off his mask, Tiger, Lion, Piggy and the others also took off their masks respectively. Monkey took a deep breath and looked at the 3. The guy beside that woman is Yama. When the 3 of them heard this, they first froze, and then a trifle of fear appeared in their eyes. This Yama King you're talking about, it can't be that guy, right? A bitter smile appeared on Monkey's face. What else? At that moment, several people were silent. If the opponent was really the king of hell, then even if they killed Suwu and his wife, they were doomed. There was no way back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man wearing a pig's head mask slammed the mask hard on the ground, his face full of anger. The scumbags up there didn't tell us who our opponents were either. This is great. It's really ing time to see Hades. Grass. Monkey looked at the furious old pig and let out a bitter smile. It was he who took the initiative to tell me. Otherwise I wouldn't have known. Now, we only have two choices. One is to betray the organization and negotiate with Yama. Second, die. Vote on it. Readers, can you move your little hands and give the little author a boost and a favorable review? Thanks. There's one more chapter to go, and it's being scrambled for words. Chapter 58. Yama didn't say to spare your lives. Monkey looked at the three of them and took a deep breath. Those who choose to negotiate, raise your hands. As the words left his mouth, he raised his hand himself. The remaining three looked at me and me at you, and also raised their hands. A unanimous vote agreed to negotiate. Since everyone agrees to negotiate, that means everyone doesn't want to die. The world is so big anyway, it's impossible for the organization to find us. Let me call him. As he spoke, Monkey made a wink at Tiger and Piggy. The two instantly understood and stepped forward to deliver a handslash at the Suwu couple, directly knocking them out. While Chu Fei, who was on the roof of the abandoned residential building, was thinking about how to lure everyone from the other side out. His cell phone rang once again. It was still the same number from just now. Yan Wang, negotiate. The condition is that we leave Dasha alive and we release the two of them. Hearing those words, Chu Fei slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Since the other party chose to negotiate, there was still room for maneuver. Yes, obviously. Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, the monkey also let out a long sigh of relief. Rushing towards the other three, he gave an okay gesture. The three of them instantly understood and immediately began to pack up their things. Why don't you have the people remove the barriers on the nearby roads? After we leave, I'll send you the location of that woman's parents. Don't worry, I promise I won't touch a single hair on their heads. Hearing those words, Chu Fei was silent for several seconds. Good, wait for me for 2 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei called Dijun and Zhang Ning and asked them to remove the barriers at all entrances out of the city. After doing so, Chu Fei set up his sniper rifle and observed all the surrounding vehicles. He knew that the other party would definitely only call to tell himself the location of Mr. and Mrs. Suwu if they were outside of the city. But there was absolutely no way he would let the other party walk out of Dasha alive, because their hands were already stained with the blood of Master's mother. This revenge, he had to avenge his master. Along with a car passing under his scope, he noticed an abnormality in one of the cars. Through the scope, he saw 5 men sitting in a small black car, and the driver in charge of the car had eyes full of fear. He knew that the other party must have hijacked the driver of the small car to take them out of the city. Looking at the direction they left, Chu Fei immediately called Zhao Dajuan, who was rushing over. Dijun, you guys come over immediately now. Hurry. 5 minutes later, the jeep arrived at the downstairs of the residential building. Team Chu. Chu Fei sat on the vehicle and said in a cold voice, Southwest exit point. Quick. On the other hand, the southwest exit location. Monkey knocked out the driver of the small car with a punch and directly threw him out of the car. Go! Piggy drove the car, and the gas pedal was directly pressed to the bottom. While in the car, it was only then that the monkey edited a text message, telling Chu Fei the location where the Suwu couple was tied up. After doing this, he directly threw his cell phone into the drainage ditch on the side of the road. Phew! Finally survived. And in the place several kilometers away behind them, Chu Fei received a text message. He then directly forwarded the text message to Zhang Ning, telling him to go pick up Su Li's parents. As for himself, he had to leave the 4 of them behind. For some people, one did not need to speak any rules. Death was the best way for them to return. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, still no news? A middle-aged man over 50 sat on the sofa with a top-grade cigar between his fingers. Not yet. Do you need me to call their big brother to ask about the situation? Beside the man stood a young man of 25 or 26. If Chu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was his strong rival. Yao. Ask. If you fail again this time, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his thick eyebrows looking extraordinarily majestic. Uncle Gang, you can rest assured, this time it's definitely a success. Yao's face was incredibly respectful. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Afterward, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Qi, how are things going? Any news? In order to cultivate his power, he had adopted many orphans and let them fight each other. Only Yi Qi, alone, killed his way out of hundreds of orphans, and Yi Ao recognized him as his brother. And he, too, is the leader of Yi Ao's private organization, personally known as Brother Yi. The previous few missions, he was the one who asked Yi Chi to send people to do it. Only, they all failed. This time, he had Yi Chi send out his beloved henchman and was bound to complete this mission. Brother, they haven't gotten back to me yet. Do you need me to call them and ask? Yi Ao's face was cold. Send me the phone number. I'll call them personally. Yes, but in a moment, the phone number had been sent to Yi Ao's cell phone. When he dialed it, there was no one on the other end of the line to answer. Instantly, his face collapsed and his brows furrowed. Dialing again. This time the call was directly hung up. He was shocked in his heart and hurriedly dialed again. This time, the call dialed was turned off. What's wrong? The man called Uncle Gang asked with a frown when he saw that his face did not look right. The phone is turned off. It seems to be intentional. Yi Ao's face was gloomy. He didn't understand why the men Yi Chi sent out would turn off their phones. Did the mission fail? It was unlikely. The plan he had given him could be said to be seamless, even if there was an expert besides Su Li. These 4 beloved henchmen that Yi Chi had sent out were definitely experts among experts. Their strength, too, was merely below Yi Chi. Uncle Gang snorted lightly, a few more points of anger in his tone. Yi Ao's face changed. Uncle Gang, don't worry, I will definitely contact them. After saying that, he dialed Yi Chi's phone again. Where is everyone? Why aren't they answering the phone? Hearing Yi Ao's angry roar, Yi Chi's tone had a few more moments of shock in it. Brother, I'll contact them now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Not 2 minutes later, Yi Ao's cell phone rang again. Brother, I can't contact them either. Hearing this, Yi Ao's face finally gained 3 more points of panic. Uncle Gang seemed to have guessed something as well, and the cigar in his hand smashed heavily on the ground. If this matter is not done well, I will ask the family for instructions to transfer you back to the family. Yi Ao was a bit anxious when he heard this. Uncle Gang, don't worry, it will definitely not fail. Maybe they are in the middle of the action. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, enjoying the rights that countless people had never had. That right to control the lives and deaths of countless people had gradually mesmerized him. This time, he was also the one who took the initiative to ask the family for permission to sit in the position of Dragon Team leader. This would also be better able to bring greater benefits to the family. After discussing, the family decided to support him to the throne. However, the first problem to be solved was Sun Yanning. As long as he agreed, there would be no problem. However, this old man had never agreed, and had always wanted Chu Fei to take his place. But for some reason, before this pro-abdication, let Chu Fei go out on a mission. This also gave Yi Ao enough opportunity to take control of the Dragon Team. Now the Dragon Group has 2/3 of the people have supported him to the throne. Only needs Sun Yanning nod. This position is his. It was a pity that the old man had never relented. Only then did he plan to use Sun Yanning's family to threaten and force him to abdicate. However, these several missions ended in failure, leaving the family disappointed in him. Let me know when you've succeeded. After Uncle Gang finished speaking, he was about to leave. However, the cell phone in Uncle Gang's arms rang. Upon hearing the words on the other end of the phone, his face changed drastically. What? He went alone? How dare he? That shocked look made even Yi Ao feel unbelievable. Ever since he had known Uncle Gang, he had never seen Uncle Gang reveal such a look. Good. I'll rush back now. Uncle Gang hung up the phone and took a deep breath. With his backhand, he slapped Yi Ao's face. Yi Ao was dumbfounded by this sudden slap and was a bit confused. Uncle Gang, Before the words were finished, he was interrupted. You did a good thing, letting you threaten his family. You're good. Your people even dared to kill his wife. Quite impressive. Now, Sun Yanning has already killed the family's gate. If the family loses too much this time, you'll just wait to be punished. As the words fell, Uncle Gang had already turned around and walked out of the villa, and Yi Ao's entire body froze in place. The fiery pain on his face was telling him that it wasn't fake, because he didn't even think that the people he sent out had even killed Sun Yanning's wife. On the path from Jiangnan City to Jiangbei City, the 4 monkeys tacitly threw away all their cell phones. They had just received 2 consecutive calls. However, now they had betrayed the organization. Not belonging to the organization, they were just a free man. In the future, there's no need to go back to that place where people die every day. Where can't we go in the whole wide world? Tiger let out a long sigh of relief. The other 3 also laughed out, their voices filled with relief. That cage-like purgatory, they had dreamed of escaping. This time, there was finally a chance. However, a car in the back caught the attention of Piggy, who was driving. Monkey, someone is following us from behind. At these words, several people's faces changed. Looking back, a jeep was speeding towards them in pursuit. A few people's faces changed, and a few moments of fear appeared in their eyes. Could it be that his words don't count? The tone of the lion's voice was a little shivering, and in the jeep at the back, Chu Fei's face was full of ice as he took out the rocket launcher from the trunk. Open the sunroof. The warrior in charge of driving pressed the button and the sunroof opened. Chu Fei carried the rocket launcher loaded with shells, revealing half of his body. Chu Fei said to spare your lives. King Yama didn't say to spare your lives. Chapter 59, if you don't come back, you'll be waiting for your corpse to be collected for you. With the accompanying explosion, the entire cart was blown to pieces. Under this blast, the 4 people were wiped out. Chu Fei put away his weapon and sat back in the car with an ice-cold face. Go back to the villa. Zhao Dajuan looked at the small car that was on fire in front of him and started to call his contacts to come and clean up the scene. Otherwise, this matter would definitely be reported by the media. Close to half an hour later, Chu Fei and the others returned to the villa. Alright, you guys go back first. I'll be fine here. Zhao Dajuan nodded before leading the group to leave. As for Chu Fei, just as he walked to the door, he heard crying in the living room. His face was a little heavy, and in the end, he didn't push open the door and walk in. He just silently came to the gazebo in the courtyard, lit a cigarette alone and smoked it hard. This matter, he had to make the guy behind these people pay the price. Although the murderer has died, but the person behind the scenes is still alive and well. He might pop up again at some point. Without pulling out the other party, Chu Fei felt like an awe in his back. As far as today's plan was concerned, the other party had completely calculated all their feasible means. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, these 4 people chose to negotiate with themselves, Su Li's parents wouldn't necessarily be able to be saved. After smoking cigarette after cigarette in the courtyard, it was only after nearly half an hour or so that the crying in the living room slowly stopped. He pressed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can on the side. Only then did he get up and push open the door. Walking into the living room, Su Li and her parents were sitting together. The mother and daughter's eyes were red, and Su Wu was always frowning, his face full of heaviness. Seeing Chu Fei come in, only then did Su Wu open his mouth and said, Let's go out and talk. Chu Fei glanced at Su Li, who was still in a state of grief, and nodded slightly. He and Su Wu arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard. Smoking? Su Wu took out a cigarette from his pocket and passed it over. Chu Fei did not refuse and accepted it with both hands. Thanks for today. He knew that without Chu Fei, their family might have died. No need to be polite. This is just what I should do. Protecting Su Li's safety is my responsibility. Perhaps, before Chu Fei was simply acting as a bodyguard for Su Li. But now, it was different. The relationship between the two had been laid out in the open. Her matter was one's own. Although I don't know why you chose to be a bodyguard for Su Li, there are some things I still want to say to you. I thank you for saving me and my wife. Whatever compensation you want, I can do my best to fulfill your request. However, I wish to stay away from Su Li from today onwards. Su Wu's words caused Chu Fei to be somewhat puzzled. He did not understand what Su Wu meant by those words. If it wasn't for himself, they would probably have been captured already. From the time you came to my daughter's side, something has been happening to my daughter, and now it even involves our family. Even her grandmother, because of this incident, is gone. If you really want what's best for her, stay away from her already. Consider it as me pleading with you. Su Wu's eyes that were covered in vicissitudes of life just looked at Chu Fei. His thoughts were simple. The reason for all of this was because of Chu Fei. Without him, perhaps not so many things would have occurred. As long as Chu Fei left, their family would still be able to live together peacefully. When he heard his explanation at first, Chu Fei smiled. He simply felt that things would be resolved if he left. Those people, would they really let the master's family go? Not to mention, it was impossible for him to leave now. Uncle Su, please allow me to call you that. I don't know if you still remember, but I said before that I have news about Grandpa Su Li. Now then, I can tell you very clearly that it is Su Li's grandfather who asked me to protect Su Li. Even if I leave, you guys won't be safe. What's more, I won't leave. The moment these words came out, Su Wu's eyes clearly had a few more points of shock in them. He seemed to be somewhat unable to believe that what Chu Fei said was true. Father had disappeared for decades. All these years, there was no news. In his heart, he had long since treated his father as a dead man. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Chu Fei spoke of his father being alive, that he felt incredulous. You weren't joking? It was my father who asked you to protect Shaoli? Facing Su Wu's questioning, Chu Fei could only nod. Yes, things have come to this point. Uncle Su, there is no need for me to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather is actually my leader and my master. It's because I'm afraid that someone will try to use you guys to threaten him. That's why I've been asked to protect Shaoli. But, Chu Fei did not continue. Su Wu also understood what Chu Fei meant. With his mother gone, even if his father was a big official up there, so what? He couldn't even protect his own family. I know. In the future, Shaoli will be under your care. After my mother's funeral, I'll give everything in the company to Xiao Li. I plan to go out for a walk outside, with her mother. Chu Fei hurriedly spoke. My master, he plans to come back in a few days. Uncle Su, aren't you going to meet him? Su Wu snorted and a tear streaked across his eyes. He can't even protect his own wife. What qualifications does he have to be my father? The moment these words came out, Chu Fei was completely silent. It could be seen that regarding the matter of Su Li's grandmother's death, Su Wu had already chilled his heart towards his master. Alright, go back. I know that this girl, Su Li, quite likes you. If it's possible, I hope that you guys can be good together. Speaking of this matter, Chu Fei had a few more points of embarrassment on his face. This matter, he didn't even know whether or not to say it to Su Wu. But, now was not the time. At the same time, in front of the gates of a luxurious manor in the capital near the sea, put, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out. Sun Yenying was holding a sharp tang sword and was covered in blood. In the position behind him, more than a dozen corpses were lying horizontally, blood that stained the surrounding ground red. Have the dragon family's head of the family roll out for me. In this matter today, if you don't give me a statement, either I die, or I'll kill until all of you don't dare to go out. I'll kill anyone from the dragon family I see. He had always known that Yi Ao's back was supported by people from the dragon family. The other party was, after all, one of the four great families of Daxia, and as long as the other party didn't make a move against his own family, then there was still room for negotiation on everything. But now, his wife had died, and his son and daughter-in-law didn't know what the situation was. The only granddaughter was also not in danger thanks to Chu Fei's protection. Otherwise, he didn't even dare to imagine what kind of things the other party would do for his position. The people responsible for guarding the gates of the Dragon family manor had all been taken out by him, and someone had already gone to inform the upper echelons of the Dragon family. Right now, it was on its way over. No one was sure what kind of madness this leader of the Dragon group was having, actually killing over just like that. One must know that this one was also a top-notch existence back then. There were very few people who could fight with him. There was no trash when it came to being a henchman in the Dragon family. However, there was no one who could block this person's 3 knives. Within 3 slashes, blood would definitely be seen. Elder Su, aren't you too arrogant? The Dragon family is not a place where you can come and go as you please, killing so many of my people. What exactly do you want? A man with a majestic face walked out from the luxurious villa of the Dragon family, looking at Sun Yenying with a gloomy face. He was also the only person in the family right now who was able to speak to Sun Yenying, because everyone else didn't have this qualification. Long Xiao, you are not qualified to talk to me yet. Let Long Maniac come out. Standing behind the gate, Long Zhao's face was a bit ugly. According to generation, the other party was of the same generation as his own father. He himself was just a junior, and was not qualified to negotiate with the other party at all. But right now, the only person in the Long family who could make decisions was himself. Right now, father and the others were all on their way back. Still on their way. If they didn't come back, he himself could only let his men use hot weapons. However, even if they used firearms, they would not dare to kill themselves. The identity of the other party was placed here, and if one opened fire, the price to be paid would not be the small number of people. My father and the others are on their way. If Su Lao doesn't mind, Before the words were finished, Sun Yenying had already kicked the large iron door open. The thick iron door flew out in an instant and heavily smashed in front of Long Xiao. The latter's face was exceptionally ugly, but he didn't dare to attack. The few guards around him could only watch and didn't dare to make any moves. All of them together were not enough for the other party to cut. Don't look at Sun Yenying, who was already over 70 years old, but the force was still there. If they went up, at most they would only consume the other party's energy, but they themselves would be buried under the other party's sword. 10 minutes. If Long Maniac hasn't come back yet, then wait to collect your corpse. An icy cold voice spat out from Sun Yenying's mouth. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Long Zhao's forehead. He had no doubt that Sun Yenying dared to do this. In this situation, any identity was fake. Only the weapon in his hand was real. Whoever he wanted to kill, unless the elders of the family appeared, or if Big Brother and the others came back, he would be saved. Long Xiao just stood aside and waited, and did not dare to walk around. He could only look forward to his father and the others coming back quickly, or else there was a real possibility that he would be cut down by Sun Yenying. Move your little hand to point to urge more. Give a favorable comment. The small author is still trying to code words. Chapter 60, It's not too much to kill one of your sons. Inside the Long family manor, Long Zhao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat as he kept looking at the multi-million-dollar watch on his wrist. Now 9 minutes had passed from the 10 minutes Sun Yenying had said. If his father and the others hadn't returned, he was afraid that he would have to be accounted for here today. He had already felt the bloody murderous aura from the other party. That was only after experiencing a bloody storm. With these bodyguards by his side, Stopping the other party for a minute was considered the limit. You still have 30 seconds. Say your last words, I'll relay them to your father. Sun Yannying's face was still cold. The tang sword in his hand was tightly gripped. The bloodstains on it seemed to have all dried up. He picked it up and gently wiped it on his clothes, wiping off the bloodstains on it. Watching this action, Long Xiao could no longer hold back a bit. Elder Su, I really don't know why you are so angry. Can't you think for the sake of your own identity? What he could do now was to calm Sun Yannying's anger as much as possible. But what he didn't know was that the kind of anger of a wife who had been loved for decades being taken away from him wouldn't be easily quelled. Even if he killed him, it would not be able to quench his hatred. You still have 10 seconds. Sun Yannying's arm naturally hung down, and the tip of the tang sword pointed straight at the ground. At the same time, the few experts beside Long Xiao quietly walked in front of him. All they could do now was to buy more time. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Put. A knife sliced through the neck of a bodyguard, and the man had already been resolved without even seeing Sun Yannying's movements clearly. The remaining few people did not dare to be careless and swarmed up. Long Xiao, on the other hand, ran wildly towards the door. He only wanted to survive. But in just over 10 seconds, the few experts around Long Xiao had all been chopped up. The blood stained the clothes on Sun Yannying's body red, but he didn't care at all. Turning back to look at Long Xiao, who had already run out 100 meters, he pulled his leg and chased after him. No one could stop the person he wanted to kill. But just as he had chased him out of the gate, several top-class luxury cars appeared at the intersection. Sun Yanning stopped his steps, his gaze coldly looking at the several cars in front of him. The cars stopped not far from Sun Yanning, and from the cars came down several middle-aged men and an old man who was about the same age as Sun Yanning. And this old man was the Long family's family head, Long Maniac. Long time no see, Old Su. Although Long Maniac was over 70 years old, his physical fitness was on par with Sun Yanning. All the relevant people, hand them over. This matter, then it will be over. Otherwise, between you and me, one will definitely die. As soon as the words fell, Long Jin, the eldest son beside Long Maniac, spoke up. Sun Yanning, do you still think you are the same person you were back then? The current you is nothing more than a windfall. If you want to find an opponent, how about I come? Long Jin's strength was second only to Long Maniac in the entire Long family. Moreover, Long Maniac had already learned all his skills. Being in his 40s, he was at his peak. Even Long Maniac wouldn't say that he was his eldest son's opponent. A smile appeared on Sun Yannying's face as he raised the tang knife in his hand. The tip of the knife pointed at Long Jin. Good. Then it's you. Just in time. Use you, the genius of the Long family, to sacrifice the blade. Long Jin sniffed and was furious. Just when he was about to go forward to share a fight with Sun Yanning, Long Maniac reached out to stop him. Old Su, I also just learned about this matter. Since you've opened your mouth, I still have to give you this face. Bring the people up to me. At Long Maniac's command, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s were brought to Long Maniac's side. Upon seeing the two people brought up, Sun Yanying's face was a bit gloomy. Two people just want to get rid of me? When I say relevant people, it's not just a mere housekeeper and the leader of the organization. Hearing these words, Long Maniac's face also became a bit ugly. The people who were brought up were none other than Long Gang and Yi Chi. Long Gang himself did not expect that he had just been called back by his lord shortly after leaving Yi Ao's villa. Moreover, there was Yi Chi, the leader of the organization that Yi Ao had cultivated privately. One would have thought that it might be to raise an offense and punish them, but never thought that it would be to make them scapegoats. Old Su, then what else do you want? Could it be that you want my son to be buried with him? As soon as these words came out, Long Li's face amongst the crowd changed. The one who started this matter was him. He was also the one who wanted Yi Ao to sit in the position of Dragon Team leader. However, he did it for the good of the family. Although there was also a little bit of selfishness, but overall, there was only good and no harm for the family. I died my wife. It's not too much to kill one of your sons, right? The corner of Sun Yanying's mouth revealed an icy smile, and the tang knife in his hand even gently brushed against the clothes on his body. Sun Yanying, do you have to do this? You alone, can you really block so many of us? Other than that, Long Jin alone was enough to block Sun Yanying, not to mention the fact that there were so many experts around them. Taking down Sun Yanying was more than enough. Let's give it a try then. Killing one is not a loss. Killing two earns one. Long Maniac's face completely changed when he heard this. The other party was coming over with the mindset of certain death. If this was really the case, they really wouldn't necessarily be able to stop Sun Yanning from killing one person. Ironically determined to make a move, Long Maniac was still a bit undeterred and planned to talk to the other party. But he had underestimated Sun Yanying's attitude and the other party's killing heart. As soon as the words fell, Sun Yanning made his move. Fighting. One touch. Chapter 61. Hello, Pops. 2 days later, Jiangnan City. Inside and outside the Su family villa, white lanterns were hung everywhere. The original living room had long since turned into a spiritual hall. A fine coffin was placed in the center of the hall. Su Wu and the others piled up next to the coffin, burning paper money. As for Chu Fei, he was standing behind them, wearing a black suit, his face full of low spirits. Su Li's eyes were red from crying. Today was the last day of the funeral, and in the afternoon, the hearse would be asked to send the coffin to the cemetery for burial. In the courtyard, there were quite a few bosses of local businesses in Jiangnan standing. For what happened 3 days ago, they already knew about it, but whether the murderer had been caught or not, they weren't sure. Now that Kaya was rising with the support of the Truman Group and Juanhao Group, the bosses of the major companies had come to mourn. Wang Xie was naturally in the crowd, only she found it strange what the other party was really from. Actually, even the people Chu Fei was protecting dared to make a move. Did those people not know Chu Fei's identity in the military department? If they knew, and still dared to make a move, then they were deliberately targeting Chu Fei. For that reason, she had even looked for people in the family to ask about the matter. However, the people in the family told her to stay out of this matter, and to just focus on business matters. This made her even more curious, and in her heart, she already planned to find a time to ask Chu Fei. Just as everyone was mourning, an old man covered in blood-stained bandages walked into the courtyard. At that moment, everyone's gazes went to the old man. They were filled with shock. What kind of injuries had this old man suffered to be injured like this? Moreover, what killed him was that he was still able to walk. Any other man would probably have been paralyzed in bed. Moreover, some sharp-eyed people clearly saw that the path the man had walked on had left behind shallow, blood-colored footprints. Is that blood? In the crowd, someone softly exclaimed. In an instant, everyone's gazes looked at the road that the old man had walked behind him. The road was filled with blood. Many women covered their mouths, not daring to look at the bloody scene. And Wang Xi's beautiful eyes were more than a little shocked. If she remembered correctly, this person she had seen once when she was a child. That time, this old man and her own father were sitting together. It was evident how high this old man's status and position was. It was just that what Wang Xiyu did not expect was that this old man would appear here. Can it be that? Her gaze went to the coffin in the spirit hall. A terrifying thought came to her mind. And the crowd, which was originally somewhat crowded, slowly made way. Not for any other reason, just because this old man was covered in wounds. All of them had to come over to pay their respects. Chu Fei was the first to spot the dispersed crowd, and looking at the master who walked out from the crowd, the whole person was dumbfounded. What in the world had happened? How could the master be injured so badly? Just when he wanted to go forward, he was stopped by a look from Sun Yining, and Su Wu's 3 people also discovered the old man who was covered in blood. Su Wu's tall body trembled slightly. Memories from his childhood instantly flooded into his mind. In his memory, his father's familiar face and this old man in front of him gradually overlapped. At that moment, Su Wu's eyes instantly turned red. He angrily got up and rushed forward, about to throw a punch at Sun Yining. Many people couldn't help but gasp in shock when they saw the scene. But when his fist was about to land on Sun Yining, Su Wu stopped. What are you doing here? Mom's funeral. You don't deserve to show up. In Mom's heart, you died a long time ago. Do you hear me clearly? Dead. Su Wu roared at Sun Yining, but hot tears had already slipped down her cheeks, and Sun Yining didn't say a word, just crossed over Su Wu and walked to the coffin with trembling steps. Looking at Jiang Taiying lying in the coffin, he smiled. I'm sorry, I came back late. With one sentence, everyone present was shaken in their hearts. This person, unexpectedly, was Mrs. Zhang's husband. After not accompanying you for so many years, I didn't expect you to go one step ahead, but it's fine. Wait for me on the road. I'll be here soon too. It won't take long. Just wait for me. Sun Yining just plopped down next to the coffin, reciting words under her breath. Chu Fei looked in his eyes and was silent. Perhaps the person that Master had most apologized to in his life was Master's wife. As for Su Li, it was also the first time she saw her grandfather. Upon seeing her grandfather's bloodied gauze, as well as the bloody footprints that stained the floor red, she pursed her lips to keep herself from crying out. What in the world did Grandpa do? Why would be covered in wounds? Not only did she want to know, Chu Fei also wanted to know. But right now, it was not the time for him to speak. Su Wu, on the other hand, had also returned to kneel beside the coffin, after seeing his father's wounds all over his body. In fact, all the resentment in his heart had disappeared. Now, he only wants to give his mother a good last journey. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the cemetery, the crowd looked at the coffin that was slowly being buried, and all bowed their heads in silence. It wasn't until after the earth was covered that Su Wu turned around and bowed to all the guests. Thank you all for being able to take time out of your busy schedules to attend my mother's funeral. Thank you. The crowd present also nodded in response before finally dispersing separately, and after the crowd left, Sun Yenying could no longer hold on any longer and her body fell backwards. Chu Fei's eyes and hands were quick, and he hurriedly supported it. Master. Seeing this, Su Wu hurriedly said, quickly, send to the hospital. 2 hours later, only then did the doctor in charge of the surgery walk out of the operating room. Looking at Chu Fei's several people waiting at the entrance, he slowly spoke. Who is the patient's immediate family? Su Wu took a step forward. I am his son. The doctor glanced at Su Wu and brought him to a side office. 10 minutes later, Su Wu walked out of the office with a pale face. Upon seeing this appearance of Su Wu, Chu Fei had an additional bad thought in his heart. Uncle Su, how is my master doing? Su Wu looked at Chu Fei. He has lost too much blood. Most of the bones in his body are fractured, and his brain has been heavily traumatized. If he seeks medical attention for 1 day, he may still have a chance. Now, there may only be 2 days left. Chu Fei froze in place on the spot. Master, there were only 2 days left to live? What in the world was happening? Su Li also panicked. It was not easy to meet the grandfather that he had fantasized about for a long time. Only 2 days together. Or in the hospital? Grandma just left. Grandpa is going to leave? Su Li, who had barely managed to calm down, her eyes were once again moist at this moment. Uncle Su, I'm going out to make a call. With a cold face, Chu Fei walked towards the stairwell. Arriving at the stairwell, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Xiaoyu. However, in a few seconds, Xiaoyu's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Fei, has Master arrived in Jiangnan? It seemed that everyone in the group already knew about this matter. What's going on? How did Master receive such a serious injury? Chu Fei almost roared out. When Xiaoyu heard Chu Fei's roar, she only spoke silently. After leaving that night, Master went to the Long family manor single-handedly. What happened in Jiangnan was related to the Dragon family, and in a fit of rage, Master killed his way into the Dragon family. In the end, the Dragon family's head, Dragon Madness, as well as his 3 sons and others all stepped in, and Master, in order to avenge Master's mother, fought a bloody battle with the Long Maniac family. In the end, he chopped off Long Maniac's second son, Long Li, and he himself was severely injured. On the verge of death, the Supreme Person arrived, from the hands of the Dragon family to save the Master. The Master strongly endure all the injuries. Simple treatment for 2 days, to go back to the south of the Yangtze River. We cannot stop. Dragon family. The anger in Chu Fei's eyes almost gushed out. In order to support a person to rise to power, what a good means to use. What a Dragon family. Good. Chu Fei's fists clenched so tightly that his nails sunk into his flesh. Brother Fei, you must not be impulsive. The Supreme Person told me to convey to you that the Long family cannot be moved yet. It's best for you not to make any moves, much less involve the military department. Hearing those words, Chu Fei smiled a cold smile. I know. I won't use my identity in the military department to make a move against the Long family. He still had one sentence left unsaid, and that was, I will use my own identity to avenge my master. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei once again picked up his cell phone. Hello, Pops, I want to kill someone. Target, Daxia Dragon family. 2 more chapters in a row. Trying my best to write another chapter out. Readers, I'll spell it out. Feel free to do as you please. Chapter 62, Secrets Exposed. On a distant overseas island, Chu Tian Maniac received a call from his son and was somewhat surprised. What happened? You still have to think hard if you want to move the Dragon family. If it's just against someone, that's fine. I'll just let Shadow and the others take care of it. But you want to overthrow the Dragon family. It's a little bit difficult. Opening his mouth to kill someone, or someone from the Dragon family. Although for the Chu family, the Dragon family was nothing. But after all, it was within the Daxia territory, so it was not good to send out people. If the Dragon family was overseas, he would have already had people make their move. Master, it's dying. The Long family did it. A few short words caused Chu Tianhao's face to sink. What happened? Sun Yenying was his elder brother, although there was a huge difference in age between the two. Back then, Chu Tianhao had indeed received quite a bit of help from Sun Yenying. That was why he was thinking of handing over his son to Big Brother Su to teach him. However, it had only been a few years since he had seen him, and Big Brother Su was unexpectedly dying. Chu Fei told his old dad the whole story. He was also clear about the relationship between Pops and Master. He understood that this time, Pops would definitely not let it go. The Dragon family must disappear. Good. This Long family is really big and powerful. You don't need to intervene in this matter. I'll personally resolve it. Chu Fei still wanted to say something. The phone had already been hung up. He knew very well that with Pop's temper, those people from the Long family would not even be able to leave the house. I'm afraid, only after doing all this did Chu Fei return to the corridor. However, he did not find Su Li and their figures. Only after asking did he realize that they had all gone to the ward to visit the master who had not yet awakened. Arriving in front of the ward, he gently pushed open the door. Master's original tall voice, at the moment appears a little thin. The body covered with scars was inserted with various instruments. The heartbeat detector next to him had been dripping and ringing non-stop. Su Wu and the others stood at the side, silently watching. At this moment, there was no more complaining in his eyes, there was only expectation. Expecting his father to live well. He didn't want to send away the two most important relatives in his life in just a few days. Perhaps from the moment Sun Yanning fought tooth and nail to come back to send Jiang Taiying away, Su Wu's heart had already forgiven this incompetent father. I'll keep watch here today. Qinglian and Xiaoli, and Xiao Fei, you all go. Seeing this, Zhang Qinglian was silent. Su Li knew that her father must have a lot of things he wanted to say to his grandfather and was also very understanding. Chu Fei originally wanted to stay behind to take care of his master, but Su Wu opened his mouth, so he could only follow Su Li back. The three of them returned to the Su family's villa. Since working at the company, Su Li rarely came back to live at home. One was for convenience, and the other was to make herself independent. Xiao Fei, feel free to sit down. I'll go wash some fruits. Zhang Qinglian got up and was about to go wash the fruits, but Chu Fei hurriedly waved his hand. Auntie Zhang, no need. Su Li also spoke up. Mom, you go rest first. You're tired after a long day. Looking at her mother's tired appearance, Su Li was a little too heartbroken. Mom is such a simple and kind person. Although she doesn't work, but everything at home is always taken care of clearly. Good, you two young people have something to say. Just talk. Mom will go rest first. Zhang Qinglian got up and returned to her room. Su Li, on the other hand, brought Chu Fei to her room on the third floor. When she was a child, she had always stayed in this room. Although she hadn't lived at home for a long time, the inside of the room was still clean. On the table, there was also a group photo of the family. Looking at the grandmother's appearance on the photo, Su Li's eyes couldn't help but redden again. Seeing this, Chu Fei went forward and gently held her in his arms. Alright, don't be sad. Grandma's spirit in heaven definitely doesn't want you to cry so sadly. Su Li just pursed her lips, enjoying the temperature of Chu Fei's arms. It seemed that it was in his arms that one felt safe. Go to sleep. I'll be right next to you to guard you. Chu Fei brought her to the bedside, gently letting her lie down and covering her with the quilt. Su Li grabbed Chu Fei's hand, her pair of beautiful eyes just looking at her. Bandit, what do you say? Will our child be a boy or a girl? Chu Fei smiled faintly. Can't it be twins? Moreover, it's time for you to go to the hospital for a checkup. You haven't rested properly these past few days, and the child definitely hasn't rested well either. Go to bed early. Early tomorrow morning we'll go to the hospital to see Master, and check it out on the way. Su Li gently nodded and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, when Su Li woke up, Chu Fei had long since disappeared. Getting up and changing his clothes, he came downstairs after a simple wash. Chu Fei had already made breakfast a long time ago. Seeing Su Li, he revealed a smile. Awake? Come down for breakfast. At this time, Zhang Qinglian also came out from the kitchen. There was also a bowl of red date porridge in her hand. Come and eat. I'll go send breakfast to your dad later. The company called you today. Your cell phone wasn't on and it went to your dad's cell phone. Your dad called me and asked me to pass it on to you, saying that there are some things in the company that still need to be handled by you. When eating breakfast, Su Li always felt that her mom was constantly looking at herself. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Li drank the red date porridge in the bowl and looked at her mother somewhat strangely. You know how to cherish the people around you, not too young either. Zhang Qinglian's meaning was obvious. That is, she wanted to set up Chu Fei and Su Li. When she got up this morning, she had originally wanted to cook breakfast for the two. However, she did not expect that Chu Fei had gotten up before her and was making breakfast. She went up to help and learned a bit about Chu Fei from it. In her opinion, she was satisfied with Chu Fei's character and temperament. If her daughter could marry Chu Fei, she would be happy to see it. Mom, this matter is still early. Not to mention, he is the bodyguard by my side. Su Li raised her mouth and glared fiercely at Chu Fei. She thought it was Chu Fei who had said something to her mother. So what if he's a bodyguard? It's not like our family looks at status. Just good people. Anyway, I'm telling you, I'm very satisfied with Lil Fei. If you bring someone else back to meet me, I won't have this attitude. Zhang Qinglian's pretense of anger made Su Li unable to resist glaring fiercely at Chu Fei. Got it. Chu Fei, on the other hand, was at the side, not saying a word. After having breakfast, Chu Fei drove his car and took Su Li to the company. She hadn't been at the company for the past few days, and the company had squeezed in a lot of documents waiting for her to approve and sign. Only, just after arriving at the office, the secretary came in. Mr. Su, you finally come back. I don't know why, but a lot of companies want to cooperate with us these days, and the amount of investment is not small, basically over $100 million. You see. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes had a few more moments of doubt. An investment of over $100 million? When did Jiangnan have such a company willing to cooperate with its own family? What companies are there? Only then did the secretary open the folder and read the names of those companies one by one. When Su Li finished listening, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. Companies that can't be found in 8 poles, looking for us to cooperate? A large portion of these companies that the secretary mentioned had nothing to do with medicine at all, including what timber aquatic products real estate infrastructure and so on. She was wondering why these companies wanted to cooperate with her family. Was there any benefit to them? I'm also wondering, Mr. Su, should we make an appointment? Su Li pondered for a while and just wanted to make an appointment to meet the bosses of these companies when Chu Fei spoke from the side. It's best not to use it. As soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, Su Li knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. Waving her hand at the secretary, you go out first. The secretary looked at Chu Fei with some surprise before exiting the office. Why? Su Li looked at him with some surprise. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I suspect that the secret of the company's research has been exposed. The last shift is served. Move your little hand. Point to urge more. Send a favorable comment. Chapter 63, Last Words. How is it possible? Su Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. The company's research had always been classified and very few people knew about it. Even if Li Fei was a mole and checked the list of the company's researchers, it was absolutely impossible for him to know what the drug the company was researching was. If not, then why would so many companies choose to invest in your company? Think about it. Before Zhao's group left, how many companies chose to cancel their contracts? Now that so many companies want to work with you, there are only 2 purposes. The first purpose is your identity, and the second is for profit. Chu Fei said it very clearly. The events of the other day might have caused many bosses in Jiangnan City to see Kuyao Company's not so uncommon background. Wanting to take advantage of this opportunity, they invested in Kuyao Company and brought the 2 sides closer together. But they wouldn't even choose to cooperate with a company that wasn't a peer. That wouldn't do any good for them. If it wasn't for Su Li's identity and background, then it was for the sake of profit. They saw the future of Kuyao Company and wanted to share a portion of the shares in advance. Once Kuyao Company rose completely, then that part of the shares in their hands would be astronomical. And compared to the previous investment, it would be completely a drop in the bucket. But Su Li still couldn't figure out who had leaked the company's secrets. There were only a few people who knew about it, and the researchers didn't have the chance to talk about it with outsiders. Then who could it be? We can only wait for tomorrow's business banquet. Chu Fei slowly spoke out. At tomorrow's business banquet, people under the 4 great families would all appear. Perhaps they knew part of the situation and wanted to occupy the market in advance. It can only be this way. Su Li's brows wrinkled slightly. Near the end of the afternoon, Su Li received a call from her father. You and little Fei are both at the company, right? Are things finished? Come over to the hospital. Your grandfather wants to say something to little Fei. Hearing this, Su Li's heart immediately clenched. Okay, we'll come over right away. Hanging up the phone. Bandit, my grandpa said there are some things he wants to say to you. We're going to the hospital now. Chu Fei sniffed, and a few more points of tension were added to his face. The 2 drove to the hospital. Gently pushing open the door of the hospital room, Sun Yenying had already woken up and could barely speak. However, her body's injuries were still very heavy, and her voice was far from the low and muffled voice she had before. When Sun Yenying looked at Chu Fei and Su Li walking into the hospital room together, a smile hung on his aged face. It seemed that this scene in front of him was what he wanted to see the most. However, in Chu Fei's eyes, that master who had once conquered a party had now turned into an ordinary old man. With an aged face and cloudy eyes, he had lost all the arrogance he once had. Master! Chu Fei shouted in a soft whisper. Su Li looked at Sun Yenying who was lying on the bed, and gently spat out 2 gracious words from her red lips. Grandpa! Only then did Sun Yenying nod his head in satisfaction. Hey, good granddaughter, come over and let grandpa take a good look. Only then did Su Li walk to Sun Yenying's side. Looking Su Li up and down, Sun Yenying's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Good. Worthy of being my Su family's daughter groom. Not bad. In the future, if this brat Chu Fei dares to bully you, just pack him hard. No need to be polite, okay? Sun Yenying couldn't help but keep nodding her head. Her eyes filled with laughter, and Su Li was silent, her eyes slightly red. Alright, girl, you and your dad go out first. Xiao Fei and I have something to say. Sun Yenying slowly spoke. Seeing this, Su Wu brought Su Li out of the ward. At this moment, only Chu Fei and Sun Yenying remained in the ward. Brat, come here. Sun Yenying drank lightly at Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurriedly walked over to him, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. I say, old man, don't try to be brave. Recuperate. It's not too late to teach me a lesson when you're better. Sun Yenying wanted to raise his hand to give him a chestnut, but his arm was unable to move. so he could only give up. My own injury. I know. There aren't many days left to live. I've already spoken to the Supreme Man, and the person I vote for as leader of the dragon team is you. But those who are left, whether they will choose you or not, I don't know. I don't want this position to fall into someone else's hands. Even if you have to go home in the future, this position will be passed on to someone you trust. Sun Yannying's words were considered to be his last words. Once the dragon group was controlled by any of the four great families, its strength would surpass the other three. Then the next step would not be a four-legged situation. A single family would definitely cause a great backlash. When that happens, things will definitely not be good in the country. And the Supreme Man didn't want this to happen, but he wasn't in a good position to directly intervene. In fact, the person sitting in the highest position had known about this matter for a long time, but had not stepped in until Sun Yannying was about to die. For this reason, Chu Fei listened in his ears and was silent. Seeing that he did not speak, Sun Yannying did not open his mouth either. Only after a long time did he break the silence. By the way, my granddaughter will be handed over to you in the future. Do not treat my granddaughter poorly, understand? How could Chu Fei not know what was in Master's mind? Ever since he knew that Master was Su Li's grandfather, he had guessed that Master was definitely planning to set himself and Su Li up. Only, he himself hadn't thought that he didn't even need Master to set them up. The two of them already had a marriage. This I swear, definitely not. Hearing this, Sun Yanning even felt a hint of surprise. This brat, in the past, had not been so good at talking. If he knew that he had intentionally sent him to protect a girl, he would have designated that he would not be happy. Now, it was actually so willing. Brat, you wouldn't have taken my granddaughter down a long time ago, right? Hearing this, Chu Fei somewhat awkwardly scratched his head, purely by accident. Accident. Sun Yannying's eyes went wide, but he quickly slowed down. That's good. If you brat dares to abandon my granddaughter, when I die, I'll be a ghost and I'll kill you, brat. The moment these words came out, both of them fell silent. After a few seconds, Chu Fei spoke. Don't worry, you will definitely be fine. Sun Yannying's face suddenly became somewhat low. I still have a wish that I haven't finished before I die. When these words came out, Chu Fei raised his head and looked at him. What is it? I will definitely fulfill it for you. Sun Yannying raised his head to look at the ceiling. It's not a big deal. It's just that I want to hear you call me grandpa. Chu Fei froze, and then his face was filled with dismayed forehead. No, be reasonable, master. You and my old man are brothers. My father called you a big brother. I called you a master. There is no problem, but you asked me to call you grandpa. This is messing up the seniority. Who knows that Sun Yanning glared at him without any good reason. You know that too? Why didn't you say so when you laid hands on my granddaughter at that time? By all rights, you should be in the uncle generation, right? Where's your face? Once those words came out, Chu Fei had no words to retort. It seemed like it counted. Call it. I'll listen. Sun Yannying lay on the bed and closed her eyes waiting for this grandpa from Chu Fei. Chu Fei looked at Sun Yannying, who was lying on the bed and could only call out with a hard head. Grandpa. If old dad knew that he called his master grandpa, would he be so angry that he would be on fire? Sun Yanning immediately opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. Hey, good granddaughter-in-law. Only, Chu Fei walked up and whispered in Sun Yannying's ear. In the next second, Sun Yannying was so excited that she was about to get up from the bed to beat him up. However, the body did not allow it. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Fei in death. Good, good, good. You kid is really good. Getting me a great-grandson without saying a word. Chu Fei looked at Sun Yannying's appearance like this, wanting to laugh but unable to do so. He could only forcefully squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Isn't this my way of giving your old man a surprise? Sun Yannying struggled for a moment before lying down on the bed. The eyes just calmly looked at the snow-white ceiling. In this way, my life is considered complete. Brat, I see it. Shelly's grandmother is waving at me. I so want to apologize to her in front of her. Accompanied by the instrument dripping and frantically sounding, Chu Fei panicked. Doctor! Doctor! He rushed outside and roared several times. But in just over 10 seconds, several doctors in white coats rushed into the ward. Prepare for surgery. Hurry! Several doctors pushed Sun Yannying, who had already fallen into a coma, into the operating room. The two of them, Su Wu and Su Li, were at the doorway looking at Sun Yannying, who was being pushed away with a stunned expression. Chu Fei was somewhat lost in thought as he looked at the backs of the many doctors, a hint of tears flashing in his eyes. Little Fei, my father. Chu Fei pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but feeling so powerless. Master said that he saw Xiao Li's grandmother waving at him. At those words, Su Wu and Su Li both fell silent. This time going into the operating room. No one knows if Sun Yannying will still be alive. Chapter 64, known as the Little Wine God. In the middle of a luxurious manor in the capital, a private airplane slowly landed on the tarmac inside the manor. On the plane, a man with sunglasses, wearing a black trench coat, with a woman wearing a cheongsam by his side holding his arm, slowly walked off the plane. The butler of the manor had long received the news and had been waiting here for about half an hour. When he saw the visitor, he hurriedly brought his men forward to salute. Master, ma'am. Chu Tianhao slowly removed his sunglasses, a few moments of coldness hanging on his angular face. Have all the movements of the Long family been mapped out? The housekeeper nodded slightly. Back to master. It has been mapped out. At those words, an icy killing intent flashed through Chu Tianjing's eyes. Very good. Wait for my order. After saying that, he took the woman beside him and walked into the villa. So tired. I haven't come back in how many years? I didn't expect it to change so much. Chu Tianhao recalled back when he left back then, where there were so many villas in this neighborhood. At that time, this neighborhood was all an area to be developed. After he heard that luxurious villas had been constructed over here, he had people purchase a set of top-class manor here to put it away, so that he could conveniently come back to retire in the future. After all, it is this piece of land, is born and raised their own place. Although he had left for safety, there were almost no one left in Xia who could threaten him now. Yes, back then, when I left with you, Chu Fei was only 6 months old. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, little Fei would already be 23 years old. The woman beside Chu Tian Maniac was Chu Fei's mother. Yun Yu, that figure, that appearance, it was completely impossible to see that it was a woman over 40 years old. Ha, 23? I remember it's only 22, right? Chu Tian Maniac looked at his wife with some dismay. The latter reached out and picked up his ears. Just your memory. You can't even remember how old your own son is. What else can I expect from you? The housekeeper watched from the sidelines, lowering his head to hold back his laughter. There are still people around? Give me some face. Chu Tian Maniac somewhat awkwardly took down his wife's hand before saying to the butler, you go out first. Notify everyone that tonight, I will make the dragon family lose at least half of their top brass. Hearing this, the butler's body shook slightly. Yes, I'll go and do it now. As for Yun Yu, her face was as normal, as if she had long since become accustomed to it. After following Chu Tianhao for so many years, she knew a lot of things. Originally, this time, Chu Tianhao did not intend to let her follow her over. However, she did not come over this time for this matter, but wanted to meet her future daughter-in-law. Knowing from Chu Tianhao's mouth that this brat, Chu Fei, was actually going to make himself a grandmother so soon, this made her so happy that she had to come over with Chu Tianhuang. By the way, the matter of Big Brother Su, are you really going to exterminate the dragon family? Will it be blocked by those at the top? Thinking about Sun Yenying's matter, Yun Yu's brows furrowed slightly. The Long family's position in Xia was not low, and it also held the lifelines of many businesses. Once the Long family collapsed, a lot of businesses would probably be hit, causing a not-so-good impact on the economy of Xia. Blocking? I'd like to see who dares to block it. If it wasn't for the face of those people, I would have long ago directly flown bombers to blow up the Long family. Chu Tian Maniac's face was filled with anger. Between himself and Sun Yenying, there was a lifelong friendship. If it wasn't for him, perhaps he himself would already be dead. Now, Big Brother Su had almost lost his life because of a family in the district. If Chu Fei had not told him about this matter, he would not have known. Chu Tianhao had told Sun Yenying before that if there was anything that required his help, he would definitely be obligated to do so. However, Chu Tianhao knew deep down that Sun Yenying did not want to trouble others, but this time, he needed those people to pay the price. Letting certain people in Grand Xia know that not everyone could be messed with. This bullish temper of yours, can't you change? Yun Yu frowned slightly. Alright, my dear wife, aren't you going to Jiangnan tomorrow? Let the butler go with you to meet your future daughter-in-law, so rest while you can. Tonight, I want the Long family to watch their men, one by one, disappear. Yun Yu gave him a blank look. Got it. After saying that, Yun Yu turned around and took a step towards upstairs. As for Chu Tian Maniac, when he saw his wife going upstairs, a burst of killing intent erupted in his eyes. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call. Tell everyone for me. At 8 o'clock in the evening, strike on time, must kill. Not a single one can be spared. Jiangnan. Chu Fei still didn't know that his parents had all arrived in Daxia, and at this moment, with Su Li, they had all returned to the villa. Master was already out of life-threatening danger, but needed quiet recuperation. In order not to disturb Master, they all returned. Moreover, the doctor told them that it might be because of Master's constant exercise. The injury was slowly recovering, but when exactly will he be able to move freely? It will only depend on his own physique. However, according to the current situation, it would take at least a year. When Chu Fei and the others heard those words, they all let out a long sigh of relief. A year's time was not too long to say, and not too short to say, but at least, Master had survived. After having dinner, the two of them, Su Li and Chu Fei went out shopping. Bandit, you say, when is the right time to tell mom and dad and them? Seeing that it had been almost a month, Su Li's little stomach was gradually reacting. Although it was more or less the same as usual, but after a long time, it definitely couldn't be hidden. Chu Fei hesitated for a long time. He was very clear that this matter could not be delayed. Not only was it for Su Li's reputation to consider, it was also for the face of the Su family. Then let's make it this month. Pick a good day. I'll use this identity of my boyfriend to talk to your parents about this matter. Su Li held her arm, with a smile in her eyes, getting an affirmative answer. As a woman, she was naturally very happy. Right, let's go eat some barbecue. I don't know why, this time I always wanted to eat spicy. Spicy? Chu Fei looked at her with some surprise. People say that sour children are spicy. This is definitely a little princess. Men all like to have daughters. Sweet little cotton patties. Chu Fei was no exception. Then who knows? What if it's a bad boy like you? Chu Fei immediately stood up straight. If it's a brat, I'll designate to clean him up. Calling his old man's bluff. He's not qualified. Go, eat barbecue. The two immediately walked towards the nearby barbecue stall. Not long after, the two arrived at a barbecue stall on the side. There were quite a few people sitting next to the stall, and many of them were drinking wine and rolling their fists. Su Li ordered a small barbecued fish, some beef kebabs, chicken kebabs, and purposely asked the boss to put a little more chili. Just this once I'm telling you, eating too much of this stuff is not good for the child. Su Li spat out her tongue at the punch. I'm going to eat it. In fact, she and Fong Cheng hadn't eaten a lot of barbecue in the past. It's just that later on, because after they worked, they were all busy with work matters, and they didn't have time to come and eat barbecue. Thinking of this, Su Li took out her cell phone and made a call to Fong Cheng. Xiao Cheng, we are in a barbecue street. Come over to eat barbecue? It's been a long time since I ate barbecue with you together. My treat. Come on. Facing Su Li's invitation, Fong Cheng naturally would not refuse. It was just the right time to have a good chat and nag with her. More than 10 minutes later, Fong Cheng came, wearing super short jeans and a simple black t-shirt. Her snow-white long legs were just leaking out. For a while, many men's eyes were on Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng was actually also very pretty. To have a body with a figure, to have a look with a look. You're dressed this way. Aren't you afraid of being stared at by colorful wolves? Su Li teased. Fong Cheng instead sat next to Su Li with a big grin, her gaze falling on Chu Fei's body. Isn't there a big handsome guy protecting us? Let's drink tonight. After saying that, he was about to ask the boss to serve the wine. However, Chu Fei faintly said from the side, she can't drink. Fong Cheng just wanted to question why, and then remembered what Su Li had said to herself earlier. Right, now Su Li wasn't alone. There was still one in her stomach. That's fine. Little Li doesn't drink. You drink. Haven't drank with you yet. I'm known as the little wine god. Can you drink past me? Fong Cheng revealed a bad smile at Chu Fei. You, little wine god? The last time I saw her in a clear bar, she was royally drunk. Just like that, she was still the little drinking god. Seemingly thinking of something, Fong Cheng's face reddened. Last time it was because I was in a bad mood. I'm in a good mood today. Just see if I can drink past you. Once the wine came up, the two of them drank a bottle dry. Su Li could only watch, not drink. When the barbecue and grilled fish came up, the two were even more liberal with their drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, Chu Fei was not drunk at all. Instead, it was Fong Cheng, whose eyes were already a little fluttering. Come on, continue. I don't believe it. Fong Cheng still didn't believe it. Chu Fei didn't look like a man who could drink. Unexpectedly, the two of them drank 7 or 8 bottles in a row, but he was not even a little bit drunk. However, just as the words fell, a bald tattooed man came forward with a bottle of wine. Beauty, come, accompany brother to drink one. Drink happily, brother will take you flying. With that staggering look, one could tell that he was drunk, and not far from the table of Chu Fei's several people. A group of strong men just watched and did not speak. Fong Cheng shook her somewhat fluttering head at this moment. I'm sorry, who are you? Drinking with me? The moment these words came out, Chu Fei knew that trouble was coming. As expected, the bald tattooed man's face instantly became ugly. What? Looking down on me? Today, my brother will let you see. What kind of onion does my brother count as? As he spoke, he reached out his hand and was going to forcefully embrace Fong Cheng, and before his hand could touch Fong Cheng, Chu Fei got up and grabbed his wrist. Drunk, there's a hotel over there. Go rest yourself. The cold voice made the bald man even more angry. Kid, what are you? Get lost. After saying that, he reached out his hand and was about to push Chu Fei away. At the same time, the people at the opposite table had also stood up. An ordinary person at this time would probably choose to avoid or directly call the police. Only, Chu Fei's face turned cold. and his fingers slightly exerted force. The pain immediately caused the man to cry out in shock. Ah! Let go of my hand. The other hand even lifted the wine bottle and smashed it against Chu Fei's head. This time, Chu Fei wouldn't say much to him. Raising his leg, he kicked the bald man's stomach. Bang! The kick directly sent him flying out more than 2 meters away, and he heavily smashed on the ground. And when the burly men at the other table saw this, they rushed over towards Chu Fei with bottles of wine in unison. The surrounding people had long been scared and hid on the other side, taking out their cell phones and secretly filming. Chapter 65, Revenge Against the Long Family. A few burly men came forward to help up the man who had been kicked over by Chu Fei and stared angrily at Chu Fei. Kid, didn't you hit a little too hard? A man with a relatively stout figure stepped forward, holding a wine bottle in his hand. By the looks of it, if it didn't make sense, it was probably going to be a fight. The crowd of onlookers didn't dare to gasp for air. Each of their eyes stared blankly, seemingly just for the two sides to go to war. Instead, it was Su Li and Fong Cheng who sat on the stools as if nothing had happened, eating barbecue. Fong Cheng rushed at Chu Fei and said, "Aya, hurry up, we haven't even split the winner yet." The moment these words came out, the few people on the other side immediately became enraged. Could it be that this little girl still thought that so many of them could not deal with this kid? He should have thought of this consequence when he reached out. Drunk, find a place to have a good sleep, don't go to the head. Chu Fei's tone was very flat, but in the ears of these people, it was looking down on them, meaning finding a beautiful woman to drink a cup of wine. So what? Fine. Kid, let's see if your head is hard or my wine bottle is harder. The burly man violently rushed forward and smashed the bottle in his hand hard against Chu Fei's head. Only, Chu Fei took a step back and raised his leg, sending the bottle in his hand flying. Heavy smashed in a street lamppost. Bang sound. Crushed. The others took a look and were about to come forward to surround Chu Fei. But Chu Fei just quietly picked up a bottle of beer on the table and grabbed it in his hands. You guys can try if your bones will be harder than this bottle. As he spoke, his 5 fingers pinched with force. Bang! The wine bottle filled with wine was instantly crushed and burst by him with one hand. The crowd of onlookers were all wide-eyed, as if they couldn't believe what was in front of them. Was this real? Crushing a wine bottle with one hand? The strength of a finger. Could it really reach this level? Then he must not kill a cow with a single punch? The few strong men who were planning to go forward saw this scene and stood still, not daring to make a move. Perhaps in their previous opinion, this was just an ordinary young man, but now it seems that the other party is definitely a practiced fighter. They were empty of strength, but facing a practiced fighter, they were completely inadequate. Scram! Before I get angry, Chu Fei's ice-cold tone echoed in the ears of the several people. The several people looked at me and I looked at you, and could only silently help the man who had been kicked over by Chu Fei to leave the barbecue stand. Thought you would have a big fight. Come on, drink. Fong Cheng laughed and picked up a bottle of wine and handed it to Fong Cheng. Chu Fei looked at her with a face full of helplessness. Come on, it's almost over. If you keep drinking, no one will send you home. Su Li also persuaded from the side. Xiao Cheng, almost. Getting drunk gives you a headache. Fong Cheng originally wanted to get drunk, but Su Li had opened her mouth, and she also knew that she was already a bit dizzy from her current condition. Okay, originally, Fong Cheng had planned to go back by herself, but Fong Cheng sent her back to where she lived for safety reasons. Only after that did Chu Fei and Su Li return to the villa. This time, the two of them did not return to the Su family villa, but instead returned to Su Li's villa. The late fall night had a few more coolness to it. In front of the room's window, Su Li just leaned on Chu Fei's chest. Bandit, what do you think? What would be a good name for our child in the future? Chu Fei did not say anything. His gaze just quietly looked at Su Li. The latter noticed Chu Fei's strange gaze and immediately covered her chest. Nay, her hands were not big and she could not cover it at all. A face immediately turned red with shame. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it? Chu Fei let out a bad smile. Seeing is seeing, but it's still a bit unenjoyable. Su Li hurriedly escaped from his embrace, sat on the edge of the bed, and angrily said, "Get out! Hurry up! I'm going to sleep." Merely, Chu Fei simply did not have the intention of wanting to leave. I do remember that a certain person said that I was quite average back then. I just want to use practical actions to tell you whether I'm quite average or not. At the same time, in the middle of the Long family villa, Long Maniac sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. The eldest son, Long Jin, and the third son, Long Xiao, were sitting on the sofas on the two sides. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Long Jin and Long Xiao were both silent. Just moments ago, they received a message. There were management personnel in the family that had been taken out. The opponent's methods were terrifying, and there wasn't even time to react. By the time they reacted, the other party had already lost sight of them. There was also more than one management. From 8 o'clock to now, in just an hour's time, at least 4 management personnel had been taken out. Damn it! Who the hell's family moved? Long Maniac slapped on the armrest of the sofa, and cracks appeared on the sofa made of mahogany, showing how heavy the power of this slap was. Dad, do you think it could be someone from the military department? Long Xiao voiced his guess. Only earlier they had heavily injured Sun Yening, the leader of the dragon group, and if it wasn't for the supreme person stepping in, they might have even killed Sun Yening, but even so, it still allowed Sun Yening to kill his second son. A person like Dragon Madness, who died as son, would not have any thoughts at all. After all, he had more than one wife. Impossible. If they made a move, there's no way they wouldn't have gotten the slightest wind of it. Not to mention, there's still this kid Yao watching from the military department side. If it's really someone from the military department, there's no way he wouldn't know about it. Long Maniac shook his head. The military department would not make a move at this time. If they did, it wouldn't do them any good. On the contrary, it would also cause huge repercussions. Even if the supreme person was dissatisfied in his heart, he would not do so. Could it be the other three great families? The Win family and the Han family both have a pretty good relationship with us. Only the Yun family is average. But the Yin family has always done things in a low-key manner, never taking the initiative to cause trouble. It can't be them either. Long Jin frowned. The four great families of Grand Xia, besides their Long family, there were also the Wind, Cloud, and Han families. The four great families. It could be said that they were keeping each other in check. It was impossible to say that they were teaming up to target a certain family, or that it was an all-out battle. This kind of thing, the supreme person would never allow. It shouldn't be them. Long Maniac frowned, always feeling that there was something wrong with things. The other three great families, as long as they weren't stupid, would never go against the Dragon family at this time. Once the Long family sat in the position of Dragon team leader, at that time, the days of their three great families would definitely not be good. Moreover, in their opinion, this position of Dragon team leader could almost be said to be the Dragon families for sure. It was even more unlikely that they would make a move to directly exterminate their Dragon family's management staff. Just as the three of them were frowning and discussing, Long Jin's cell phone rang. Hello? A trembling voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, the young master, the second young master, have all been killed. The eldest young master is desperately rushing to the family. Hearing these words, Long Jin violently stood up from his position. A pair of eyes were bloodshot beyond measure, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. What? Who the hell did this? Find out for me. If you can't, I'll take your heads and sacrifice them to heaven. As the words fell, Long Jin ruthlessly smashed his cell phone on the ground, while Long Maniac was looking at him with a frown on his face. What happened? Father, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ao. Gone. Gone. They were both killed. Long Zhao's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. Long Maniac slapped his hand on the armrest with a bang. This time, the handrail could no longer withstand the terrifying force and was broken by the slap. Long Yu and Long Ao were his two most valued grandchildren, a born business wizard. At the age of only 18, he was able to manage a listed company on his own and take care of it in a well-organized manner, and the earnings were far more than the companies managed by his other grandchildren. As for Long Ao, he was even a born manager. Long Maniac even thought that if he was not around one day, the position of the head of the Long family would be passed on to Long Ao, but he never dreamed that these two grandsons would be one step ahead of him. Who the hell is it? Find out for me. Use all your power and investigate for me. I'm going to kill them. Long Maniac was furious, and on the highway that was only a few kilometers away from the Long family villa, in a multi-million-dollar business car, Long Jin's eldest son, Long Shi, was covered in cold sweat. He received a call from the big housekeeper, saying that both the oldest three and the second brother had been taken out. He was told to immediately get into a bulletproof car and go back to the family manor. He didn't even think about it and immediately had someone drive home. Seeing that he was about to arrive home, his hanging heart was released. He was also wondering who in the world was trying to deal with his own family. Moreover, weren't those people afraid of being retaliated against by the Long family? One must know that once the Dragon family became furious, the other three great families would also have to suffer. He couldn't think of anyone who would have such guts to squarely target the Long family. However, while Long Shi was thinking about this, a jeep without license plate behind him chased after him. A silhouette slowly stood up from the car. If one looked carefully, one would find that the man was carrying something like a cannon barrel on his shoulder. The driver, who was driving the car, saw the jeep catching up behind him. At first, he thought it was just passing by, but when he fixed his eyes on it again, his face changed drastically. With a cry of horror, RPG, bang, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire bulletproof car burst into flames. Chapter 66, I don't mind adding fire. And at this moment, the Long family manor, the big butler rushed into the hall in a hurry, his face full of cold sweat. He had just received news from his men that the young master had been blown up with his car. There were almost no bones left, and now only part of the remaining body had been found. One of the family members responsible for driving the car was just as able to escape death. Old Master, something big is wrong. Young Master Longshi was attacked by someone on the way back. Even the people with the car were blown up. The several people of Long Maniac who were discussing what to do to catch the mastermind behind the scene. When they heard this from the big housekeeper, they got up violently. Longjin was even frozen in place, his eyes filled with disorientation. He would never have dreamed that his 3 sons had all been killed overnight. Moreover, it was only a few kilometers away from the family. What? Who the hell is the other party? How dare they? Long Maniac's face was filled with violent anger, and his eyes were covered with killing intent. In just 2 hours, nearly half of the family's direct members had been lost, and many of them were the top staff of the family business. Once they died, the family's business was feared to suffer a terrible shock in a short period of time. It's still being traced. However, the person who attacked young Master Longshi has already been targeted by us. Being chased. Hearing this, Long Maniac's face looked a little better. Command down. Catch them alive. I want to personally torture them. Long Maniac rushed at the big housekeeper and said in a cold voice. This time, he was truly furious. Even if he used all of the family's reserves, he had found out who was the instigator behind this group of people. He wanted to see what the other party was from, actually daring to make a move against his own family. Moreover, in just 2 hours, so many people were taken out. Wasn't the other party afraid of being targeted by the military department? One must know that the other party used heavy weapons in the middle of this conflict, and once they were discovered by the people from the military department, then they would definitely be watched. Anyone who dared to use such a weapon in the capital city either had a very terrifying background or had very good relations with the people from the military department. However, other than their 4 great families, other people simply did not have the qualifications to use this kind of weapon. Even if it was their 4 great families, they wouldn't dare to use heavy weapons easily until they had no choice. Yes, the big butler left the living room in a hurry. Long Xiao was also a little panicked in his heart. All 3 of his elder brother's sons were already gone, although he himself only had 1 daughter. But after all, he was also a senior person in the family business. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, intending to make a call to his own daughter. But before he could call, his cell phone even rang first. Dad, help me. The distressing voice of his daughter, Long Yun, came from the other end of the phone. At once, Long Zhao's face changed drastically. Where are you at? I'll send someone over to pick you up right now. Unsurprisingly, his own daughter was now in danger as well. I'm at Xingtian Hotel. Come quickly. The phone was hung up by here. Long Xiao looked at his own father. Dad, Xiao Yun is in danger. I want the family's dragon guards to go and rescue her. The dragon family's dragon guards belong to the elite of the elite, no less than the average member of the dragon team. Moreover, each of them had been selected by thousands, and their ability to fight alone against 40 ordinary people was not a problem at all. Go! Remember, if you can, try to catch some alive. Long Maniac's face was still terribly cold. His eyes fell on Longjin who was on the side. Go! Make a call to Yi Ao, early tomorrow morning. I want to hear all the identities of the instigators of this operation. Longjin, who was in a state of disorientation, only then stood up from his position in a bit of a trance. The death of his 3 sons could be said to be a huge blow to him. Originally, he thought that he would be able to easily sit in the position of the dragon family head, but now everything was shattered like a bubble. I know. For a time, the entire capital became terrified. The other 3 great families had also received this horrifying news. In their opinion, this was a terrorist attack against the Long family. In just one night, the Long family was afraid that it would be heavily damaged. At that time, those industries of the Long family, they would have every chance to take advantage of the opportunity to acquire them. Meanwhile, in the middle of an office in the military department, Yi Ao received a call from Longjin. When he heard that such a big change had occurred in the capital, his entire body froze in place. In his opinion, the only ones who dared to make a move against the Long family in the whole of Daxia were the other 3 great families. However, from Longjin's words, it wasn't the 3 great families that made a move this time, but someone else. Remember, my father has already put the word out. Tomorrow morning, if there is no news, you can return to the family. The phone was hung up, and Yi Ao's face was as cold as frost. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Su Xiaoyu, the leader of the intelligence squad. Hello, Captain Su, right? Trouble mobilizing everyone in the intelligence squad for the terrorist attack that happened in the capital tonight. I want you to find out all the clues of the enemy within an hour. Su Xiaoyu, who was resting, heard Yi Ao's tone as if he was ordering. A cold smile appeared on his face. Captain Yi, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I'm not your direct subordinate. You're not qualified to use this tone with me. Also, this matter, Our intelligence squad can't do anything about it. We haven't received any orders from the matriarch, so it's impossible for the people of the intelligence squad to serve you. Hearing this, Yi Ao's face was extraordinarily ugly. Su Nianying was going to die soon, and this group of people were still obsessed. Captain Su, I hope you figured it out. Right now I'm the acting leader of the dragon team. My orders are the orders of the team leader. If you don't accept this order, I will consider removing you from the position of intelligence team leader. He thought that he had made it clear enough, but Su Xiaoyu did not buy his argument. Captain Yi, I wonder when you became the acting leader of our dragon team, why haven't I received any news? Or do you think that you yourself are the acting team leader? Yi Ao was furious and his face was full of iron. Now there was only Su Xiaoyu left who was not willing to submit to himself as a team member. One must know that the most powerful thing about the dragon team was not the strength of the dragon team members, but the dragon team's intelligence organization. As long as they wanted to find out, there was basically nothing they couldn't find out. Even now that he had become the captain of the 2nd Brigade, he knew nothing about the distribution of all the members of the intelligence organization squad, as well as the intelligence they controlled. Good. Captain Su, I hope you don't regret it. Yi Ao coldly yelled at Su Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone. If Captain Yi has nothing else to do, I'll hang up first, but I'm very sleepy. As soon as the words fell, the phone had already been hung up. Yi Ao could only place the phone on the table with an icy face. The intelligence squad did not listen to his orders, and with this small organization under his own hands, it was almost impossible to gather the identities of those who targeted the Long family tonight. Damn it! He fiercely slammed his fist on the wall, thinking about how to deal with what happened next. On the other hand, Su Xiaoyu had already climbed up from the bed. Taking out her cell phone, she made a call to Chu Fei. At the same time, Chu Fei, who was far away in Jiangnan, happened to have just come out of the bathroom. Su Li had already fallen asleep, and he was preparing to blow dry his hair before going to rest. Just at that moment, the cell phone rang. Picking it up, he saw that it was actually Xiaoyu who had called him. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? He was a bit strange. Xiaoyu was calling him at night. What had happened? Brother Fei, something big has happened in the capital. Hearing this, Chu Fei stopped his hand movements and took the towel off his head. What's going on? From the intelligence I know, it seems like the Long family has been targeted by a mysterious and powerful family. Almost from the time it was 8 o'clock in the evening, a premeditated assassination operation started. Until now, in just over 2 hours, close to half of the Dragon family's top personnel have been missing, including several of Dragon Madness' grandsons and granddaughters. And those people have used quite a lot of heavy weapons. And now the people from the military department are also in the middle of tracking them down, which has already caused quite a commotion. Brother Fei, what exactly do you think dares to target the Long family? Xiaoyu's words caused Chu Fei's heart to jolt. That fast? Pop's speed seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. He had no doubt that tonight's assassination was prepared by Pops, only that he had thought that it would take 2 days for Pops to act, but he hadn't expected that he would do it in just 1 day's time, and to have knocked out nearly half of the senior figures of the Long family at once. This tactic could be said to be unable to find a second one in the whole of Daxia. I'm not sure, but I'm quite thankful to them for avenging the group leader. Chu Fei laughed coldly in his heart. This was just the beginning. What came next was the nightmare of the Long family. That's true. The group leader was beaten up by all those people from the Long family. It's really hateful. By the way, Brother Fei, the group leader is not seriously hurt now, right? Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of worry. Nothing serious for now. He needs some time to recuperate properly. By the way, has the Long family made any moves? If the Long family had any movements, unless it was also just right to give old dad a heads up, let him make plans as early as possible in case there were any accidents. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu then went on to say, Long Jiang has not detected any movements for the time being, but just now Yi Ao called me and asked me to use the people from the intelligence squad to help him check out the person who made the move tonight, which I directly refused. I guess this guy is spreading fire in his office. Saying this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nice job. Since he wants to be a traitor to the Dragon family so badly, then we'll just not let him have his way. Chu Fei laughed coldly. Since Yi Ao was a dog raised by the Dragon family in the military department, it was nothing more than fancying the Dragon Group's intelligence organization. Xiaoyu and himself had a lifelong friendship. As far as Yi Ao also wanted to command Xiaoyu, it was impossible to think about it in any way. By the way, Xiaoyu, during this period of time, if there is any movement in the Dragon family, remember to tell me. I don't mind adding fire to them. Chapter 67. If you don't drink, what can you do? The next day, Chu Fei and Su Li were having lunch. Su Li was holding her cell phone and swiping the news. When she saw the news from the capital, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Bandit, did you see the news? The capital city actually had a terrorist attack. Oh my god. Our country. It's known as one of the safest countries. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I simply can't believe it. Chu Fei heard her say that and pretended to be surprised. Really? Let me see. Receiving the cell phone handed over by Su Li, the cover of the news was a picture that had been mosaicked. However, it could still be clearly seen that it was bloodstained. It could be seen how horrifying last night's events were. Only, Chu Fei was laughing coldly in his heart. The Long family, just seeking their own death. They would never think of how terrifying it was for Pops to get angry. It's probably some personal grudge. When I used to work in the military department, I knew that there are actually many families in our country that have firearms among them. It's just that, it's all defaulted by those big shots above. Until it's a special time, it's usually not easily utilized. Chu Fei simply commented. Hearing his explanation, Su Li was somewhat surprised. However, she did not say anything more. After all, in the middle of Jiangnan City, some people did have firearms in their hands. It was just that very few people dared to hold them in the open. After having lunch, the two of them did not stay at home. The weather was just right, so going out for a walk was not bad. This is not only good for Su Li's body, but also good for the child in her belly. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the two returned to the villa. They changed into a set of formal clothes and drove to the location of the banquet, Tianhao Hotel. This was one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiangnan. For this business banquet, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had even directly chartered the entire hotel. When the two of them parked the car, they arrived at the location of the hotel's main entrance. There were 2 waiters standing at the entrance, in charge of reception. Hello, may I ask if you have an invitation? Invitation letter? Su Li and Chu Fei were both slightly stunned. This banquet, they hadn't received the so-called invitation letter. Is this the banquet of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Is there still a need for an invitation? Su Li looked at the 2 waiters with some confusion. Yes, in order to avoid some unnecessary small companies from mixing in, the president has specially issued invitations to the companies that have been invited. If the 2 of you don't have an invitation letter, you won't be able to enter. Sorry. The waiter's words caused Su Li to frown slightly. When the president had called her before, he hadn't said anything about the invitation letter. Just as she was about to take her cell phone to give the president a call to ask, a man pulling a woman appeared behind the two. After seeing that it was Chu Fei and Su Li, he couldn't help but make a sound. Yo, isn't this Mr. Su? What? Is there no invitation? Chu Fei and Su Li looked back at the same time, but unexpectedly discovered that Lin Shui was standing side by side with a woman who looked to be over 40 years old. Most importantly, this woman's figure could be described as one-dimensional. With a figure of 1 meter 6, she looked like a large balloon from afar. When she walked, her body fat was trembling. Honey, you know them, ah? The woman's duck-like voice landed in Chu Fei and Su Li's ears, and goosebumps rose all over. Lin Shui's eyes stared at Chu Fei and Su Li with some resentment as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, more than knowing them. In order to rise to the top, Lin Shui could be said to have sacrificed everything. The current woman was his new girlfriend, and her company, in Jiangnan City, could be said to be a ranked existence. In order to please her, Lin Shui could be said to have spent a lot of effort. Now, every night he enjoyed the thrill of being squeezed by a pile of fat meat, the greasy flavor that could make a person spit out their overnight meal. However, for the sake of his company, his future, he could only endure the pain. He placed the reason for all of this on Chu Fei and Su Li's body. General Manager Lin, good health. I haven't seen you in a few days, but you've actually changed again. Do you want me to introduce a few good medicines for you to try out? Guarantee that you'll be alive and well. Chu Fei held back his laughter at the side. He also did not expect that he would actually be able to run into this unlucky fellow Lin Shui here. Since he had taught this fellow a lesson last time, he had thought that the other party would be a bit more honest, but he didn't expect that he would directly change his girlfriend. As far as this current girlfriend was concerned, to be honest, it wasn't as good as the last one. At least the last time, it was still considered normal, but this one now, he could hardly imagine how Lin Shui's figure was holding up. Wasn't she afraid of getting her bones crushed? Lin Shui was furious. However, it didn't dare to make a move. What happened last time was still fresh in her mind. Don't be angry, dear. There's no need to get angry with such a small person. Be aware of what you are now. You know? Seeing Lin Shui angry, the woman even spoke out to comfort him. It looked like the woman liked Lin Shui. Yeah, you're right, dear. We don't fit in with the general public. Lin Shui stifled her anger, then rushed at Chu Fei. Trouble make way. Without an invitation letter, please don't stand at the door and block the way. Okay? Only then did Su Li react, frowning slightly, pulling Chu Fei to the side. It's fine. I'll give the president a call and ask. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Chamber of Commerce President Yuning. Hello, President Yu? I'm Su Li, the president of Kuyao Corporation. May I ask if still needs an invitation for admission? Yu Ning, who was busy in the hall, could not help but frown slightly upon receiving this call. This Suli was the one that those few big companies from above had named to see, and he didn't dare to be slow. Yes, Mr. Su, I remember I sent an invitation to your company. You guys didn't receive it? Hearing this, Suli had a few more moments of puzzlement in her eyes. The invitation had been sent to the company? Then why didn't you receive it yourself? President Yu, I indeed did not receive it. I don't know. Was there some kind of accident? Hearing this, Yu Ning then opened his mouth and asked, It won't be. Where are you now? President Su, should I come over and bring you in? Only then did Suli open her mouth to say that she was at the door. Yu Ning put down the phone and said to the people around him, You guys continue. I'll go pick up someone. After saying that, he walked quickly towards the front door. After seeing Suli and a man stopped outside the door, he hurriedly apologized. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. Maybe it's because my people didn't do their job and forgot your invitation. Suli also smiled and returned the greeting. President Yu is polite. It's also my honor to be able to come to this banquet. Only then did Yu Ning's gaze fall on Chu Fei. This is my bodyguard. After receiving Suli's answer, only then did Yu Ning invite the two inside. In the hall, quite a few people had already come. However, those who were there now were just small companies. The truly large companies hadn't even arrived yet. Just like Chu Men, the boss of the Juanhao group, none of them had come yet. As for Lin Shui, he had been paying attention to the front door, and after seeing Suli and Chu Fei being brought in, his face was a bit ugly. Unexpectedly, they actually had connections to come in here. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately thought of a way. Then he came together and whispered in his girlfriend Lu Ting's ear. Once Lu Ting heard this, a hint of anger spread across her disc-like face. Playing this kind of small tactics, do you really think that my man has no one to love? Honey, don't worry, I'll give you a head start. After saying that, he directly picked up a cup of red wine on the table and walked towards where Chu Fei and Suli were. When it was but a few steps away from Chu Fei and Suli, it stopped. So you're the president of Kuyao Company. It's really better to be known than to be seen. I wonder if Mr. Su can show his face and have a drink? After saying that, he raised the wine cup in his hand. Suli frowned slightly, looking at Lin Shui beside the woman. Sorry, not feeling too well. Can't drink. However, Lu Ting was unforgiving. Yo, is Mr. Su putting up a fight? I've heard that quite a few companies have been looking for Kuyao to invest recently. Mr. Su's value has also risen. Looking down on us small companies? Some harsh words made Su Li's face look a little less than favorable. The matter here also attracted the attention of quite a few people. There was no lack of bosses who wanted to cooperate with Kuyao Company. However, without exception, these people didn't even see Su Li's face. Moreover, without exception, their requests for cooperation were all rejected. At this moment, someone was targeting Kuyao Company, and they were happy to see it. It's not that. I'm just not feeling too well. I still hope this boss will bear with me. It wasn't that Suli didn't want to drink, but she still had a little one in her stomach right now, and she couldn't drink on her own. I see. Mr. Su is just looking down on us small companies. Lu Ting's voice was not loud, but quite a few people present heard it. For a while, the winds favored Lu Ting's side. At the same time, a man came forward. Mr. Su, this is the chairman of Aoshi Group. A glass of red wine won't get you drunk, right? The man who spoke was the owner of a real estate company that Suli had refused to cooperate with. He was also worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and his company was not small. And the voices of other people also sounded beside him. Mr. Su, a drink won't do any harm. As soon as the crowd spoke, Su Li's face became even more ugly. However, Chu Fei opened his mouth, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. He slowly said, If you don't drink, what will happen? Chapter 68, A man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle. A cold, icy voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. However, as soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, he was greeted by Lin Shui's mockery. You're nothing but a tiny bodyguard. There is no qualification for you to speak here. The moment these words came out, the people present could not help but burst into laughter. At first, they thought that this person was General Manager Su's man or husband. It was nothing to say this. After all, it was one's own woman, and it was understandable that she was not feeling well and could not drink. However, this kid was just a small bodyguard. What qualifications did he have to say such words for his boss? Suli also did not want to offend these bosses to death, and could only signal for Chu Fei to back away. Afterward, he picked up the red wine on the table. Bosses, I'm sorry, my people don't know what they're doing. This cup of wine, Before the words were finished, Chu Fei had already snatched the red wine from her hand. In front of everyone, he casually threw it. Splat! The goblet shattered and the red wine spilled all over the place. I said, you're not allowed to drink it. Understand? Chu Fei's face was calm as he looked at Su Li. The latter stared at Chu Fei's face, and a trace of emotion flashed through her eyes. Aha! However, Chu Fei's actions drew the dissatisfaction of quite a few people. I say, Mr. Su, a bodyguard beside you can tell you what to do. It can't be that you have some kind of relationship with this bodyguard, right? Or is he a little white boy that you raised? Ha 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 ha. For a while, the entire scene burst out laughing. However, there were only 3 people who didn't laugh out loud. One was Lin Shui, not for any other reason, because he himself was the one who was adopted. As for the remaining 2, they were Chu Fei and Su Li. Chu Fei, on the other hand, slowly raised his head and looked towards the person who had just uttered those words. Taking a step, he walked up to him, a pair of eyes quietly looking at him. I'll give you a chance to apologize. The man, on the other hand, clearly did not expect Chu Fei to dare to be like this. At that moment, he snorted. Kid, do you know who I am? Making me apologize. Do you have the qualifications? The surrounding people clearly wanted to watch the show as well, and each of them stood aside with a sneer. When Su Li saw Chu Fei in this state, she knew that she couldn't stop it and could only stand dryly. Whether there is a qualification or not I don't know, but I know that you will definitely get beaten. A trace of a smile was outlined on Chu Fei's face. Before the latter could react, Chu Fei slammed his fist onto the man's face. Bang! The man was knocked to the ground by his punch, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. It could be seen how much power Chu Fei had used for this punch. The people in the surroundings were stunned when they took a look. It hadn't even occurred to them that this kid would actually dare to make a move. And at this moment, Yu Ning also discovered the situation over here. He immediately frowned. A bodyguard also dared to make a move against his boss? Security! Security! The man who was beaten clearly did not want to make a move against Chu Fei, and instead called for security. Immediately, 2 men in security uniforms came forward. This gentleman, please also go out. Seeing this, Yu Ning also stepped forward. This gentleman, please also go out. People without quality are not welcome here. As soon as Su Li saw that the president had stepped in, she hurriedly stepped forward to explain. President, this is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. She thought Yu Ning would listen to his explanation, but Chu Fei spoke up. Rushing towards Su Li, he faintly smiled. It's fine. I'll come back in later. The man who had been beaten snorted and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kid, if you can still come in, I'll kowtow to you and apologize. President Yu, this kind of person can't come in, right? Yu Ning's brows furrowed slightly, and just as he didn't know how to explain, Chu Fei slowly spoke. President Yu, right? If I have an invitation, can I still come in? When the crowd heard that, they could not help but be a little stunned. An invitation letter? A bodyguard? Ha ha ha, this person is crazy, right? A broken bodyguard also wants to get an invitation? And Yu Ning also looked at Chu Fei with some dismay. It's possible, but, before he could finish his words, Chu Fei waved his hand. Then it's fine. After saying that, he softly said to Su Li, I'll come back in later. As the words fell, he walked straight towards the outside. Su Li looked at Chu Fei's back as he left, and a few more points of curiosity grew in her heart. An invitation? Did Chu Fei really have one? Yu Ning also froze. It seemed that he, too, had not sent this bodyguard an invitation. Had he? He could come in with an invitation? It couldn't be possible. Chu Fei, who had left the banquet site, arrived outside the hotel. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call. Young master, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Prepare yourself and come directly over here to the banquet. I'll be waiting for you over here. Chu Fei nodded. Yes, I'll come over now. Chu Fei hung up the phone and lit a cigarette at the entrance. More than 10 minutes later, a luxury car worth millions of dollars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A man in an expensive suit stepped out of the car, and when he saw Chu Fei, who was standing by the side of the road smoking, he hurriedly jogged forward. Young master, Chu Fei glanced at Chu Yu in front of him. Where's the invitation? Chu Yu hurriedly took the invitation out of his pocket. Let's go. After saying that, he was about to take the invitation and enter the venue once again. However, Chu Yu spoke up. Young master, how can we say that we are also a top-tier group, right? You're just going to wear this to go in. I'll prepare a suit for you. It's in the car. Why don't you change? Originally, Chu Fei was too lazy to change, but after thinking about it, he still walked into the car and changed into a brand new suit. The value of this set of suit was as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars. When coming down from the car, Chu Fei was like a different person. Together with the black sunglasses, he was a completely different person from the one who just wore a bodyguard suit. Let's go. Chu Fei gently lifted his collar and led Chu Yu towards the venue. The waiter at the entrance, on the other hand, took in everything in front of him. His eyes were on the verge of glaring out. This person who had just been kicked out, actually owned a top-of-the-line luxury car worth millions of dollars? When Chu Fei walked in front of the two waiters, neither of them dared to reach out to stop him, and they didn't even dare to look at the invitation. Such a character was not something they could stop. After Chu Fei walked into the scene, many people's gazes looked over. It was just that he was currently wearing sunglasses, making many people feel a bit unfamiliar. But Su Li, who was sitting in her seat, could tell that this was Chu Fei with a single glance. There were a few more points of surprise and amazement in his eyes. This guy, with a change of clothes, was like a different person. That temperament, it was like the young master of some powerful family. Who is that person? The aura is so strong. I don't know. Probably the boss of some big company. Looks so young. To have this kind of achievement at such a young age is simply genius. And Lin Shuwei also discovered Chu Fei, who just came in, not recognizing him at first, but after taking a serious look only, his eyes froze, then sneered. Yo, isn't this the big bodyguard who was kicked out? How did you mix in again? Where's the security guard? Drive this person out. Chapter 69, a several billion-dollar breakup fee. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd once again converged on Chu Fei's body. Chu Fei was not the least bit surprised and slowly removed his sunglasses in front of everyone. After the crowd got a good look at him, they could not help but be slightly stunned. Hadn't this person just been kicked out? How come now? He sneaked in again. The person who had previously said that Chu Fei would come in if he could, was even more filled with an iron face. Security! Where's the security guard? This person was kicked out. Why did you guys let him in again? What the hell? Accompanied by the man's voice, several security guards suddenly appeared on the scene and were slowly walking towards Chu Fei. From the looks of it, it was the intention to drive Chu Fei out once again. Only, before Chu Fei could speak, Chu Yu on the side took the lead and took a step forward. Blocking in front of those security guards, she slowly took out the invitation. Blind your eyes. Even the chairman of our group dares to invite out? Chairman Yu, this is where you're looking? Yu Ning was still in a state of dismay when he heard Chu Yu's voice. Chairman of the board? He was no stranger to Chu Yu. The other party was the president of Chu Men Group, and in order to show respect, the invitation was still sent over to his door on his own initiative. However, the chairman of Chu Gate Group would actually be Chu Fei, who had just been kicked out by him, and this chairman was actually Su Li's bodyguard? He couldn't figure out this layer of relationship no matter how he thought about it. Although he knew that there was a cooperative relationship between Chu Men and Kuyao, and Chu Men had also invested quite a bit of money in Kuyao, but after all, that was the chairman of Chu Men. Who would choose to be a bodyguard for the owner of a small company? When the others heard this, they were even more filled with dismay. Chairman of the Chu Men Group? Ever since the Zhao Group disappeared, the Truman Group took over. Many of the companies present had dealt and cooperated with Truman. Compared to the previous Zhao Group, Truman was better to talk to, and when they cooperated, the two sides were pretty much in a win-win situation. This made quite a few companies feel good about Chu Men, but only now did they realize that Chu Men's chairman was actually a bodyguard. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Only then did Yu Ning step forward and wave his hand at the several security guards. Only then did the security guards leave. Yu Ning smiled at Chu Yu with a sarcastic smile on his face. Mr. Chu, is this the chairman of your group? After saying that, his gaze landed on Chu Fei. Chu Yu only spoke indifferently. President Yu, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of our Chu Gate Group, Chu Fei. Su Li, who was far to the side, had a somewhat unhappy face. She had foolishly thought before that Chu Men was a company run by one of Chu Fei's friends, but now, it seemed that Chu Men was his. After all, this guy had said before that he was a top-tier rich second generation and knew quite a few friends. So it's Chairman Chu. Misunderstanding. Yu Ning stepped forward with a smile on his face, reaching out to shake Chu Fei's hand. However, Chu Fei simply ignored him, his gaze quietly looking at the fellow who had spoken earlier. I remember. Someone just said that if I could still come in, I would kowtow and apologize. I wonder, does anyone else remember this sentence? When these words came out, the faces of many people present changed, and that person who said those words was even more pale. How could he have known that Chu Fei would be the chairman of the Chu Gate Group? Furthermore, for the chairman of a group to go and act as a bodyguard for the owner of a small company was something that no one would have imagined. As soon as Yu Ning heard that, he knew that Chu Fei was planning to settle the score with someone. Looking back, he hurriedly spoke to the person who had just said this. Boss Wu, don't quickly apologize to Chairman Chu. This matter, let's just forget about it. We're all businesses in Jiangnan. Head down, head up, apologize and let it go. When Yu Ning said that, he was actually telling Chu Fei that those present were all good enterprises in Jiangnan. He hoped that Chu Fei would not look at the monk's face and look at the Buddha's face. After all, he was the initiator of this business banquet. Moreover, he was also the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and everyone present had to sell him face. Once that boss Wu heard that, he could only be forced to come forward and bow to Chu Fei to apologize. I'm sorry Chu Don, you're an adult. It's my mouth. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. What do you think? Chu Fei looked at the apologizing man, his face calm. 3 cups even. Hearing those words, Boss Wu and Yu Ning both let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chu Fei did not want to cause trouble either. However, Chu Fei's words were not yet finished. Drink 3 bottles. Drink them all in one gulp, and I won't look for trouble in this matter. The moment these words came out, the crowd all drew in a breath of cold air. Although it was only red wine, but such a bottle of red wine, drying it in one breath, even if you weren't drunk, you would have to hold out, right? Not to mention drinking 3 bottles in a row. The stomach wouldn't be able to take it. Boss Wu's face was pale, and he had a few more points of fear in his eyes. In fact, his company is not big. In front of those big enterprises, it does not count. He only blamed himself for wanting to stand out and show his face. That's why he said those words. Now it's good. Kick the iron plate. I drink. He reached out and picked up a bottle of red wine on the table and tilted his head back to drink. However, Su Li opened her mouth. It's almost enough. Drinking is even. Apologizing is fine. Between words, Su Li walked forward and fiercely twisted Chu Fei's waist, causing Chu Fei to draw a mouthful of cold air in pain. Once Chu Fei heard this, he waved his hand. Since Mr. Su has opened his mouth, then forget it. Once the man heard this, he hurriedly bowed to Su Li and apologized. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's me who has no eyes and made you angry. Sorry. Su Li didn't say anything and just nodded. However, Chu Fei didn't want to end it just like that. His eyes fell on Lu Ting and Lin Shui. The cause of this matter was that they had stirred it up. As for Lin Shui, he had long been shocked by the images before him. Where would he have thought that the chairman of the Chu Men group would actually be Chu Fei? He himself had gone out of his way to find someone to take revenge on him before. No wonder he had lost so miserably. People simply didn't put him in their eyes. Lu Ting's face also had a few more moments of awe. Compared to Chu Men, her own company was nothing compared to Chu Men. Not worth mentioning. If the other party wanted to bring down their company, it was just a matter of words. Thinking of the bad idea Lin Shui had just given himself, he was furious. A big mouth then fiercely slapped Lin Shui's face. Splat. Scram. Rubbish. What's the use of having you? Lin Shui was caught off guard by the slap and froze in place, covering his face. Honey, you. Who's your darling? Scram. From now on, I'm breaking up with you. Scram. Don't let me see you again. Lin Shui's entire body froze in place. Unexpectedly, this girlfriend that he had just found, before he was able to extract a bit of money from her hands, he was actually going to be dumped. Then what was this period of time of his own torture counted as? Was it a breakup fee for her? Several billions of dollars, the kind that almost drained the body? Chapter 70, Your Own Grandmother's House. Nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The number of people present gradually increased, including some famous enterprises in Jiangnan. The bosses of these enterprises were all talking to each other about the recent market direction. As for Chu Fei and Su Li, they just found a quiet location to sit down. For Chu Fei, today's banquet was just accompanying Su Li over to take a look. The main purpose was still to see how the people underneath the so-called 4 great families were planning to target Su Li's company. Su Li, on the other hand, did not think of cooperating with the many other companies. After what happened earlier, it was enough to be able to hold on to her own acreage now. So you guys are here. After looking for half a day, a crisp voice came, and only then did the two turn around to look. At some point, Wang Xie had also arrived and was looking at the two with a smile on her face. Mr. Wang. Seeing Wang Xie, Su Li hurriedly got up from her position and reached out to shake hands with Wang Xie. Wang Xie also did not refuse and shook Su Li's hand. Mr. Su, can I sit here? Wang Xie pointed to the seat beside Su Li. Of course, Su Li naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, Wang Xiyu had also invested $500 million in the company before. Only after Wang Xie took her seat did her gaze rest on Chu Fei. Chairman Chu, long time no see. Chu Fei lightly glanced at Wang Xie, long time no see. Actually, Su Li also knew that the two had known each other for a long time. After all, Chu Fei had said the matter of the two knowing each other before, so there was no need for her to be jealous. However, I did hear the wind. I wonder if the two of you are interested in hearing about it. Hearing her words, the gazes of both Su Li and Chu Fei fell on her. Mr. Wang, I don't know what kind of rumor has caused you all to raise such great interest. Su Li felt very strange. Wang Xiyu's company was considered to be one of the top companies in the entire Jiangnan. There were definitely not many things that could make her interested. Coincidentally enough, this matter is very much related to your company. Mr. Su, the moment these words came out, the faces of both Su Li and Chu Fei changed a bit. Previously, when so many companies had approached Su Li's company for cooperation, the two had suspected that it was the company's secret that had been exposed. Now that Wang Xie had also talked about this matter, it meant that Chu Fei's previous suspicions were correct. I heard someone say recently that the drug your company is researching, Mr. Su, is not ordinary. Once the research is successful, your company will definitely leap to become a top-ranked existence in the entire country. And I've also heard that quite a few companies have been looking for you to cooperate recently, but you've refused. I don't know if it's true or not. Hearing this, Su Li knew that the company's secret had been exposed. This was the reason why so many people, why they chose to cooperate with themselves. However, among these people, Wang Xiyu was naturally excluded. After all, she chose to invest when the company was at its most critical point, which made Su Li's heart very touched. From whose mouth did you hear these words? Chu Fei's face was a little cold. Originally, he thought that this matter was likely to be manipulated by the Long family in the dark, but now that the Long family was struggling to protect themselves and still came to meddle in so many things, they were not that capable. Many of my company's employees know about this matter. I'm not sure exactly from where it came out, but I've already sent someone to inquire. Wang Xiyu understood very well how important Su Li was in Chu Fei's heart. This matter was definitely a devastating disaster for Su Li's company. If they chose to cooperate, the company's shares would definitely be diluted, and once the research was successful, their original value would at least be discounted by more than half. But if they refused to cooperate, then Su Li's company would definitely be frantically targeted next. At that time, the company would have a hard time making a move, unless it was secretly helped by someone. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that among the four great families, only the dragon family had interfered in this matter, but now it seemed as if there was not just one family. There shouldn't be any danger for now for the time being. You and I hold nearly half of Kuyao Company's shares in our hands, and the rest of the shares are in Su Li's body. Right now the three of us are the biggest shareholders. As long as we don't let slip a pill, the company's shares won't be threatened. The main thing now is to find out the person who released this news and see what kind of purpose the other party has. Chu Fei had already considered things very clearly. Wanting to catch this person who had released the news behind the scenes was definitely not simple, and since Wang Xie had already sent people to inquire about it, he definitely could not just watch. Just as a few people were talking, a horn sounded. Let's welcome the four bosses coming down from the capital. Coming towards us is none other than the president of the Fenghua Group, Mr. Feng Yao Feng. Hearing this voice, the three of them looked at the entrance of the gate. Without knowing when, a long red carpet had been laid at the gate, leading all the way to the podium at the very front. At this moment, Yuning was standing on the podium and was making a passionate introduction. The two of them, Chu Fei and Wang Xiyu, glanced at each other, and in their hearts, they both understood that this person who had entered should be the manager of the company under the Wind family of the four great families. Now that the first person had entered the field, the next would have been to the second. Next, let's welcome the president of the Han Group's actual company, Mr. Han Ming Han. Under Yuning's solemn introduction, the three big families, the Wind family, the Yun family as well as the Han family had all entered. But when it was the Dragon family's turn, Yuning received a message. On the podium, Han Ming walked over to Yuning's side and whispered softly. The latter's face changed drastically, and there was a hint of shock in his gaze towards Han Ming. It seemed as if he couldn't believe the news he had just heard. However, Han Ming nodded slightly, and Yuning then realized that it was true. So, picking up the microphone, he slowly said to the crowd under the stage, "Gentlemen, sorry for a little tiny accident. The old boss of the Long Group's subsidiary, due to an accident, passed away. So, since we can't arrive today, let's observe a moment of silence for General Manager Long." The people present were filled with shock when they heard this. The Long family couldn't arrive, and died in an accident? However, Chu Fei was not surprised at all. It would be a surprise if the Dragon family's people were able to arrive here. However, the fact that the Yun family's people had come was somewhat out of his expectations. After all, that Yun family is his own grandmother's house. Chapter 71. Sorry. No need. Jiangnan City's airport. Yunyu slowly walked off the airplane with the big butler by her side. Old Li, the environment here is not bad. I didn't come to Jiangnan when I was young before, but when I see it today, it's not bad at all. The old Li in Yunyu's mouth is the big housekeeper. His full name was Li Yu, and he was the existence that was specifically responsible for most of the Chu family's affairs in the capital. On the surface, he was the person in charge behind several large companies, but in reality, he was the Chu family's big butler. However, in terms of the identity of a grand butler, it was comparable to the general existence of the heads of the four great families of Daxia. Madam is joking. Jiangnan's environment has always been very good, although the capital is prosperous. Compared to Jiangnan, the air quality in the capital is much worse. If you and Master intend to return home, I suggest you settle down on this side of Jiangnan. The seasons here are like normal, not too cold and not too hot, suitable for retirement. Li Yu bowed slightly and explained. Yun Yu nodded faintly. That's not bad. When the time comes, you and the young master should discuss it and see which place in Jiangnan to buy and build a bigger manor. Yes, ma'am, Li Yu answered with a slight nod. By the way, did you check the young master's location before coming? Yun Yu didn't discuss with Chu Fei this time when she came over to Jiangnan. She was planning to give the two of them a big surprise. Madam, I checked before coming. There is a business banquet in Jiangnan today. Young master and young madam were invited to go to the business banquet. They should be at the banquet right now. Hearing this, a faint smile hangs on Yun Yu's face. Then let's go over and take a look as well. I haven't seen this brat for so many years, but I still miss him a bit. As they spoke, the two had already walked out of the airport. The person who had already been waiting outside for a long time slowly opened the car door. Li Yu and Yun Yu got into the car and went straight to the Sky How Hotel. At this time, in the lobby of the Sky Hotel, the people were sitting in their respective seats, listening to Yu Ning on the stage talking about the recent business news. After speaking for a while, Yu Ning then cleared his throat. Gentlemen, now we have our president of Manhwa Group, Mr. Feng, to talk about his investment plan. As the words left his mouth, he made way. Feng Yao walked onto the stage with a faint smile on his face, making people feel comfortable at first glance. The age didn't look big, just in his 30s. All the bosses of Jiangnan, on behalf of Manhwa Group, I would like to thank those who were able to come to the banquet. After saying that, he even bowed slightly to the crowd as a thank you. Where did the people present dare to let Feng Yao be like this? They hurriedly stood up and applauded. What did Mr. Feng say? It's also an honor for us to have Chief Feng come. That's right, Mr. Feng came over this time. He definitely has a big project. Feng Yao smiled faintly. This boss is right. We did have a big project this time we came over. This time, we, Manhwa Group, have brought tens of billions of dollars with us, intending to invest in some of the more promising companies present, such as Mr. Zhang Hai Zhang's infrastructure company. The state is also supporting these projects recently, such as Mr. Lu Nian Lu's new energy company. The state is also vigorously supporting it. The bosses of those companies whose names were read out had their eyes narrowed with smiles. Being able to be looked at by a company under the four great families, their next days would be much better. Once there was a large amount of money injected, then the status and position just rose. It wouldn't be long before they would be able to be on par with those established companies. These companies that I have are only a part of them. There are still some that I haven't read about. Don't worry. This time, we are planning to participate in most of the companies in Jiangnan. Even if my company doesn't invest, I believe that Mr. Yun and Mr. Han's side will also invest. Feng Yao looked at those bosses on the stage whose faces didn't look too good and slowly spoke out to explain. As soon as these words came out, smiles appeared on those people's faces. Most of them were some of the oldest companies in Jiangnan, and the market had always been like this, not fluctuating too much. Moreover, they couldn't take more money to develop new markets. But now, with a big family investing, it was different. Wang Xie, who was sitting beside Chu Fei, frowned slightly. Chu Fei, what exactly do you think they want to do? With a large amount of money flowing into Jiangnan, could it be that they want to completely monopolize the enterprises of all parties in Jiangnan? Chu Fei didn't say anything, and only watched quietly. If it was merely an investment, there was absolutely no need for that. But, it was just unknown if the other party had any other purpose. Su Li sat on the side, silent, this time coming over. She had thought that she would be able to pull in a batch of investments for the company. But what Chu Fei had said before made her heart drum a little. The company's secret, was it exposed or not? This was a serious issue. After Feng Yao finished speaking, it was the Han family's turn. It wasn't much different from what Feng Yao had said. It was all just some polite words. It said that they wanted to invest in some companies to boost the local economy. When it was the Yun family's turn, Chu Fei's gaze finally looked over. This time, the person who came from the Yun family was a girl, called Yun Yulan. When Yu Ning introduced her earlier, it appeared that she was only in her 20s, wearing glasses, with her dark hair casually draped over her shoulders. The looks looked pretty as well, only the figure was a bit worse compared to Su Li. If he did not remember wrongly, this Yun Yulan should be Mom's little niece, counting up, or their own cousin. In the past, when he was a child, his mother also often brought himself back to the country to visit his grandparents. These years had passed, and he had stayed in the military department, and had no time to visit them. After he had the chance to return to the capital, he would have to find some time to visit. This time, we, the Yun Group, came to Jiangnan, also to drive the local economy of Jiangnan. And secondly, we had also heard that there is a good pharmaceutical company in Jiangnan that operates the same program as our Yun Group. Therefore, we intend to vigorously support this company, and its name is Ku Yao Company. Hearing these words, Chu Fei's eyes carried a hint of doubt. the Yun family had always operated the pharmaceutical business. This Chu Fei was aware of. However, how did they know about the Kuyao Company? After all, Kuyao Company was only that little bit famous in Jiangnan. It wasn't enough to warrant the attention of the Yun family, was it? If he said that there wasn't something fishy in this, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. And when Wang Shiyu heard these words, she knew that this Yun family was coming after the Kuyao Company. As for the Win family and the Han family, it was expected that the purpose was similar. When Suli heard that her family's company was nominated, her pretty face also changed a few more times. Just as Chu Fei had said, I'm afraid that this banquet was coming from a bad place. The other party had named their company to invest in their own company. If they didn't do something in response, it was estimated that they all thought they had acquiesced. He then slowly stood up from his position and said in a cold voice, Sorry, Mr. Yun, our company does not need investment for the time being. Chapter 72 A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake on the ground. Suli's words caused the entire room to fall silent. For a while, many people's gazes flocked to where Suli was. At their table, there were only 3 people, Chu Fei, Suli, and Wang Shiyu, but the status, it was not low at all. Chu Men Group in Jiangnan. It was not too much to say that it was the leading boss. The Juanhao Group, on the other hand, was not small. This group in Jiangnan is just a branch. As for Kuyao Company, it was really just a small company. In fact, many people present knew that both Chu Men and Juanhao Group had invested in Kuyao Company, and the amount invested was not low, and the two also occupied quite a few shares of Kuyao Company. If other companies wanted to invest, they would also need to go through the consent of the two of them. If they don't agree, Suli will definitely not agree. This time, when Suli said this, it might be the meaning of the two of them. Yun Yulan's face, on the other hand, was somewhat unsightly. In front of so many people, not giving herself face. As for Feng Yao and Han Ming, they were also a bit surprised. In fact, their purpose of coming here was also very simple. In addition to investing in those small companies, more than anything else, they intended to split the shares of Kuyao Company, the 3 of them, 30% each. But now, there seems to be something not quite right. Perhaps, it seems like Mr. Su doesn't quite understand the influence of our group. Explain it to Mr. Su this way. If your company is willing to accept our investment, within a year, I guarantee that your company's market value will double tenfold. Yin Yulan's face was calm as she slowly explained. The moment these words came out, the entire room resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in. A tenfold increase in market value? If the current Kuyao Company was worth $1 billion, in a year's time, it would reach $10 billion. This was a qualitative change. They were all a bit red-eyed. Why did such a good thing fall on Kuyao Company? Could it be that their company was no match for Kuyao Company? For a while, the gazes of many people looking at Suli's few people were filled with jealousy. This way, I'll say one thing. Chu Fei pulled Suli's hand, signaling for her to sit down. While he himself stood up, his gaze swept over quite a few people. It's not impossible for Mr. Yun to want to invest in Kuyao Company. As a shareholder of Kuyao Company, I also have the right to participate. I'll say a price, and if all of you agree, then I'll naturally agree as well. At this time, Han Ming and Feng Yao's gazes all fell on Chu Fei's body, with some doubts in their eyes. They did not know that Chu Fei's identity. Yu Ning, who was beside them, saw it in his eyes and hurriedly explained. This is the chairman of the Chu Gate Group, Chu Fei. Before they came, they had long since mapped out the major enterprises in Jiangnan. This Chu Men Group, they also knew about. It was just that when they investigated the other party's background, they were a bit puzzled. It was as if the other party had appeared out of thin air, directly taking over the former Zhao Group. This made the two of them a little puzzled. You say. Yun Yulan looked at Chu Fei with some curiosity. She felt that this person in front of her looked as if he was that little bit familiar. It always felt like she had seen him somewhere, but for a moment, she could not recall. $10 billion, 1% of the shares. If all of you accept this condition and want to invest, I will come to the rescue. Wow! The room was in an uproar when these words came out. $10 billion and you can only get 1% of the shares? Even if the entire Chu Men Group was sold, it wouldn't be worth that much, not to mention that it was just a small Kuyao Company. $10 billion was enough to create like a dozen small companies like Kuyao Company. Wang Shiyu raised her eyebrows. This guy was talking too arrogantly. But, this way, it cuts off their thoughts. Suli was all startled by Chu Fei's words. $10 billion. For her, it was definitely a huge number. And with this figure, one could only get 1% of the shares, and as long as the other party wasn't crazy, they definitely wouldn't invest. Han Ming, who was sitting on the side, snorted when he heard this. What are you? $10 billion? 1% of the shares? Are you crazy for money? If you want to deal with such a trashy company, you can just lift your finger. Why spend so much money? Han Ming's words sort of angered Chu Fei. The latter slowly raised his head and slowly revealed a smile. You seem, well, arrogant? Can you deal with it by moving your finger? Then how about, if you move, I'll cut one of your fingers. Move, cut one. If fingers aren't enough, toes will do. Upon hearing this, Han Ming violently stood up from his position. The gaze that looked at Chu Fei was filled with thick killing intent, but then he calmed down. You've got a lot of guts, don't you? Do you know the consequences of angering me? Chu Fei laughed. I don't know the consequences. However, I guarantee that if you touch Kuyao Company, you will die a very, very miserable death. When Yu Ning heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly stood up to round off the situation. Everyone, it's not good to fight and kill. We're all businessmen. It's good to talk about business. However, Yun Yulan's gaze towards Chu Fei finally changed a few more points. The figure of a person flashed through her mind, overlapping with the Chu Fei in front of her. So it's you. Humph. You knew how to bully me when you were a child. This time I'm going to properly pit you to death. Actually, Yun Yulan and Chu Fei were not that far apart in age. However, Yun Yulan was born a few months before Chu Fei, so by all rights, Chu Fei still had to call her a cousin. When she was a child, this brat hadn't bullied her much. When he played with a falling cannon, he would intentionally throw it at her feet to scare her. From time to time, he also grabbed frogs and threw them into his hands, scaring her for a few days. It was just that she was a bit strange. How did Chu Fei come to Jiangnan? All these years, this guy had never returned home to visit his grandparents, and his grandparents had never said anything about where he had gone. President Yu, I'm just talking business right now. It's just that some people don't want to. If you feel that you've suffered a loss, then just get lost. Why bother coming here to make a scene? Wang Xie, who was on the side, pursed her lips and laughed lightly. It was impossible to see that Chu Fei was still so powerful with his tongue. You seek death. Han Ming finally couldn't help himself, and with a wave of his large hand, the two bodyguards behind him immediately took a step forward. Catch him for me. Today, I'm going to let him know that some people can't be messed with by just anyone. As soon as the words fell, the two bodyguards walked towards Chu Fei. As the crowd watched, their hearts were shocked. This was an intention to make a direct move? Feng Yao looked in his eyes and secretly sneered in his heart. Han Ming, this idiot, this wasn't the capital. If it was in the capital, who would dare to speak to them like this? But this was Jiangnan, and as the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground. People were the local snakes here, so to make a move against them, wasn't that asking for trouble? Just when the crowd thought that Chu Fei would be beaten up, the door was pushed open. Quite lively. Can I still have a drink? Chapter 73, It's not a surprise, it's a shock. The main door was pushed open, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the door, fixing their eyes on it. A well-dressed woman with an unassuming temperament and a man in a suit were standing right where the door was. For a moment, the crowd was somewhat surprised. The banquet was halfway through, so how could someone still come only now? But, when Chu Fei saw the person who came clearly, his entire body froze in place. Seems to still have some disbelief. Rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was only when he confirmed that the person who came was his own old mother that he spat out two words with some stiffness in his mouth. No, he knew that he had previously called his old dad to say that he had a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend was pregnant, and that this matter definitely couldn't be hidden. Originally, he thought that Pops and the others might have to come over in a month or two as well, but this is only a few days past. Mom is here. No need to guess, Pops must have come too. And what happened in the capital is definitely the result of the old man's efforts. Yin Yulan on the stage was also startled when she saw the person who appeared. Third Aunt? She also hadn't seen Third Aunt for a few years. Yet, she did not expect that Third Aunt would appear here. This seemed somewhat not quite right. She turned her head to look at Chu Fei. The Third Aunt had definitely come over this time for this fellow. This lady, may I ask if you are? Yu Ning was shocked when he saw the appearing Yunyu, but from the aura, he knew that this person came from a big place. At the very least, it wasn't something he could mess with, but he also didn't remember that he had sent an invitation to such a character. Who I am, you don't need to know. I just came over to see the fun. You guys continue. Don't worry about it. After saying that, his eyes swept across the entire room. When Yun Yulan, who was standing on the stage, was discovered, he was somewhat surprised. Little niece, you're also here? Quickly come down. Let Auntie take a look. Little niecey? Auntie? The hearts of the entire audience were once again shaken. This person who appeared was actually Yun Yulan's aunt? The Yin family is one of the four great families of Daxia. This person is Yun Yulan's aunt. That identity. Everyone held their breath. It was as if a large stone was pressed on their bodies. Yun Yulan, on the other hand, walked down the podium in a graceful manner and walked to Yun Yu's side, pulling her hand affectionately. Third Aunt, why did you come? You didn't even say anything to me when you came so that I could have someone pick you up. Hearing these words, the crowd knew that the identity was real and there was no escape. Feng Yao and Han Ming were also surprised for a moment. The Yun family's direct lineage actually appeared here as well? They remembered that the Yun family didn't seem to have any direct line members out at all. I didn't come over to see your cousin. Came a bit hastily, so I didn't greet the family. As he spoke, Yun Yu's gaze once again swept across the room. Finally, the gaze landed on Chu Fei. A trace of tenderness flashed through his eyes, while Chu Fei's face was filled with embarrassment. This move of old mother's, he himself had not anticipated it. What? When mom's here, you don't come up to receive it? When these words came out, the people present were surprised again. There was someone here, the son of this noble woman? It was at this time that Chu Fei stepped out of his position with a face full of embarrassment. Mom, can you give me a greeting when you come? I'm not even mentally prepared for this. Boom! At this moment, there was only one thought in the heads of everyone in the room. Chu Fei's mother. Someone from the Yun family? When Han Ming saw this scene, his entire body was also dumbfounded. Where would he have thought that the one standing behind Chu Fei was actually the Yun family? Moreover, from start to finish, Yun Yulan hadn't mentioned Chu Fei's name. The cold sweat on Yuning's forehead was like being drenched in water, falling down ceaselessly. This time, he sort of knew what made Chu Fei dare to say the words just now. He wasn't afraid at all. The Yun family and the Han family were on the same level of existence. If you dare to touch my people, I'll get you killed. There's absolutely nothing to say. Not to mention, people's mothers are also direct members of the Yun family. Just based on that, there was nothing wrong with that statement just now at all. However, he was not the only one who was shocked. Su Li was also confused. Chu Fei's mother had come? Then wouldn't he himself have to go and meet it as well? This girlfriend of his, he couldn't just sit down. That would be too impolite. Wang Xie also stood up. She had seen Yunyu when she was a child, and at that time, she still had to call Yunyu Aunt Yun. Just like that, the two women also followed behind Chu Fei and walked towards Yunyu and Yunyu lands. When Chu Fei saw Su Li come up, he touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. What's that? Mom, this is my girlfriend. Su Li, this is my mom. Su Li then bowed with a blushing face. See you, auntie. Yunyu's eyes looked Su Li up and down and couldn't help but nod. Finally, with a smile on her face, she reaches out and grabs Su Li's small hand. Don't be shy. In the future, you can just call me Aunt Yun. This time, the crowd was completely nonplussed. No wonder Chu Fei wanted to call out the Han family for a small company. This was his girlfriend. Could he not protect it? All the things that had just happened were considered to have made sense. Han Ming's face was even more ugly, as if he had eaten. How did he know that there was such a layer of relationship here? If he had known, he wouldn't have said the words he just said. Although he was a member of the Han family, he wasn't a direct descendant after all. But this woman who had just appeared, at a glance, was a member of the direct lineage, and her identity was not something he could provoke at all. The family wouldn't choose to go against a direct line member of the Yun family for the sake of himself. Aunt Yun, still remember me? Wang Xie also had a smile on her face as she stepped forward with a greeting. Yun Yu's gaze landed on Wang Xiyu, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking tentatively. Are you the little girl from the Wang family? I didn't expect Aunt Yun's memory to be so good. I am Wang Xiyu. Only then did Yun Yu let out a light laugh. I haven't seen you for so many years. The little girl has grown so big. How has your mother been lately? Only then did Wang Xie nod her head. My mom's health is still good. She's always chanting about when she'll go and talk to you. Now, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Looking at this Juanhao group's president, his identity was not ordinary. To actually call this woman as Aunt Yun was clearly not something that an ordinary person could call. Mom, you came, why didn't you say anything to me? Chu Fei looked at his old mom with some complaints. Yunyu had a smile on her face. Didn't I intend to give you a surprise? Chu Fei was a little taut. You're not a surprise. It's a shock, okay? At the same time, Han Ming knew that it was no longer suitable to stay here and turned around to leave, but was seen by Chu Fei. That, Han family. Wait a moment. Chapter 74 Born with a Reverse Bone. Suddenly called out. Han Ming stopped in his tracks. Mom, you guys go over and chat first. I'll deal with some small matters on my side. Yunyu nodded and walked with Su Li, Wang Xiyu towards the other side. Li Yu, on the other hand, slowly spoke. Young master, do you need my help? With regards to Li Yu, Chu Fei was naturally no stranger. The Chu family's grand butler, the only one with a foreign surname who did not change his name. Uncle Li, just go over there and rest. I can handle it. After saying that, he walked towards Han Ming. Did you just finish saying you want to get me killed? With these two bodyguards? Chu Fei's gaze landed on the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's face was exceptionally ugly. What do you want? Right now, the initiative was out of hand. If he wanted to make a move, he wasn't even qualified. Nothing. I just want to tell you that Kuyao Company is mine. Anyone else who wants to intervene will have to ask me before doing so. I won't participate in legitimate competition. But if you want to play tricks in the dark, the end of being caught by me won't be so good. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Suli's several people. Mom, let's go. After sitting on the airplane for a day, you must be exhausted as well. Let's find a place to have a good meal. Yun nodded, her face full of smiles. Also good. Just in time to have a good chat with this future daughter-in-law of mine. When Suli heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head, her face reddening. Previously, she was still a little angry about when she met Chu Fei's parents, but she didn't expect that it was only a few days ago that the other party took the initiative to come over. Just like that, under the gaze of the crowd, the several people directly left the banquet, and after Chu Fei and the others left, there was no need for the banquet to continue. It ended things hastily. As for Chu Fei and Su Li's several people, they had already arrived at a good 3-star restaurant nearby. Mom, you came over this time, is there something going on? Chu Fei pretended to know nothing as he looked at his mother. Yu gave him a faint look. I came over because of something, don't you know? Chu Fei was full of doubts. I don't know. I thought you came back to see Grandma. I say Chu Fei, stop pretending. Didn't third aunt come back just to see her future daughter-in-law? Pulling something else. Yun Yulan wasn't polite, directly poking at Chu Fei's lies. And speaking of this, Su Li's face immediately turned red. She also guessed that Chu Fei's mother had returned in order to see herself. However, sooner or later, they had to see each other. Why were they in such a hurry? What does it have to do with you? Really? Chu Fei glared at Yun Yulan without any good humor. But Yun Yulan grabbed Yun Yu's hand. Third aunt, look at him. Alright. As she spoke, Yun Yu's gaze fell on Su Li. Little Lia, what about me coming over this time? I actually want to finalize the marriage between you and Little Fei. I know you and Xiao Fei's relationship. So what? I want to invite your parents to have a meal or something tomorrow, and we'll discuss the engagement. What do you think? In the face of Yun Yu's words, Su Li was at a bit of a loss for words. A pair of hands tightly clasped together, palms sweaty. Good Aunt Yun. I'll go home tomorrow and talk to my parents. Seeing Su Li this nervous, Yun Yu went forward and grabbed her small hand. Silly girl, why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. When Su Li heard her comfort, her nervousness slowly loosened up, barely revealing a trace of a smile. Aunt Yun, I know, I just, for the first time, don't have much experience. And Chu Fei was quite a bit dissatisfied at the side. Could it be that you still want to have a second time? Put. Wang Shiyu and Yun Yulan both burst out laughing. Su Li's face turned even redder. I just slipped my tongue. Yun Yu, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Chu Fei. Brat, be honest with me. Don't bully my daughter-in-law. Understand? If you let me know that you're bullying people, I'll clean you up. And in the capital, in the luxurious villa of the Long family. Wastes, a bunch of losers, can't even find anyone, and got killed back. What use am I raising you guys for? Tell me, what use are you guys? Long Maniac looked at Long Jin and Long Xiao below, as well as the few remaining grandchildren, including some cultivated organization leaders. Yi Ao was also among them, standing aside not daring to say a word. An entire 24 hours had passed, and they hadn't even received a single piece of news. Even the other party's origin was unclear. It was only known that the other party was targeting only their dragon family. The other families were not affected at all. Yi Ao, I'm asking you, the Dragon Group's intelligence squad, why aren't they deployed? You are now, supposedly, the biggest person in charge of the Dragon Group, and you can't even control a small intelligence squad. You say, what's the use of my son raising you? Facing the questioning of the family head, Yi Ao didn't dare to raise his head. Family master, the intelligence squad is going out independently. Other than the team leader, other captains are not qualified to command. I'm not a team leader yet. So, for Yi Ao's explanation, Long Maniac scoffed. In the current Dragon Group, there was only Yi Ao and an intelligence squad leader left. Sun Yining had already been seriously injured by them and his life or death was unknown. Even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would at least have to spend these remaining years in bed. And now, the one with the most power in the Dragon Group was Yi Ao. Now, when you go back, notify the military department for a meeting. This Dragon Group leader must be elected for me as soon as possible. If it wasn't you, there would be no need for you to stay in the Dragon Group. Long Maniac's tone was cold. Yi Ao lowered his head, not daring to say a word, but a touch of viciousness crossed the depths of his eyes. On what basis? Just on the basis that they were kind to themselves? Can they manipulate their destiny just because they saved their lives? Yi Ao is not convinced. But now, one had to bow his head under the roof. Get lost. Within 3 days, I want to hear the news of you becoming the leader of the dragon team. Yi Ao could only bow his head and turn around to leave the villa, and after he left, a trace of ice coldness flashed in Long Maniac's eyes. Longjin, go and get ready. 3 days later, if he doesn't become the leader of the dragon team, get rid of him. Long Maniac knew very well in his heart, Yi Ao was born with a rebel bone. It was basically unlikely to get him back. If he was able to become the leader of the dragon team, it would be even more troublesome after he was out of control. If he became one, he would also be able to provide a lot of convenience to the family. Good. Longjin's eyes were still a little listless. Obviously the deaths of his 3 sons had hit him too much. Everyone else, mobilize all the veins for me and find out where that group of people came from. No matter who it is, I will make him pay. Deep in the bottom of Long Maniac's eyes, there was a thick killing intent.